This audiobook is being provided to you by Outcast Books. Please check out our channel for other free full-length originals. A Sand Runner's Fate Book 1 in the Outcast series, written by R.J. Simmons. Prologue. Our world trembles on the precipice of peace, a fragile thing after centuries of bloodshed. As I sit within these cold stone walls, surrounded by the scent of ink and old parchment, I find myself sifting through the past, through the countless lives lost to war. Heroes and villains, kings and beggars, warriors and children, all sacrificed for the claim of a few miles of earth. I mourn them. I mourn the day King Haakon first struck his bargain with the dragon, sealing his fate and ours with a bond of blood. With that unholy pact, he gained dominion over the elements, bending the forces of nature to his will. Yet it was not his power alone that doomed us. It was his decision to divide that power among his 4 sons, each gifted dominion over a single element. What should have been a legacy of balance became the foundation of our ruin. Now, thousands of years later, the world is fractured. The Gehage, descendants of Haakon, wield elemental magic as their birthright, ruling over those without it, the Ukrin, the powerless, the oppressed. Yet it is not merely class that divides us. War has shaped our lands, carving 4 great kingdoms from the bones of a once unified realm. Of them, none have shed more blood than the Fire Kingdom and the Stone Kingdom, their enmity a scar that refuses to fade. It was the Fire King's siege upon the Stone Kingdom's eastern gate that ignited this great war, a conflict that should have ended long ago but raged on instead, devouring generations. The kingship of stone was weak, yet its people were not. As unyielding as the earth they command, they stood against the Fire King, against their own king even, to defend the land of their ancestors. But war is never confined to battlefields. It seeps into homes, into the lives of those who never sought it. Innocents perish, crushed beneath the weight of ambitions not their own. And so, I wonder, if the Gehage had never been formed, would our world have been spared such sorrow? Regret is a cruel teacher, but I have learned its lesson well. No amount of longing can rewrite what has already been etched into history. King Haakon made his choice, and the Gehage were born of it. The war that followed was inevitable. Now, after years of blood and ash, I sit here chronicling the story of this great war, not as a tale of a single hero, nor of a lone savior with the power to set things right. No, the road to peace was long, winding, and paved with the sacrifices of many. Some were called heroes, others were deemed villains, but most were simply souls caught between neither holy light nor dark. History remembers kings and conquerors, men of power who shape empires with fire and steel. But if one were to trace back to the moment when the tide of our world began to turn, they would not find a ruler or a warlord at its source. No, they would find a boy, ordinary, unremarkable, and unaware of the destiny that awaited him. In time, he became great, not by birthright or ambition, but by a virtue so rare and so pure that it altered the course of history. He could never place himself above those around him. Some men learn honor through hardship, others are born with it. But the truly great, the ones who change the world, possess something more. They inspire, they endure, and they suffer. It would be a mistake to claim that he alone reshaped the world. That is not how history works. But through his choices, through his failures as much as his triumphs, and through the sacrifices he made, he forged the heroes who did. This is not the tale of a single man's greatness. It is the story of how one life, through courage and sacrifice, ignited the fire that would bring our world to the edge of peace. Chapter 1: The Deadlands. Kale awoke drenched in sweat, his body aching from the previous day's journey. His eyelids, crusted over from exhaustion, cracked open, and for a moment his vision blurred. Beneath the suffocating heat of the canvas blanket, beads of perspiration trickled down his face, soaking into the fur pad that separated him from the clay slab he had foolishly mistaken for a comfortable bed. Now, with every stiff movement, the unforgiving surface pressed against his spine, a sharp reminder of his mistake. The air inside the small dwelling was stale, thick with the scent of dust and sweat. Somewhere outside, the faint shuffle of feet disturbed the silence, and then, drifting through the heat, the smell of breakfast. The aroma of sizzling buzzard eggs fought against the desert dryness, awakening something primal in him. His stomach groaned in response. With a groan of his own, Kale tossed off the blanket and swung his legs over the edge of the slab, wincing as stiff muscles protested. The 25-mile run from the trading post the day before still clung to him, an ache that stretched from his lower back up to his shoulder blade. He rolled his neck, feeling the sharp pull of overworked tendons. Another day, another run? Will it never end? A gruff voice cut through the morning haze. Kale, get out of bed. You're already running late. His father. I'm up, Dad, Kale called back, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. I'll be out in a minute. You'd better be. Even you can't make it to Perm in less than 4 hours. Now get a move on it. Kale exhaled heavily but forced himself to his feet. The leather of his pants stuck to his damp skin as he pulled them on, and his boots felt heavier than usual as he strapped them tight. Every movement sent a fresh surge of soreness through his legs, but there was no time to dwell on it. The kingdom's draft was in full force, and messages between the villages had nearly doubled. More runners were being called into service, but until then, Kale had more miles ahead of him. He staggered toward the door, leaning slightly to one side to ease a cramped muscle, and pushed it open. The scent of cooked eggs hit him full force, mingling with the underlying aroma of roasting meat. His stomach growled louder, this time impossible to ignore. At the center of their modest home, his mother bustled around the small cooking area, her long black hair tied back as she emptied the last of the eggs onto a plate. She turned to him with a warm smile. "Good morning, dear," she greeted, placing the food on the worn stone table. "Morning," Kale muttered, rubbing his eyes. "Breakfast smells great. I'm starving." "You've been running a lot these past few weeks," she said, eyeing him with quiet concern. "I want to make sure you get a good meal before you take off again." Kale straddled a stool at the table, wasting no time in shoveling a large helping of eggs into his mouth. As he chewed, his gaze flicked toward the fire, where a desert rodent roasted on a spit. He knew better than to turn his nose up at it. In the Telekar Desert, food was a luxury, and meat, no matter the source, was not to be taken for granted. Most would call it a peasant's meal, but Kale had long since stopped caring about such things. He had learned to appreciate whatever food made it to his plate. Today, the eggs were surprisingly decent. This time, he could almost taste them through the inevitable layer of sand that had settled in the pan as they cooked. He was used to the grit between his teeth. A few sips of water and a swipe of his tongue, and they almost felt clean again. As he ate, the reality of the day ahead loomed over him. Another run. More miles, more messages, and most likely no rest anytime soon. A few heavy thumps against the door and wall yanked Kale's attention away from his meal. His father, Zeke, emerged from the pantry, a half-empty flask of ale clutched in his weathered hand. The familiar sight stirred no surprise in Kale. His father had long since made drinking a part of his daily ritual, a coping mechanism for a past he refused to speak of. Like many men in the village, Zeke had once served in the kingdom's army. He rarely shared details of his time in battle, whether out of horror at what he had witnessed or sheer unwillingness to let the past resurface. Kale couldn't say. But the war had left its mark on him. The wooden peg where his left leg had once been was proof enough. When the drink took hold, Zeke would sit beneath the old sword that gathered dust above the doorway, spinning tales of glory from the life he had before he settled down. On some nights, he claimed to have been a high-ranking officer, leading battalions into war. Other nights, his stories shifted, each detail altered by how deep he had drowned himself in ale. Kale had long since stopped trying to believe them. Whatever soldier had once lived in his father had faded, replaced by a man too tired to fight battles of any kind. His body told the truth better than his words. His once broad frame had softened, his arms thinned to match the hollow look in his eyes. Only his belly remained full, though not from feasts of victory, but from years of drink. Zek took a swig from his flask, then leaned heavily on his crutch, his balance teetering but holding. His bloodshot eyes found Kale, and his lips curled into a smirk. "Sorry, boy, but you don't have time for breakfast," he said, his voice thick with the morning's first indulgence. "That extra hour of sleep you snuck in has cost you. You need to have that list delivered to Perm before noon, or Mr. Kecklin will have my head." Kale clenched his jaw, setting his fork down with a dull clank. "He needs those supplies ordered on time," Zeke added, shaking the flask to see how much was left. Kale swallowed his frustration. Another long run, another errand for someone who didn't care if he collapsed from exhaustion on the road. The ache in his legs from the last trip still lingered, but it didn't matter. Nothing did when it came to duty. Without another word, he pushed back his stool and stood, rolling his shoulders to shake off the stiffness. He cast one last glance at his unfinished breakfast, then turned away. "All right, I'm going." Kale took a quick gulp of water, grabbed his pack, and slung it over his shoulder. As he stepped toward the door, he caught one last glance at his father, who had already settled into his seat, scraping the remains of Kale's breakfast onto his own plate. The sight made Kale pause for half a second, then he shook his head and stepped outside. The heat hit him immediately. The air was already thick and dry, carrying the scent of dust and baked earth. As always, the sky was a brilliant, unforgiving blue, not a single cloud in sight. There would be no rain today. There was never any rain. He adjusted his pack, sliding the leather strap higher onto his shoulder before pulling it snug across his chest. Loose straps could rub his skin raw on a long run, and he wasn't about to let that slow him down. With a firm tug to make sure everything was secure, he started into a light jog toward the message office. Yukon was a small town, barely more than a collection of sand-worn buildings surrounded by a 30-foot clay wall. A little over 1,000 people called it home, scraping out a living in the heart of the Deadlands. The terrain was as unforgiving as the sun, stretching for miles in every direction, its cracked, dry soil interrupted only by stubborn patches of sandgrass. Water was scarce. It was the town's greatest treasure and its greatest weakness. The well at the center of Yukon was its lifeline, drawing travelers from all over, some desperate, others looking to trade. Few things were valuable in this wasteland. Water was one of them. The other was survival. The people of Yukon made their living in two ways: lega farming and snake hunting. Lega was the only crop hardy enough to thrive in the Deadlands, needing nothing more than relentless sunlight to grow. When ground into flour, it became the town's primary food source, baked into dry, tough bread that kept people alive. The town owned a large farm just beyond the gates, a sea of low green plants stretching over the barren land, tended by those who had no other means of work. The rest of Yukon's workers, the ones with stronger nerves, were snake farmers. Armed with long hooks and thick gloves, they prowled the grasslands for the region's deadliest serpents, capturing them alive. Their venom was a valuable commodity, sold to armies for medicine, antidotes, and more often than not, to tip their arrows. Kale wove through the compacted sand streets, the ground solid beneath his feet from years of foot traffic. The town was quiet now, most people taking refuge in whatever shade they could find before midday turned the streets into an unbearable furnace. As Kale approached the town center, the towering stone well came into sight, its weathered edges a testament to years of use. Guards stood watch, their eyes scanning the gathering crowd, while a town official carefully measured out water for sale. A handful of early risers clustered around, filling clay jugs before the relentless heat of the day made the task unbearable. Beyond it, past a row of modest homes that doubled as shops, stood the message office, a small, unassuming building with a worn wooden sign swinging above the door. Kale's family had built their trade as messengers, carrying letters, orders, and supplies between the scattered villages that dotted the Deadlands. It was thankless work, but necessary. In a place like this, news traveled only as fast as the legs that carried it. And today, like every other day, Kale was that messenger. He reached the office steps, took one last deep breath of hot air, and pushed open the door to the receiving station, where letters and parcels were collected and sorted for delivery. It was the town's main source of news, both from within the Deadlands and beyond. Messages came in dusty, creased, and often months late, but in a place as isolated as Yukon, any word from the outside world was valuable. Standing at his usual post was Devlin, the town's official self-appointed greeter and reluctant sentry. Devlin was an old, wiry man with skin like sun-baked leather and a head of thin, wispy hair that had long lost its color. Despite his frail frame, he had a sharp mind and a quick wit, and unlike many in Yukon, he always treated Kale with kindness. As Kale approached, he spotted Devlin hunched over the small counter, sorting a handful of letters into a tight bundle. Kale leaned casually against the single-plank counter, folding his arms. "Morning, Devlin. How's it going?" Devlin glanced up, his weathered face breaking into a broad smile. "Not bad, Kale. I hear you're running up to Perm today." "Sure am. Thought I'd check if you had anything that needed sending." Devlin chuckled. "You read my mind. Got 5 letters bound for Perm this month." He reached for a small set of scales and began weighing each letter. "Normal price, I assume? 10 gallons per letter?" Water was the true currency in the Deadlands, measured in weight, traded like gold. "Yep, sounds right." Kale loosened the strap on his bag and unfastened a small pouch from the side. Devlin smirked as he passed over the letters. "Here you go, boy. And don't worry, I won't tell your father you picked up a little extra coin for this run." "You're a true friend, Devlin." Kale tucked the letters into his pack before pulling the strap tight again. "Try to stay out of the sun today," Devlin added. "I hear it's going to be a scorcher." Kale gave a wry grin. "I'll try, but there's not much to hide under out there." "So true." Devlin shook his head, then leaned in slightly. "Speaking of which, be careful on your run today. I hear there's a pack of desert cats prowling north of here. Probably won't go near Perm, but food's scarce these days. They might risk it." Kale's shoulders tensed slightly. Desert cats weren't like the house pets some traders kept. These were massive, sand-colored hunters with sharp teeth, sharper claws, and a nasty tendency to stalk their prey for miles before striking. Normally, they stayed closer to the dunes, but hunger could make anything desperate. "I'll keep my eyes open," Kale assured him. "Good lad." With that, Kale turned toward the northern gate. The heat was already rising, shimmering over the sand in the distance. "See you in a few days, Devlin." "Good day, boy," Devlin called after him. Kale adjusted his pack, checked the security of his pouches one last time, and then stepped forward. It was time to run. Perm lay 30 miles from Yukon, a small but essential trading outpost nestled at the crossroads between the Leaf Nation villages, the Stone Kingdom, and the wandering sand tribes. It was a run Kale had made more times than he could count, so often that his name had become well known as the fastest messenger in the Deadlands. Beasts of burden were rare in the desert. Keeping them alive was more trouble than they were worth. Water, the one thing they needed most, was too valuable to waste on an animal. Because of this, runners like Kale were the lifeline between settlements, carrying messages, contracts, and orders at speeds no caravan could match. The run itself was uneventful, though a few times Kale thought he saw sand cats slinking among the distant dunes, their long bodies flickering in and out of the shimmering heat. He kept his pace steady, reminding himself that the desert was full of illusions. Blistering horizons played tricks on the mind, turning shadows into beasts, mirages into danger. By midday, the walls of Perm rose before him, the same 30-foot clay defenses that protected most settlements of value. Like any town with something to offer, Perm had its dangers. Refugees from wars, deserters from the Fire Kingdom, and criminals hiding from the laws of all 4 nations made their homes here. But Perm was also a meeting place, a crossroads where traders, merchants, and thieves could coexist long enough to barter for what they needed. As Kale neared the southern gate, the scent of sweat, dust, and cooking food drifted through the streets. The main trading post, a large open-air market, buzzed with movement. Among the crowd, he spotted a wagon being unloaded. Most of the workers were thin, tired men, but one stood out, a giant of a man, broad-shouldered and towering over the others. Even from behind, Kale recognized him immediately. The massive figure lifted 2 50-gallon barrels of water with ease, stepping off the wagon with the practiced grace of someone used to heavy lifting. The wood beneath him groaned in relief, the sharp creak of the wagon making Kale wince. As the man set the barrels down on the dock, he turned, revealing a scar running across his right cheek, a stark contrast to his otherwise youthful face. Kale grinned. "Reagan, is that you?" The big man's face lit up with a smile. "Kale, you dog! When did you get to Perm?" "Just made another run," Kale called back, stepping closer. His gaze flicked toward the group of tired workers unloading the cart. "I see you picked up a few slaves while in the Stone Kingdom. How long will they be with you?" Reagan's expression remained easy. "Same as always. Once they've worked off what we paid for them, they're free to go." Kale's eyes darted around, lowering his voice. You might not want to say that too loud. Slave traders don't take kindly to freeing stock. Bad for business. Reagan chuckled, leaning in slightly. And since when has my family ever feared slave traders? Kale smirked. As bold as you are big. What do you say we grab a drink at Murrah's Inn when we're done here? It's been quiet in Yukon since your family moved to Perm. Reagan nodded. Sounds like a plan. But I've got good news. My father just took a delivery for Mr. Kecklin. The post is waiting on his supply list before they start loading the cart. Kale laughed. Then I guess I'd better get in there. If all they're waiting on is me, I wouldn't want to keep them waiting. Reagan crossed his arms, grinning. I should have known you'd be running late. How is the fastest runner in the Deadlands always behind schedule? Kale smirked. Just bad luck, or maybe I like making a dramatic entrance. Reagan clapped him on the shoulder, the force nearly knocking Kale off balance. I think you just like pissing off your old man. A half smile crept across Kale's lips. Well, there is that. Reagan gave him a knowing look. Kale exhaled. All right, let me turn this list in. I'll meet you at Murrah's. I assume you'll have an hour or so while they load the cart. I might as well tag along on the ride back. No hurry to get home. Reagan nodded. See you there. With that, Kale adjusted his pack and made his way toward the post office, already looking forward to a drink before the long road home. Murrah's Inn smelled of sweat, dust, and spilled ale, but it was better than the heat outside. The shaded interior was a welcome relief, and the whirring fans overhead kept the worst of the suffocating air at bay. Unlike most buildings in the Deadlands, Murrah's Inn actually had wooden tables and chairs instead of clay slabs or stone stools. A rare luxury. For Kale, it felt almost indulgent to sit at something that didn't leave dust clinging to his skin. As he settled into his seat, a haggard barmaid swept past, balancing 6 mugs on a platter and carrying 2 more in her other hand. Her face was lined with exhaustion, her blonde hair frizzed from the heat and humidity of the kitchen. Kale leaned slightly into the aisle to catch her attention. Hey, miss, think I could get a drink when you have a second? The woman let out an exasperated sigh. I'll get to you when I can. Right now I've got a table of Stone Kingdom soldiers waiting in the back, and I have no intention of frustrating them. She adjusted her grip on the mugs. Murrah already told me if they break anything because of bad service, it's coming out of my pay. Kale frowned. Stone Soldiers? They've already started their recruitment run? The barmaid shifted, repositioning herself to keep her balance. She stepped closer so he could hear her over the noise of the room. Not just them. The Fire Kingdom is out too. They've already taken 4 boys for service. You look like a strapping young lad yourself. Unless you want to spend your life marching for one of the armies, I'd suggest staying out of their way. Kale smirked. They usually don't recruit anyone who isn't from the village they're scouting. Any idea where they're heading next? They didn't say, she answered, but they both came from the north, so I assume they're heading south. A loud crash rang out from the back of the inn, glass shattering against the floor, followed by the booming laughter of drunken men. The barmaid winced. I'd better get these over there. With any luck, they'll pass out soon and won't cause any more trouble. Without another word, she hurried toward the back. Kale turned in his seat to get a look at them. 8 Stone Kingdom soldiers were gathered around a table, their armor dusty, their boots scuffed from long days on the road. Most were already drunk, laughing and shoving at each other like unruly boys playing at war. But one was different. The captain sat with his arms crossed, his sharp eyes watching the others with cool detachment. His mere presence set him apart. While his men were Ukrin, simple soldiers pulled from common bloodlines, the captain was not. He was Gehage. It was easy to tell. His massive frame alone was a dead giveaway, broader and taller than any normal man. Stone Gehage were different from other warriors. Some Ukrin could be big, strong, even powerful, but Gehage's strength was otherworldly. It was the kind of raw force that could shatter bones with a single strike, the kind of power that made armies kneel before them. Watching him now, silent and commanding, was like watching an ant carry a piece of cactus fruit, something unbelievable, yet something you simply learned to accept. For years, Kale had wondered if Reagan might have Gehage blood given his immense size and unmatched strength. But after witnessing the injury that left the scar now etched across Reagan's face, he abandoned the idea. Stone Gehage rarely bore scars. Their skin was as unyielding as the stone they were named for. Some Ukrin were simply born different. They didn't need an ancient bloodline to stand out, and Reagan was one of them. The sudden jerk of the table snapped Kale out of his thoughts, nearly knocking the breath from his lungs. He instinctively grabbed the edge of the wood, looking up just in time to see Reagan dropping onto the bench across from him, using the table for support, almost crushing Kale's stomach in the process. Kale let out a breath, half exasperated, half laughing. "Hey man, you want to lighten up on the table? I'm not as durable as you are." Reagan winced as he shifted his weight. "Oh, sorry, Kale. Hurt my ankle on the way over here. One of the new slaves wasn't watching his rope and a barrel fell off the cart onto it." Kale ducked under the table, taking a good look at Reagan's leg. The ankle was already swollen and bruised. He let out a low whistle. "Ouch, man. Is it broken? Those barrels weigh a few 100 pounds." Reagan rubbed at the sore spot, his jaw tightening slightly. "Nah, just sore. I'll be fine." Kale leaned back up. "Well, what are you having?" "Oh, probably a mug or two of ale," Reagan answered. "Can't drink too much. We need to get to Yukon by midday 2 days from now." Kale grinned. "Same as always, keckleberry juice," Reagan chuckled. "Still not drinking, huh?" "The way I figure it, my old man drinks enough for the both of us," Kale said. "One of us has to stay sober." "Yeah, I guess he does." The noise in the inn grew louder as more people poured in. Workers breaking for the night, travelers grabbing their last meal before heading to their rooms. The atmosphere buzzed with laughter, clinking mugs, and heavy footsteps shuffling across the floorboards. Kale leaned in slightly. "Oh yeah, before I forget, you might want to keep a low profile tonight. We've got Stone Kingdom soldiers from a recruitment group in the back and Fire Kingdom somewhere in town." Reagan's face darkened. "Really? I might have to pay them a visit before I leave." Kale blinked. "Have you been in the sun too long today or something? As big as you are, you'd get drafted before you finished a sentence. In fact, I'm thinking about ducking out before they see me." Reagan didn't smile. "To be honest, I've been thinking about volunteering." Kale frowned. "You're serious?" Reagan shrugged. "I have no intention of hauling carts for the rest of my life. I'm not dumb enough to join the Fire Kingdom, but some people make good money in the Earth Kingdom's army. You just have to watch what outfit you get into. Normally, if you volunteer, they let you pick where they place you." "Yeah, but come on, Reagan," Kale said, shaking his head. "Unless you're Gehage, you'll never make officer. You'd be a grunt for the rest of your life." "And what am I now?" Reagan shot back. Kale hesitated. "But hey, man, no worries. I haven't decided yet," Reagan said, waving a hand dismissively. The noise in the inn grew even louder, people pushing in for drinks, the heat of too many bodies making the air thick and suffocating. Kale raised his voice to cut through the noise. "Well, good. That means I still have time to talk you out of it." Reagan cupped a hand over his ear. "What?" "I said." Kale leaned across the table, cupping his hands around his mouth. "I still have time to talk you out of it." Reagan leaned back in his chair, the wood groaning under his weight. "We'll see," he muttered. Then, glancing toward the bar, he sighed. "I don't see that waitress getting back to us anytime soon. I'm going to grab our drinks myself." Kale nodded. "I'll hold the table." With a grunt, Reagan pushed himself up and started hobbling toward the bar, his massive frame moving carefully through the crowd, trying not to put too much weight on his injured ankle. Kale watched him go, shaking his head. Reagan, in the army? He wasn't sure what unsettled him more. The fact that Reagan was considering it, or the fact that he might actually be right. The air in Murrah's Inn grew thicker by the minute, the musty haze of pipe smoke and sweat clinging to every surface. The sweetgrass scent of burning tobacco filled Kale's nostrils, settling into his clothes like an old memory. The noise of the crowded inn was deafening, a mess of overlapping conversations, drunken laughter, and the occasional clatter of mugs against wood. Kale leaned back against his chair, lost in thought. He remembered sneaking into this very bar as a boy, searching for half-finished drinks to swipe when no one was looking. A small grin cracked across his face at the memory, the time his mother caught him, dragging him out by the ear while the old drunks roared with laughter. The memory faded the moment he felt a tap on his shoulder. He glanced up. A Stone Kingdom soldier loomed over him, clad in dusty leather armor, his expression one of pure arrogance. "You need to clear out," the soldier said, voice thick with self-importance. "My men have been doing real work all day, and we need this table." Kale didn't move. "I'm sorry, sir, but my friend and I are having a drink. You can have it when we're finished." The soldier's lip curled. He slammed a hand down onto the table and leaned in, his breath reeking of ale and cheap rations. "Maybe you didn't hear me, you little sand flea. I said, leave." A shadow fell over the table, swallowing the lantern light. The soldier stiffened, the bravado draining from his face as he slowly looked up. Reagan stood behind him, his massive frame towering over the man. His presence alone was enough to make most people think twice about picking a fight, but the way he stared, calm, unbothered, yet completely unmovable, made the threat even clearer. In a voice lower and colder than usual, Reagan mimicked the soldier's stance, planting a hand on the table and leaning in just close enough to crowd the man's space. "I wouldn't be calling someone a flea if I was as small as you, mister." His voice rumbled like a brewing storm. "Is there a problem?" The soldier shot up, knocking a chair over from the next table. Metal hissed against leather as he drew his sword. "What the? Oh, you think I'm afraid of you? I'm a stone." He never got to finish. Reagan's fist came down like a hammer, catching the soldier's jaw with enough force to send him flying. His body crashed against the floor, tumbling into a group of drinkers, knocking them into their chairs and setting off a chain reaction of staggering, cursing, and toppling mugs. In a crowded bar in a border town, one punch was all it took. Chairs scraped against the ground, drinks spilled, fists flew, and within seconds, the entire inn erupted into chaos. Kale barely had time to think before a wild brawl broke out around him. People were swinging at anything that moved, glass shattered, and bodies crashed into tables. Kale shot Reagan a look, jerking his head toward the door. "Time to go." Reagan plowed through the chaos, shoving bodies aside and occasionally belting someone too stubborn to move. He was making quick work of the exit. Kale? Not so much. In the 12 feet between him and the door, he managed to get punched in both eyes, receive a bloody nose, and, worst of all, took a glass bottle straight between the legs. Pain exploded through his body, and before he could stop himself, he crumpled to the floor, his vision flashing with stars and blinding agony. If Reagan hadn't grabbed him by the ankle and dragged him out the door, he probably would have been trampled into the floorboards. The second they hit the street, Reagan burst into thunderous laughter, practically carrying Kale's groaning, limp form across the dirt road. "Kale," Reagan chuckled, "it looks like you managed to get yourself into another mess." Kale groaned. "You started it." "We'd better get on the road before those troopers come looking for us," Reagan said, hoisting Kale up long enough to dump him onto the back of a loaded cart. "With my luck, if I sign up, I'd end up in their company." Kale let out a slow, pain-filled breath before managing a weak reply. "You're probably right." He peeked over the cart, noticing their supplies were already packed. "Looks like we're good to go. I think I'll just stay here." He rolled onto his side, groaning. Walking isn't really an option right now. Even the slave sitting in the back of the cart couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Kale lying atop sacks of flour, hands between his legs, rocking back and forth in pain. Reagan smirked. "You want me to get you a drink before we go?" Kale just glared at him. Chapter 2. The Price of Survival. By the time the cart came to a stop for the night, Kale had mostly regained his composure. His body still ached from the brawl, but at least he was walking without looking like a wounded animal. The slaves traveling with them wasted no time in building a fire, their practiced hands stacking wood and striking sparks until the flames licked at the dry air. A fire this size wasn't just for cooking, it was necessary to keep the desert predators at bay. The scent of roasting snake meat and lega bread drifted through the cool night air as Kale eased himself onto a fallen log. Across from him, Reagan stretched his massive frame, testing his injured ankle. "So, Reagan," Kale called, "how's the ankle holding up?" Reagan winced slightly as he rolled his foot. "Still sore, but give it a week and I should be walking without a limp." Kale smirked. "And what about your ankle?" Reagan's eyes narrowed with a mocking grin, clearly repressing a laugh. Kale grabbed a stick from the firewood pile and flung it at Reagan's arm. The thick branch bounced harmlessly against his forearm and landed in the dirt. "Oh, I'm sure in a week or so I'll be fine too, funny man." Kale shifted his position with a grunt. "But seriously, I think that's only the second time I've ever seen you hurt." Reagan rubbed his ankle before shrugging. "I get a few good ones now and then. Still nothing as bad as when you gave me this." He gestured to the scar cutting across his right cheek. Kale scoffed. "Me? Now hold on, that wasn't my fault. The beam broke because of your weight." Reagan's smirk widened. "Yeah, my weight, but who was the one doing somersaults on it?" He tapped the side of his face. "I call this my Kale scar." Kale shook his head. "How was I supposed to know you'd fall on a sickle? I still can't believe you didn't lose your whole head." Reagan traced a finger along the scar, his eyes distant for a moment. "Well, we all get lucky sometimes." Then suddenly, his expression changed. He held up a hand, signaling for silence. His head tilted slightly, as if listening for something. Kale furrowed his brows. "What?" Reagan didn't answer right away. He scanned the surrounding shadows beyond the firelight before muttering, "Something's wrong." Kale shifted, his instincts finally catching up with Reagan's unease. "What do you mean?" Reagan's voice was low, tense. "It's too quiet. I don't hear the crickets." Kale rolled his eyes. "They probably got scared off by all our talking and moving around." Reagan shook his head. "No, they were chirping 10 minutes ago, and we were even louder then." He turned his gaze toward the cart where the slaves were still unloading supplies. His voice dropped into a command. "Lattice." A tall, thin, but muscular slave turned from his work. He had curly black hair, a short beard, and the kind of stern face that made him look older than he was. A long spear rested across his back, its blade adorned with a single dark feather that swayed in the firelight. "Yes, Master Reagan," Lattice responded, his voice calm but attentive. "Take one of the new hands and circle the camp. There's a lot of meat on that wagon, and I don't want to lose any of it to hungry animals." Lattice nodded once. "Yes, Master Reagan, right away." Without hesitation, he gestured to another slave, and the two of them grabbed weapons before disappearing into the darkness beyond the firelight. Kale exhaled slowly, scanning the desert beyond the camp. Something was out there, and it wasn't just the crickets that had gone silent. As the night deepened, the camp gradually settled into silence. One by one, the slaves found their spots near the cart, curling into the sand, their exhaustion outweighing any discomfort. The fire crackled softly, its glow flickering against the surrounding dunes. Reagan stretched out near the flames, shifting inside his knapsack, his massive frame sinking into the packed earth. Kale unrolled his fur mat, spreading his canvas cover over himself as he rested his head against his worn leather bag. The weight of the day's miles, fights, and unease pulled at him, and before he could dwell too much on the quiet beyond the fire, sleep took him swiftly. Kale's eyes flickered open. Darkness pressed in from all sides, the fire reduced to a smoldering pile of coals. The acrid scent of burnt wood and ash hung thick in the air. Somewhere near the cart, something rustled. His body stiffened. The fire had burned too low to see much, the occasional gust of wind stirring the embers and sending flickering shadows dancing across the camp. He sat up. The rustling stopped. "Looks like the new hands aren't doing a great job keeping the fire going," he muttered, rubbing his arms to fight off the chill creeping into his bones. Still groggy, he grabbed an armful of twigs and desert grass, tossing them onto the glowing embers. The dry grass caught instantly, and a burst of golden light illuminated the clearing. Kale froze. His stomach twisted. Blood. So much blood. 3 of the slaves had been ripped apart, their bodies strewn about the camp like discarded scraps. The cart had been ransacked, supplies overturned, food missing. But worse than all of that was the low, rumbling growl that followed. From behind the cart, a hulking form emerged. A sand cat. Its massive body stretched 4 feet high at the shoulders, its long fangs dripping red. A thin, mangled mane ran down its spine, and its ribs pressed against its hide, revealing just how desperate it had become. Kale's pulse thundered in his ears. His gaze darted toward the spot where Reagan had been sleeping. Empty. His knapsack was gone. A lump formed in Kale's throat as he reached down, fumbling for a smoldering stick from the fire. The cat's muscles tensed. Then it sprang. It cleared the fire in a single leap, slamming into Kale and knocking him flat onto his back. Sand exploded around him as the creature's weight crushed his chest, driving the breath from his lungs. Teeth snapped inches from his throat. He barely managed to shove the burning stick between its jaws, holding back the bite as the cat snarled and thrashed. Pain seared through his shoulder as the cat's claws raked deep, and a sharp sting split across his face, leaving behind a hot, wet trail of blood. The pressure on his chest grew unbearable. His arms shook, his grip failing. Then a crack. The weight doubled, then slumped. The sandcat rolled lifelessly to the side, revealing Reagan standing above him, bloodied and breathless, a smoking log from the fire clutched in his hands. "Kale!" Reagan barked. "Are you alive?" Kale groaned, shoving the dead weight off his chest. "I'll live, thanks to you." He staggered upright. "What happened?" Reagan wiped blood from his brow. "No clue. Woke up being dragged by my feet in my knapsack. Slipped out in time to make it back here." He caught his breath. "I assume the other one will be back soon, so you'd better get that scrawny hide of yours moving." No sooner had he spoken than another sandcat leapt over the cart, landing in the middle of camp. Its tail lashed behind it, and it sniffed the air, searching for its lost meal. Reagan whispered, backing away into the shadows beyond the firelight. "Kale, stay behind me. Maybe all it wants is the meat in the wagon. Let's back out slowly." Kale followed his lead, retreating up the small rise near camp, careful to keep his movements quiet. His foot caught on a clump of sandgrass. He tripped. In his scramble to catch himself, he hit the ground hard, face first into the gritty sand. He froze. Any sound would bring the cat right to him. His heartbeat thundered, his pulse roaring in his ears. Then a low, wet growl. A slimy drip of saliva landed on his cheek. His stomach dropped. Kale looked up. Glowing yellow eyes stared back at him. A third sandcat. It crouched above him, its fangs bared, breath heavy with the stench of blood and hunger. Kale swallowed hard. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." "Reagan!" A grunt echoed in the distance, followed by scuffling. "I've got my own problems, Kale," Reagan called. "You'll have to deal with that one yourself." Kale had no time to think. The cat lunged. He barely got his hands under its jaw, shoving upward as it tried to sink its fangs into his throat. The beast thrashed violently, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the exposed skin on Kale's arms, leaving deep, bloody streaks. The weight of the cat was crushing. If it had been healthy, Kale knew he wouldn't stand a chance. His strength wavered. His arms shook. The pressure grew unbearable. Then a sharp whistle cut through the night. A spear flew through the air, striking the cat's abdomen with a sickening thud. The cat jerked, then collapsed off of Kale, writhing in pain before falling still. Panting, Kale rolled over and looked around. Standing a few feet away, Latus knelt on the ground, his chest rising and falling in uneven gasps. His left arm hung limp, blood trailing down his side. Even in the dim firelight, Kale could see the strain in his expression. Moments later, Latus collapsed. Before Kale could move, Reagan's voice rang out from the distance. "Kale! A little help here!" Reagan had one sandcat's head pinned between his knees, its powerful jaws snapping helplessly as it thrashed and clawed to break free. But even as he held it there, the second cat had pinned him down, its weight pressing against his chest, its fangs bared and hungry. Kale didn't hesitate. Ripping the spear from the dead sandcat's body, he rushed to help. His heart pounded as he lifted the weapon, aiming for the beast tearing at Reagan's throat. He stabbed downward, but between his trembling arms and poor aim, the spear barely pierced the cat's hide. Instead of wounding the creature, all he did was get its attention. With a snarl, the sandcat whipped around and lunged at him. Kale stumbled backward, waving the spear wildly, trying to keep the beast at bay. It prowled forward, its eyes locked onto him, waiting for an opening. Kale's grip tightened on the spear, and with one deep breath, he shifted his stance. This time, he wouldn't miss. Summoning what little strength he had left, Kale hurled the spear straight for the cat's chest. For a moment, it seemed perfectly aimed, but at the last second, the cat sprang sideways, twisting in midair. With terrifying precision, it caught the spear between its fangs. With a vengeful growl, the creature clamped down and snapped the spearhead clean off. Kale froze. "This isn't good," he muttered, watching as the beast stalked forward, ready to strike. "How you doing over there, Reagan?" he shouted, keeping his eyes locked on the predator. Anytime you want to rush in and save the day is fine by me. From behind him, Reagan gritted his teeth, prying the first cat's jaws from his thigh. Still working on it. Just keep that one busy. Kale swallowed hard. The cat had begun to circle him, prowling, calculating, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Kale matched its movements, stepping carefully, edging toward the broken spear shaft that lay in the sand. The cat sensed his shift in focus and lunged. At the last possible second, Kale dropped to the ground, snatching the spear shaft and thrusting it between the beast's jaws. The cat bit down, but before it could adjust, Kale braced his feet against its stomach and launched it backward with all his strength, just like wrestling with another boy back in Yukon. The sand cat flew over him, twisting in the air, before vanishing into the darkness. A loud crack echoed in the night. Kale rolled onto his stomach and scrambled to his feet, his breath ragged. He turned in time to see Reagan dispatch the first cat, his massive fist slamming down repeatedly until the beast stopped moving. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Reagan wiped blood from his forehead, breathing heavily. "That was fun." Kale shot him a look. "You and I have very different ideas of fun." Something moved beyond them. Both men turned, peering into the darkness where the second cat had disappeared. Kale stepped forward cautiously, eyes narrowing. What had happened to it? Then, just ahead, the ground ended abruptly. Kale's stomach tightened. A pit trap. The sand cat had fallen into it. Kale edged closer and peered down. A 30-foot drop led to a pit lined with jagged spikes, their sharp tips gleaming in the moonlight. The beast lay sprawled at the bottom, its sides heaving as it tried to find a way back up. Reagan stepped beside him. "We could have fallen in that ourselves. That would have been unpleasant." The cat clawed at the walls, digging into the dirt, dragging itself slowly upward. It was climbing. Kale tensed. I don't think it's done yet." The beast's head broke over the edge of the pit, its glowing eyes full of fury. Before Kale could react, Reagan lifted his foot and kicked the cat in the face. The beast growled as it tumbled backward, twisting wildly in the air. This time, it didn't miss the spikes. With a sickening crack, the sand cat impaled itself on one of the wooden stakes, its body suspended mid-air, blood dripping onto the pit floor below. Reagan exhaled, hands on his hips. "Well, that's handled." Kale wiped sweat and blood from his forehead, exhaling sharply. "I swear to the gods, Reagan, next time we stop for the night, we're sleeping in a tower." Chapter 3. Freedom or Death. Once they finally took stock of the damage, the reality of their losses settled in. More than half of the meat had been ruined, and aside from Latus, every last slave had been slaughtered. The weight of it all pressed heavily on Reagan's shoulders. His family would be held accountable for any losses incurred during transport, and this was more than they could afford. Seated against one of the cart's wheels, Reagan cleaned his wounds, bandaging the deeper gashes while letting the smaller cuts scab over. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his face with both hands before letting them fall into his lap. "Kale, I don't know how we come back from this," he admitted, his voice rough with frustration. "Losing the slaves alone could ruin us, and that's not even counting the supplies." Kale rested a hand on Reagan's shoulder, his tone steady. "We'll figure it out. We always do." Before Reagan could respond, Latus emerged from behind the cart, his arms laden with thick desert cat furs. "Master Reagan," he said, setting the furs down, "it may not be as bad as it seems. Between these cats, we have over 1,000 pounds of meat, plus 4 quality pelts. The claws and teeth alone will cover the cost of at least one lost slave." Reagan lifted his head, the corners of his mouth twitching into a faint, weary smile. "Latus, you always manage to find the silver lining, don't you?" He shook his head and pushed himself to his feet. "But you're right. We can recoup some of the losses." His eyes flickered to Lattice's arm, where blood seeped from a deep cut. "That wound's to the bone. You need to rest before you lose any more blood. Kale and I will handle the rest." Lattice hesitated, then gave a respectful nod. "As you wish, Master Reagan." With his good arm, he spread the furs out on the ground before settling himself against the wheel where Reagan had sat moments before. His movements were slow, stiff with exhaustion, but his expression remained composed. Even after everything, he was still standing. Reagan watched him for a moment before turning back to Kale. Let's get to work. Reagan retrieved 2 skinning knives from the supply box on the cart and turned to Kale. Think you're up to skinning one of these cats? We need to cut the best meat and start drying it for the trip back to Yukon. As he spoke, he stepped closer, pulling Kale into the firelight for a better look. His brows furrowed. Your arms look like you wrestled a cactus and lost. On second thought, I'll handle the skinning. You sit down with Lattice before you bleed out. Kale caught Reagan's shoulder before he could turn away. It's not as bad as it looks. Just shallow cuts. You're hurt too, and we both know this won't be easy. We'll split the work. I'll take the one in the pit. You're too big to get down there without getting impaled. Reagan considered it for a moment before nodding. Fair enough. I'll handle the one over the hill. Just toss the meat onto the sand. We'll clean it later. With that, he turned toward his task. Kale gathered what he needed. Rope, a torch, a few tent stakes, and a blanket to lay the meat on. After securing one end of the rope, he rappelled carefully into the pit, maneuvering himself between the jagged spikes until he found a stable position. The butchering proved more difficult than expected. The sandcat hung awkwardly, impaled midair, making the process slow and tedious. Worse, his inexperience left the pelt in poor condition, though most of the valuable meat remained intact. As he worked, a soft chirping sound echoed through the pit, distant at first, but growing steadily louder. He ignored it, focusing on carving the best cuts, but as the minutes passed, the incessant noise grated on his nerves. By the time he finished, he was thoroughly irritated. Tossing the last of the meat and the ragged pelt over the pit's edge, he turned his attention to the sound. It had to be some stubborn sand cricket hiding in the walls. Following the noise, Kale found a small hole, no wider than his thumb, likely created by the claws of the sandcat when it had struggled. Ah, so that's where you're hiding, he muttered. Time to put an end to your misery. Taking his skinning knife in one hand and a stick in the other, he chipped away at the entrance, widening the opening. As he did, the chirping grew louder, too loud for an insect. It had an odd rhythmic quality, more like a bird. With one final chisel of his blade, the hole gave way, revealing a small air pocket, barely a foot high and 2 feet across. The torchlight barely reached inside, illuminating only the edges. For a moment, the chirping stopped. Then something rustled. A small clawed foot darted into the light, then just as quickly retreated. Kale hesitated, then carefully slid the stick along the edge of the hole, sweeping it in a slow arc to coax the creature out. A tiny, dark-feathered form tumbled into view. It was a baby mako hawk. Kale exhaled sharply. Mako hawks were common in the desert, known for nesting in burrowed pockets along cliffs and dunes, sealing their eggs inside for protection. This little one must have been near the entrance when the sandcat climbed up. Its right eye was completely destroyed, and a deep gash ran across its face and shoulder. No wonder you were chirping, little guy, Kale murmured. That must hurt. Carefully, he reached down and cupped the bird in his hands. The hawk immediately struck out, clamping its beak onto his thumb with surprising force. Kale smirked. Feisty for someone half dead. Fortunately, its beak wasn't strong enough to pierce his gloves. Tucking the injured bird close to his chest, he climbed out of the pit, secured the meat in the blanket, and hoisted it onto his back. As he made his way back to camp, he glanced down at the struggling hawk. Well, you're lucky, he muttered. If you weren't so loud, I'd have left you down there. The bird let out a weak, indignant chirp. Kale smirked. All right, let's see if we can keep you alive. He stepped into the firelight, his new companion nestled against him. As Kale approached the camp, the acrid scent of burning flesh hit him. A short distance away, the pyre smoldered, sending thick smoke curling into the night sky. Silhouetted by the fire, Latus methodically tossed remains into the flames. Occasionally, his good hand would rise to wipe at his face. Kale exhaled softly but didn't speak. There was nothing to say. Instead, he turned toward Reagan, who had just finished hanging the meat from his kill along the side of the cart. Kale gestured for Reagan to come over. Reagan raised a brow. What took you so long? Kale tossed the blanket of meat onto the sand and held up the tiny one-eyed hawk. Hey, take a look at this. Reagan stepped closer, eyeing the small bundle in Kale's hands. The bird, now more at ease, nestled into his palm. Reagan blinked. You went down for meat and came back with a bird? Kale shrugged. It was either rescue him or kill him. Reagan sighed, shaking his head. You have the strangest priorities, Kale. Kale just smirked. Yeah, well, his chirps were annoying me. Kale gently ran a finger over the bird's head, and it let out a soft chirp. Yeah, must have been a mako nest down there. Reagan's expression shifted to interest. That's lucky. Mako hawks sell for a decent price. Let's go back and grab the rest of them. There aren't any others, Kale said simply. Reagan frowned. What do you mean? Makos lay 12, sometimes 16 eggs at a time. I've never heard of a nest with just one. Well, this one was alone. Don't know what to tell you. Kale angled the bird so the firelight caught its face. And to top it off, he's injured. Reagan leaned in, his brows drawing together. A one-eyed bird? That's no good. The only reason people buy Makos is for hunting. It won't be worth much. He studied it a moment longer, then suddenly froze. His expression shifted from mild disinterest to something else entirely. Wait a second. He moved even closer, inspecting the bird with renewed intensity. That's not a Mako. Kale blinked. What? Crouching near the fire, Reagan motioned for Kale to do the same. He pointed to the bird's feet. Look, 5 talons, not 4. And the claws, bigger than a Mako's. Check out the chest, it's broader. The beak, too, it's wider, stronger. And the feathers, they look dark at first, but they've got a grayish tint. Reagan leaned back, exhaling through his nose. Yeah, I'm sure of it. This isn't a Mako, which explains why there was only one. Kale turned the bird over in his hands, examining it with fresh eyes. Now that Reagan had pointed it out, the differences were obvious. Well, Reagan said, standing up and dusting off his hands, not that it matters. Whatever it is, it won't last more than a day or two with one eye. Best thing to do is club it and move on. Kale scoffed. Oh, come on, Reagan. No need to be so heartless. A smirk played on his lips as he lifted the bird up next to Reagan's face. Besides, now you two have something in common. Reagan stared at him flatly. Ha! Now who's the funny man? Kale grinned. Guess it was my turn. Shaking his head, Reagan waved him off. Fine, keep it if you want, but if you do, you'd better figure out how to carry it because I still need both your hands to help pull this cart. Kale slung his satchel off his shoulder and adjusted the contents, making space. The small bird shifted slightly as he nestled it into the hollowed-out spot atop his canvas blanket. You're a small guy, Kale murmured, securing the bag. You'll ride just fine in here. With that, he tossed the rest of his gear onto the wagon and turned back to Reagan. All right, let's get moving. By morning, it was clear that Latus wouldn't be much help pulling the cart. In the daylight, the gashes in his arm looked even worse, jagged, deep, and inflamed. Yet, despite what had to be agonizing pain, he endured it with quiet discipline. He walked steadily beside the cart, silent, unwavering. By mid-afternoon, however, his strength began to falter. Reagan called for a break, and the three of them settled on the ground, using the cart for shade. They shared small strips of drying meat and passed around a flask of water, recovering their strength in weary silence. Kale found his thoughts drifting to the night before. He glanced at Latus, realization settling in. He had been thoughtless. Latus could have run. In the chaos, he could have slipped away and claimed his freedom. Instead, he had fought beside them. Even injured, he had carried more than his share of the burden, skinning the sandcats, tending to the fire, and volunteering to burn the bodies of his fallen comrades. He had done it all without a single word of complaint, without the slightest trace of resentment. For all that society considered him the lowest of men, Latus had acted with more honor than most. Kale extended his hand. I never thanked you, my friend. Latus hesitated, confusion flickering across his face. A master offering gratitude to a slave? It was unheard of. Master Kale, he said carefully, I was only doing my part. There is no need to thank me. I am a slave. It is my duty to protect my master and his belongings. Kale held his hand out a little farther. Even so, you saved my life when you could have left me to die. That's not duty, that's choice. I owe you my thanks, and you've earned a friend. Latus looked toward Reagan, searching for guidance. Reagan sat up, his expression hardening. Lines of tension formed between his brows. Kale, you know I can't allow a slave that kind of honor. Even my father would disapprove. At those words, Latus lowered his head slightly, his expression unreadable. But Kale saw it, the smallest flicker of disappointment. No matter how brief, no matter how small, Any moment that let a man feel free again was a coveted thing. Then Regan sighed, his voice softening. "Well, Latus, shake the man's hand." Latus's head snapped up, his eyes locked onto Regan's, searching for any trace of mockery. "Please, master, do not tease me," he murmured. Regan didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his family's ring, and slid it onto his finger. Then, rising to his feet, he placed a firm hand on Latus's head. He took a breath, recalling the words he had heard his father speak so many times before. "As Kale is my witness, I, Regan, son of Gen, leader of the Blackwater family, forgive Latus Diem of any and all debts, and with it grant him deed to his life, to live as he sees honorable. Rise and depart in peace." Regan removed the ring and sat back down. "The depart in peace part is just ceremonial," he added. "I'd appreciate your help getting to Yukon, but that's up to you now." He gestured to Kale. "Now shake the man's hand, my friend." For all the strength Latus had shown, for all the quiet endurance he had demonstrated, nothing could mask the emotion that overtook him. His fingers trembled as he reached for Kale's hand, gripping it tightly before his composure shattered. Tears streamed down his face, raw, unguarded. Not the tears of pain or sorrow, but of something deeper. Something only a free man could feel. Kale swallowed the lump in his throat and squeezed Latus's hand in return. A few moments passed before Latus wiped his eyes and turned to Regan. Slowly, he extended his good hand. Regan clasped it without hesitation. "Regan," Latus said, his voice steady despite the emotion lingering in his eyes, "I give you my word. I will stand by your side until the day you die, not as your slave, but as your friend. You will not regret this kindness." Regan held his gaze. Then with a nod, he clasped Latus' hand tighter. "I know I won't." The final stretch of their journey began at sunrise, and despite the pain still evident in Latus's every step, his spirit carried him forward with a quiet, determined energy. Every so often, Kale would slice a strip of drying meat from the cart and drop it into his satchel, where his new companion, Mako, eagerly devoured each piece with a ferocity that seemed impossible for a bird so small. The journey back to Yukon was long and draining, but by sundown, they finally reached the northern gate and made their way to the trade office. As always, Devlin was waiting, ledger in hand and a practiced smile on his face. But as they came into the lamplight, clothes tattered and soaked with blood, their steps uneven with exhaustion, his smile faded into an expression of concern. "I see you made it back," Devlin said, closing his book. "But by the looks of it, you've been through something awful. What happened?" Kale dropped his hold on the cart, rolling his shoulders to ease the stiffness. "We ran into the sandcats you warned me about. If it weren't for Latus and Regan, I wouldn't be standing here." Devlin let out a low whistle. "Well, Regan, I'd say it's good to see you again, but I wish it were under better circumstances." His gaze swept over their injuries before he shook his head. "Let's get you three to Kale's house. I'll send for Mr. Kecklin. He's got a steady hand with a needle and thread. Oh, and before I forget," his voice dropped slightly. "Fire Kingdom troops rolled into the trading post this morning. They're drafting 4 young men from every village by order of their king." He gave Regan and Kale a pointed look. "Hopefully they'll see how banged up you are and pass you over, but let's not test that luck. Take the alley." By the time they reached Kale's home, the village was blanketed in darkness. His father was already fast asleep, but his mother answered the door, taking in their battered forms with a sharp intake of breath. Without a word, she ushered them inside and began the painful process of removing their blood-soaked wrappings, reopening wounds in the process. Kale and Regan's injuries were deep but manageable. Latus, however, was in far worse condition. His arm was swollen, his skin fevered, and the gashes left by the sandcat's claws had severed the major muscles completely. Infection had already set in. An hour later, the door swung open, and Mr. Kecklin strode in, flanked by 2 assistants carrying medical supplies. Kecklin was a small man, barely 5 feet tall on a good day. He wasn't ancient, but the deep-set wrinkles and ever-present sneer made it clear his best years were long behind him. A merchant by trade, Kecklin had made his fortune importing goods and selling them at a steep markup. No one blamed him. Every town in the Deadlands had someone willing to squeeze a little extra coin from its people. It was just business. But everyone knew, no matter how friendly he seemed, Kecklin never did anything without something in it for himself. "Oh, boys, I'm sorry this happened to you," he said, dumping his supplies onto the table with little care. "Especially while you were transporting goods for me. I assume most of the shipment made it? Or is it all ruined?" Reagan, seated in the corner, shot him a glare. "Most of it's fine. We lost a good amount of meat, but we replenished it and then some on the way back. We also have a couple of sandcat pelts if you're looking to buy." Kecklin paused, fingers twitching in the air as he mentally calculated his potential profits. Kale's mother, unimpressed, picked up the sewing kit and lightly tossed it at Kecklin's chest. "Maybe we talk business after the boys stop bleeding?" she snapped. "I've tended to Kale and Reagan, but Latus isn't looking good. His fever's rising and his arm's going black." Kecklin clucked his tongue and wandered over to where Latus lay, eyes scanning his injuries. Then, noticing the state of his clothes, his lips curled into a knowing smirk. "Well, slave, which one of these two is your master?" he asked. "I'll need to discuss payment before we begin." A flicker of anger passed through Latus's fevered eyes. His voice was hoarse, but steady. "I am my own master. I have been granted my freedom." Kecklin's brow lifted in mock surprise, but his tone remained coldly practical. "Well then, young man, your arm needs to come off. That will take hours of my time and many of my supplies." He folded his hands behind his back, tilting his head. "How do you intend to pay for my services?" The weight of reality settled over Latus like a stone. Even free, he was still viewed as little more than property. Just another commodity to be bought, sold, or bargained for. "I have no coin," Latus admitted, voice barely above a whisper, "but I will pay you." Kecklin's grin sharpened. "Well, I suppose if you work for me for a year, no wait." He tapped his chin, pretending to reconsider. "With only one arm, you'd only be half as useful. Let's call it 2 years and we'll be even." Latus stiffened. The idea of returning to servitude, of being bound again, was unbearable. "It is better to die a free man than to live a slave," he murmured. Then, turning his head toward the wall, he whispered, "Leave the arm. Let me be." The moment shattered like glass. Reagan pushed himself to his feet, his movements slower than usual due to his injured leg, but his purpose deadly. Kecklin barely had time to react before a massive hand closed around his throat, lifting him clear off the ground. Reagan's face darkened with fury. "How dare you put a man's life beneath your greed? How dare you decide his worth?" His grip tightened. "I ought to squeeze the life out of you right now, you little worm," Kecklin thrashed, his face turning a violent shade of red, but Reagan's strength was unrelenting. Kale leapt forward, grabbing Reagan's arm with both hands. "Reagan, stop! Killing him won't help Latus. It'll only get you thrown into prison." His voice was urgent. "There's another way. Let him go." Reagan's jaw tightened, but after a moment, he slowly lowered Kecklin to the ground. "Murder?" he sneered. "It wouldn't be murder. It'd be pest control." Then, without warning, he flicked his wrist, sending Kecklin sprawling into the wall like a discarded rag doll. Kecklin wheezed, clutching his throat. His eyes burned with resentment, but he was smart enough not to retaliate. Instead, he adjusted his coat with forced composure. "Hate me if you will," he rasped, "but I do nothing for free. I'm a businessman, plain and simple." Reagan stepped between him and the door. "What do you want?" Kecklin hesitated, then leaned in. "2. Reagan's eyes narrowed. "2 what?" Kecklin smiled. "2 sandcat pelts." He let the moment sink in before adding, "and the teeth." Reagan's hands curled into fists, but after a long, measured breath, he nodded. "Fine, you'll have them in the morning, but if he dies, you get nothing." Kecklin's grin returned. "Oh, Mr. Reagan, I'm quite confident in my abilities." He turned to his assistants, gesturing toward the table. "Prepare the surgery stand." For all the hatred in the room, no one could deny Kecklin's skill. He worked with careful precision, using herbs to dull the pain and steady hands to complete the grisly task. By dawn, Latus was resting in Kale's room, still fevered, but alive, and free. Chapter 4. A Merchant's Fury. Early the next morning, Reagan and Kale steered their cartload of goods toward Kecklin's trading post. As they arrived, Kecklin greeted them at the door. "Well, boys, let's see those pelts and teeth." Reagan reached into the wooden box hanging off the side of the cart, pulled out a small bag and tossed it to Kecklin. Catching it deftly, Kecklin opened the bag and grinned. "Ah, these will do nicely. I have a few local tribesmen who will pay handsomely for these trophies." One of his attendants walked past carrying a large box of candles. Kecklin casually plopped the bag on top of it. "Put that on my desk, and if you so much as break one candle in that box, I'll have you whipped." Turning back to Reagan, he rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Now, where are my hides?" Reagan reached into the back of the cart, grabbed 2 pelts and tossed them onto the ground, spreading them out. Kale clenched his jaw, barely holding back his laughter. These were the very pelts that he and Reagan had skinned. Until now, he hadn't seen the results in full daylight, and the sight was even worse than he had imagined. The fur was uneven, the cuts jagged, and the hides were riddled with holes. To his surprise, Reagan's handiwork was just as atrocious. What lay before Kecklin looked more like a tangled net of leather scraps than proper pelts. Kecklin threw up his arms in frustration. "What is this? I asked for 2 hides, not a pile of butchered rags." Reagan didn't bother hiding his amusement. With a smirk, he said, "Well, Kecklin, next time you strike a deal, you might want to check the quality of your goods first. In fact, you were so busy using my friend as leverage for your profit that you never even asked about the condition of the hides. But hey, they're sandcat pelts, just like we agreed." He chuckled. "Enjoy." Kecklin's face darkened as he peered into the cart and spotted 2 flawless hides, the ones Latus had skinned. Even the fur from the heads remained intact, a testament to true craftsmanship. Kecklin started to reach for them, but Kale, quick to notice, stepped in his way. "Ah, Mr. Kecklin," Kale said, tilting his head. "You know the punishment for stealing. I wouldn't recommend touching those." Kecklin's face twisted in anger. "I will not be cheated. Those pelts belong to me. Anyone would agree that I deserve the 2 best hides from Reagan's stock. I'll take this matter to the elders. They'll side with me." Kale folded his arms, unimpressed. "I doubt it. You see, Reagan didn't skin those hides. Latus did, which means they belong to him. And I distinctly recall Latus telling you he wasn't going to pay for your services. So go ahead, take your case to the elders. There's a room full of witnesses who will confirm exactly what I'm saying." Kecklin's face flushed a deep red. His fists clenched, and his teeth ground together in barely contained fury. "Just get out of here! You've delivered my goods, now leave!" Kale glanced at the cart and saw it was still half full. Kecklin's attendants had stopped unloading, too engrossed in the confrontation to continue their work. Reagan strolled to the front of the wagon and called out, "Just to clarify, we've fulfilled our obligation, correct, Mr. Kecklin?" Kecklin's temper flared. "Yes, now get away from my shop before I have a guard throw you out." A broad grin stretched across Reagan's face, his teeth gleaming in the morning sun. He placed his hands firmly on the cart's wooden poles. "In that case," he said, "it looks like your goods are loitering on my cart. Let me help you unload them." With a flex of his powerful muscles, he heaved the cart forward, tipping it onto its side. The remaining supplies tumbled onto the ground in a chaotic heap. Meat scattered across the sand, instantly coated in dust. Boxes flipped open, their contents spilling out in every direction. Reagan dusted off his hands and gave a mock bow. "Good day, Mr. Kecklin. A pleasure doing business with you." With that, he and Kale pulled the cart away, a sense of justice settling over them. Behind them, Kecklin's enraged shouts echoed through the streets. "I'll get you both for this, you hear me? I'll have my revenge." Reagan and Kale just laughed, their spirits high as they walked away. As they pulled the cart, Kale turned to Reagan with a grin. "So what do you say, before we head home, we take Mako out for a little fun? See if he can fly and maybe teach him how to hunt insects or something. You'll need a few days to rest, and Latus won't be doing much for at least a week, so we might as well enjoy ourselves." Reagan, limping slightly, chuckled. "Sounds like a plan." There's a grassy patch by the old mill, plenty of crickets there. Leaving the cart at the southern gate of town, the two continued on foot for the half-mile walk to the mill. The grass there grew taller than in most places around Yukon, making it an ideal spot for foraging. Kale reached into his bag and gently pulled out Mako. "Hey, little guy, sorry for the delay. It's been an exciting night." The bird immediately began pecking at Kale's glove, searching for food. "Oh, you're hungry? I guess it's been a while. Reagan, see if you can catch a cricket. Mako needs to learn to hunt for himself." Reagan returned shortly with a handful of crickets. Plucking the wings off one, they placed it in a clear patch of grass and set Mako down beside it. The first lesson didn't take long. Within seconds, Mako lunged forward and swallowed the cricket in one bite. Reagan whistled. Well, I guess nature's the best teacher. If you're hungry, eat whatever's smaller than you. Let's see if he'll chase one. This time I'll leave the wings on. He tossed a cricket a few feet away. It landed on its back, quickly flipped over and sprang into the air in an attempt to escape. Mako instinctively ran after it, but after a few strides he realized he wasn't fast enough on foot. Beating his wings, he launched into a short, awkward flight, landing every 10 feet. After a few more attempts, he began gauging distance and timing his flight just right, snatching the crickets mid-air. Kale watched with approval. Well, at least he can get his own food. That's a good start. I know he's not a Mako bird, but he'll probably get just as big. Maybe one day, I can even train him to be a hunting bird. Reagan tossed Mako the remaining crickets. Maybe he is worth keeping around. Vicious eater, though. But I don't think he'll be flying long distances anytime soon. Did you notice? He can only stay in the air for a minute before he has to land. Probably that shoulder's still giving him trouble. I just hope that's not permanent. Mako landed on Kale's outstretched hand and immediately searched for more insects. Finding none, he perched, scanning the grass. Kale stroked his head. I've always wanted a hunting bird, but they're too expensive to buy. He'll make a good pet, I'm sure of it. Without warning, Mako launched from Kale's wrist, soaring upward. He circled them once before gliding to the top of the mill, perching on one of the large wind panels. Mako, get down here, Kale called. The bird merely cocked his head, watching them from above. Minutes passed, and still, he didn't move. Kale sighed. I'm not climbing up there after you, and if you don't come down now, we'll leave you for the wild animals. Your choice. Mako tilted his head again, unmoving. Just as Kale took a step forward, the bird let out a sharp shriek and dove from the top of the mill. He missed Kale by inches, causing him to stumble backward into the grass. You crazy bird, what's wrong with you? Kale huffed, sitting up. Mako circled back, this time swooping low over Kale's head before diving into the tall grass. A moment later, he shot back into the air, carrying something in his talons. Climbing to a height of nearly 80 feet, he released it. The object tumbled to the ground, landing just a few feet from Reagan. Kale scrambled to his feet and walked over. Mako, having completed his task, fluttered down and perched on Reagan's shoulder. Reagan let out a low whistle. Well, would you look at that? Writhing in the sand, a 3-foot-long sand viper lay in its death throes. Its tan skin, marked with faded red diamonds, shimmered in the light. Kale turned to Mako in awe. I guess you are a hunting bird after all. Reagan ran a careful hand over Mako's head, his expression serious. Not just that, Kale. He saved you from a nasty bite. A few more steps, and you would have walked right on top of that thing. Kale swallowed hard, realization sinking in. You're right. This bird was protecting me. He gently lifted Mako from Reagan's shoulder, perching him on his wrist. Well, I guess that settles it, Kale said with a grin. You're staying with me. Kale and Reagan made their way back into town. As they neared the house, Deadlands stepped out of the doorway, his expression grim. Oh, thank goodness I found you two, he said, his voice laced with urgency. The fire troopers have ordered a town census to decide which 4 young men will be drafted. I had no choice, Kale. They've chosen you. I think Kecklin had something to do with tipping the scales your way. Kale felt his stomach drop. Devlin sighed. They'll be sending guards to collect the recruits tonight, and by first light the main caravan will take you away. He hesitated before adding, I already told your father. You should go inside. He's not taking it well. Reagan exhaled sharply. That's bad, Kale. The Fire Kingdom is the worst to be drafted into. He clapped a hand on Kale's shoulder. I'll give you a minute to talk to your parents. I'll go get the cart. Inside, the house was heavy with silence. Zeke sat by the window, sword strapped to his side, staring blankly into the street. Kale's mother sat at the table, her face buried in her hands. Her shoulders trembled, though she made no sound. Her grief was evident. Kale swallowed hard and stepped forward. Mother, are you all right? She lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes red and swollen. Oh, Kale, they've chosen you. Her voice broke. They're going to take you away. I know, Kale murmured. I just heard. He turned toward his father. What should I do? Zeke remained motionless, his gaze still fixed outside. He didn't even acknowledge the question. "Mother? Is he okay?" "I don't know, sweetie." She wiped at her eyes. "He's been like this all day, even before we got the news about you. The moment Devlin mentioned the fire troopers were in town, he sat there. No food, no drink, just staring, occasionally stroking the hilt of his sword and mumbling to himself." Then suddenly, Zeke jerked upright as if pulled from a trance. "They're here." A sharp knock rattled the door. Kale took a step toward it, but his father moved faster, shoving him aside. Zeke flung the door open and stepped outside, forcing the soldiers back into the street. His posture was rigid, his presence commanding in a way Kale had rarely seen. "I know why you're here," Zeke growled, his voice like steel. "And you're gonna have to take another boy. You're not taking my son." In the dim light of the street, 4 lower-ranking soldiers stood in formation. Among them, a young lieutenant stood slightly ahead of the rest, his armor distinct from the others. A dozen daggers lined his belt, and across his back, 2 short swords gleamed, a telltale sign of red metal. Kale's breath caught. Only fire Gehage of the royal line were permitted to carry weapons forged from red metal. Though all Gehage were of royal blood, within the Fire Kingdom, a single family was chosen as heirs to the throne. Firstborns of each generation and their direct cousins held the highest ranks, with positions of power granted by birthright. The further removed from the line of succession, the further from the capital city they were sent. And this lieutenant, he had been sent beyond the Fire Kingdom's borders, leading a recruitment mission in distant lands. That meant he was of royal blood, but far enough from the throne to be considered expendable. Still, he was not someone to take lightly. Kale's heart pounded as his father faced the officer, defiant and unyielding. The standoff had begun. The young lieutenant took a step forward, his expression indifferent. "Peasant, your wishes mean nothing. Your son has been chosen to serve in the Fire Kingdom's army. His choices are simple: join willingly or be taken as a prisoner to serve his duty as a slave, building our fortresses." Zeke stepped forward, shrugging off his long coat, revealing his sword and the wooden leg that had carried him through countless battles. His voice was low and steady, edged with the weight of years. "Do not speak to me of duty, pup. My family has both bled and spilled blood for the Fire Kingdom. You will choose another boy. You will not take mine." His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, the message clear. He would fight before surrendering his son. At the first sign of resistance, 3 soldiers drew their swords, while a 4th raised his crossbow, ready to strike. The armed men lunged forward, but Zeke moved like a ghost, pivoting on his wooden leg with a grace that belied his age. His blade never sought flesh, only deflecting their attacks and turning their momentum against them. One soldier went sprawling, another reeled from a well-placed kick, and the last staggered back from a strike to the chest with the hilt of Zeke's sword. Each movement was precise, practiced, effortless. Kale stood frozen in awe. The father he had once dismissed as a drunken storyteller was now something else entirely, something legendary. The young lieutenant watched with an amused smirk and raised a hand, signaling his men to steady their weapons. "I see you've had your share of battles, old man." His voice was almost admiring, but it carried a dangerous edge. "But I wonder, has your wife?" At his cue, the archer shifted his aim, turning his bow toward Kale's mother. Zeke froze. 2 guards stepped up, grabbing Kale by the arms, holding him in place. His heartbeat pounded in his ears as fear clawed at his throat. "No!" Kale shouted. "I'll go with you willingly. Just leave them alone, please." The lieutenant's smirk deepened. He unsheathed a dagger from his belt and stepped toward Kale, pressing the tip beneath his chin. "Now listen closely, rodent," he said. "I am Fike, second cousin to the king, and I will not be defied." Then, with a slight tilt of his head, he gave the archer a silent order. But in the same instant, he moved, spinning with the fluidity of a predator, his dagger flying toward Zeke's chest. Time slowed in Kale's vision. Zeke had expected the attack. Even as the dagger left Fike's hand, a ball of fire ignited in Zeke's palm, glowing with searing intensity. He hurled it forward just as the blade met the flame. The dagger cut through the fireball, absorbing its heat, before plunging into Zeke's chest. But Zeke's strike landed true. Fike took the full force of the fireball to the face, the blast sending him sprawling across the ground, screaming in agony. Then came the twang of the crossbow. Kale barely registered the blur of the arrow as it whizzed past his vision. A sickening thump followed. He turned just in time to see his mother collapse. His father fell to his knees, his strength failing him, before finally pitching forward into the sand. The world shattered. Kale's pulse thundered in his skull, the weight of his grief crushing the air from his lungs. The wind howled around him, a cold, merciless force that wrapped him in sorrow. His vision swam, darkening at the edges as if he had stepped into a nightmare. Somewhere in the distance, a cry of anguish rang through the void of his mind. Then came another, a scream of horror. The faces of the guards flashed before him, twisted in terror, as unseen forces ripped them apart in the theater of his mind. The shrieks of the dying mixed with the wails of the grieving, an unrelenting symphony of pain. With each beat of his heart, the rage surged, blotting out all reason. His vision was consumed by tainted colors, a storm of fury and despair entwined. Then, like a beacon piercing through the madness, a voice, "Kale!" The rage faltered, flickering. "Kale, settle down! It's me, Kale!" Reagan's voice. "Kale, Kale!" And then, darkness. Chapter 5, Fugitives. The colors slowly sharpened into focus. Hovering above him, Reagan stood, gripping a club, his expression tight with concern. The clear blue sky stretched behind him, an almost cruel contrast to the chaos around them. "Kale, are you okay? Can you hear me?" For a fleeting moment, Kale clung to the desperate hope that the horrors of the morning had been nothing more than a nightmare. But as he sat up and surveyed his surroundings, that hope crumbled, leaving a hollow ache in his chest. His parents still lay motionless on the ground. Around them, the bodies of the 4 guards sprawled lifeless, their wounds far more brutal than necessary. His arms felt heavy. Glancing down, he found himself gripping the bloodied blades of the guards who had once restrained him. A surge of nausea hit him as he hurled the weapons aside, then lifted a trembling hand toward Reagan. Reagan grasped it, pulling him to his feet. "Kale, I'm so sorry about your parents. I heard the screams from down the street and ran as fast as I could. His voice faltered. "I wasn't fast enough." Tears blurred Kale's vision as he staggered to his mother's side. He dropped to his knees, grief crushing him, stealing his breath. For several minutes, he remained there, lost in mourning, before carefully pulling the arrow from her chest. He reached for his father's long jacket, draped nearby, and gently covered her face. Then, turning to his father, he rolled him over, his fingers hesitating on the dagger embedded in his chest. The blade had been searing hot, his father's flame burning through his final moments, melting into flesh and blood before cooling into a twisted, jagged form. The steel gleamed with a deep, unnatural red. Kale cast it aside and straightened his father's body. His voice trembled as he whispered, "I hated you until the day you died. I'm sorry I never saw you for who you really were. I'll never know the man you were before this place. But you died a hero. Rest in peace, Father." He strapped Zeke's blade around his waist and wiped his tears with his sleeve. Reagan stood near his cart, and a few steps behind him, Devlin lingered, small, pale, and rigid with fear. In all the chaos, Kale had overlooked the scrawny official. Kale took a cautious step toward him. "Devlin, are you okay?" Devlin flinched, stumbling backward over the wooden block bracing the cartwheel. His breath came in shallow gasps. "Devlin, it's me," Kale said, stepping closer. But Devlin scrambled away, terror in his wide eyes. "Stay away from me," he stammered. "Don't come any closer, Kale, I mean it." Reagan placed a firm hand against Kale's chest. "He's afraid, Kale, we're afraid. What in the world happened to you? I've never seen anyone move like that. And the wind, it wrapped around you like armor. I've seen Gehage do some incredible things, but nothing like that." Kale hesitated, his mind a fog of fractured images. I don't know what happened. I only remember pieces. I saw my parents fall, and then," he swallowed hard, "everything went black." Reagan lowered his hand, his expression grim. "Whatever it was beyond anything I've ever seen. I tried to hold you back, Kale, with everything I had, but you threw me aside, twice. The only way I could stop you was with this club." He exhaled heavily. "I never want to see that again." Kale turned back to Devlin, his voice softer now. "Devlin, we've been friends a long time. I would never hurt you. I don't know what came over me, but I need your help. The other troops will return soon. What are we going to tell them? Devlin took a steadying breath before standing. I don't know what you became back there, but I can't have that happen in my town again. If the fire troopers find out, they'll tear this place apart unless I give them someone. His voice wavered, but then, after a moment of quiet resolve, he continued. I'll tell them your father killed these men before he went down, but that won't stop them from coming after you. He hesitated, then exhaled sharply. You need to run, Kale. You and Reagan. Too many people saw you two together today, Kecklin included. He'll make sure you're both blamed for this. Kale swallowed the lump in his throat and reached out his hand. Thank you, Devlin. Please make sure my parents are buried properly. Devlin took another step back, his face hardening. I'll see to it that your mother is buried with honor. Your father. His voice trailed off before he gave a small shake of his head. I can't make any promises. His gaze locked onto Kale's. But listen to me. Don't come back here. Ever. We can't risk it. As much as it pains me to say, you're not welcome here anymore. Even through the weight of his grief, Devlin's words cut deep. This had been his home, his entire life. And now it was gone. Kale took one last look at the bodies sprawled around him. Devlin was right. His exile was inevitable. I understand, Kale murmured. He turned to Reagan. Let's gather our things. We head for the Theron Gate. Reagan stepped inside and carried Latus out, carefully laying him on a pile of blankets in the back of the cart. Latus won't be safe here either, Kale. We'll have to take him with us. He turned to Devlin. Tell them we headed toward the Areki forest. That should buy us a few days to reach the gate. Devlin folded his hands beneath his sleeves. I'll do as you ask, but that's all I can do. Be on your way. I hope you make it safely. After loading the cart with whatever supplies they could find in the house and securing Mako in a carrying case strapped to the side, Kale took one last moment to pay his respects to his parents. Then, without another word, they departed. The Theron Gate, one of the few entrances into the Stone Kingdom, lay northwest of Yukon. While the Badlands were considered neutral territory, the Stone Kingdom claimed everything within arrow shot of their walls. No soldier from another kingdom could approach without first sending an emissary to state their business. Any unauthorized individual, anyone other than common peasants, would be shot without warning. The journey was slow. The cart rattled and jolted with every dip in the uneven road, eliciting pained groans from Latus. Yet, despite the strain of travel, his fever had begun to subside. It seemed he would pull through. Reagan and Kale only stopped to rest during the darkest hours of the night, determined to reach the gate before their pursuers caught up. One evening, as they sat around a small fire, Reagan leaned back against the cart, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames. Kale, it looks like we're both going to have to start new lives when we reach Theron. What do you think we should do? I figure they'll need runners there. I could start my own delivery service. Kale exhaled, rubbing his hands over his face. I don't know, Reagan. Everything is so confusing right now. I feel lost. I know I have you and Lattice, but it's different. I feel different since my parents died. He hesitated, his voice lowering. It's like they're still with me. I can feel them, sense them, but when I turn to look, there's nothing there, and I can still smell home in my jacket. I don't want to take it off, because if I do, that smell might fade. His voice cracked as he picked up a stick, stirring the embers to distract himself. Reagan, sensing his friend's pain, shifted closer. I know what it's like to lose someone, Kale. When my mother died, I felt the same way. The grief doesn't go away, but it gets easier. Their memories will always be with you, but the pain won't stay sharp forever. It fades, only surfacing when something reminds you of them. And then, it fades again. Kale sighed. I hope you're right. I feel guilty, Reagan. If I'd been brave enough to join another army, this never would have happened. Reagan shook his head. Kale, you know your father never would have allowed that. He would have stopped any army from taking you, just like he stopped the fire troopers. Yeah, Kale murmured. I suppose he would have. He paused, then added, I never believed his stories, but you should have seen him, Reagan. The way he moved, it was like nothing I'd ever seen before. It was similar to the Fire Kingdom's combat style, but different, so smooth, so precise. Reagan tossed another stick into the fire. That comes from years of battle. My uncle is the same way. Fighting is second nature to him now, but reaching that level takes years of training and discipline. He dusted off his pants and stood. You know, Kale, the Stone Kingdom is actively fighting the fire troopers on their eastern border. We could enlist. Help stop what happened to your parents from happening to someone else. Kale got to his feet and walked to the cart, reaching into the bag where Mako rested. He pulled the bird out, letting him perch on his arm as he fed him a few slivers of meat. What do you think, boy? Want to fight some fire troopers? As if understanding, Mako stretched his wings and let out a wild squawk. His good eye gleamed with a sharp intelligence, locking onto Kale's with unwavering focus. From the back of the cart, Lotta stirred, groaning as he pushed himself up, gripping the bandaged stump at his side. That's a fine bird you've got there, Kale, he rasped before looking around. So, where are we? Reagan turned sharply. Lattice, you're awake. That's a good sign. You might just make it. He and Kale quickly filled him in on everything that had happened. Lattice bowed his head. Kale, I'm so sorry. Then with a furrowed brow, he looked to Reagan. My friend, why did you take me with you? That lie about a recce will only buy you a day or two, 3 at most. You should have left me. Reagan placed a firm hand on Lattice's chest and gently eased him back down. And let Kecklin hang you like a runaway slave? Because that's exactly what he would have done. Don't try to deny it. Turning to Kale, Reagan leaned on the cart. Lattice is right about one thing, though. This cart isn't hard to track. By now they've realized we tricked them, and they're heading this way. We're only a day from the gate. We need to move, fast. Kale carefully placed Mako on the forward post of the cart. If things go bad, it's best if you're free, my little warrior. Your sight is sharper than ours. If you need to escape, you'll need to take flight. Mako ruffled his feathers, then went still, watching the road ahead as though he too understood the danger that awaited them. Reagan and Kale packed up camp, securing their supplies before setting off, pulling the cart through the flat, sandy terrain. The night sky slowly surrendered to the coming dawn, streaks of red and pink bleeding into the horizon. Shades of green emerged from the dimness, and within moments, the sky stretched out in its full blue brilliance. By mid-morning, they had reached the halfway point of the plateau. Only a mile separated them from the towering walls of the Theron Gate. Its massive entrance stood as a promise of safety, a sanctuary within reach. Stopping briefly to catch their breath, they drained the last of their water. Reagan took a long swig and wiped his mouth. Almost there, almost safe. The fire troopers won't follow us past that gate. Mako shifted restlessly, his feathers ruffling. Then, without warning, he let out a piercing shriek and took flight. Kale turned sharply, his pulse quickening. At the far edge of the plateau, 7 figures emerged, moving fast. His stomach dropped. It's them, and they're on horseback. Reagan's water container slipped from his grasp. We'll never outrun them with this cart. Lattice struggled to sit up, attempting to pull himself off the cart, but Kale quickly held him back. No, Lattice, I won't let you. Not while there's still a chance. Listen to me. If they can grab one of us without risking the archer's fire, they'll take the opportunity. I can't pull the cart alone, but Reagan, you can. Reagan reached into the cart and retrieved a spear, his jaw set. No, we stand and fight together. Kale shook his head. Reagan, this is our only shot, and you know it. I'm a fast runner. I'll lead them west, away from the cart. Once you're clear, I'll make my escape and catch up. He unbuckled his father's sword from his belt and handed it to Lattice. Hold on to this until I get back. The weight will only slow me down. Lattice gripped the blade tightly against his chest. Even for a moment, to be entrusted with your father's sword is an honor. Be careful, my friend. Kale turned to Reagan and placed the second harness strap in his palm. No matter what happens, don't look back. It's me they want. Reagan hesitated before gripping the strap firmly. I haven't seen an animal yet that could outrun you, Kale. Run fast. Take no chances. They clasped hands briefly, exchanging a glance filled with unspoken worry. Then Kale turned and sprinted west at a steady pace. As he moved, he looked over his shoulder. Go, Reagan! Get Lattice to the gate! Reagan didn't hesitate. He heaved forward, dragging the cart across the rocky path, a cloud of dust rising behind him. The fire troopers spurred their horses into a full gallop, closing in fast. But as they saw Kale break away, they altered course, their attention locking onto him, the lone figure seemingly surrendering. Kale risked another glance back. Reagan was making progress. Even at full speed, the riders wouldn't be able to catch up before he reached the gate. Now was the moment. He shifted his weight, inhaled deeply, and then bolted. The sudden burst of speed sent a ripple of alarm through the riders. They kicked their horses harder, sending them into a frenzied gallop. The chase had begun. Kale's legs burned, but he pushed harder. He was fast, faster than any man should be. The wind whipped past his ears as he kept pace with the charging horses. Then his body began to falter. His lungs ached, his muscles tightened. The pounding hooves behind him grew closer. A sharp whistle cut through the air. A crossbow bolt zipped past his head, nicking his cheek and leaving a searing cut. Kale kept running. 200 yards from the gate, a warning arrow arced down from above, striking the sand 100 yards ahead. The Stone Kingdom archers were watching. A few more strides and he would be within their range. The horses behind him slowed, hesitating at the range of the deadly marksman. Kale exhaled, his heart hammering. He was going to make it. Then, searing pain shot through his thigh. The impact sent him tumbling forward. He hit the ground hard, rolling through the dirt. Gritting his teeth, he tried to push himself up, but a sharp tug yanked him back. A rope. His stomach twisted as he looked down. A crossbow bolt had pierced his leg, a thick rope trailing from the shaft. He followed the line with wide eyes, straight to the saddle of a hooded soldier. The trooper turned his horse sharply, dragging Kale away from the gate, away from safety. From the wall, Reagan's desperate screams echoed. "No, Kale! Let me go!" He thrashed against the guards restraining him, his face contorted in rage and anguish. A Stone Kingdom guard stepped in front of him, his expression grim. "If you step outside that gate, they'll hang you too. We can't interfere in the Deadlands." His voice softened slightly. "I saw what he did for you. You must be a fortunate man to have a friend like that." Reagan's struggles ceased, but his fists clenched. His chest heaved as he watched Kale, his best friend, being pulled away into the cruel hands of the fire troopers. Kale's body dragged mercilessly across the rugged terrain, each jolt sending fresh waves of pain through his ribs. Clumps of sandgrass and jagged rocks battered him, his skin scraping raw against the relentless ground. His throat burned, his lips cracked from thirst, and his lungs felt clogged with more sand than air. Yet none of it compared to the agony radiating from his thigh, where the arrow had torn through muscle and flesh. The wound had widened from the rough journey, but the sand had at least clotted the bleeding. As soon as the horses came to a stop, Kale wasted no time. Gritting his teeth, he reached down, snapped the arrowhead off, and yanked the shaft from his leg. A fresh surge of pain lanced through him, but he forced himself to swallow the groan threatening to escape. Footsteps approached, slow, deliberate. The gait was familiar, stirring something deep in Kale's memory. He struggled to place it, until the figure stopped beside him, pressing a boot onto his wounded thigh. White-hot pain exploded through his leg. Kale clenched his jaw, refusing to cry out. Then the figure spoke, his voice a gurgling rasp, more grotesque than menacing. "As I said before, no one defies me." The hooded soldier pulled back his cloak, revealing the ruined remains of what had once been Fike's face. Kale barely suppressed a gasp. Fike's nose and ears had been seared away. His lower lip and much of his right cheek were missing, exposing the jagged line of his teeth through the raw, gaping wound. One eye was swollen shut, its lid melted into his scarred flesh. Every trace of hair had been burned from his head, leaving behind a scorched, mottled scalp. The stench alone made Kale's stomach churn, but he swallowed back the bile rising in his throat. Every instinct screamed at him to lunge, to tear Fike apart with his bare hands, but the presence of the other soldiers made such an act suicidal. He forced himself to remain still, though his fingers twitched with the unbearable restraint. Behind Fike, another figure stepped forward, a messenger, dressed in the sandrunner garb that Kale recognized from his time delivering messages across the eastern towns. "Sir," the man said, bowing slightly, "a message from the general. You are ordered back to the capital immediately. He requires your men for an assault." Fike barely seemed to hear him. His fury burned hotter than the sun-baked sand beneath them. Slowly, he unsheathed the dagger hanging from his belt, the very blade that had killed Zeke. Kale's breath hitched as Fike turned the weapon in his hand, its jagged edge catching the light. "I should cut your heart out with this," Fike murmured, his voice almost reverent. "How fitting would it be for you to die by the same blade that killed your father?" He paused, letting the words sink in. Then a cruel smile twisted what remained of his lips. "But no, I have a better fate in mind." He crouched slightly, lowering the blade to Kale's chest as if preparing to carve. But at the last moment, he withdrew it. "The son of a traitor deserves worse than death," he sneered. "You'll rot in our prison, starving under the lash of the taskmasters. Your blood will stain the ground, your sweat will be mortar for my kingdom's greatness. And when age finally weakens your body, when you are nothing more than a broken husk, I will be there waiting, to watch you die slowly." With one last sadistic twist of his boot on Kale's wound, Fike straightened and strode away, laughing darkly as he sheathed the blade. "Take him to Durian Keep," he ordered. "Make sure he lives. I want him to suffer." The messenger cleared his throat, shifting uneasily. "But sir, you and your men have been ordered to return immediately," Fike spun, his rage boiling over. Without hesitation, he thrust out both hands, unleashing a roaring inferno of fire. The messenger barely had time to scream before he was consumed in the flames. His body collapsed, thrashing for only seconds before falling still, charred beyond recognition. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air, mixing with the sickening aroma of scorched hair and cooked skin. Kale's stomach lurched, but there was no escaping the smell. Fike stood over the smoldering corpse, his chest heaving. "I heard my orders, you little maggot," he snarled at the lifeless body. The remaining soldiers stiffened, exchanging nervous glances. They wasted no time obeying his previous command. 2 men hurried forward, pulling ropes from their saddles. Rough hands seized Kale, binding his wrists before hauling him onto the back of a pack horse. They tied the ropes to the saddle, securing him tightly. Fike remained silent, his burned face unreadable beneath the twisted scars. Kale lifted his head, locking eyes with him, pouring every ounce of hatred into his gaze. Fike simply smirked. Then, without warning, he nudged his horse forward, trotting toward Kale. Before Kale could react, Fike lashed out, kicking him in the chest. The impact sent him sprawling from the horse. His body hit the ground hard, rolling violently through the dirt until the rope tethering him to the saddle snapped him to a sudden, brutal stop. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Kale pushed himself up just enough to see Fike riding away, his cloak billowing behind him. He was heading southeast, likely returning to his company, to the capital. Kale clenched his fists, his breath coming in ragged gasps. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The first day of the grueling journey to Durian pushed Kale's body to its absolute limits. His limbs screamed in protest, muscles stretched to their breaking point. The terrain gradually shifted from loose sand to hardened ground, dry creek beds and jagged gravel pits littering their path. With his wounded leg rendering him barely able to hobble, keeping up with the mounted soldiers was impossible. More often than not, he was left with no choice but to let the horse drag him. Each time his body scraped across the unforgiving rocks, new gashes tore into his skin, deep and relentless. The soldiers were forced to stop repeatedly to treat his wounds, not out of mercy, but necessity. If he bled out before they reached Durian, they would fail Fike's orders to deliver him alive. By midday on the second day, they finally relented. Around the crackling campfire, Kale overheard their hushed conversation, the reluctant admission that he wouldn't survive the journey if they didn't adjust their methods. After a brief debate, they settled on a compromise. He would be allowed to ride a mount, but only until they neared the keep. He would walk through the gates, what remained of his body at least. Kale was too weak to resist as they hoisted his limp form onto a horse. His muscles trembled, his vision swam from the blood loss, but for the first time in 2 days, he was grateful. The ropes securing him, normally a torment, now provided stability, keeping him from toppling over in his exhaustion. Each passing day, Kale scoured the horizon for any sign of rescue, any flicker of hope, and each evening disappointment settled deeper into his bones. No one was coming. It was useless to plead with the guards. They feared Fike more than they valued any bribe, and Kale had nothing to offer them anyway. Betraying their commander would be a death sentence, and no amount of persuasion could make them risk it. As the journey carried them further into the Fire Kingdom's domain, Kale found himself retreating into long hours of reflection. By the seventh day, the cold truth had settled in. He would not be saved. If their positions had been reversed, Kale knew what Reagan would believe. He would assume Kale had been executed long ago, hung or beheaded. And as much as it hurt to think it, Kale knew he would rather die than let Reagan throw away his own life on a doomed rescue attempt. During the last stretch of their journey, the signs of war became impossible to ignore. Wave after wave of soldiers flooded the main roads, marching toward the Stone Kingdom's eastern border. Hundreds at a time, moving with grim determination. The battle was coming. Finally, the last day arrived. Kale's arms and legs had been rubbed raw by the ropes, the skin torn to the point of infection. When the soldiers pulled him from the saddle and onto the ground, his knees buckled, and they dragged him for the final mile. The last hour stretched into eternity. Every step was a fresh agony. Even the faintest breeze stung his wounds like salt poured into an open cut. The scabs that had barely begun to form cracked and tore with each stumble, sending fresh rivulets of blood down his tattered, filth-stained clothes. By the time Durian Keep loomed before him, Kale barely felt human. Only one thing remained certain: he had been delivered into the bowels of Hades. Chapter 6: Durian Prison. Despite its name, Durian Keep looked nothing like a fortress. It resembled more a burgeoning city, raw and restless in its construction. The Fire Kingdom had begun with a 4-story prison stretching a quarter-mile, built not to house just criminals, but the slaves who would raise the rest of the city from the ground. 3 wide streets already cut through the dust, flanked by skeletal shopfronts still under construction. The northern wall stood complete, though the towers flanking it rose only halfway to their intended height. In the eastern quadrant, a barracks neared completion, its roof half-shingled and doors unhinged. At the heart of the settlement loomed the tallest structure Kale had ever laid eyes on. He counted 25 windows stacked straight into the sky, its massive breadth spanning as wide as the entire town of Yukon. Above the main structure, an additional 10-story tubular tower pierced the air, standing a sixth the size of the building below. At its corners, 4 massive archer towers rose like clenched fists, each armed with catapults and brimming tar cauldrons. The gates to this behemoth dwarfed Kale, 6 times his height and over 30 feet wide. Adorning the walls were fierce statues of dragons and ancient fire kings locked in eternal battle with mythical beasts. Front and center stood a colossal monument, a 40-foot statue of King Haakon in his legendary triumph over Kanov, the Wolfkin King. Haakon stood victorious, sword plunged deep into Kanov's chest, shield raised high in a gesture of eternal glory. The craftsmanship was immaculate. Kale's gaze lingered on the king's sword, its subtle curve reminiscent of a scimitar, the hilt formed from a dragon's head gripping the blade in its jaws, flaring outward into taloned claws. Intricate etchings ran along the steel: a mountain range, a tidal wave, a towering oak, and a volcano, symbols of the 4 elements Haken was said to command. It might have been a marvel to behold, had it not been overshadowed by the bleak reality of a lifetime in chains. Whatever awe he felt soured quickly as they turned down a side street and marched toward the city's rear. There, pressed against the mountainside, sprawled a vast rock quarry. The slaves, place of endless toil and suffering. As the small band neared, a dusty taskmaster approached, bare-chested and smeared with tar, his potbelly jiggled with every step. "Well, ain't this just the sorriest wretch I ever laid me eyes on? So, this the newest unwillin' addition?" The lead guard untied the end of Kale's rope and tossed it to the man. "Yeah, something like that. But this one's special. Lieutenant Fike gave explicit orders. This prisoner is to be kept alive, indefinitely, or until he decides he's ready to enjoy the pleasure of killing him himself." The taskmaster scratched his chin with one filthy hand, unimpressed. "Now listen here. I can't spare good men to babysit one sorry soul out of thousands. That's pure madness. And I ain't lifting a finger for some puffed-up lieutenant neither. You can run and tell him that yourself." The guards laughed, a knowing, private chuckle. Then the leader stepped forward, his tone sharpening. "Perhaps I wasn't clear. Lieutenant Fike, son of Kame, general of the 12 legions, ordered you to do so." Kale watched the color drain from the taskmaster's face. His hand dropped from his chin like a stone. "Huh?" he stammered. "Well now, that'd be a different story, wouldn't it? Don't you worry. I'll see to it this pup stays right on the edge of death, but no further." He flashed a wide, rotting smile and clapped Kale on the back as if greeting an old friend. The slap stung. The stink of decay lingered. Kale turned slowly to the taskmaster, speaking for the first time in over a week. His voice cracked through parched lips and a throat like sandpaper. "Gee, thanks, mister," he rasped with biting sarcasm. "That really puts my mind at ease." He regretted the words instantly. Without warning, the taskmaster drove a fist into Kale's jaw, snapping his head back. The blow was followed by the hiss and sting of a whip lashing across his ribs. "Silence, you mangy worm! Silence!" The guards burst into laughter, already turning to leave. "Yeah?" one chuckled. "Those two are going to get along just fine. Let's move. We'll miss the battle." As the guards vanished around the bend, the taskmaster took his time. He whipped Kale again and again, venting whatever pent-up cruelty lived behind that black-toothed grin. Only when Kale had dropped to one knee did the man finally grab the rope and tug him forward. "On your feet, pup. Still got a tour to give." They descended the ramp into the quarry. The stench hit first: sweat, stone, and something far worse. Kale's eyes caught on a nearby pyre where a heap of 20 bodies waited to be burned. The taskmaster followed his gaze and grinned. His tone turned cheery, almost theatrical. "You noticed today's collection? That there's the body count so far. Consider yourself lucky, boy. I ain't letting you wind up there. Not unless I want to lose my head. So whether you like it or not, you'll be sticking around this place for a long, long while. And trust me, give it a week, and you'll wish you hadn't." He sauntered ahead, stretching out his whip to gesture at different parts of the quarry. "That pit over there? That's where we make the mortar. See that poor sod passed out in the dust? He'll be part of the keep soon enough. Burnt, ground down, and mixed in with the lime. Becomes one with the walls, so to speak." The tour ended at the base of the ramp where a small forge glowed beside a soot-streaked shack. A hunched blacksmith stood behind the flames, tending a rack of irons. "And this here," the taskmaster said proudly, "is what we call the Brandon iron." He waved to the blacksmith. "Waji, what's the next number in line?" The man squinted through the smoke, scratching his beard. "Mornin', master, we're on 24-642. New one this late in the day, eh?" "That we are. Let's not waste daylight." "Right away, master," the blacksmith replied, pulling on a thick glove. The taskmaster gave Kale a wink and jerked him forward, locking his arms tight. "Now this is going to sting just a bit." From the fire, the blacksmith withdrew a series of red-hot irons, each tipped with a glowing number. One by one, he seared them into Kale's shoulder. Smoke curled from his skin, the burn hissing louder than his screams. The pain was blinding, unbearable. After the third number, Kale's knees gave out, but the taskmaster held firm. "No, you don't," he muttered. He dragged Kale to the trough and shoved his head under. The water struck like relief at first, cool, almost soothing, until it wasn't. Kale thrashed as the seconds stretched on, lungs screaming for air. Just before the darkness closed in, the taskmaster yanked him out. Kale gasped, sputtering water, coughing violently as he clawed for breath. The taskmaster only chuckled. "Welcome to the keep, boy." The taskmaster leaned in close, his breath hot and foul against Kale's face. "Try that fainting trick again," he growled, "and next time I'll keep you under till you don't come back up." The final two brands seared into Kale's flesh just as cruelly as the first. But he stayed upright, trembling but steady, determined not to give the man another excuse to beat him. When it was done, the taskmaster yanked him by the rope and dragged him toward a nearby cart. Waiting beside it stood a guard, though Kale immediately sensed this was no ordinary watchman. His undershirt, a deep red, stood out against the mud brown worn by the others. "Selick," the taskmaster said, tossing him the rope, "take this one to the special wing. Put him with that other case from last year. And make sure everyone knows, this one's got to stay alive." Selick was a mountain of a man, easily 7'4" and thick as the quarry stones he worked with. His arms bulged with cords of muscle, and his expression bore the weight of years spent among stone and suffering. "I'll make sure they know, master," he rumbled. Without another word, Selick hoisted Kale into the cart beside a load of massive stone blocks. The wheels groaned as he pushed it toward a wide tunnel that vanished beneath the city. Kale stole one last glance at the sky, the only glimpse he'd get for what would become a very long time. He didn't know then how much he'd missed the open air. The tunnel was lit with lanterns hung at regular intervals, the walls lined with the same stone blocks loaded beside him. Workers ahead were hauling and setting more of them, slowly stretching the tunnel and supporting walls deeper into the earth. When they reached the far end, Selleck brought the cart to a stop and stepped down. "All right, 642, he said, untying the rope and tossing Kale's hands free. "Welcome to your new home." Kale didn't move. "There's no escaping this place," Selleck continued. "Don't try, but just so the thought dies quick, take a good look." Kale scanned the cavern. A dozen gaunt, hollow-eyed prisoners stared back at him, each one worn thin by labor and dread. "This is your work crew. You run, we kill them." His eyes landed on a younger man in tattered clothes, a red sash tied tightly around his waist. "Except him," Selleck added. 642, meet 183. He's your partner now. You'll work together, eat together, die together." Selleck produced 2 heavy shackles linked by an 8-foot chain and locked one around Kale's ankle, the other around 183's. Then, without ceremony, he tore a sleeve from his own shirt and tied it around Kale's waist. "Keep that sash on you at all times," he said. "Means you're under my protection. The guards won't mess with you too much, but the others, they'll hate you for it. Just don't let them take it." He paused, a smile twitching across his grim face. "Last fool who tried, I had horses tear him in half, screamed the whole way till he came apart. Never seen a man hang on so long." With a satisfied grunt, he clambered back onto the now empty cart. As it rumbled away down the tunnel, his voice echoed one last time, "183'll show you the ropes." Kale extended his hand toward his new cellmate, trying to make the best of an impossible situation. "Name's Kale," he said, voice low, trying to sound casual despite the chains and filth. Before his fingertips even reached the other man, a whip cracked across his back. "Silence, dog! Back to work!" barked a nearby guard. Kale flinched, biting back a cry as pain lit up his spine. The young man beside him turned quickly, eyes sharp with warning. "Quiet, you fool," he whispered. "Wait until tonight. Just follow my lead." Another crack of the whip echoed through the tunnel. "I said silence." The rest of the day passed in a blur of labor. It was exhausting, but not nearly as torturous as the branding or the beatings of days prior. A steady rhythm developed. Carts rolled in, stones were stacked, mortar slathered on, the wall grew inch by inch. Kale and his silent companion, evidently another special case, were spared the harsher jobs for now, left to work in the tunnel's cool gloom while other slaves rotated out for more grueling tasks. When the day ended, they were escorted up through the maze of tunnels and into the base level of the prison. The air thickened with the stench of rot and waste. Kale gagged as the scent clawed down his throat. Moans leaked from behind rusted cell doors. Somewhere, someone cried out for mercy. They climbed a winding spiral staircase, lit only by slivers of torchlight. At the top, they were ushered into a cell nestled in the heart of the structure. It measured 12 feet on each side, 12-foot walls, no windows, no sun. Only a narrow shaft in the ceiling, no more than 2 feet wide, allowed air to trickle in. A steel grate covered each end. A matching shaft sat directly below it on the floor, part of a vertical chain of vents stretching from the top to the bottom of the prison. A clever system. Cruel, but clever. Once the door clanged shut and the lock clicked into place, Kale tried again. "Now that we're not being watched every second." He offered a small smile. "I'm Kale." This time the young man didn't ignore him. He brushed the dust from his hands and extended one. "Riggs," he said. "Been here a little over a year, which is saying something in a place like this." Riggs was wiry but strong, no more than 20. His dark hair was tied neatly at the back, and though his clothing had once been rich, noble even, it was now reduced to little more than rags. Time, mud, and violence had stripped him of everything but his resolve. Kale shook his hand and Riggs stepped back, settling onto a thin blanket in the corner of the cell. From beneath it, he produced a small, bleached rodent bone. With practiced hands, he fidgeted with the shackle lock around his ankle. A few seconds passed, a click, the iron dropped to the floor with a soft thud. Riggs looked up and grinned. "We'll need to put these back on before they come for us tonight." Kale sat beside him, eyebrows drawn. "Tonight?" What do you mean? We just got here. Don't we get at least a night of rest before the next round of misery? Riggs chuckled, but there was no humor in it. He reached for Kale's shackle and started working. Rest? No, tonight's not for labor. It's fight night. Fight night? Yeah, Riggs said grimly. A little pastime the guards invented. Once a week, they pit us against each other. A crowd pleaser. Think of it like a chicken fight, except the chickens are us. And sometimes it does end in death. Not always, but sometimes. He sat back as Kale's shackle clattered to the floor. Welcome to the main event. Why would we even agree to fight? Kale asked, furrowing his brow. Wouldn't we want to conserve our energy? Riggs stood and began stretching his arms and shoulders. Sure, we need our strength, but out here, survival's more than just staying alive. The guards offer prizes for the winners. Junk, really. Stuff you'd toss without a second thought on the outside. An old mug, a worn-out book, sometimes if you're lucky, even a chair or a shelf. He cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders. Sounds worthless, I know. But when you have nothing, even scraps become treasure. You'd be amazed what people are willing to get their teeth knocked out for. Desperation, neglect, they push you further than you'd ever imagine. Kale shook his head. That just sounds miserable. Riggs started shadowboxing in the middle of the cell, light on his feet despite the grime and chains. Give it a few months. After you've starved and slept on stone every night, you'll start to think differently. That blanket you're sitting on? I earned that in the ring. Kale looked down at it, suddenly very aware of the threadbare cloth beneath him. After a few minutes of quiet warm-ups, Riggs slowed, breathing steady now. He sat back down and leaned against the wall. Sorry, he said, voice softer. Didn't mean to come off so callous. I wasn't always like this. Before all this, I served as a stelvant to a noble family. I was attached to Lord Kane's son since I could walk. Kale blinked, confused. A what? Right. Not from the Fire Kingdom. Riggs nodded. A stelvant is a personal servant, almost like a sibling to a noble's child. You grow up with them, care for them, share in their life. We were best friends, did everything together. His expression darkened. One day we were riding through the fields near our estate. His horse spooked, bucked him off hard. He struck his head, hasn't woken up since. Riggs stared at the floor, voice distant. I chose that horse for him. His father blamed me, said if it weren't for our bond, I would have been executed on the spot. But I think the old man couldn't bear the thought of Kane waking up and finding me gone. So instead, he sent me here. Said if Kane dies, I'll suffer a death worse than I can imagine. But if he wakes, I walk free. His eyes lifted again, weary but sharp. They butchered the horse, showed no mercy, and me, I wait. A heavy silence settled in the cell. Then Riggs looked back at Kale. What about you? What's your story? Kale opened his mouth to answer. Well, A metallic clank rang through the corridor, the sharp turn of a lock. Riggs sprang into action. He snapped his shackle back on and tossed Kale the other cuff. No time, they're coming. Kale fumbled with the shackle, snapping it shut just as the cell door swung open. Selleck entered with 2 guards flanking him. His wide grin didn't reach his eyes. Well, how's my new warrior doing? He said with mock warmth. I assume you'll be competing tonight, 642? He chuckled darkly, motioning to the guards. Of course, you could refuse. That just means you'll get your face smashed in anyway. Either way, it'll be a good show. Kale and Riggs joined 5 other prisoners from the top floor, their footsteps echoing through the stairwell as guards marched them downward. Just before stepping into the cool night air, rough cloth sacks were yanked over their heads, plunging them into darkness. They were guided down a torch-lit path, the sound of cheering drifting closer with each step. When the sacks were pulled away, Kale squinted against the torchlight and took in the arena, a large, sunken pit surrounded by crude benches. Prisoners and guards filled the stands, jeering and shouting, eager for violence. At the highest point, seated like a grotesque mockery of a king, was the taskmaster. Draped in a stained robe, he lounged on a wooden throne, gorging on grapes and fanning himself with a splintered paddle. His smug indulgence turned Kale's stomach. Near the ramp leading into the pit sat a pile of junk, the prizes for the evening. Torn blankets, rusted pots, dented cups, even a bowl of half-rotten fruit. The kind of things no sane man would want, until survival made even trash feel like treasure. Riggs chuckled. Kale leaned toward Riggs and whispered, Who in their right mind would fight for that? A bowl of spoiled fruit? Riggs chuckled. You're only seeing what it is, not what it can be. That bowl? Perfect for fermenting. Mix that fruit right and you've got yourself a little escape for a cold night. Worth a few bruises, believe me. Kale grimaced. I don't drink. Well, Riggs said, shrugging, then you'd better pray the prize is something you can use. Me? I'm hoping for the fruit. The benches began to quiet as anticipation rippled through the crowd. Selleck stepped forward, grabbed the first two fighters in line, and sent them into the pit. From the pile, he plucked a cup with a broken handle and placed it ceremoniously on a pedestal beside the taskmaster. The taskmaster rose to his feet and raised his arms like some ancient warlord. Let this here fightin' begin! The two fighters squared off. One was heavily muscled, tattoos of flame curling up from his waist to his chest, a bald head gleaming with sweat and marked with piercings. The other was wiry, lean, and fast, pacing like a caged animal. As the crowd roared, Riggs leaned closer and spoke beneath the noise. The big one's Atus. He's been here longer than I have. Word is he rats for the guards and gets extra rations for it. I've seen him fight, never lost. I've just been lucky enough not to be matched against him. In the pit, the smaller man struck first. Rapid punches to Atus's face and ribs, landing solidly. Atus barely flinched. Blood trickled from his lip, which he licked away with a grin. His eyes went wide, crazed. Then he moved. A brutal kick shattered the smaller man's knee, dropping him instantly. Atus followed it with a bone-crunching elbow to the back of the skull. The man collapsed, unmoving. After a long pause, Kellick stepped into the ring and handed Atus the cup. The crowd cheered as Atus lifted it high like a trophy. Then Selleck turned toward them. Well, 183, he called, approaching. Looks like you're next. A guard stepped in to unlock Riggs's shackle, but Selleck raised a hand. Wait, I've got a better idea. A grin split his face. Let's make this interesting. A 2-on-2 match. Leave them chained. The guards nodded, unlocking neither. Kale and Riggs were led down the ramp into the pit. Selleck rummaged through the prize pile and held up a rusted pot and the bowl of fruit. The taskmaster stood again, arms raised. Now we'll get us some real entertaining. 2-on-2! The crowd exploded in cheers. Two more prisoners were shoved into the ring. Giants compared to Kale and Riggs. Their skin was smooth, their bodies still full with muscle and not yet scarred by months of labor. Clearly new recruits. Stonecutters. Riggs exhaled sharply. Oh great, stonecutters? I hate fighting stonecutters. Kale didn't respond. He was too busy realizing just how outmatched they were. Kale took a hesitant step back. Riggs, now might be a bad time to mention I don't know how to fight. Riggs glanced over his shoulder, eyes wide with disbelief. Oh, fate really hates me. Well, you'd better figure it out fast, because if you don't, we're both dead. The two stonecutters began to circle them, moving with practiced steps. Their bulk, combined with Kale and Riggs being chained together, gave them a clear advantage. The tether restricted any wide movement, making it almost impossible to defend from both sides. One of the cutters lunged toward Riggs. At the same time, the other scooped a fistful of sand and flung it into Kale's face. Kale instinctively raised his hands, shielding his eyes, just in time to catch a fist to the gut. Air exploded from his lungs as he doubled over and dropped to the ground. A knee slammed into the sand where his head had been moments before. He rolled away, gasping, vision blurry from grit and pain. Across the pit, Riggs was ducking and weaving, staying light on his feet. He landed a few sharp punches to the larger man's ribs, then leapt into a spinning kick, but the chain yanked tight mid-spin, stopping him cold. He crashed to the ground with a grunt. The stonecutter didn't wait. He began kicking Riggs in the ribs over and over. Kale's opponent closed in again, but this time, Kale acted. Recalling Atus's ruthless technique, he lashed out with a kick at the man's knee from the ground. The leg buckled slightly, just enough to shift the cutter's balance. Kale followed with a straight-up heel strike that caught the man under the chin, sending him toppling backward into the sand. Dazed, the cutter groaned and pushed himself up, hand cradling his jaw. Kale didn't wait. He turned and scrambled toward Riggs, who was still pinned beneath the second cutter. Kale rolled in behind the attacker and drove a kick into the back of the man's legs, collapsing him to his knees. Riggs took the opening. He sprang to his feet, looped the chain between them over the cutter's throat, and leapt, vaulting over the man's shoulder to land on the opposite side. "Now!" Riggs shouted. Kale planted a foot between the man's shoulder blades and pushed, both of them pulling on the chain in opposite directions. The cutter gasped, choking, as the iron bit into his throat. He thrashed, grabbing at the chain, but the tension only grew tighter. The advantage was short-lived. Kale never saw the first stonecutter coming. The man barreled into him, driving a knee straight into his chest. Kale's breath vanished in a rush, and his vision swam. Before he could recover, fists rained down on his face, sharp, punishing strikes that left his world flickering with black spots. Then the cutter raised a fist high for the final blow. Before it could fall, Riggs was there, his arms snaking under the man's and around his throat. He pulled tight, locking in a choke from behind. The second cutter, having caught his breath, rushed over and began yanking at Riggs, trying to tear him off his partner. When that failed, he switched to brutal punches, slamming fists into Riggs's back and the side of his head. Kale lay dazed in the sand, barely clinging to consciousness. Blood dripped from his nose, his cheek split open. Riggs was faltering, caught between both attackers. Then, through the haze, a memory sparked, one he wished he didn't have. That night in the tavern, the bottle and the pain that had dropped him faster than any punch ever could. "No time to play fair," Kale muttered and swung a kick upward with everything he had. His foot found its mark. The cutter folded over in agony, gasping and clutching himself. Riggs felt the shift and reacted instantly, shoving the man aside. "Nice timing," he grunted, then turned to face the first cutter, still reeling from the choke. Kale, dizzy but upright, staggered to his feet. Riggs looked to him, then kicked backward, sending Kale stumbling just far enough to loosen the chain between them. It was all the space Riggs needed. He sprang into the air, the chain taut, his legs snapping around the cutter's neck. Twisting midair, Riggs flipped his body and dragged the man down with him. There was a sickening crack, sharp and final, that cut through the roar of the crowd. The man hit the sand, limp and lifeless. Breathing hard, faces bloodied, Kale and Riggs stood in the center of the pit, victorious but barely standing. Selleck approached, his grin wide with cruel satisfaction. He held out their rewards like royal tributes, offering Kale the bowl of rotting fruit and Riggs the rusted pot. The crowd cheered. Kale didn't feel victorious. But as they were led out of the arena, he clutched the bowl tightly. In this place, even rot was worth bleeding for. After the fight, 2 guards escorted them back to their cells. As soon as the door clanged shut, both men collapsed to the floor, nursing their wounds in silence. Kale grabbed the bowl of fruit, then slid it across the floor to Riggs. "Trade you." Riggs caught it and tossed the pot over. "Gladly, thanks." A few minutes passed before Riggs slowly got to his feet. "We're gonna have to work on your fighting, Kale. No way I'm getting stuck co-oping with you again if you pull that stunt in the ring." Kale rose with a wince. "Sorry, I've never had to fight for real. Just some wrestling back home or a couple bar brawls, nothing serious." "Well, around here, if you can't fight, you're dead. You'd better learn fast." Kale set his pot down in the corner. "I'll do my best, if you're willing to teach me. But I gotta ask, how do you fight like that? I thought you were some fancy noble. That was incredible." Riggs gave a small shrug. "Just because I'm from a noble house doesn't mean I can't handle myself. I told you, Kane and I used to do everything together. That included combat training." Kale gingerly touched the swollen parts of his face. "This hurts. Almost as bad as my stomach. I've had barely anything to eat in over a week. Do they even feed us in here?" Riggs pointed to a small bowl resting on a ledge near the cell door. Just behind it was a narrow sliding panel, about a foot square. They usually drop food off in that during the evenings. Must have come by while we were out. Kale approached the bowl and peered inside. A watery mess with yellowish sludge floated at the surface, speckled with limp root chunks, rotting fruit, and the occasional maggot. His stomach turned. "I'm not a picky eater, but that's disgusting. And I used to complain about sand in my food. There's barely enough for one anyway. I'll pass." Riggs reached under his blanket, produced a wooden spoon, and dropped it into the bowl with a clink. One of the many perks of winning in the ring. "Actually, this is twice the usual portion. I want another bowl so we can split it if you want." Kale clutched his stomach and covered his mouth. "That's okay, it's all yours, Riggs." Riggs let out a quiet chuckle and shoveled a bite into his mouth. "Wish I could tell you it tastes better than it looks, but I'd be lying. And trust me, if you knew what was actually in it, you'd probably throw up. They almost never serve anything else, so for your sake, eat it in blissful ignorance." Kale's curiosity got the better of him. He sat beside Riggs and leaned in for a closer look at the mystery sludge. "All right, now I have to know. I already regret asking, but what is this stuff?" Riggs stood and motioned for him to come over to the cell door. He slid open the small panel to let more torchlight spill in, then tilted the bowl so Kale could get a better look. The added light only made things worse. Kale's stomach churned. "It looks like raw egg yolks." Riggs grinned and stirred the mixture with his spoon. "Oh, I wish it were egg yolks. Now, you sure you want to hear this? If I could go back, I'd unlearn it in a heartbeat." Kale poked at a mushy yellow root in the bowl. "Just tell me, Riggs." "All right, don't say I didn't warn you. You got tobacco where you're from?" "Yeah, my dad smoked a pipe now and then. We had a grass that was kind of like it." Riggs nodded. "Then you get the idea. Anyone back home ever chew it?" "Yeah, and I already don't like where this is going." "Well, here in the fire country, there's a root, yellow, stringy stuff, super potent like the strongest tobacco you can imagine." Kale held up a hand. "Okay, stop there. You asked, buddy. The guards chew it all day and spit into a bucket." "Oh gods, please stop." "Then they mix it with water, whatever's left from the dog troughs, toss in scraps, peelings, rotted fruit, bones, whatever they find lying around, and boom, dinner." Kale lurched for the air hole in the floor and doubled over. With a few violent heaves, he emptied his stomach. "I hope whoever's down there doesn't mind," he groaned. Riggs gave a dry chuckle. "He used to. Now he's just numb to it. That hole's also our toilet, by the way. Poor guy on the bottom floor hasn't even got a drain yet." Kale wiped his mouth and leaned against the wall, pale. "How can they expect people to live like this? I've seen stray dogs treated better." "They don't expect us to live, Kale. That's the point." Riggs's voice turned grim. "Only the fighters get enough to stay on their feet, mostly from scraps like that fruit. Everyone else is expendable. Just a number. The Fire Kingdom's got enough criminals and traitors to keep these cells full for generations." He wandered over to the bowl of half-rotten fruit and picked through it. Finding a gnawed apple with only a few bite marks, he tossed it to Kale. "Here, try this one. It's still mostly good, just got a little too friendly with a rat." The apple, though gnawed, looked mostly edible. Kale gave Riggs a grateful nod. "Thanks." He sat down and carefully ate around the bite marks, savoring what little he could stomach. By the time they finished their meager meal, the sun had just begun to creep over the horizon. From somewhere down the corridor, the metallic clatter of locks echoed, signaling the start of another day. One by one, prisoners were marched from their cells, dragged down to the quarry. Kale and Riggs followed the routine. Labor in the tunnels by day, collapse into exhaustion by night. Kale refused to touch the chew stew, as Riggs had taken to calling it. With only a few scraps of fruit over the next week, his strength was beginning to fail. Despite his obvious decline, Riggs insisted on training. "Better you collapse from practice than get your head smashed in when they throw us back in the pit," he'd said. Each day left Kale more drained than the last. After another grueling session, his limbs screamed in protest, and his stomach roared from neglect. He curled up on the cold stone slab and tried to sleep, letting memories of home dull the ache inside. The very place he'd once longed to escape was now the one thing he yearned for most. In the haze of exhaustion, Kale drifted into a restless sleep. His mind wandered to the warmth of his mother at the stove, the clumsy way his father shuffled through the house, bumping into furniture. The memories were bittersweet. Delivery runs, laughter, the wind on his face, all now unreachable. But then the dream shifted. Without warning, he was back in that awful moment. Fike loomed in his mind, smug, cruel, radiating menace. The cold edge of a blade kissed Kale's chin. He knew it was a dream and tried to wake himself, to tear free before the nightmare consumed him. But it was no use. His mother jerked backward as an arrow struck her. Fike's blade plunged into his father's chest. But this time the dream didn't stop there. Anguish and rage surged through him. From somewhere outside himself, Kale saw the scene unfold, his own body casting off the guards, snatching their blades with unnatural speed. He screamed, "Stop! Don't!" as though the vision could hear him. But the other version of him didn't stop. He slaughtered the soldiers, slashing long after they were down, lost in a frenzy of grief and fury. Reagan came running, reaching to pull him back. Kale, his other self, threw him aside with one arm, sending him crashing into a cart. Devlin joined the fray, and together they tried to restrain him. A storm of wind howled around him, lifting both from their feet and hurling them like rag dolls. Still he stabbed, over and over. Reagan, dazed but determined, grabbed a broken board from the cart and crept behind him. With grim resolve, he swung it hard, striking him across the back of the head. Kale awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, gasping in the dim cell. Starlight trickled through the grate above. Across the room, Riggs sat upright, watching him with an unreadable expression. "So," Riggs said quietly, "you're a Gehage." Kale sat up, dazed. "What makes you say that?" "I heard you screaming. When I looked over, you were floating. There were flames circling your body." Riggs leaned forward. "Why didn't you use that power back when we were getting beaten half to death?" Kale rubbed his face. "I don't know what's happening. I don't even know what I am anymore." He moved to sit beside Riggs and began to tell his story, from the arrival of the recruits in Yukon to the chaos at the gate, his capture, everything. Riggs was quiet for a while after he finished. Then he shook his head. "So all that time, and your father never told you? That he was a Gehage?" "I guess he had his reasons," Kale said. "I always thought it was something he kept from me. I never imagined it could be something I was." Riggs nodded slowly. "I might be able to help. I could train you to focus your fire. It might be our only shot at getting out of here." Kale looked at him, surprised. "Wait, are you a fire Gehage too?" Riggs laughed. "If I were, I wouldn't still be in this cell. But Kane was. We did everything together. When his masters trained him, they let me sit in. I can't wield fire, but I remember what they taught. Might be enough to get you started." Kale shrugged. "I've got nothing to lose. Where do we begin?" Riggs stood and stretched. "Let's start simple. What do you know about elemental powers?" "I have to admit, I don't know much," Kale said. "I know there's fire, stone, water, and plant, sometimes called earth. Each has its own traits, but that's about it. I saw a few stone and firebenders at a show in Yukon once. They pulled off some incredible stuff." "Forget the flashy tricks," Riggs said. "You've got to master the basics first. Each element is tied to an emotion. Water flows from compassion, stone from fear, plant and fire?" He paused. "Fire is fueled by anger. If you want to control your fire, you've got to learn to control your rage." Kale stood with a shrug. "That shouldn't be a problem. I've always been calm, even in a crisis." Riggs gave a short laugh. "You're missing the point. Suppressing anger is only part of it. You have to be able to summon it, channel it. From what you told me, your powers only came out when your anger hit a boiling point. That's how it often happens. The current inside you gets unblocked through intense emotion." Kale's brow furrowed. "All right, so what do I do?" "You need to get angry," Kale laughed. "Right. And how exactly am I supposed to do that on command?" Riggs stepped in close until they were nearly shoulder to shoulder. "I know a way, but you're not going to like it." Kale raised an eyebrow. "This isn't another stew story, is it? Because that didn't make me angry. It just made me sick." "No stew." And with no further warning, Riggs backhanded Kale across the face, knocking him to the floor. "What gives, Riggs?" Kale snapped, stunned. But Riggs wasn't done. He jumped on top of Kale, pinning him and landing blow after blow. "Stop it, Riggs! Cut it out! I said stop!" Kale shouted, but the hits only came harder. "I said stop!" Heat surged through Kale's body, prickling his skin like needles. The pressure raced down his arms and into his hands. "Stop!" With a surge of energy, Kale tore one arm free and slammed his fist into Riggs' chest. Riggs flew back across the cell, chains snapping taut as it yanked him midair. He hit the wall and crumpled to the floor. Kale stood, hands trembling with adrenaline. "Riggs, are you okay?" Riggs stayed hunched, holding his chest, then began to laugh. The sound bounced off the stone walls. "That wasn't funny," Kale said. "You could have been seriously hurt." "Maybe," Riggs wheezed, still grinning. "But you should probably look at your hands." Kale looked down. A faint fiery glow pulsed across his palms, flickering like embers. His anger vanished in awe, but as the rage faded, the warmth intensified. "Riggs, it's burning! My hands are burning!" Riggs lunged forward, ripping the blanket off his bedroll and wrapping it around Kale's hands. The flames vanished. "Sorry, I should have warned you," Riggs said. "You have to extinguish the fire before losing focus. Otherwise, it bites back." Kale pulled his hands free, turning them over. Aside from a reddish tint, they were unharmed. But it felt like they were on fire. They were. Just not hot enough to do real damage, yet, Riggs said. Fire Gehage aren't naturally flame-proof. They have to focus to keep the heat from hurting them. That's why Fike got burned. He dropped his guard. For a fire Gehage, getting burned is a deep disgrace. Kale's jaw tightened. "That's why he hates my father so much." Riggs nodded. "He'd chase you to the edge of the world to get revenge. Count on it." Kale exhaled and rubbed his hands, then looked at Riggs with renewed focus. "Okay, let's try it again, but maybe skip the slapping this time?" "Fine by me," Riggs said with a wince, my chest still ringing from the last one. He stepped back and nodded. "All right, do you remember how it felt, right before you hit me?" "Yeah, I remember," Kale said. My hands started to tingle. "That's the spot," Riggs replied, "but you need to get there without being provoked. Think of something that makes you angry, really angry. Let that emotion flood you. Then, focus it, push it into your hands. They're the easiest place to channel fire." Kale nodded, closing his eyes. He forced his thoughts to Fike, the hatred still raw in his chest. As he concentrated, the familiar tingling sensation crept down his arms. He guided it, just as Riggs had said. Slowly, a faint yellow aura began to seep from his skin, forming a soft, flickering glow around his hands. Riggs took a step back, smiling. "There it is. You've already unlocked the first class. Now hold it, see how long you can maintain it. But pace yourself." As Kale focused on sustaining the flame, the world around him faded. Riggs' voice became distant, like an echo down a long corridor. "When you bend an element," Riggs explained, "you're rerouting your life force, your living essence, through a new path. That essence becomes energy you can use to manipulate the world around you. Every Gehage is born with two streams, the living stream and the elemental stream. The stronger your body, the larger your living stream becomes, and the more power you can push into the elemental one." Kale's breathing grew shallow. The flickering flame responded to his thoughts, flaring when his rage surged, shrinking when doubt crept in. "But if you're weak," Riggs continued, "you can't sustain both. Your body will start to shut down. That's why all benders have to train their bodies as much as their minds." Seeing Kale strain, Riggs raised his hands in a calming gesture. "Easy now. Don't burn yourself out. Right now, you need to build endurance, not chase power. Anger unlocks the fire stream, but control keeps it alive." The flame around Kale's hands flickered, then vanished. "I don't get it," Kale said, panting. "I was still concentrating." "Your body shut it off," Riggs replied, stepping forward. "Same way it makes you pass out when pain goes too far. When you're draining too much of your living essence, your body throws the switch. It's a safety net, keeps you from killing yourself. But on the battlefield, that shut-off can get you killed." Kale shook his head. "At this rate, I'll be dead long before I ever make it to a battlefield. I just hope this week's prize includes something edible." Riggs let out a short laugh. "Well, I'll give you this. You're getting over your pride faster than I expected, but wanting to fight isn't enough. If we don't eat, we don't survive. And that means," he glanced toward the bowl of stew, "you might have to face your greatest fear." Kale groaned. "I know I said I'd rather die than eat that garbage, but..." He walked over to the bowl on the shelf, picked it up, and stepped into the center of the room where the moonlight from the grate above spilled down like a spotlight. Sitting cross-legged on the cold floor, he tilted the bowl gently, trying to separate the murky broth from the worst of its contents. Finding a piece of soggy brown carrot that looked vaguely recognizable, Kale lifted it slowly to his mouth, his expression grim, his resolve unshaken. With eyes closed and resolve wavering, Kale slowly raised the spoon to his mouth. He swallowed dryly, preparing his throat for the awful stew. Well, here goes nothing. Just as the spoon hovered an inch from his lips, a dark blur dropped through the air shaft above. It struck the edge of the spoon, splashing the contents across Kale's face, then landed with a thud in his bowl, sending it clattering to the floor. Wiping his face with his sleeve, Kale blinked down at the twitching shape on the ground. A sewer rat, large and still spasming, lay at his feet. Its fur was streaked with grime, but what caught his attention were the talon marks scoring its sides. Riggs stepped forward, curious. "Fortune smiles on you, Kale. Some bird must have lost its grip and dropped you a gift." The rat gave a final shudder, then went still. Kale bent down, picked it up, and with a practiced twist of the neck made sure it was dead. "Hey, Kale," Riggs said, pointing toward the grate. "Take a look up there." Kale glanced upward. Framed by the moonlight, a large bird crouched above the air shaft, wings tucked in, preening one talon. Taking a deep breath, Kale summoned his fire. A faint glow lit his hand, casting a flickering beam upward. In the light, the bird's feathers glinted, patches of golden brown scattered through its plumage. It dipped its head to clean a talon, revealing a slash across its face and a solid white eye. Riggs stooped to grab a small stone from the crack in the floor. "Looks like a mako to me. Maybe if I throw this just right, I can knock it down here." Before he could raise his arm, Kale grabbed his wrist, fire still glowing faintly at his fingertips. "Don't. That's not a mako. That's mako." Riggs frowned. "Wait, you just said it's not a mako, but it is? Did that rat smack you upside the head on the way down?" "No," Kale said with a grin. "That's my bird. Or used to be. I named him Mako because he looked like a mako hawk. I raised him back in Yukon. I can't believe he found me and brought me food." He turned his gaze upward, voice softer now. "Mako, my little hunter. Not the best landing, but I'll never forget this. I'm glad to see you again." Mako let out a sharp shriek, flapped his wings once, then soared into the night. Kale held his hand up a moment longer, savoring the light before letting it fade. "I have to admit," Riggs said, watching the bird vanish, "I like your Mako." "Me too," Kale replied quietly. "For just a moment, it felt like a piece of home found me down here. I hope he comes back." "Well, if he does, let's hope it's with more meat," Riggs chuckled. "But hey, for tonight, we feast. First real food in who knows how long." He retrieved a flat piece of stone sharpened into a crude blade. "I'll skin, you cook." The flames from Kale's hands weren't hot enough for proper cooking, so Riggs sliced the meat into thin slivers, holding them over the gentle fire one at a time. It was slow, painstaking work, but eventually they had enough cooked pieces to share a decent meal. They sat cross-legged, devouring the meat like starving men, which in truth they were. When nothing but bones remained, Riggs tossed them into the pot, poured in water, and set it over Kale's hands to warm. A rough stew for the morning, but better than nothing. The next night, Kale sat beneath the shaft, eyes fixed on the small slits of exposed sky. More than food, he hoped for a sign, something free, something familiar. A reminder that the world outside still existed. Hours passed. Clouds rolled in, blotting out the stars. A single drop of rain slipped through the grate, striking Kale's cheek and trailing down like a tear. Thunder cracked in the distance. A flash lit up the sky. Riggs, shadowboxing in the corner, paused and sighed. "There'll be no fight tonight. Blast this rain. We're almost out of fruit, and I was really hoping to win another blanket." Kale grabbed his pot and slid it beneath the shaft. The rain had begun to pour in earnest now, and water streamed through the grate, splashing into the container below. From the cells beneath, he heard the faint clatter of others scrambling for their own pots and bowls, the whispered word rain drifting upward like a prayer. "At least we'll have water," Kale murmured. As the pot filled halfway, the storm grew fiercer. Thunder rolled across the sky in waves, shaking the walls. Kale sat and watched the raindrops strike the surface of the water, sending ripples that danced to the rhythm of the storm. It was strangely calming, a welcome distraction from the cold stone around him. Then suddenly the steady downpour slowed to a trickle. Kale tilted his head, frowning. The thunder still roared outside, louder than before, so why had the flow stopped? He leaned closer, peering up through the shaft. A dark figure blocked the opening above. Lightning flashed, illuminating the unmistakable silhouette of outstretched wings. Kale's heart lifted. "Mako," he whispered, smiling. The bird perched on the grate, wings spread wide as if shielding the opening. As he settled in, the rain resumed, flowing past the feathers and into the pot below. Mako gave a shiver, fluffing his damp feathers, then folded his wings tightly to his sides. Clutched in his talons was a limp, dead viper. Mako tilted his head and dropped the snake toward the grate, its length caught between the bars, too thick to slip through cleanly. With a few annoyed prods of his beak, Mako guided the viper's head into one of the gaps. Then, with a quick rake of his talons, he forced the rest through. The snake dropped with a heavy thud, coiling like discarded rope at Kale's feet. Kale chuckled. "Mako, my good fellow, I hope this becomes a habit." The hawk stared down at him for a moment, head tilted, one eye gleaming in the dark. Then, with a sharp cry, Mako turned and soared into the storm. The days settled into a rhythm. Each morning, the guards marched them to the quarry for backbreaking labor. At night, Kale trained, honing his control over fire, building strength in body and mind. Mako returned often, sometimes with rats, sometimes with snakes or scraps of meat stolen from carts or open windows. His gifts never ceased to amaze. Even so, the food was barely enough to survive on. Kale rationed every bite and used his bending sparingly, saving his strength for the harsh labor and the brutal weekly tournaments. Months passed, then years. Kale's body hardened with muscle and discipline. His flame grew steady, no longer flickering uncontrollably. He developed a crude but effective fighting style, one born from necessity and pain. But it wasn't just Kale who changed. Beyond the prison walls, the city was growing. New settlers arrived regularly, some seeking fortune in the Fire Kingdom's rising power, others just chasing the hope of a better life. Markets sprang up, homes were built, and the skyline shifted. The clang of tools and the scent of wood smoke began to mix with the ash and fire that once defined the land. Life moved on, and within the stone belly of the prison, so did Kale. Chapter 7, Survival of the Fittest. The cell door creaked open. Selleck stepped in, his tone as casual as ever. "All right, you two, it's time." That night, the stars burned bright overhead, and the full moon bathed everything in silver light. As they approached the arena, the sound of the crowd grew louder, cheers and chants echoing into the night, fueling the adrenaline in the air. Torches lit the path, flickering along the walkways and blazing around the edges of the arena. It could truly be called an arena now, no longer just a pit dug into the earth for a handful of bloodthirsty onlookers. Over the years, the spectacle had evolved. As waves of drifters and settlers poured into the growing city of Durian, so too did the stands fill to capacity. Even the grated dome above was crammed with daring youths willing to dangle for a view. With the growing crowds came bigger rewards and more structured fights. What was once a savage brawl had become a tournament, a gauntlet of rounds where warriors had to prove themselves match after match. Minor victories earned small comforts, but those who reached the final round were rewarded with real prizes. Lately, the reward had been something worth fighting for, a full, hearty meal, meat, fruit, vegetables, served hot and whole. Slaves were pushed forward, herded like cattle. The taskmaster barked at the fighters, jabbing them with the hilt of his whip and shoving stragglers against the wall. But as he reached the stairs leading to the overseer's platform, he paused, then veered to the side, taking a lesser seat beside the usual place of honor. Someone else had claimed it. A tall, lean man stood there, clad in military garb. His black metal breastplate gleamed in the moonlight, dark chainmail sleeves hugging his arms, and a long red-bladed sword hung at his hip, a clear symbol of authority. His face was chiseled, stern, and lined with the weight of command. Behind him stood a silent attendant, draped in black, pants and vest simple and monk-like, a hood shadowing his face. The officer stepped up the small ramp to the speaker's platform, then raised his hands. The crowd fell quiet. "It is with great pleasure," the man announced, his voice strong and commanding, "that I, Hakot, declare the city of Durian has chosen to officially sanction the arena. From this day forward, it will be recognized as a licensed entertainment venue supported and protected by the government." The crowd erupted in cheers. Off to the side, the taskmaster leaned toward Selleck and muttered under his breath, "Yeah, and with that comes taxes, rules, politicians, and worst of all, fancy-pants soldier brats strutting in like they own the place." Selleck chuckled, a dry grunt of agreement, and turned back to the platform. "And," Hakot continued, "to ensure excellence in this arena's future, we've appointed a new master of arms to oversee the competitions." Apparently, no one had told the taskmaster about the change in leadership. The announcement had barely left Hakote's lips when the taskmaster leapt out of his seat, belly jiggling with the motion, jaw unhinged in pure outrage. Both arms flailed above his head as he stormed toward the platform, red-faced and hollering. "Now hold on just one blasted minute. Ain't nobody coming into my arena and booting me out of my seat." He barreled up the stairs, but before he could reach the top, Hakote's attendant stepped in his path. Silent, motionless, arms folded across his chest like a living statue. "You'd best move," the taskmaster snarled, "or I'll snap you like a twig, I swear it." The attendant didn't blink. "I said move, you little hooded rat," he growled, grabbing the man by both arms. With surprising ease, the taskmaster hoisted him off the ground, preparing to toss him aside, when the attendant's eyes flared with an eerie light. "Careful," Hakote said calmly, turning his head just enough to be heard. "I'd suggest you put him down before he incinerates that grotesque head you're balancing on those shoulders." The taskmaster froze. Then, slowly, he lowered the attendant to the ground and took a step back, face pale beneath the fury. "What in the scorched Hades is going on here? You and your walking candle better back off. This is my arena." Hakote ignored the outburst, turning smoothly back to the crowd. "And now," he declared, "I present to you the newly appointed Master of Arms for the arena of Durian, Selleck." Gasps rippled through the crowd as Selleck rose, flashing the taskmaster a wry, triumphant glance before ascending the platform. Once at the top, he lifted a hand toward the crowd. "This is a great honor," he said, "and I will serve this city and this arena with strength and fairness." Cheers erupted, and with a satisfied nod, Selleck turned to the pit below. "Let the games begin." Two slaves rushed into the ring and clashed with a metallic roar of steel on steel. Kale stood further down the line, positioned close to the platform. He watched as Selleck took the seat of honor, formerly the taskmaster's, and Hakote seated himself just beside him. The taskmaster's old chair was now occupied. Only one seat remained, and the silent attendant stood guard before it, unmoving. The taskmaster stared into the arena, stunned. But the disbelief didn't last long. His expression twisted into fury as he stormed up to Selleck, spitting words like venom. "You backstabbing snake! You think you'll get away with this? I'll have your head before this is through." He turned his rage on Hakote. "And you! I don't care what medals you got hanging on your chest. You think this is over? I'll see you gone from this place one way or another." He turned and stomped back down the platform, growling and shoving anyone in his path. The night's battles wore on. With each match, the line shortened, the victors set aside for the next round. Kale was lucky. His first opponent was a grizzled sailor whose strength hadn't kept pace with his age. Though tough, the man lacked the speed to keep up, and Kale won without too much effort. In round 2, he faced a small, wiry man with even less skill, an easy victory. Riggs, as usual, dazzled the crowd. His finesse and agility had made him a favorite, especially his signature move, launching himself into the air, flipping his opponent with his legs before bringing them crashing down. Kale had trained hard to mimic the move, though he still struggled to time the neck snap just right. Still distracted by the drama with the taskmaster, Kale hadn't noticed the shift in Riggs' demeanor until he caught sight of him, standing rigid, fists clenched, his gaze locked on Hakote with burning intensity. Kale touched his shoulder. "Riggs, what's wrong?" Riggs didn't look away. His voice was low, venomous. "That's him. That's Kane's father. The one who put me in this pit. If you weren't chained to me right now, I'd paint the stones with his blood." Kale hesitated. "But didn't he say he'd release you if his son recovered?" "He did," Riggs said, voice tight. "But he also said he'd kill me if Kane didn't wake up. It's been years. Maybe this is the day he makes good on that promise." He stared out through the bamboo grating at the silver moon hanging in the sky. "If his son was awake, he would have freed me by now. I know he would have." "Maybe it really is just business, Riggs," Kale offered. "You never know." Riggs didn't answer right away. He turned his head slightly, still watching the stars above. "Maybe," he murmured. "Maybe?" The third round loomed. Only a few remained. 2 seasoned stonecutters, one massive brute known as Atlas, a pirate recently thrown into captivity, Riggs, and Kale. A wiry pit worker in a faded blue bandana had also made it through the second round, but now he lay motionless on the bench, eyes closed, his clenched fist frozen in defiance. The crowd's roar had faded for him. Malnourished and too weak to withstand the strain, he died before ever reaching the ring. A guard dragged his body away like it was trash, tossing it into a nearby mud pit where the compost of the forgotten was left to rot. Kale had seen this more times than he could count. The sight never hardened, never dulled. It always hit the same, but the will to survive was stronger than sympathy, and survival had no room for softness. Selleck stepped forward onto the platform, raising a hand to quiet the arena. "Now," he announced, "to reveal tonight's grand prize." He motioned to a guard who held up a straw mattress. Simple, worn, but worlds better than stone. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd of fighters. For most of them, a straw mattress was luxury. Riggs leaned in close to Kale, his voice low over the noise. "Sorry, friend, but if it comes down to you and me, I'm gonna have to put you down." Kale offered a crooked smile. "Don't worry, Riggs, I've been lucky so far. I doubt I'll make it out of this next round." The stonecutters were up first. It was a brutal fight, raw strength against rawer grit. In the end, the burlier man claimed victory, but not without cost. He collapsed seconds later and had to be carried out of the arena, leaving his prize behind. Then came the monster. A towering figure lumbered into the ring, nearly 8 feet tall, at least 450 in weight. Kale had seen him before, working the quarry like a walking siege engine. Torlum, they called him. He faced a pirate captured from a Water Kingdom ship. The man's shirt was still clean, clearly new to the prison, and a blue bandana clung to his head. His earrings and water dragon tattoos marked him as one of the sea's rogues. The giant clapped his meaty hands and rubbed them together with glee. A crooked grin stretched across his face, revealing teeth and a mottled tongue. "Another snack for Torlum," he said. "You look like a tasty morsel." The pirate didn't flinch. He dropped into a low stance. "We'll see, you overgrown lard sack. You'll need more than an appetite to take out Captain Stonegrave." With surprising speed, Stonegrave sprinted forward, leaping into the air and planting both feet into the giant's gut. Torlum didn't even budge. He let out a laugh like Rolling Stones. "Let's play, little man. I like to play before I eat." He swung a massive arm, catching the pirate mid-dodge. Stonegrave flew 10 feet, tumbling across the ground in a cloud of dust. Torlum doubled over, chuckling, one hand on his stomach. "What's wrong, tiny captain? Don't feel like playing anymore?" But Stonegrave popped up again, brushing himself off and spitting into the dirt. "Well," he said, grinning, "aren't you the strong bugger? Let's see what else you got hidden in all that blubber." Kale and Riggs sat side by side, eyes locked on the fight. "I don't know about you, Riggs," Kale said under his breath, "but I really hope that guy finds a way to bring the giant down, because I really don't want to face that monster." Riggs gave a grim nod. "Yeah, me neither." "I think I'm with you on that one, Kale," Riggs muttered. "But this Stonegrave, the name's familiar, though not from piracy, could be a coincidence. But the Stonegrave family has a reputation in the Water Kingdom. Warriors, ship captains, some even command whole fleets." Kale raised an eyebrow. "So he's not just some ragged sea rat? If he is one of them, this could get interesting." In the arena, Stonegrave ducked and weaved with surprising speed, dodging the giant's slow but thunderous swings. "Hold still, little morsel," Torlum roared. "I'm trying to smash you." "Yeah, I'll work on that," Stonegrave called back. With a swift dive, he slid between the giant's legs and popped up behind him. In one fluid motion, he leapt onto the man-mountain's shoulders, teetering on the rolls of muscle and fat. Torlum snarled and reached up to grab him, but his arms could barely rise past his chest. His bulk betrayed him. "Just as I thought," Stonegrave said, smirking. "All that mass and no defense from above. Guess it's my turn to laugh." He began hammering the back of Torlum's skull with relentless blows. The giant spun wildly, trying to shake him off, but it only made things worse. Dizzy from the assault and his own spinning, Torlum stumbled. Then, with a final groan, the behemoth collapsed face first into the dirt, kicking up a storm of dust. Stonegrave rolled off, breathing hard, and stood tall. The crowd erupted in cheers as he climbed the stairs to the holding platform, grinning like a man who'd just won his life. Kale leaned over to Riggs. "Let's hope you draw him." Riggs chuckled. "Don't speak too soon. You're forgetting Atus is still in the pool." Kale's face fell. "Right, I'd almost blocked that out. Maybe I should hope to face you. At least I know you won't kill me." Riggs grinned as he leaned forward to watch the field. "Who says I wouldn't?" Then he added, "And if I did, who'd cook all those delicious rats your bird keeps delivering?" The guard approached Adis and gave the signal. Then he turned toward Kale and Riggs. Kale's heart jumped in his chest. He had avoided Adis for months, by luck, by timing, but he could feel it. Today was the day that monster caved his skull in. The guard pointed. "Prisoner 183, you're up." Riggs turned to Kale and extended a hand. "I was really hoping it'd be you. Wish me luck." Kale gripped his hand. "No worries. I was hoping the same for you. Good luck. You're gonna need it." As Riggs stepped into the ring across from Adis, the crowd lost their minds. Cheers erupted, each shouting numbers instead of names. Warriors known only by digits, identities erased by captivity, but reborn through blood. Atis entered the ring with his usual disinterested posture, standing loose and relaxed like he was about to toy with a child. Riggs knew better. He approached with caution, coiled like a spring. The two men clashed, blow for blow, parrying and dodging in perfect rhythm. The early exchanges were a blur of motion. For a moment, it looked like Riggs might actually hold his own. Then Atis smiled. He shifted his weight, pivoting his stance, revealing the truth. He was left-handed. All these years he had yet to fight someone who forced him to give the battle some real effort. The shift changed everything. With a sudden burst of speed, Atis unleashed a flurry of jabs. Riggs's head snapped back once, twice, 3 times. He landed 2 solid strikes to Adis's jaw, but they barely slowed the onslaught. Riggs ducked low, slipping just beneath a punch. Then, with a fluid twist, he planted one hand on the ground, kicked both legs into the air, and struck Atis in the gut. Atis stumbled back, arms flailing for balance, then crashed onto his rear. The crowd exploded in laughter and applause. Atis stood, eyes blazing, shouting in a harsh foreign tongue as he rained down furious blows. Riggs weaved and dodged the wild punches, biding his time, searching for an opening. Then it came. Atis overextended, his fist swinging too high. Riggs ducked low beneath the arc and sprang upward, launching into his signature finishing move. Twisting midair, he wrapped his legs around Atus's head and began his descent in a powerful spin. But just as Riggs began to drop, Atis wrenched his mouth open and heaved as though retching. A roaring fireball erupted from his throat. With no time to finish the move, Riggs released his grip and twisted backward. The searing blaze grazed him as it tore through the air and slammed into the sand. Flames licked at his shirt and trousers. Pain ignited along his side as he hit the ground, rolling frantically to extinguish the fire. The crowd roared in shock and awe at the sudden reversal. Riggs scrambled to his feet, just in time to dive away from another incoming fireball. One after another, Atis spewed fire, and though Riggs dodged them, each evasive move drained his energy. Atis, too, was faltering, his strength waning with every burst of fire drawn from his very life force. Realizing the flames had lost their edge, Atis charged in, fists swinging for a final hand-to-hand clash. Both fighters were weary now, their blows nearly matched. But Atis was burning through his stamina faster. Riggs spotted a chance. He pivoted, aiming a fierce kick straight for Atis's face. But Atis ducked at the last instant. With a swift sweep of his leg, he struck Riggs' kneecap, sending him crashing to the ground. In the same breath, he dropped his elbow onto Riggs' skull, slamming him into the sand. Riggs groaned and tried to rise, but his body betrayed him. He collapsed, utterly spent. Atis turned and made his way back to the finalists' corner, while a guard stepped in to drag Riggs' limp body from the arena and return him to the prison. From the stands, Kale watched the cart vanish into the distance, eyes locked on it, praying for any sign of movement from Riggs. None came. So focused was he didn't hear the guard approach until a heavy hand clamped down on his shoulder. "You're up." Kale's body tensed at the touch, but he nodded and made his way down into the pit. Across from him stood Captain Stonegrave. The seaman struck an exaggerated martial pose, arms swirling dramatically before settling into a solid stance, 1 foot forward. With a wink and a grin, he said, "However this ends, lad, no hard feelings. Just doing what I gotta do." Kale nodded, mimicking Riggs' earlier stance. "I understand, Mr. Stonegrave. Good luck." As soon as Selleck barked, "Begin!" Stonegrave lunged forward with a flurry of strikes. Caught off guard, Kale took a hard hit to the chin and another to the ribs, But after a few moments, the seasoned sailor began to pace himself, slowing down to meet Kale's rhythm. Stonegrave's movements became increasingly transparent, his attacks predictable, almost choreographed. To the crowd, it appeared the two fighters were evenly matched, but Kale knew better. What was this man playing at? Cheers echoed through the arena, a rising tide of excitement as spectators waited to see who would earn the right or the curse of facing Atus in the final round. Blow after blow, the fight dragged on. Then, slowly, Kale's strikes began to land, not with devastating force, but with a suspicious ease. It was as if Stonegrave allowed just enough slack in his defense to let the blows slip past, close enough to seem real, just far enough to appear accidental. Kale swung a solid mid-level strike toward the captain's ribs. Stonegrave opened his stance ever so slightly, just enough to let the hit land. With a theatrical groan, he dropped to his knees and collapsed into the sand. "What are you doing?" Kale hissed, panting. "You let me win. I barely even touched you." With his eyes shut, a half-smile on his face, Stonegrave mumbled, "I'm the fool. You're the one who has to fight that monster. Good luck, kid." Kale's gut twisted with frustration. He'd been tricked. Stonegrave hadn't just bested him in combat. He'd outwitted him, throwing the match in exchange for avoiding Atus. Kale was no closer to victory, only closer to disaster. And the moment had arrived. He'd known deep down this day would come. Atus had been kept from him before, likely by orders to keep Kale alive, but that shield was gone now. There would be no mercy this time. The short pause between matches vanished in a blur. Kale heard Selleck's voice in the distance, but the words melded into noise. Cheers erupted as Atus finished the last remaining opponent. Kale felt himself slipping inward, shrinking from the moment, retreating into the only place that felt safe, his mind. Time blurred. Before he could gather himself, a guard led him to the ring. On the platform, Selleck raised the prize overhead and bellowed, "Now, the final match! Our two champions will battle for the grand reward. Let the fight begin." Atus stood at ease, his fists loose, shoulders relaxed, as if the whole ordeal bored him. He stepped forward, leading with his left foot, jabbing half-heartedly to stir the crowd. Kale noticed it right away. Atus was leading with his right hand again, his non-dominant stance. This was it, his only window. He had to end it quickly before Atus grew serious. Driven more by fear than confidence, Kale charged. His fists flew. A few strikes connected, most glanced off or missed entirely. He ducked low, remembering the move he'd tried before. He swept out his leg, aiming for Atus' knees. But Atus lifted his leg effortlessly, as if Kale had announced the move beforehand. He stepped back, wagged a finger, and muttered something in his native tongue. Kale didn't need a translation. "My own move? Shame on you." In a flash, Atus retaliated. A quick series of strikes sent Kale stumbling back. Then, demonstrating the sweep properly, Atus kicked hard across the sand, dust flying, crashing into Kale's knee. A sickening crack echoed out. Kale collapsed, clutching his leg in agony. Blinded by pain, his mind faltered just long enough for Atus to bring an elbow down hard onto his head, slamming his face into the dirt. Blackness overtook him for a moment, but not completely. Atus had missed his mark. Kale's consciousness flickered back. The pain sharpened, but so did something else. Rage. Conflicted thoughts swirled in his head. Why am I not staying down? The prize means nothing. Why am I getting up? Why am I so angry? This guy, he's not invincible. I can take him. Come on, Atus. Show me what you've got. With a burst of defiance, Kale pushed himself off the sand. The crowd, already celebrating Atus's victory, quieted in surprise. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the stands. Atus turned slowly, scowling at the challenger who refused to quit. Without a word, he shifted stances, now dominant, now dangerous. Then he came at Kale, not to fight, but to punish. Now fighting in his true stance, Atus unleashed a relentless barrage. His fists moved like lightning, precise and merciless. The crowd gasped in awe as Kale twisted and ducked, narrowly avoiding each strike. Fueled by rage, adrenaline surged through him, sharpening his senses. Pain and fury blurred into clarity. Every movement around him seemed to slow. Atus wound up for a heavy swing, but his aim was too wide. Kale slipped under the arc and drove his fist forward into Atus's midsection. In that single moment, he channeled every ounce of pain, fear, and fire into his strike. His hand ignited with heat, and the blow landed hard. A sickening crack rang out. Atus staggered backward several feet, landing on his knees. Blood spilled from his mouth, his arms clutched protectively over his abdomen. A thin wisp of smoke curled from beneath his hands where Kale's strike had landed. For the first time, hope sparked in Kale's chest. Had he done it? Had he actually brought the monster down? But the joy was fleeting. Atus slowly raised his head. Fire shimmered in his eyes. He stood, trembling but defiant, his expression promising vengeance. Kale's mind spun. How is he still standing? What did I just unleash? There was no time for answers. With a roar, Atus lunged. His fists crashed into Kale, one after another, blistering, burning. Each blow struck like iron wrapped in flame. Kale tried to guard himself, but Atus was too fast, too strong. The assault came in a blur, and within seconds, Kale was staggering, broken and barely upright. Atus grabbed him by the throat and hoisted him into the air with a single hand. Kale's feet dangled helplessly. The warlord's lips parted, speaking in a low, guttural tone. "Kale, Riggs." Then he dragged a finger across his own throat. A clear message. He was going to kill them both. Terror gripped Kale, not for himself but for Riggs, his only ally in this place, his friend. The image of that prison cell, empty and silent, loomed in his mind. A life alone, entombed in stone and silence. The dread was suffocating. Then came the fire. Atus's mouth opened wide, his chest heaving, throat glowing orange as flame gathered. Kale's fury flared. "No, this ends here. You don't get to decide who lives and who dies. You don't get to take my friend from me." Thunder rumbled overhead. The sky dimmed as heavy clouds rolled in, unnoticed by the crowd, who now leaned forward breathless, waiting for the final blow. Kale's eyes snapped open just in time to see the wild glint in Atus' gaze and the fire sputtering in his throat. Then, silence. No flame came. Atus staggered. His expression faltered. He's overdone it, Kale realized. Just like Riggs warned, he burned through too much. His life force is drained. Rain began to fall, just a few drops at first, but it was enough. Kale let out a primal scream. With a sudden surge of strength, he drove a fierce kick into Atus's chest. The grip on his throat loosened, and he dropped to the ground. Without hesitation, he sprang upward. Channeling everything he had left into one final blow, Kale roared as his fist blazed forward, smashing directly under Atus's chin. The impact lifted the warlord off his feet and sent him crashing into the dirt. Atus groaned, dazed, barely conscious. He forced himself to rise, swaying on shaky legs, arms trembling as he tried to assume a stance. But it was clear, he was breaking. The skies broke open, releasing a deluge that pounded the arena with sheets of rain. Where moments ago the crowd had sat breathless with anticipation, now they scattered in chaos, racing for shelter beneath awnings, carts, and doorways. Selleck descended into the soaked arena, holding the prize mattress awkwardly over one shoulder. He positioned himself between the two battered fighters, glancing from one to the other. "No point in letting either of you die today," he said with a smirk, "not if there's no one around to cheer for it." Gripping the mattress at both ends, he gave it a hard jerk, ripping it cleanly in two. "It's a tie here. Shit. Share it." With a laugh, he tossed each half to the drenched warriors and sauntered off, shoulders shaking with amusement at his own cleverness. Atus stood motionless, rain pouring down his face, eyes locked on Kale. With a furious snarl, he clenched the sodden straw in one hand and ignited it in a burst of flame. As the fire consumed the prize, he dragged a finger across his throat in a silent promise, never breaking eye contact. Kale tried to take a step, but pain screamed through his crushed knee. His leg buckled. The guards moved in and lifted him under the arms, dragging him across the muddy floor and out of the arena, back toward the cold stone prison. The cell was dim and still. A narrow sliver of moonlight crept through the grate above, casting a pale line across the stone floor. Riggs lay motionless, clothes charred and torn, his eyes closed. Rain dripped steadily from the opening above, cold droplets pattering against his body. "Hey, Riggs, you okay?" The harsh clack of metal echoed as shackles locked around Kale's ankle, then around Riggs's unmoving form. The guard turned without a word, slamming the door shut behind him with a resounding clang. Kale moved closer cautiously, a heavy sadness welling in his chest. "Riggs, come on, wake up!" He jumped as one of Riggs' eyes suddenly flicked open. "Are they gone?" Riggs asked, voice raspy. Kale let out a groan. "You scared the life out of me. I'm going to kill you." Riggs managed a grin as he propped himself up on one elbow. Well, I'm halfway there already. Not sure I'll be standing anytime soon in the arena. That's a hard pass for now. But look at you. You look like horse dung. I figured Adis would beat you, but did you even fight back? Kale limped forward and slid half of the tattered mattress under Riggs's head. Actually, I tied him, and I honestly regret not throwing the match like that captain did. Now Atus has a personal vendetta. I plan to nurse this leg for a good long while. The captain threw the fight? Riggs muttered, eyebrows raised. Wish I'd thought of that. Kale shot him a flat look. Riggs winced and added quickly, "Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. I never would have done that to you, I swear." "Sure," Kale muttered, not entirely convinced. Suddenly, the lock on the cell door gave a loud screech, then clicked. The heavy door creaked open. Hakot entered, ducking slightly to avoid the low frame. His silent assistant followed, stopping just inside, arms folded against the wall. Riggs lowered his head, his voice low. "I knew there could only be one reason you'd come. Just get it over with. I've had enough." Hakot reached for the hilt at his side, then paused. His face tightened before he exhaled slowly, letting the fury bleed from his features. "I should kill you for speaking to me like that, you little rodent," he said coldly. "But no, that's not why I'm here. Not yet." He began to pace slowly around the cell, the movement smooth, practiced, like a politician speaking to a room full of senators. "I requested assignment to this miserable outpost because I heard a rumor. The physician here is said to be working on a cure for the damage your idiocy did to my son. I'm only here to ensure you live long enough to see if that cure works." He stopped in front of Riggs, eyes narrowing. "They say it may take years before the research is finished, before he can stabilize my son. But the man is brilliant, for a prisoner." Riggs' eyes flickered with something between relief and guilt. "So he's here? He's alive?" Hakot's voice sharpened. "Alive? If you call lying in a bed, soiling himself, unable to speak, unable to move, living, then yes, he's alive." He folded his hands behind his back, voice cold and precise. "And I'll tell you this, if my son wakes up, I won't have him learning that the man he once saw as a brother died in some bloody arena fight. So your time in the ring is over." He began pacing again. "I gave explicit orders to that pathetic taskmaster to keep you safe until my son's condition was resolved. But we won't have to worry about his incompetence anymore. He's been relieved of duty, assigned to a rat-infested ship docked in Harborton." A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Hakot's mouth. "He blames you for his misfortune, of course. Absurd, but," he chuckled. His little tantrum was amusing to watch. The chain at Kale's ankle felt impossibly long, yet he was still rooted in place, silent, still, and overlooked like just another piece of stone in the cell. He faded into the background, a ghost between Riggs and Hakot. Riggs, however, was anything but invisible. His face flushed, voice rising with fury. "You're a coward, Hakot. You should kill me now and be done with it. We both know this is an injustice. You once called me a son until you learned the truth about my blood. Because my father wasn't born in your precious country, you branded me a traitor. And now you keep me alive not out of mercy, but fear. Because if your son ever wakes up, maybe he could forgive you for locking me away, but he'd never forgive you if I was dead." He straightened his spine and glared at the man who once raised him. "So go on. End it. I'll die with a clean conscience. But if I survive, I swear I will spend every breath I have seeking justice for what you've done." Hakot's eyes widened in shock. "You insolent little maggot!" His blade flashed from its sheath. He raised it high, trembling with fury, poised to strike. A quiet voice broke the moment. "Master," said Hakot's assistant, stepping forward from the shadows with a bow. The voice was light, unmistakably feminine. "I beg your pardon, but you're overdue for Captain Fike's promotion ceremony." The words cut through the rage like a knife. Hakot froze, jaw tightening. He paused for a long breath, then slowly lowered his blade. Instead of sheathing it, he turned and slammed the hilt into Riggs' cheek. The impact dropped him to the floor. "I'll be in Selik's office," Hakot said, brushing past the hooded figure. 5 minutes, Alora. Don't keep me waiting." He exited without another word. The heavy door clanged shut behind him. Kale blinked, still stunned by the exchange, but something about the assistant was wrong. No soldier walked like that. The slim build, the precise movements, the aura of control and confidence, it all clicked. She wasn't a soldier. She was a woman, And now, revealed, she removed her hood. Alora. She was younger than Kale had expected, but her presence was commanding. Her short hair glistened red in the lantern's light, rare even in the Fire Kingdom. Among her people, red hair was a sign of strength, of passion, of fire itself. It wasn't just a trait, it was a legacy. She knelt beside Riggs, pulling a cloth from her pocket, and pressed it gently to his cheek. "Riggs, it's me. Are you all right? Wake up." Riggs winced and opened one eye. "I'm awake, and I knew it was you back at the arena." She let out a half laugh, half sigh, and gave his shoulder a playful slap. "I thought my disguise was flawless. Even that bloated taskmaster didn't figure it out, and we were practically nose to nose." "Oh, it wasn't the disguise," Riggs said with a tired smirk. "I've seen those eyes before. Remember the first time I stole a kiss from you? Your eyes lit up, and then bam! You punched me so hard I couldn't breathe for a week." "You always bring that up," she said, rolling her eyes. "I was engaged, and he was watching." "I know," Riggs replied with a mischievous grin. "Why do you think I did it? It was the only way to make him break the betrothal." Her face darkened, and she gestured toward the door Hakat had just exited. "Why would you do that? You know how much he hates you. You practically begged him to kill you, and I had to stand there and watch." "I know," Riggs whispered, "and I'm sorry, but I also knew he wouldn't do it. Not in front of you. I shouldn't have manipulated that, but I couldn't help it. The chance to hurt him, just a little, was too tempting." She sat back on her heels, torn between emotions. "What's done is done," she said quietly. "But Riggs, I didn't come here just to talk." She leaned in, voice dropping. "You need to escape. My father, he's not going to wait for a cure. Even if my brother wakes up, I don't think he plans to keep you alive. He's already drawing up accidents. Poison, ambush, some mistake after he releases you. He's planning your death." Riggs looked up at her, the fire in his bruised face flickering to life. "You have to get out, Riggs," Alora said, "before it's too late." Riggs pushed himself upright, his voice raw with disbelief. "Alora, what are you doing here? How did you get your father to allow this?" She lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "I made a deal. I agreed to marry. My only condition was that I be allowed to see you, one last time, and end our engagement myself." Riggs' expression twisted with pain. "You should have let him kill me," he muttered. "At least then I wouldn't have to watch this farce unfold. How could you agree to that? We both know how we feel. If my father had been born in the Fire Kingdom, none of this would matter. We'd be married already. What kind of cruel joke is this? Why does fate torment me so?" Alora's eyes shimmered with tears. "Don't speak like that. I would never choose another over you. I only agreed because it was the only way I could warn you." A spark of strength returned to Riggs's voice. "I've done it again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lash out. It's just, every day I spend without you feels longer than this prison sentence. The thought of you with someone else, of losing you, is unbearable." She reached out and touched his arm gently. "Nor I, you. That's why you have to escape, Riggs. You must. And when you do, go to a place I know, an island in the southern waters, just beyond the Fire Kingdom's reach. It's called Alchemite. It's small, uncharted, mostly forgotten. A fisherman once lived stranded there for 5 years before building a raft and making it home." Riggs furrowed his brow. "What are you saying, Alora? This sounds like madness." Only then did Alora glance over at Kale. Her eyes widened in alarm. "Oh no, what have I done? Has he heard everything? Can he be trusted? I've been reckless. Such a fool." Riggs held up a hand to calm her. "It's all right, Alora, this is Kale, my closest friend in this place. I trust him with my life. More than that, I trust him with yours. You can speak freely in front of him." Slowly, Alora's hand moved away from the hilt at her side. Her shoulders relaxed. "That's a relief. I apologize, Kale. It's an honor to meet you." Kale gave a respectful nod. "The honor's mine, and you have my word. Whatever it takes to help Riggs escape, I'll do it. Our fates seem bound together. With luck, perhaps we'll both find a way out of this place." He lifted the iron chain between them, the faint clink echoing through the cell, a physical reminder of the prison walls they both still bore. Alora rose to her feet, brushing rain from her shoulders. "In 2 months, I'll make my escape to the island. I've told my father I need to travel to Harborton for dress fittings and shopping. An elaborate excuse, but one that conveniently aligns with the monsoon season. With the chaos of the weather, and a few assistants in tow, none of whom will be difficult to shake, I'll vanish." She leaned down and pressed a long, tender kiss to Riggs' lips, her hand lingering on his cheek. Then she turned and walked to the door. "No matter how many years I must wait, Riggs, I will, even if it means dying an old maid." The door opened, closed, and she was gone. Riggs sat frozen, eyes fixed on the place she'd stood, breath shallow and uneven. Kale watched him quietly before speaking. "You all right?" Riggs blinked, then twitched as if snapping out of a trance. "I've never felt so alive, so angry, miserable, and happy, all at once." He collapsed back against the cold stone floor. "We have to escape, Kale. We have to find a way." "I'm with you," Kale said, moving closer and settling beside him. "I'd rather die trying to escape than rot away in this place." He glanced over at Riggs. "But there's something I need to understand. You mentioned your father wasn't of the Fire Kingdom. What did you mean by that?" Riggs exhaled, eyes drifting up toward the ceiling. "My mother was. She was born in the Fire Kingdom, served as a personal aide to Hakat in his travels across the other nations. Years ago, during one of his longer diplomatic stays in the Water Kingdom, she met a young naval captain. They fell in love. It was secret, of course. When Hakat returned home, he thought nothing of her being pregnant. She never told him the truth, and he assumed I was his." Riggs gave a bitter half-smile. "She let him believe it, never corrected him, never asked for recognition. She gave me a life far better than I might have had otherwise, all based on a lie." He paused, voice softening. "And Hakat, he did treat me like a son, not in the you're a good kid way. He believed I was his, loved me, raised me like his own. I grew up with Alora, his stepdaughter. So in his eyes there was nothing strange about the two of us falling in love. He supported it." Kale's brow furrowed. "So what changed?" "He found out the truth," Riggs said, his voice tightening. "I won't go into details, but there was no denying it. Once he knew I wasn't his blood, everything shifted. The love vanished overnight. What was once pride turned to hate." There was a long silence before Kale asked, "Did you ever find out who your real father was?" Riggs nodded. "My mother told me when I went to her, ready to propose to Alora. She said I deserved to know. My father is Admiral Wayton Stonegrave, commander of the 1st Brigade." Kale blinked. "Stonegrave? The Stonegrave?" "The very one," Riggs said, closing his eyes. "He has no idea I exist. It was a short-lived affair. He probably doesn't even remember her name." He turned his head, voice weary. "Anyway, enough of that. I'm exhausted. We've still got a full day of hauling rock tomorrow." Kale nodded and leaned back against the wall, eyes drifting shut as the distant rain continued to fall. Chapter 8: The Great Escape. The underground tunnels had spread like roots beneath the city. Sewage lines, secret passageways, and hidden access points reaching under homes, markets, and now, the prison. Today's edition, a fresh breach into the prison's underbelly. Above the excavation site, a guard paced, barking orders while occasionally consulting with the frantic architect beside him. "No, no, you idiot," the architect snapped, snatching the parchment plans. "I told you to dig 3 feet left. That way the waste can spill properly when we open the chamber." The guard turned to relay the order, but the architect cut him off for what had to be the 10th time. "No, not your left. My left. Do I have to dig the blasted hole myself?" In a fit of frustration, the architect shoved the plans onto the back of a departing dirt cart and stomped into the trench, snatching a shovel from a worker. "Here! Here! You imbeciles! Dig here!" he shouted, swinging the shovel wildly, jabbing at the earth like it had insulted him personally. Meanwhile, the guard cracked his whip rhythmically, urging on the laborers hauling a heavy 4-foot metal pipe with thick crossbars. It looked like the grates used throughout the prison. Only this one had triple bars on both ends, built to keep anything and everything inside. As the dirt cart began to creak away, Riggs stood, watching the chaos unfold. The guards were too distracted to notice as he casually stepped up to the cart, snatched the plans, and tucked them swiftly into his sash. Moments later, the last chunk of earth was cleared. A gust of stale wind burst from the opening, carrying with it the unmistakable stench of rot and mildew. Kale flinched at the smell, but a faint smirk crossed his face. "Smells like home." The architect finally stopped shouting, brushing dirt from his robe. "Well, it looks like even a bunch of mules can stumble onto success." Get that grate in place before the whole prison leaks out. He turned to survey his plans, only to find the cart had already rolled away. My plans, he bellowed, brandishing his shovel like a sword. That cart's run off with my life's work. I'll have them flogged for their incompetence. He stormed off into the tunnel, waving the shovel over his head, muttering about being summoned to design sewers for royalty. Kale leaned closer to Riggs, his voice low. What are you doing? Risking your life for a few scribbles on tunnel layouts? We could walk these paths blindfolded and still not hit a wall. Riggs didn't look at him. Shh, Kale, I'll explain tonight. That night, Kale and Riggs sat cross-legged on the cell floor, the scent of roasted chicken lingering in the air. Mako's wonderful generosity. Between bites, they unfurled the stolen plans and studied them under the flicker of the lantern's fading glow. All right, Kale, Riggs began, tapping the parchment. Now that we're back, let me explain. I know we could navigate those tunnels blindfolded, but this, he jabbed a finger at a spot near the edge, this shows the outer boundary of the prison walls. And here, he traced a path toward the corner, that's where the exit drain's being dug. The last tunnel. Kale leaned in. You think that's our way out? It is our way out, Riggs said. They'll finish digging it in a few weeks, right before they punch through to the city's runoff. That's our window. Once the final grate's in place, it's over. One opening for the whole city's waste system, and it'll be sealed tighter than the prison vault. He looked up. We make our move just before that happens. We dig into that tunnel and slip out before they know we're missing. Kale scratched his chin. It's a plan, yeah, but how do we get down there? We're stuck on the top floor, and we're not doing arena matches anymore. Less movement means fewer chances. Riggs grinned. You're forgetting. We just helped install the drain shaft today. We've got a straight shot from here to the sewer. The only thing in our way are those grates. And several floors of loud, nosy inmates, Kale added. Even if we got through the bars, someone down there's bound to scream the second we drop in. Plus, how do you propose we cut through the grates? We can't exactly melt them in broad daylight. We won't, Riggs said. We'll do it in pieces, quietly at night, but we need help from whoever's below us, no way around it. He pointed toward the floor. The sound travels, but not well. We hear them faintly. They hear us the same. We need to get a clearer line. That means we have to burn through the grate. Kale stared at him. And how exactly do you want me to do that? Riggs smirked. I could smack you again if that helps. Kale scowled. Very funny. I can't produce that kind of flame. Not like Addis. You'd be surprised, Riggs said, his tone shifting to serious. Addis is a fire Gehage. If you knocked him flat, there's more in you than you think. The trick is control. Focus it just enough to weaken the bars, not melt through them completely. We can steal a spike from one of the support beams in the tunnels and use that to cut the weakened bars. After we lift the first layer on this side, we can drop down to the second layer and whisper straight down and figure out who's below. He rolled up the map. Let's try now. No time like the present. Keep your hand close. Build the heat. And when you're ready, exhale with the flame. It'll push the energy forward. Kale nodded, nervous but willing. All right, I'll give it a shot. He knelt near the grate and placed one hand around his wrist, steadying it. The other hovered inches from the iron bars. He closed his eyes and focused, drawing in the fire. A faint glow shimmered at his fingertips, slowly brightening. Riggs quickly moved to shut the tray hatch, blocking the light from Kale's work spilling into the hall. The glow intensified. The metal began to warm, darkening to a dull red. A hiss filled the air as heat surged through the bars. Good, Riggs whispered. Keep it steady. Hold that flame steady for a second. I've got an idea, Riggs said. He grabbed a jagged stone from the cell floor and pressed it to the glowing red metal. Sparks hissed as he began grinding into the softened grate, slowly sawing away at the weakened iron. The effort was slow, but the groove began to widen. I think this'll work, Kale. Just a little longer. But the light vanished. Kale collapsed backward, panting hard. That's it? Sorry, Riggs. I'm spent. Holding the flame that hot drains me fast. Riggs dropped the stone and crouched beside him. It's fine. We got nearly a quarter of the way through one bar. If we can keep this pace, one section a night, we'll break through in time, as long as the prisoners below don't give us trouble. He leaned back against the wall. but I doubt any of them would pass up a chance at freedom. The next several days blurred together in a haze of aching limbs and whispered strategy. Each night, Kale focused his fire, Riggs chipped away, and together they whittled down the bars, inch by glowing inch. By the end of the week, the first grate was nearly free. Only a sliver of metal clung to the edge, a final barrier between them and the tunnel below. Pale gray light from the lower cell glinted off the second grate at the pipe's base. Years of filth stained its surface, proof of its long-forgotten function. Kale peered down and grimaced. "Okay, Riggs, this was your brilliant plan. You go first." Riggs flopped onto the blanket with a dramatic groan. "Yeah, about that. I'd love to, really, but I'm not exactly equipped to melt iron. That part's all you." Kale frowned. Convenient. "Oh, and one more thing," Riggs added, pointing at the narrow shaft. "You're gonna have to go in head first. I doubt there'll be room to turn once you're down there." Kale stared at the hole, then back at Riggs. "You owe me a lifetime supply of something when this is over." Riggs grinned. "You name it, if we make it out." Kale pulled off his shirt and leaned over the edge of the hole, peering into the darkness below. Riggs crouched nearby, ready to hold Kale's legs, barely able to hide his grin. With a grimace, Kale lowered himself slowly into the narrow shaft. The stench hit him instantly, thick, foul, and overwhelming. Slime coated the tunnel walls, making any attempt to grip them useless. At the bottom, he braced himself with one hand against a grated floor. From below, voices drifted up, familiar ones. "I say, Jenkins, you can't be serious. My coat is a mark of rank, and besides, you already won my britches," complained a voice Kale recognized immediately. "Captain Stonegrave." Another voice responded with amused insistence. "Stony, my friend, you placed the bet fair and square. Don't start crying foul now. A win's a win. Hand it over." "Oh, you're insufferable. Fine, take the coat, but I'm keeping the epaulettes, and next time we're using my dice. Yours are clearly cursed." Kale could stand the stink no longer and decided it was time to speak up. "Excuse me," he called down. A startled shout echoed back. "Jumpin' Josephine, what was that? Stony, I think this cell's haunted." Kale laughed. "No ghosts, just look up. I'm in the grate." Stonegrave stepped directly beneath him and squinted upward. "Good heavens, man! What are you doing crawling through the sewer?" "We're making an escape, and we need to pass through your cell to do it. I've got a plan, but I'd rather not explain it while face down in filth. I'm gonna burn through this grate and drop in. Interested in joining?" Stonegrave gave a sly smile. "If it gets us out of here, count us in. Get to cutting, man." Without another word, Kale summoned his energy and began melting through the iron bars. He could hear the surprise in their voices below. "He's a fire Gehage?" Jenkins whispered. "Yes," Kale replied. "We'll talk more later." Nearly an hour later, Kale signaled for Riggs to pull him back up. He emerged covered in grime, his face twisted in disgust. He rushed to a bucket of rainwater and began scrubbing himself clean. That was worse than I could have imagined. Riggs leaned in eagerly. "Well, are they in?" Kale nodded. "Yeah, it's Stonegrave and a cellmate, one of those sailor types we've seen in the tunnels." Riggs's eyebrows rose. "Interesting. He might know something about my father. They're related, after all." A week passed before Kale finished cutting through the last of the grate's bars. When the time came, he and Riggs descended into the cell below using a rope made from torn blankets. As Riggs touched the floor, he immediately took on an air of formality. One hand rested behind his back, the other gesturing smoothly as he crossed the room. Kale couldn't help but notice how his demeanor shifted, pompous, almost theatrical. "Captain Stonegrave," Riggs began, "it's a pleasure. I am Riggs, formerly attached to Kane, son of Haycote. Delighted to make your acquaintance." Stonegrave adjusted his posture to match the tone. "Well met, Riggs. I recognize noble bearing when I see it. I am Captain Stonegrave, once of the Outcast lineage. I married into the Stonegrave family, and by tradition adopted the name. This fine fellow here is Jenkins, trusted companion through many a battle." Riggs gave a curt nod. "Good day to you, sir." Stonegrave turned to Jenkins. "My good man, would you lend Kale a hand with the grate while Riggs and I talk strategy?" Even Jenkins seemed to slip naturally back into a subordinate role. "Aye, Captain, right away." As he joined Kale at the grate, Jenkins offered a hand. "Well then, chap, looks like it's just us. Where do we begin?" Kale wiped his hand on his trousers and extended it. "I'm Kale. Jenkins, pleased to meet you." The days that followed passed quickly. Kale welcomed the new company, and Jenkins was easy to talk to. Meanwhile, Riggs and Stonegrave spent long hours in conversation, huddled in a corner like old allies plotting a revolution. At last, the grate was removed completely. The four men stood around the hole, inspecting the work. Stonegrave peered down and gave a mock grimace. "Kale, my sympathies. You're the one who has to crawl back down there and deal with that brute." Kale raised an eyebrow. "What brute? What are you talking about?" Stonegrave turned to Riggs with a raised brow. "You didn't tell him? Oh dear. My apologies, Kale, but I know exactly who's in the cell below us. It's Atus, the brute you fought in the ring." Kale's expression hardened as he spun toward Riggs. "You knew and didn't say anything? I'm not climbing down there to negotiate with that monster." Riggs lifted both hands defensively. "I didn't think it mattered. I can't cut the grate. You're the only one who can." Kale glanced at Jenkins with a smirk before turning back to Riggs. "That's true, but you, my friend, are the only one here who speaks his language." Riggs opened his mouth, grasping for a retort, but nothing came. After a pause, he sighed and threw his hands up. Fine. I'll go." With Kale and Jenkins steadying the rope, they lowered Riggs into the tunnel. Muffled voices echoed up through the shaft, warped by the curved walls. Even if they could have understood the language, the distortion made the conversation unintelligible. A few minutes later, Riggs called up to be hoisted back. He climbed out, brushing grime from his hands and pants. "He's in," Riggs said, catching his breath. "He'll start working on his side of the grate while Kale handles the one below us. Honestly, this might work to our advantage. We can make twice the progress now." The final grate gave way within a week, the last bar snapping with a sharp crack. The work had been quiet, almost solemn, as Kale labored above Atus, the man who had once nearly beaten him to death in the ring. Now they were reluctant allies. One by one, the four men descended into Atus's cell. Kale dropped down first, landing lightly and stepping back to make room. Riggs followed, then Captain Stonegrave, and finally Jenkins, frail, weathered, and grinning with his usual gap-toothed charm. In recent weeks, Jenkins had become a source of quiet comfort to Kale. The sailor's easy nature and constant, if crooked, smile made him easy to like. While Riggs and Stonegrave often fell into lengthy discussions marked by nobility and hierarchy, Jenkins and Kale had worked shoulder to shoulder in silence and small talk. Through those conversations, Kale had learned Jenkins had been with Stonegrave long before he'd taken on his wife's prestigious surname, sailing with him since boyhood. As Jenkins made his descent, things took a sudden, painful turn. His striped breeches slipped through the bars first, followed by one arm in the captain's coat he'd won off Stonegrave. But as he maneuvered the other arm through, a braid caught on a jagged edge of a cut bar. He twisted awkwardly, and with one last tug to free himself, lost his grip entirely. He crashed to the stone floor with a sickening crack. "Bugger me sideways, I've broken it," Jenkins groaned, curling in on himself. The others rushed to his side. Stonegrave knelt beside him, gently pressing on the injured leg. "Clean break," he murmured, "but this is going to complicate things." Jenkins grabbed his old captain's coat, pulling him closer. "Next time I'll fall with more finesse, you pompous arse," he growled, then chuckled through clenched teeth. "I'm finished, Stoney." Kale stepped forward, his voice firm. "We're not leaving him behind, we'll carry him." From the shadows, Atus stirred. He spoke in broken common, voice low and blunt. "No, I not help, he slow us." Kale didn't hesitate. He marched toward Atus, voice sharp with defiance. "When we get out, do whatever you want, run ahead, vanish, but we're not leaving Jenkins behind." Stonegrave, still crouched, looked up. "Kale? He's right. We'll need to move fast come morning. Once they realize we're gone, the guards will be on us. Jenkins will slow us down, and he'll die either way." "I don't want to die in this hole," Jenkins said, "but I'll be dead for sure if I try to keep up. Better I stay. Bugger it all. Just go." No one said anything for a long moment. Riggs finally broke the silence as he stepped toward the next grate. "Argue later. If we don't move now, we'll miss our window." The lower grate had already been weakened. A single clean cut traced its edges. Atus walked over and, without effort, lifted the heavy iron slab and set it aside. He said something to Riggs in his native tongue. Riggs smirked. "He says you're slow and weak. or more accurately, a sluggish weakling. Kale swallowed his irritation and let the jab pass. Fine, let's just keep moving. Have we confirmed the prisoner below is on board? Atis replied quickly in his own tongue. Riggs frowned slightly at the translation. He says we don't need to worry. It's been handled. Dead men tell no tales, or something along those lines. Before anyone could question further, Atis leapt down into the lower chamber, unaided by rope or assistance. The rest followed, carefully climbing after him, though Jenkins remained above, unable to move. In the lower cell, 2 bodies slumped against the wall, pit workers, eyes closed, unmoving. Whatever chance they might have had to join the escape had been extinguished. A silent, unnecessary loss. Atis was already working, kneeling by the next grate. His fire, sharp, focused like a blade, cut cleanly through the bars. It wasn't a flame so much as a concentrated beam of heat directed from a single finger. Kale joined him, igniting his own flame from the palm. Compared to Atis's cutting torch, his fire looked dull, sluggish. Still, they worked side by side. The triple-layered bars on both ends of the shaft were stubborn, and it took nearly a week of effort to breach them fully. Fatigue settled in heavy as the final night approached. Word had spread from passing laborers. The dig team was nearly to the wall. None of them had been lucky enough to be assigned to that crew. But the timing matched the escape plan perfectly, a plan stolen weeks before. And now, they were almost ready. On the final night, the wait for the guards to abandon their post was suffocating. Every second stretched endlessly, each one carrying with it another dozen ways the plan could unravel. Kale's mind raced. What if a guard happened upon the loosened grate? What if someone talked? What if Atis turned on them? Across the cell, Riggs packed his few possessions into a worn satchel. Kale walked over and handed him the last of the food Mako had smuggled in the day before. "We might want to save this," Kale said quietly. "I doubt we'll have time to hunt out there." He hesitated, then added, "Something's been bothering me. Why did Atis kill those pit workers? Even if they'd tried to follow us, they'd have split off soon enough." Riggs paused, then replied matter-of-factly, "We're all headed in the same direction initially, toward the Stonefire's border. More people on that path means more chances of being caught. Atis made sure the group stayed small." He glanced at Kale, voice low. "We'll need to watch him, and Stonegrave too. That man looks out for himself. I get the feeling he always has. He won't hesitate to make a decision that benefits him, no matter the cost." Kale nodded grimly. "I've never been this on edge, and Mako still hasn't shown. I wonder if he knows something we don't." The moment finally arrived. The guards' footsteps echoed faintly as they moved to their overnight stations a few floors below. Kale and Riggs descended to the lower cell, where they found Stonegrave kneeling beside Jenkins, who was wiping tears from his weathered face. "My apologies," Jenkins muttered. "It's just hard, knowing I'll be left behind in this place." He sniffed, then looked at Kale. "Could I speak with you for a moment?" "Of course," Kale replied. Stonegrave silently handed his shoes to Jenkins and stepped aside. Jenkins looked up at Kale with a trembling smile. "You've treated me kindly, like a proper man, not just some broken sailor. Pauled, I have one more favor to ask. Your sash? The guards recognize it. They don't strike a man as hard wearing the sash. It might buy me some time." Kale loosened the cloth from around his waist. "Of course. And you should climb to the top tier. More air up there. You can see the sky. Guards rarely pay attention to our faces. We're close enough in build and hair. If they cycle out the watch soon, no one will know you're not me." Jenkins nodded slowly. "Smart? If you can, weld the bars back in place. If they think this floor was never breached, they might assume the escape started elsewhere." "I'll seal at least a few," Kale promised. Together, they helped Jenkins climb to the top cell. Kale replaced the grate and carefully fused 2 of the bars shut. Jenkins sat behind them, eyes reflecting equal parts gratitude and sorrow as he gazed through the iron toward the faint glimmer of moonlight. Kale climbed back down to the bottom cell, where the others waited. Atis was crouched beside the final grate, finishing the last cuts. With a metallic groan, the slab came free. He passed it up through the hole, and one by one the group slipped into the tunnel beyond, their path dimly lit by the flickering glow of flame conjured by Kale and Atis. Riggs took the lead. "This way. Move fast." They raced through the narrow passages, navigating by instinct and memory. When they reached the corridor leading to the old drainage exit, their pace slowed. Riggs stepped carefully into the mouth of the tunnel, pulling out the smuggled plans and holding them up to the flickering light as he counted his paces. Then he stopped, his expression falling. "They're behind schedule. Half a day behind. There's 4 extra feet of dirt." Shovels and picks lay discarded nearby, tools from the tunneling team. Stonegrave grabbed one and hefted it. "Standing around won't help. We dig." "It won't matter," Kale muttered. "I've seen them dig down here before. There's still 8 feet to go, and the outer layer is solid stone. We can't burn through that by morning. By then, the tunnel crew will be back, and the grate will be in place. We'll lose our chance." Atus spoke up from behind, low and reluctant. Riggs listened, then translated. "He says there might be another way. In the quarries, they use small bags of blasting powder to break through stone. It's stored in the blacksmith's storeroom." Riggs turned to Atus. "Can you get them?" Atus gave a firm nod. "Good," Riggs said, already shifting into motion. "Take Kale with you. Stonegrave and I will start clearing a spot for the charges." Kale shot a final glance down the shadowy tunnel, then turned and followed Atus into the darkness. Riggs gave Kale a pointed look, a silent warning in his eyes that said, "Watch yourself." The walk up the tunnel, free from escort and the oppressive presence of guards, felt strangely surreal. For the first time, Kale could lift his eyes without fear. The space felt different, less like a prison, more like the ruins of something once alive. Atus led the way, moving with cautious precision. He gestured silently at each turn, checking corners before advancing. As they neared the tunnel entrance, both extinguished their flames to avoid attracting attention. Most of the guards were stationed along the outer walls, and at this late hour, many were dozing or gambling with dice. Those still at their posts seemed more focused on the wilderness beyond the city than on the pit itself, which became quiet and dull after dark. Sticking to the shadows, Kale and Atus darted between carts and piles of dirt. Just ahead, across a narrow open stretch, stood the blacksmith's shop. Smoke still curled lazily from the coals in the forge, faintly glowing with the last heat of the day's work. Off to one side, a small storage shed leaned in the dark. Atus pointed toward it. Kale gave a nod. The two sprinted from their cover, crouched low as they crossed the space. They reached the open work area and slipped inside. As they passed the cooling trough, Kale hesitated. A vivid memory struck him. His first day here, being forced under the water by a brutal taskmaster until his lungs burned. The image was enough to freeze him mid-step. A sharp tap on the shoulder broke the spell. Atus stood at the shed's door, a rusted padlock clamped over the latch. With a whisper of heat and a flash of light, he seared through the metal, dropping the lock into the dust. He slipped inside without a word. Kale waited. A moment later, Atus emerged carrying 2 heavy bags, each the size of a small pig, and in his other hand, several water skins. He tossed the skins toward Kale and gestured to the trough. It was strange, working side by side with the man he'd once feared most. Atus moved with purpose, efficient, calm, even confident. There was something almost friendly in his manner, though it remained shrouded in that quiet dominance Kale had come to associate with him. As Kale filled the water skins, Atus rummaged through nearby shelves, searching boxes and bins with practiced speed. Kale's thoughts drifted. Had he misjudged this man? Yes, Atus was a brute, but perhaps that was survival, not cruelty. How could anyone emerge from a place like this without being hardened? Even Kale had changed. Death, once unthinkable, had become a background noise. He had grown sharper, colder, more capable, but at a cost. Smiling faintly at the thought, he corked the skins and slung one of the heavy bags over his shoulder. Atus handed him the second. Then came the sound of footsteps, guards approaching along the outer path. They ducked behind the building, pressing themselves against the cool stone. The guards' voices drifted closer, low and careless. Kale didn't recognize most of them. Turnover was common here, but one voice cut through the air like a dagger. Selleck. He strutted beside the others, bragging about his recent victory. "The old fool never saw it coming," he laughed. "One push and it was done. Should have taken that position from him years ago." Kale's hands clenched into fists at his sides. He hadn't realized until then that he'd been holding his breath. The voices faded as the patrol moved on toward the gate. Addis exhaled quietly beside him, the tension slipping from his shoulders. Kale watched them vanish, then caught something out of the corner of his eye. A flicker of movement. He turned, heart quickening, only to see a rag caught in the night breeze, fluttering gently from a wall hook. His pulse eased. The weight in his chest lifted, if only slightly. They were still safe. For now. Kale and Atus moved swiftly through the shadows, retracing their steps to the tunnel. Atus lagged slightly, a few feet behind. The silence between them felt heavier now, laced with an unease Kale couldn't explain. As they stepped back into the narrow passage, the darkness seemed thicker. After the first turn, a chill swept over Kale's spine. Something felt wrong. The air was damp, cloying, and there was a metallic taste on his tongue. His skin prickled with tension. Then it happened. An arm clamped tightly around Kale's throat, yanking him backward. A sharp sting burst through his back as something pierced deep into muscle. Atus's low laugh rumbled in his ear as the shank twisted. He whispered something in his native tongue, breath hot against Kale's cheek, then shoved him down and stood smiling over him. Pain surged, but fury came faster. Kale lashed out, sweeping Atus's leg out from under him. The brute staggered, raising his hand to conjure flame, but the effort of burning through the last grate had left him drained. Kale didn't hesitate. He drove his foot into Atus's chest, sending him stumbling back. Every heartbeat spilled more blood. Kale knew he was fading, but rage carried him. He lunged, fists flying. Atus blocked the first few blows, but one caught him squarely across the jaw. Then another. But Kale's strength faltered quickly. Atus dodged a final punch and stepped behind him. With a vicious shove, he drove the shank deeper into Kale's back. White-hot pain exploded through Kale's body. He twisted, just enough to keep Atus from finishing the job. But he could feel his energy boiling now. Heat building in his palm as rage surged through his veins. As Atus lunged, Kale unleashed it. A ball of flame ignited in his hand and exploded against Atus' chest, throwing him back and knocking the air from his lungs. Now, Kale leapt, wrapping his legs around Atus's neck. With a final burst of strength, he twisted hard. There was a sickening pop, and Atus crumpled to the ground, motionless. His body twitched once, then was still. Silence followed. The fight had been brutal, but short. Kale staggered upright, clutching the wall. Blood poured down his back, the wound perfectly placed beyond his reach. A death blow. He retrieved the water skins and the bags, dragging them behind him as he limped toward the others. Each step blurred his vision further. When Kale finally reached Riggs and Stonegrave, he was swaying like a drunk, barely upright. Riggs rushed to him. "Are we discovered? Where's Atus? He betrayed us." Kale's voice cracked. "He's dead now." Then everything tilted and he collapsed into Riggs' arms. "Stonegrave, help me! Get the bags!" Riggs shouted. He dragged Kale into the dim light of a lantern. Rolling Kale gently to his side, Riggs inhaled sharply. "This is deep. I think it punctured his lung." Stonegrave crouched beside them, already reaching for one of the powder bags. "Then he's done for. We don't have time. He'll have to be left." "No, give me that," Riggs snapped, snatching the water skin from Stonegrave's hand. He poured it over the wound to rinse it, then took a breath and pulled the blade free. Kale groaned, blood flowing freely now. Closing his eyes, Riggs placed a hand over the wound. A soft blue glow began to emanate from his palm. Water hovered in the air, forming a suspended sphere before slowly sinking into Kale's back. Warmth spread through the wound, the pain dulled, his breathing eased, the glow faded. "I'm sorry," Riggs said, wiping sweat from his brow. "That's all I have left. Can you walk?" Kale stared at him. "You're a Gehage. A water Gehage." Riggs nodded. "I am, but now's not the time. Can you move?" Kale gave a weak smile. "Yeah, I think so." He pushed himself upright as Stonegrave unraveled the fuse on one of the powder bags. "We only need one," he muttered. Voices echoed down the corridor. Kale recognized one instantly, Selleck. "I've found a body," Selleck barked. "Wake the others. Something's not right. I'm going to investigate." The sound of his boots pounding against stone grew louder. Stonegrave lit the fuse and ducked back. The seconds dragged. Then came the explosion, a thunderous roar that shook the tunnel. Dust choked the air as a fresh wind rushed in through the new hole. Slowly the smoke cleared, revealing an opening barely 4 feet tall. Beyond it, shrubs and moonlit rock beckoned. Alarms rang out above. Guards shouted. The pounding of boots echoed from every direction. Stonegrave wasted no time. He dove through the opening. Riggs hesitated, glancing back just in time to see Kale falter and fall. "Go, Riggs! I can't move! Just go! I'm not leaving you!" Riggs dropped beside him, trying to lift him. Kale pushed his hand away. "You won't make it carrying me. You barely will on your own. Go, please." Selleck's shadow appeared at the corner of the passage. "Halt!" Riggs's face twisted with guilt. "I'm sorry, Kale. I'm so sorry." Then he ran. Selleck stormed toward the hole, ignoring Kale entirely. But Kale wasn't done. With shaking hands, he grabbed the remaining powder bag. As Selleck neared, Kale hurled it toward the tunnel's exit. Selleck barely registered it, until it was too late. A spark flared from Kale's palm, a flicker of fire lancing toward the bag. The blast erupted a second later. Another deafening roar shook the earth. Stone and smoke filled the air. Selleck vanished in the cloud. The blast had barely faded when the tunnel shuddered violently. A cascade of rocks and dust rained down, and Kale was buried beneath the collapse. Pain flared as debris struck his limbs, and the air was knocked from his lungs. But luck or fate favored him. Two larger stones landed at odd angles, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for him to breathe. Coughing quietly, half concealed under rubble and dust, Kale lay still. Through the slits between the rocks, he could see the corridor dimly lit by the flickering remnants of the lantern. Then movement. Selleck. He emerged from the haze of smoke and grit, staggering, covered in scrapes and soot. He coughed hard, wiping dust from his face as he limped forward into the center of the tunnel. His eyes searched the ruins and stopped. Kale felt a chill run through him. One foot was exposed. Selleck's gaze locked onto it, and a slow, cruel smile spread across his face. He unsheathed his sword, lifting it with deliberate satisfaction as he hobbled toward Kale's prone form. But before the blade could fall, thick arms burst from the shadows behind him. They wrapped around Selleck's throat and twisted savagely. A sharp crack echoed through the corridor. Selleck collapsed in a heap. Standing above the body was the taskmaster, alive and very much enjoying the moment. "I told you I'd get ye back, you pompous weasel," he muttered, eyes still on the lifeless body. "I can see it now. All them fancy lads at your funeral. 'Poor Selleck,' they'll say. 'Neck snapped by that Riggs feller during the escape. Poor Selleck.'" He chuckled, low and dark, like a joke shared with ghosts. Then, without noticing Kale buried nearby, he turned and vanished into the deeper darkness of the tunnel. As the sound of his footsteps faded, Kale began to shift beneath the rubble. Slowly, painfully, he freed himself, gritting his teeth as he pushed aside broken stone and dragged his aching body upright. He pressed his palm against the cold wall for balance and began to move. Voices echoed behind him, guards entering the ruined corridor. No time. Kale turned from the destroyed exit and limped deeper into the tunnels. Each step away from the wall was a step away from freedom, but he had no choice. The guards were closing in, and the only direction left was down. A faint noise halted him. A pebble kicked across stone. Kale pressed against the wall, breath shallow. Ahead, a light bobbed gently through the shadows. The silhouette of the taskmaster moved across the tunnel, the glow of his lantern casting long shadows on the walls. He didn't speak, didn't pause, just pressed forward, deeper into the Undercity. Kale followed at a distance, careful not to make a sound. The taskmaster moved with surprising grace for a man his size, his boots silent on the stone floor. Suddenly, he stopped. The lantern went dark. Kale froze. His heart pounded in his chest. Had he been spotted? Would the taskmaster come for him now, just as he had Selleck, quiet, brutal, and without warning? Long seconds passed. Then, from just ahead, a faint glow bloomed. Overhead, a hatch creaked open, casting a shaft of light onto a steel ladder. The taskmaster climbed swiftly, disappearing through the opening. A moment later, the hatch clicked shut. Kale waited, then dragged himself to the ladder. His muscles protested, but he climbed, inch by painful inch, until he reached the top. With a final grunt, he pulled himself through the hatch and closed it behind him. Another soft sound followed, the closing of a second door somewhere beyond. Chapter 9. A New Prison. From somewhere down the hall, Kale heard the guards approaching, boots pounding, voices barking orders. There was no more time. Gritting his teeth, he forced his aching body up the ladder. At the top, he pressed gently against the hatch. It gave easily. He climbed into a well-organized armory, racks of swords, shields, and polished armor arranged with military precision. Without thinking, Kale dropped the latch behind him, locking the trapdoor shut. No one else would be coming up that way. An idea struck. Quickly, he pulled on a suit of armor, slipping into the plates and fastening the buckles as best he could with trembling hands. Then he froze. No boots. Before he could react, the door to the room swung open and 3 guards strode in. Kale's heart nearly stopped. The lead guard gave him a cursory glance. "You. Go with Gita to the guard tower. We've got escaped slaves to round up." Kale blinked in disbelief, then managed a stiff salute. "Yes, sir," the guard scowled. "And clean yourself up next time. You look like you rolled through the quarry." "My apologies, sir. Right away." As he stepped out, he fell into line behind a broad-shouldered man. Gita, he assumed. His bare feet slapped lightly on the stone floor, but no one seemed to notice. Guards rushed past in all directions, arming themselves, receiving orders. Outside, ranks were already forming. There was no way to slip past them. Up and up they climbed, winding through staircases and halls that took them deeper into the heart of the keep and further from any hope of slipping away unseen. At last, they reached the top floor and turned down a quieter hallway. 2 guards stood posted outside a door. Gita addressed them sharply. "Orders from below. You're needed to assist in the manhunt. We've had a breakout." Without hesitation, the 2 guards took off down the stairs. Gita turned to Kale. "Only takes one to watch the old man. I'll join the others. You stay here." Kale nearly exhaled in relief. Had Gita lingered even a second longer, he might have noticed Kale's lack of boots, or worse. "Understood, sir." As soon as Gita was gone, Kale scanned the hall. No windows, still indoors. He unbolted the door and stepped inside. The space beyond stunned him. A massive circular library rose 4 stories tall. Shelves wound along the walls in spirals, filled with books, scrolls, and trinkets. The bottom floor was lavish. High, barred windows between shelves, red velvet curtains, elegant furniture, and soft candlelight filling the room with a warm glow. The top floor was bare and domed with 2 small, unbarred windows near the peak of the cone-shaped ceiling. Then a voice. "Can I help you?" Kale turned sharply. An old man stood on the far side of the room, no taller than 5 feet. His long gray hair shimmered with streaks of white, and his eyebrows flared outward like tufts of smoke. A long, wiry beard reached past his chest. One hand held a cane, the other a book. But it was his eyes that froze Kale. Sharp, intelligent gray eyes, not dulled with age, but bright and aware. Clearing his throat, Kale summoned the firmest voice he could muster. "Just checking in, making sure all exits are secure." The old man hobbled toward him, leaning heavily on his cane. "Ah!" Then, without warning, he brought the cane down hard on Kale's bare foot. Kale yelped and dropped to one knee, clutching his foot in pain. The old man ignored him, calmly taking a seat and flipping open his book. "Tell me quickly, and tell me honestly, who are you?" "The guards will return soon, and I assure you, there's no way out of this place but through the front door." Kale clenched his teeth. "My name is Kale. I was imprisoned in the quarry for the last 11 years. I escaped. I need somewhere to hide. Please, can you help me?" "That depends," the old man replied, eyes never leaving the page. "Tell me how you ended up in the pit and how you got out." So Kale told him about his mother's death, the long years of labor, the escape, Selik's death, and the madness that had led him here. The old man nodded thoughtfully, still reading as Kale spoke. When the tale ended, he turned a page, finished the line he was on, then finally lifted his cane and pointed to a curtained alcove off the main chamber. "There's a change of clothes in there. Should fit you. Hide that armor under the bed and, for heaven's sake, wash up in the basin. I'll take care of the door." Kale bowed gratefully and rushed to the room. Drawing the curtains aside, he paused in surprise. Inside, a small bear cub lay curled in a cage, pawing lazily at the bars. Next to it, a man rested on a bed. His face was clean-shaven, his hair trimmed neatly. He looked noble, out of place in this place of dust and secrecy. This must be Rig's friend, Kale thought. A small oak wardrobe stood against the far wall. Inside, he found a collection of clothes. Selecting a plain red tunic, a white undershirt, and breeches, he dressed quickly. At the bottom of the wardrobe sat several pairs of boots and house shoes. He chose a simple pair and slipped them on. As he washed himself in the basin, the bear cub pawed through the cage, trying to play. For the first time in days, Kale felt the tension begin to melt away. but freedom was still a long way off. Kale tucked the borrowed armor beneath the bed and filled a mug from the basin, thirst clawing at his throat after all the chaos. Just as he stepped into the main chamber, mug in hand, voices rose outside the door, angry, panicked. "I swear I left a guard here," one snapped. "He must have run off to join the search. These recruits are worthless." The lock clattered. "He better still be inside," came the stern reply, "or it's your head." The door swung open, revealing a young officer with Gita trailing behind him. Both stiffened in visible relief when they spotted the old man seated calmly in his chair. Without missing a beat, the old man looked up from his book, putting on a convincingly frail voice. "Dear me, what's all the commotion about? I'm just trying to study, and now you lot come barging in like barbarians." Then he glanced at Kale with irritation in his tone. "And you, 2 weeks here and still slow as a sloth. Am I going to die of thirst before you get me my water?" Kale caught the cue immediately. He bowed slightly and offered the mug. "Of course, master. I'll be quicker next time." "You'd better," the old man grumbled, sipping with exaggerated displeasure. The officer narrowed his eyes at Kale. "I wasn't told you had an assistant. When did this happen?" Gita looked down, hesitant. "I've only been here 2 days, sir. Transferred with the last regiment. I wouldn't know." The officer stepped toward Kale. "We'll need to verify this. Slaves aren't permitted to keep assistants." Before he could move further, the old man slowly stood with a tired sigh, leaning on his cane. "Now just hold on. It took me 2 months of pestering Selleck to get help. I'm no spry youth, and if you feel like arguing, go right ahead. Take him to Selleck, and while you're at it, tell Hakot his son died because the guards were too stubborn to give an old man the help he needed." The officer blanched. Hakot's name hit like a blow. No, that won't be necessary," he stammered. "You're doing important work. Of course you need assistance." He turned sharply and exited, slamming the door behind him. From beyond, Kale could hear the officer's fury unloading on Gita. Profanity-laced threats and vows of punishment for the missing guard. "Thank you," Kale said, exhaling. "That was close. Now I just need a way out of this place." The old man set his book aside and folded his hands over the cane. "I'm afraid there is no way out, except through the main doors, and once they stop searching for you, this place will be swarming with guards again. You'd best get used to it. Better than your last accommodations, at least." "Maybe," Kale admitted, "but a prison is still a prison, and if I may ask, why are you here? You don't strike me as a typical detainee." "In due time," the man replied. "But for now, let's get you properly settled. The room you were in belongs to Hakot's son, Kane. It's a complicated situation, but I'm close to a breakthrough, a cure, or something like it." He looked around the grand space with an almost reverent glance. "This used to be the Fire Kingdom's great library, a royal retreat centuries ago. It was abandoned and forgotten until the city rose around it. Now it's buried beneath stone and secrets. There are only 2 ways out, the door in front of you and those high windows above, and neither is within easy reach." Kale nodded. "And your name?" The old man smiled thinly. "I've had many names. You may call me Zuby." "Thank you, Zub. I won't forget your kindness." Zub scoffed. "Spare me the sentiment. We're both prisoners. I helped you because I enjoy confounding those idiots who watch over me. And because your story intrigues me." He gestured to a pair of chairs. "Come, let's have some tea. I'd like to hear your tale again, this time with the details." "Tea?" Kale's stomach growled. "Real tea?" "Of course. I never go a meal without it. Now sit, boy. You youth act like tea's some exotic treasure." Kale took the delicate cup with care. His calloused hands made the fragile porcelain feel like it might shatter at any moment. He cradled it with both hands and sipped slowly. The warmth flooded his mouth and belly. It was the first real comfort he'd had in years. "That's incredible," he murmured. "Good. Now from the beginning," Zub said, sipping calmly. "Leave nothing out." So Kale did. This time he told everything, not just the facts, but the feelings. He spoke of the day his mother died, of the guards he'd killed, of the hollow years that followed. He recounted Rig's tale as well, wanting to be thorough. Zub listened quietly, nodding at times but never interrupting. Only when Kale had finished did he speak again. "So, 11 years in the quarry," he mused. "And how old were you when they took you?" "About 19, Kale replied. "We didn't keep birthdays, but by the harvests, I'd say between 18 and 19. Zuby nodded thoughtfully, eyes narrowing. Interesting, very interesting. Zuby stroked one of his wispy eyebrows in quiet contemplation. Fascinating. So your father was a fire Gehage. Quite the lineage. Tell me, Kale, have you always looked so young for your age? Kale gave a half shrug. I suppose I looked younger than most. Fairer, maybe. Without a word, Zuby turned and moved to a nearby desk. From a drawer, he retrieved a small hand mirror and held it out toward Kale. Then explain this. Why is it that you haven't aged a day since your imprisonment? I speak not as some mystic, but as a physician of no small reputation. You don't look a day over 17. Kale took the mirror slowly, his brow furrowing as he studied his reflection. It had been years since he'd truly looked at himself. The quarry didn't offer many chances for introspection, especially not the kind that involved mirrors. His hair had grown long, the rough whiskers on his face trimmed only recently by Riggs with a makeshift knife, but his skin was still smooth. His features unchanged. The boy who had once been hauled down into the pit stared back at him, unaged by over a decade of hardship. He ran his fingers along his jaw, then glanced at Zuby and handed the mirror back. I don't know. It is strange. Zuby placed the mirror back in the drawer and wandered toward a curtained room adjacent to Kane's quarters. Well, he said with a tired sigh, whatever the cause, your tale continues to raise more questions than answers. He paused at the doorway, resting his hand lightly on the frame. I'm off to bed. We'll continue in the morning. Whether you're deceiving me or I've just stumbled into something remarkable, I intend to find out. Good night, Kale. There are some pillows by the reading sofa near the window. Pillows and tea, Kale thought with a small smile. This day was turning out better than most. He made his way to the sofa, sizing it up from several angles before finally climbing into it with exaggerated care. He stretched out, legs draped over one armrest, head nestled between two cushions. It felt incredible for about a minute. Then his back began to ache. With a frustrated grunt, he curled up on his side, knees tucked, but now his ribs protested. He rolled again, planting his head against the armrest, feet dangling off the edge, only to feel his legs go numb. He groaned quietly and turned once more, only to have the discomfort settle in his hips like a stubborn houseguest. The couch was soft, so soft in fact his mind swore it had to be the most luxurious thing he'd ever laid on. But his body disagreed, firmly. Eventually, Kale gave up the fight. He grabbed one of the pillows, slid off the couch, and stretched out on the floor. The stone was cool, steady, solid. He let out a breath as his body finally relaxed. Now this, he murmured with a satisfied smile, this is real comfort. And at last, in the warm hush of the grand old library, Kale drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep. Kale awoke to a sharp jab in his side. At first, he assumed he'd slept on it wrong, his body still sore from days of strain, but then it happened again, and again, and again. His ears caught up before his eyes. A voice muttered above him. Up, boy! The sun's been up 20 minutes already. Another poke from Zuba's cane emphasized the command. Lazy youth, no urgency in your bones at all. I'm up, Kale groaned, dragging himself upright. He tossed the pillow back onto the couch, which looked thoroughly abused after his long night of tossing and turning. On the nearby table sat a warm roll of fresh bread and a steaming pot of tea. Come, join me, Zuba said, already seated with his cup. I don't get much company, aside from the bear. Kale blinked. Gladly. Bread, sweet mercy. How my mouth has longed for it. Eat up, Zub said. You'll need the strength for today's operation. I believe I've uncovered something quite curious in the young cane. Kale nodded, mostly out of politeness, while chewing as if the bread might vanish at any moment. Zub stood and motioned for him to follow. Inside Kane's room, the bear paced lazily in its cage. Kane lay unmoving on the bed, his breathing slow and steady. Zub approached the boy, gently rolling him onto his side to expose the back of his neck. You see here, he said, pointing to a spot just above the shoulders. Do you see any scarring? Any indication the skin was broken? Kale studied the smooth flesh. No, nothing. It looks as untouched as the day he was born. Why? Zuby didn't answer. Instead, he took Kale's hand and placed it gently on Kane's shoulder. Hold him still. This will only take a moment. Rolling up his sleeves, Zuba retrieved a tray of surgical tools and a basin of water. As he swabbed the area, he spoke. They say he hit his head on a rock during a fall, but I've treated worse injuries with less effect. I've tried filtering his blood through the bear, hoping for a purifying result. No change. But today, I'm testing another theory. With practiced precision, Zuby made a shallow incision and slowly began parting the muscle. "May I ask something?" Kale said quietly. Zub didn't look up. "Asking's free. It's the answers that tend to cost." "Why do you work so hard to save someone from the kingdom that enslaved you?" Kale asked. "I only hoped he'd live for Rig's sake, but now, I'm not sure I care. He'll grow up to rule with cruelty. That's all these nobles ever do." Zuby's hands paused mid-motion. When he looked up, his expression was sharp and disapproving. "Keep your narrow views to yourself. I've heard enough of them to last several lifetimes," he said coldly. "Every land has its tyrants and its saints. Most people are just trying to survive under the weight of their rulers' mistakes. You think a nation is evil because its king is corrupt? That's the kind of thinking that justifies killing innocents." Kale stiffened under the rebuke but held his silence. Zuby grumbled as he continued working. "This generation, always searching for a villain, one person to blame, one group to demonize. Everything is either black or white. No one sees the colors in between." He looked up again, this time more intensely. "Let me guess, you blame the king for everything. You think he's the singular source of all this misery? That he controls every fist that swings, every sword that falls?" Kale's face gave him away. Zuby snorted. "Of course you do. Another fool clinging to simple stories. Well, I may not be able to cure your ignorance, but I'll try." Then his brows lifted, and a spark of triumph flashed across his face. "Ah, just as I suspected." He pointed to the exposed tissue between Kane's vertebrae. Nestled between the bones was a tiny, jagged object. "See that? That, young one, is agonite. Small, imperfect, but agonite all the same. How fitting, the stone of agony." Kale leaned in, eager for a change in subject. "So can you just remove it? Will that fix him?" Zuby chuckled bitterly. "If only it were so easy. If it were limestone, granite, even obsidian, we'd be done already. But this?" He gently replaced the skin and stitched it lightly to hold it in place, though he didn't seal the wound fully. "Most would call it a stone," he continued, "and in every outward way it looks like one, but it's far more dangerous. Agonite. Have you ever heard of it?" Kale shook his head. "No, I can't say I have," Kale admitted. "I've never been much for studying rocks." "For once, I won't fault you for your ignorance," Zub replied. "Most know of agonite, but very few understand what it truly is. Despite it being forged into nearly every royal weapon since the first warlord stood and carved the clans into existence." He turned and pointed to a tall, dust-covered bookshelf with a ladder tangled in cobwebs. "Second shelf from the top, third book from the right. Red dragon etched on the spine. About big." Kale crossed to the ladder, shaking it loose from its webbed captivity and sliding it into position. He climbed carefully, the old wood creaking beneath his weight. 30 feet above the ground, he reached the shelf and spotted the book. He pulled it free and gave it a shake, dust swirling in the air like old ghosts. On the way down, a step snapped underfoot. Kale slipped, heart lurching, but caught himself just in time on a sturdier rung. He descended the rest of the way and placed the book on the reading table. Zuby turned the book around with familiarity, flipping through its pages with practiced ease. In seconds, he stopped, planting a finger down on a passage. "Well, Kale, can you read? Or shall I describe Monk Hartley's discoveries myself?" Kale straightened, pleased for a moment. "I can read." Years spent as a courier had given him plenty of practice. He began aloud. "Here, on the 11th day of the 41st year of this age, I have made a most curious discovery while delivering meat to the dragon that dwells in the southern hills. Among the grass where it passed, I found dried droppings, common enough, but when I dissected them, I found living parasites inside. They appear to reside in the dragon's digestive tract, aiding the breakdown of solid matter. I intend to collect more samples." Kale moved to read the next paragraph, but Zuby raised a hand. "Fascinating, yes? Now, let's skip ahead a few years." He flipped several pages, landing on another passage and tapping it. Kale read again. "Our research has continued through many nights. The parasite is indeed found in all dragon waste, acting as a natural digestive agent. It breaks down matter into basic energy, transferring it into anything it touches. When petrified, the dung closely resembles coal, though its weight is astonishing in comparison to its size. Our smith found it could be smelted and used in metalwork. The result, a near-unbreakable substance that leaches energy from prolonged contact. We've begun forging it into blades for village leaders and intend to craft a ceremonial sword. Zuby leaned back with a satisfied smile. Yes, my boy, dung. Dragon dung, petrified and transformed by time and alchemy. The great kings of the world lust after blades made from it. Imagine, entire legacies forged from feces. Glorious, isn't it? The ignorance is almost beautiful. Kale chuckled, then settled back into the couch. So what makes this agonite so hard to remove? Zuby gave a knowing glance. At least now you're asking to learn, not to judge. Progress. He walked to a barrel, pried off the lid, and pulled out 2 pieces of black stone, placing them on the table. These are samples, not incredibly rare, but not easily found either. That much over there likely cost the senator a small mountain in treasure. He pointed to the stone. Even in its petrified form, the parasite within lives. Slowly it multiplies, feeding on whatever is near. One dragon's dung pile from ages past can now stretch into an entire agonite vein. Zuby's face turned serious. That poor boy Kane, he's had a piece of agonite lodged in his spine for nearly 12 years. It's bonded to his body, even fused with his vertebrae. It's not just draining him, it's disrupting the flow of energy to his brain. He's trapped inside his own mind. Kale's brow furrowed. But isn't there anything you can do? Zubin nodded slowly. Perhaps. There was an experiment from years ago. I intend to replicate it. Tonight I'll send that barrel to the forge. If all goes well, we'll have the tools I need in a few days. He stepped to the door just as a knock sounded. A guard stood outside. What is it, Zub? I'm about to go off shift. I know. Take this barrel to the smiths, along with these instructions, and deliver this note to Senator Haken. He'll want to hear this news. I'll send a runner. Anything else? No, that's all. Thank you. The door closed with a heavy thud, the iron bar sliding into place behind it. From outside, the gentle patter of rain began to trace down the high windows. It sounds different in here, Kale said, staring at the droplets. Back in the pit, it was all thunder and crashing, rain echoing through the air hole. But here, it's almost peaceful. Zuby fetched a loaf of bread and started a fresh pot of tea. For a prison, it's not the worst. I've made my peace with stillness. Books don't scream after all, and keeping to myself, well, it reduces the chance of hurting those around me. That last line came out softer, almost reluctant, as if Zuby hadn't meant to say it aloud. Dinner followed, warm bread, fresh fruit, and tea. It felt almost like a tavern meal on a slow, rainy day. As they ate, Zub continued, recalling Kale's story back to him in perfect detail. Then he asked, "You don't seem especially attached to your life, Kale. Why is that?" Kale straightened, setting his cup down with care. "What makes you say that?" "I value my life as much as anyone." Zuby tilted his head. "Then why, by your own account, have you twice put your life in jeopardy to save others? That's not common behavior." "Maybe I'm just loyal to my friends." "Maybe. But in all my years, I've met very few true heroes. Most who rush toward death don't do it for courage. They do it because they don't care if they survive." Zuby paused, then looked Kale dead in the eye. "So tell me, Kale, do you want to live, or are you just waiting for a noble reason to die?" "By all the gods, what nonsense!" Kale snapped, slamming his cup down. "What would you have me do, let Reagan and Latus die for nothing? It was either all of us or just me. And with Riggs, I was already wounded. I wouldn't have made the run. The only choice was to cover their retreat. I'd already accepted I wasn't coming out alive." Zuby sipped his tea slowly, a faint smile on his lips. "Ah, so you chose the hero's path. Self-sacrifice. A noble trait for one so young. But a few details stand out. You speak of your injury as though it were a memory from a month ago. Yet it's only been a day, has it not? And here you are, walking around like you were never touched." Without a word, Kale lifted his shirt, revealing a faint scar barely visible against his dark skin. "Riggs, most likely. I told you, he caught me by surprise. Turned out he was a water Gehage all along, and never breathed a word." Zuba leaned forward, eyes gleaming with sudden clarity. "That explains everything. I've puzzled over Kane's condition since the day he arrived, how a simple fall could leave him trapped inside his own body, but now the picture becomes clear. The boy fell onto a protruding rock, and in trying to save him, Riggs healed the wound, unaware that a sliver of agonite remained lodged between his vertebrae. Kale frowned, thoughtful. You think that might be what Hakot referred to as doubtless proof? Riggs wasn't his son? Zuby nodded. That would be proof indeed. I hope he made it out, Kale murmured, casting a glance toward the window. Zuby brushed a few crumbs from his beard. If he did, he'll need to stay far from here. Hakot isn't just a local lord. He's got long arms in every kingdom. The stone and water courts both hold him in high esteem. And with Alora, his only conscious heir, and a daughter, no less, he'll chase her to the ends of the earth to bring her back. He paused, his voice cooling. He's also second in line for the throne. Only his brother, General Kame, stands before him. And the two of them, they're as close as shadows, patriotic on the surface, but both rotten to the core. Kale's spine stiffened. Kame is Hakot's brother? That makes him uncle to Fika. He looked toward Kane's room, a storm rising behind his eyes. And you still tell me we shouldn't drive a blade through the heart of the boy lying in there? That entire bloodline is built on cruelty and conquest. Zuby's expression hardened. Calm yourself. You would condemn a son for the sins of his kin? Is Kane not allowed to forge his own path? Must he carry the burden of his father's greed? Of his uncle's wars? Shouldn't we judge him by his choices, not his birth? Kale's jaw tightened. You're too idealistic. These people, these nobles, they're bred for power and taught to dominate from the moment they speak. They don't change, they don't want to. The only justice is to stop them before they can continue the cycle. Zuby's face flushed with sudden fury. Enough. I will not tolerate talk of slaughter, not in my presence. I've seen more of this world than you can imagine, boy, and I've lived through more kings and madmen than I can count. The Fire Kingdom may be burning everything in its path now, but it won't last. Tyrants always fall. Their reigns feel endless, but death comes for them just the same. He stood, Kane tapping the floor for emphasis. 2 centuries ago, the Stone Kingdom did the same thing. 60 years of war, carving through the land the Fire Kingdom now fights to claim. That era passed, and this one will too. History's wheel turns, no matter how tightly fools grip the spokes. Kale looked down, his fire cooling under the weight of Zuba's words. And for the first time, he wondered, was vengeance clarity or blindness? In the grand rhythm of things, Zuba said, his voice calm but resolute, is the land not as much the Fire Kingdom's as it ever was the Stone Kingdom's? Borders shift, rulers rise and fall, but it all balances in time. No nation truly owns another's soil. Each realm suits its own Gehage best, and on home ground, they always prevail. Whether in battle or by revolt, when time wears down their oppressors and zeal fades with the death of tyrants. He leaned back, letting the thought settle. Death, Kale. Death is the ultimate soldier, the great equalizer of empires. It doesn't play favorites. It resets the board, swaying power back and forth, but never letting it rest in one place too long. Kale listened in silence, then exhaled slowly. Zub, I don't challenge your wisdom, but I'm not as young as I look, and no speech, no matter how poetic, is going to soften how I feel about the Fire Kingdom and its Gehage. His eyes wandered to the surrounding books, many thick with dust, long untouched. Cobwebs curled in the corners of the higher shelves, untouched by the reach of the room's diminutive occupant. In truth, Kale continued, I hate that I'm one of them. Zuby said nothing at first, only watching him with a measured gaze. Then, in a shift of tone, he raised an eyebrow and said, Well then, ask your question, boy. Curiosity is still a sign of life. Oh, pass me that tin, yes there, fancy some grass? There's an old pipe in the desk drawer. Kale gave a faint smile. No, thank you, just a question. How long have you been here? Zuby struck a match and lit his pipe, taking a few long draws until the embers glowed warm. He leaned back in his chair, folding one arm beneath the other, and exhaled a perfect ring of smoke. 69 years, 8 months, and 4 days. Give or take, I've come and gone in intervals. Kale blinked. That long? But you said off and on? Have you escaped before? Zuby chuckled softly. Escape? Why would I do that? I have guards enough to make me feel important, a library to shame the Royal Archive, and the quiet I once begged the world for. I've traveled more in my youth than most kings do in a lifetime. This is my retirement, my surrender, my last station. You don't want to leave? Kale asked, astonished. Zuby added another pinch of grass to his pipe and inhaled deeply. The change in him was subtle but unmistakable. His posture stiffened, the light in his eyes dimmed. The lines on his face grew deeper with memory. "No," he said quietly, his gaze drifting to the far wall. "It's better for everyone that I remain where I am." That reply stirred something in Kale. "You're a man who's forgotten more than most have ever learned, and yet you speak like someone hiding behind silence. What could you have done that was so terrible, Zuby, that solitude became your penance?" Zuby stood slowly, setting his pipe in a small dish on his desk. His face gave nothing away. "I'm tired," he said. Then he turned without another word and walked toward his quarters, vanishing behind the curtain with only the soft scuff of his feet to mark his retreat. The sudden shift in Zuby's demeanor had caught Kale off guard. He was used to emotional consistency. Riggs, for instance, rarely showed more than one mood: stern, composed, militarily rigid, and entirely humorless. That was their life. But Riggs, at least, had always been transparent, until the revelation about his lineage. Kale had once believed honesty was one of Riggs's constants. Zub, on the other hand, was something else entirely. He was a contradiction, frail yet sharp, ancient yet animated, a mind cloaked in layers of mystery. As Kale sat lost in thought, his gaze caught a glimmer in the corner of the room. Zuba's cane. The polished silver handle reflected the morning light just enough to draw Kale's attention. He replayed Zuba's departure from the night before, how the old man had stood and walked away briskly, unaided, without even the faintest hint of a limp. Not a stagger, not a wobble. The cane, it seemed, was just part of the act. He doesn't need it, Kale realized. It's all a ruse. The next morning, Zuby emerged from his room as usual, cane in hand, steps slow and uneven. A performance now fully exposed. Kale had prepared breakfast and was seated comfortably, flipping through a worn volume titled The Tale of King Hekin and the Wolfkin King, a campfire classic, but far more nuanced in its unabridged form. "Kale," Zuba called, voice raspy with theatrical age, "bring me that basin of water, would you?" Kale didn't even look up. He took a bite of toast and spoke behind the pages. "I think you're perfectly capable of fetching it yourself, old man." His eyes crested over the top of the book, locking with Zub's. With a grin, Zub slung his cane across his arm and strode confidently to the basin without a hint of a limp. 2 days, he said. "Not bad. In 70 years, not a single guard caught on. But you, well, I suppose for a man in my position it pays to seem old." Kale shut his book with a clap. "You seem very spry for your years." Zub raised an eyebrow. "Look who's talking. You may be 30, but you barely look a day over 17. Tell me, was your mother a gnome?" Kale rolled his eyes. "Don't joke about my mother, you old cod. She was full-sized and real enough. No bedtime fables in my family." Tossing the cane onto the couch, Zuby turned with a surprisingly graceful pivot. "So you don't believe in gnomes? I assure you they exist, though not the dancing, flower-spreading kind from nursery rhymes. Real gnomes are not to be trifled with." Kale crossed his arms. "Then prove it. For all I know, this is another performance." Zuby paused, then pointed to the upper shelves. "3rd floor, 14th shelf, 5th from the left. Go on." "Why don't you climb up there and get it?" Zuby cleared his throat theatrically. "Kale, I am the physician. You are the assistant. Now assist." Grumbling, Kale climbed the spiral stairs and retrieved the book with exaggerated effort before plopping it onto the table with a thud. "There. Happy?" Zuby waved him off. "Oh, hush. The cane was part of my life long before you stumbled in here. I had no intention of dropping the act for a stranger." He opened the book with a practiced flick, then turned away to tend the kettle. Kale peered at the open page. The text was dense and archaic, written in a dialect he had to work to parse. But the illustration was clear. A detailed image of a gnome, head and shoulders in one frame, full body in another. It wasn't like the stories he'd grown up hearing. The gnome stood no taller than 4 feet, heavily armored from head to toe. Blades hung at either side of its belt. A massive broadsword was strapped across its back. Even its boots had deadly spikes, and the helm bore an axe blade rising high above the crown. It looked like a one-creature army. The close-up sketch revealed more. Rough, bushy facial hair, a thick patch on the chin, and sharp, rounded ears. But what struck Kale most was the face. The heavy brow, the wide nose, the shape of the skull and the flare of the eyebrows. It looks like Zuby. He glanced up. Zub sat silently on the couch, sipping his tea, eyes already on him, as if waiting for the realization to click. When their eyes met, there was no need to speak. Kale knew, and Zuba knew he knew. "You're Kale stammered, eyes wide. "A gnome," Zub said, finishing for him. "Well, half gnome, technically. It's not exactly a secret. I've lived so long, most nations figured it out long ago." "So the rumors are true," Kale said. "Gnomes don't age? Do they really live forever?" Zub gave a dry chuckle. "Oh, hardly. That part's legend. We die like anyone else, stab us, burn us, crush us, and we'll perish. But yes, we live a very long time. Some gnomes die of old age at 4,000 or 5,000 years. Others, 8,000 and counting. As for me," he grinned, tapping his temple, "a mere 2,412 years young." Kale stared at him. 2,400? That's impossible." "Is it?" Zuby asked, arching a brow. "You're speaking to proof." Kale leaned back, struck silent. Zub wasn't just metaphorically ancient, he was ancient. It changed everything. This man, or whatever he truly was, had seen centuries pass like seasons. What knowledge he must carry. "And in all that time," Kale asked, regaining his voice, "I assume you've met more than a few Gehage?" "Many. I once helped raise a prince in the Earth Kingdom. His great-grandson rules now, I believe." Kale's mind was already racing. "Could you help me grow stronger? If I understood my abilities better, maybe we could escape. Or at least I could. I know you've chosen to stay." Zuby narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "And what would you do with your freedom?" Kale hesitated. "I'd find Reagan." "And then?" Zuby pressed. "We'd live, see where the road takes us," Kale replied, more quietly. Zuby let the silence hang for a beat, then said, "If he's still alive, you might find him. But what would you do once you have him? Keep running? Keep wandering blind? I say this not to dissuade you, but to provoke your mind. Stop, think. This place may be a prison, but it holds more knowledge than most libraries in the world. Not just in these books, but in me. Yes, your old cod. Why not use this time to prepare?" "That's what I'm asking," Kale said, leaning forward. "Can you help me master my abilities?" Zub laughed, a little too loud. "Always the same question. Power, power, power. That's all anyone wants these days." He stood and began to pace. "Listen well, boy. Power can be taken. It can be stolen, stripped, shattered. But knowledge? That's a currency that only grows. It cannot be spent. It can only be built upon. And that is where true power lies." "I understand," Kale said, his tone softening. "I didn't mean disrespect. I haven't seen the world 100 times over. The fire in me still burns. I don't want this to be my end. But until the time comes, I'll be patient. I'll learn. Truthfully, I've had enough of folding linens and emptying pans." Zuba nodded with a smirk. "Good. Let's begin. Tell me, what do you know of the 5 elemental races?" Kale raised an eyebrow. "You mean the 4 elemental races?" Zub scowled. "Am I the teacher, or are you? I said 5. Kale bit his tongue. "Thought so. Let's go back, farther than you've probably ever studied. You know of King Hekin and the dragon Eriki, yes? And his 4 sons, those who became the first elemental Gehage. But few know the deeper story." Zuba leaned against his desk, eyes glinting with history. "Hekin had a daughter. She traveled with him while he trained his sons, hidden in their shadow. She watched. She listened. And in secret, she trained herself. When Hekin was nearing the end of his long life, he passed on a fragment of his life force granted to him by Eriki, to her, immortality, of a kind." "Why only her?" Kale asked. "Because he feared his sons," Zuba said simply. "Too much power for men who hungered for it. But he wanted someone to remain by his side, a piece of his blood. His daughter became that legacy." Zub crossed to a cabinet and retrieved a small, tattered scroll. "She lived for thousands of years, hidden away, mastering all 4 elements. But when Hekin learned the truth, he was furious. He couldn't allow her power to multiply unchecked, so he cursed her." "He cursed her?" Kale asked. "He limited her lineage," Zuby confirmed. "She could bear only one child, and that child could only have one of their own, a fragile bloodline. If it broke, if one heir died without offspring, the Wind Gehage line would end." "Wind Gehage," Kale repeated. "Why call it that?" Zub inhaled deeply. "After her husband's death, her grief overtook her. She lost control. Her energy, the raw life force within her, exploded outward. She could channel it through any of the 5 elemental veins in her body, but in that moment of sorrow, it surged unfocused. It struck the air, pure energy, a storm unlike anything the world had ever seen. "She created the wind?" Kale asked, stunned. "She twisted it," Zuby corrected. "She gave the wind form and force, lightning, static, fury. She became legend. But her line remained a whisper, passed from mother to child, a thread in time." Zuba looked back at Kale with a subtle weight in his stare. "And like the gnomes, most say it's a myth, a bedtime tale." "But it's real?" Kale asked. Zub didn't answer. He just let the silence speak for him. Kale sat in still silence, thoughts swirling like the wind that once saved him. Could it be? Could he truly be a wind Gehage? Was his father not simply a master of fire, but of all elements? How else could he explain that day, the sudden gust that had shielded him when his parents died? How else could he explain why time seemed to ignore his body? He looked to Zuby, voice quiet but urgent. "Do you think I could be one of them? A wind Gehage?" Zuby hesitated, then shook his head slowly. "It's possible, but unlikely. I don't see how it could be." "Why?" Kale asked, leaning forward. "Because," Zub said, his voice heavy, "the last wind Gehage died over 40 years ago, killed by the fangs of the Wolfkin and the ambition of the Fire Kingdom. Their bloodline was extinguished, or so we all believed." He turned to the window, his eyes distant. For a long moment he said nothing, his thoughts lost in decades of memory. Outside, the statue of King Hekin stood proudly in the courtyard, bathed in morning light. A dozen riders on horseback circled below. Zuba's expression shifted. His eyes narrowed, his body tensed. Without turning back, he spoke in a low, urgent tone. "Kale, you need to hide, now!" Kale rushed to the window and peered down into the street. Soldiers filled the avenue, but it was the figure riding among them that stole his breath. Fike. His black hood was pulled low over a masked face, but what truly drew Kale's gaze were the grotesque knives strapped across his chest and waist. "Fike!" Kale whispered. "Yes," Zuby confirmed grimly. "But more importantly, that's General Kame, his father. He wouldn't come here unless it was for me. And if Kame comes up, Fike will follow. You must hide." Kale scanned the room frantically. The desk had an open bottom, but it was too exposed. The space was cluttered with small furniture and shelves. His only real option was to slip behind the bear cage in Kane's room and cover himself with a blanket. He dove for it quickly. Several tense minutes passed before the bolt on the outer door scraped open. Kale, peering through a small hole in the blanket, watched as Kame and Fike entered, followed closely by Hakat. Fike hadn't changed much in size, but his attire was new. Jet black shirt under a leather vest, with a diagonal line of blades slung from shoulder to hip. A sword hung at his side, and his face was hidden behind a black metal mask, adorned with crimson carvings of flames. Only his eyes were visible, glaring beneath a thick black hood. General Kame was equally imposing. A long, ragged burn stretched from his scalp, across his eye, down his nose and cheek. His beard was full, save for the scorched trail that cut through it and vanished beneath his collar. One gloved hand twitched at his side, and as his tunic shifted, Kale glimpsed the scar continuing down his wrist into the glove. He wore ornate greaves and a gleaming breastplate, his sword bearing a design uncannily similar to Fike's. Hakat approached Zuby directly. "I'm told you've proposed a solution to my son's condition." Zub nodded. "Yes, there's a piece of agonite lodged near his spine blocking the flow of energy. I believe I can get around it, but the process will change him. He'll need to filter his essence through another creature permanently. A mountain bear would be ideal, strong, long-lived. I have one caged already, originally intended for another experiment. Will you consent?" "If there's even a chance it will save him, do it," Hakat said coldly. "But if he dies, I will hold you accountable." Zuby waved a hand dismissively and turned to Kame. "So, General, to what do I owe the honor? This must be your son. I see he's embraced the family legacy of getting burned." Fike stepped forward, drawing his blade. "You dare mock me, slave? Keep talking and I'll end your miserable life right now." Before he could take another step, Kame's hand shot out, stopping him. "Enough, Captain. You do not act without orders. Remember your place." "My apologies, Father," Fike said, lowering his sword. "But why tolerate this man's insolence?" "It isn't our anger you should fear," Kame replied calmly. He turned to Zube with a knowing smile. "Do you remember the day you gave me this scar? I haven't forgotten what happened when you lost control. No, I would never risk that again. At peace, you're harmless. But in anger? We all remember what you're capable of. Zuby's expression faltered, his head lowered in guilt. What do you want, Cum? I've told you already. I won't be a pawn in your schemes against the Stone Kingdom. I've left politics behind. This isn't politics, Kama said. It's a family matter. Hakat, perhaps you'd be willing to explain? Hakat stood silently, arms folded, gazing into the dim room where his son lay. Without turning, he spoke in a measured tone. My daughter has gone missing. Scouts report she boarded a vessel heading toward the water country. They say she was bound for a remote island near the outer shipping lanes. I could send ships to scour the known isles, but we both know there are places not marked on any of our charts. You've sailed those waters more times than most, and you possess maps more current than the ones in my command. He paused, voice thinning with something almost like humility. I am not accustomed to speaking with slaves as equals, but I know your past, so I'll set aside ceremony. She is my only true heir. I must find her. Can you name any islands our cartographers have missed? Zuby folded his arms, tilting his head downward in thought. Strands of wiry hair fell across his face as he furrowed his nose. After a moment, his hand rose to his chin, and he finally replied, What's in it for me? Hakat turned, a faint smile pulling at his lips. Kale, still hidden, felt a cold wave of dread wash over him. He knows. That conniving traitor knows exactly where she's gone. I will grant you your freedom, if she is found, Hakat offered. I won't promise to find her, Zuby said, but I'll show you what your kingdom failed to see. He reached for a scroll from a nearby shelf, unfurled it across the table, and dipped his pen into tar-black ink. With swift, deliberate strokes, he began marking the parchment. Minutes dragged by, each one tightening the knot in Kale's chest. When Zuby finally stepped back, the three men leaned over to study his additions. Hakot's brow lifted in awe. There are this many islands that far out. Why has such a large one never been discovered? The currents don't carry ships that way. The wind dies out nearly 30 miles from the shoreline, and the sea pulls vessels away. If you plan to reach it, bring oarsmen. Many of them, Zuby advised. And you believe she would go there? Hakot asked. If not there, then to any one of the 64 smaller islets surrounding it. Hakot let out a long breath. This may take longer than I anticipated. I'll make copies for my captains immediately. You'll do no such thing, Zuby interrupted sharply. All three men, Hakot, Kame, and Fike, snapped their heads toward him. What did you say to me? Hakot's voice thundered. You dare dictate terms in my city? Zuby pointed to the lower corner of the map. See that symbol? That's the seal of the king's hidden library. This map doesn't leave this room. You both know the law. Removing it would be an act of treason. The person responsible would hang. You've seen the coordinates. Memorize them and be done with it. I won't redraw the map. Fike lunged forward, sword half drawn. You'll do as you're commanded, slave. He barely made 2 strides before Kame's arm shot out and slammed into his chest with enough force to send him crashing into the door. The impact shook the hinges, the wooden frame groaning under the blow. I told you once, do not act without orders, Kame snapped. He turned to Zuby, eyes narrowing. And you, I'm growing weary of your arrogance and games. Keep testing my patience, old man, and one day we'll finish what we started. Zuby tossed aside his cane and slowly rolled up his sleeves. Kale, watching from his hiding place, caught his breath. This was the first time he had seen Zuby's arms, skin loose but hiding strength beneath. Coiled muscle pressed against sagging flesh. Most curious were the small black bands circling each arm, connected by thin wires that disappeared beneath his robe. Zub took a step forward, voice like flint. Then why wait, Kame? Let's finish it now. I'm tired of this charade. Kame paused, his jaw tightening before a flush of frustration colored his face. This isn't the time to settle old debts. I have a search to coordinate for my niece. With that, he grabbed Fike by the arm and shoved him through the doorway, following close behind. Hakot lingered for a moment, casting one last look at the map before turning silently and departing. Kale emerged from his hiding place, his eyes fixed on Zuby. Before I wring your neck for betraying Riggs, he said coldly, I need to ask, what power do you hold over them? Anyone else would have lost their head for what you said. Zuby didn't flinch. Those who know what gnomes are truly capable of have good reason to fear us. Even a young Gehage wouldn't stand long against an old gnome in battle. Before you let rage get the better of you, take a look at the map. Kale approached the table and studied the scroll. Dozens of small islands were drawn in pale gray, likely kept secret for royal eyes only. But out beyond the charted waters was a new cluster recently added, a large island surrounded by many smaller ones. Kale's brow furrowed. These are north of the Fire Kingdom, but Alora told Riggs she went south. You're observant? Zuby said with a sly grin. No, I didn't reveal her location. Alchemet is here. He pointed to a blank space in the far southern shipping lanes. It'll take them years to comb through the northern isles. They won't get anywhere near Riggs or Kane's sister. You're a sly devil, Kale muttered. Is anything you do straightforward? Zuby just smiled and turned away. The blacksmith will arrive tomorrow. We'll begin then. Now tell me, how did it feel to see the man you hate most? Kale's fists clenched. Like fire ants crawling under my skin. If I'd had a blade, I would have gutted him. Still, I won't lie, it was satisfying watching his father put him in his place. Zub nodded solemnly. And that treatment shaped him into what he is. Upbringing matters more than blood. Gehage, human, gnome, beast, we are all molded by our pain. Hatred, though, that only gets easier. It doesn't vanish, but the more you see them, the less it burns. And Kane, he's your greatest enemy? Zube's eyes grew distant as he stared through the window into the stone courtyard below. More than anyone alive, there's nothing I'd love more than to tear him apart, but I let go of revenge long ago. The hate still lingers, but I've sworn off killing. Kale stepped beside him at the window, just as Zuby motioned toward the yard below. A line of slaves stood in formation far below. Fike paced before them, barking orders. Then a figure limped forward from the crowd. Kale's breath caught in his throat. Jenkins. The red sash at his waist and his limp were unmistakable. Words were exchanged, too faint for Kale to make out. Then, with terrifying speed, Fike drew a glowing red dagger and drove it into Jenkins' chest. No! Kale screamed, seizing the bars in fury. Jenkins crumpled to the ground, blood spreading in a dark pool. Kale's vision blurred as the metal beneath his grip began to sizzle and smolder. A freezing wind lashed his face, and shadows clawed at the edges of his sight. Just before he lost consciousness, he felt a cold pressure on his back. Energy drained from him like a river bursting through a dam. His sight returned slowly. Around him, books lay scattered from shelves. Behind him stood Zuby, holding a smooth black disc. Zub stepped forward, eyes wide. There's no doubt now. You are a wind Gehage, and like all of them, your flaw is your emotion. When you lose control, your essence escapes, and yours is incredibly strong. What did you do to me? Kale gasped. How did you stop it? This, Zuby said, holding up the disc, is tempered agonite. It doesn't grow like raw agonite, but it channels energy far more efficiently. When your power surged, this gave it a direction, like a flood being redirected to a riverbed. But you must learn to control it, Kale. If not, you'll harm friend and foe alike. Their conversation broke off as the door creaked open. A broad man coated in black soot entered, hauling a heavy chain. I've got your order, he grunted. Where should I put it? A day early. Excellent, Zuby said. Set it on the table. The chain was strange. Each link held a steel cylinder between the sides, preventing direct contact. At both ends were 5-pronged clamps, with a long needle protruding from the center. Zuby lifted the chain and gestured for Kale to follow. Together, they entered the room where Kane still lay in his deep, unshakable sleep. In the corner, the mountain bear paced behind thick iron bars. Hold this, Zub said, handing Kale the chain. He pulled out a pouch of dried herbs, sprinkled them over a slab of meat, and tossed it into the cage. The bear lunged, devouring it in one savage bite. Soon, its movements slowed, and it collapsed into a hazy stupor, its breathing deep and steady. Zuby carefully snipped away the stitches, exposing the agonite embedded in Kane's body. With steady hands, he took a thin needle and eased it into the flesh surrounding the stone. Once in place, he secured a set of claw-like clamps into Kane's skin, locking them down to hold the needle steady. Without a word, Zuby crossed the room and opened the cage containing the mountain bear. Zub crouched beside it and made a precise incision in its thick neck, mirroring the procedure he'd performed on Kane. Soon, an identical clamp was affixed to the bear. There, Zub said, wiping his hands on a cloth. In a few weeks, we should start seeing results. Hopefully. Kale leaned closer, his eyes tracing the strange contraption that now connected man and beast. What is this thing, and how exactly is it supposed to help Kane? Ah, a question, Zub said with a spark of excitement. Let me explain. He pointed to one of the components. This chain is forged from tempered agonite. Years of trial and error led to this. The blacksmith I worked with, brutish fellow but brilliant, finally perfected the technique. Each link is separated by a steel plate. That's crucial. It prevents energy from overlapping or interfering. He tapped the mechanism gently. Kane's corrupted energy is funneled into the mountain bear. This one is young, vigorous, brimming with life. Its energy is potent, more than it needs. The system purifies Kane's energy through the bear, and any excess is returned to him. In theory, this should jumpstart the flow of clean energy to Kane's brain. Kale raised a skeptical eyebrow. There has to be a risk. This is incredible, sure. But what's the catch? Zuby nodded solemnly. Normally, death. If their energies aren't compatible, the flow collapses. Instead of purification, it results in total annihilation. But I've tested this pairing. The bear is a match, strong and stable. He added with a grin, there's more. The bear will gain enhanced intelligence and a telepathic bond with Kane. I haven't figured out why that happens yet, but it's fascinating. You'd be amazed at the depth of thought animals are capable of. I'll take your word for it, Kale said. I just hope it works, for Kane's sake, and maybe a little curiosity too. I'd like to see who he becomes after this. By the time they finished cleaning the tools and tending to the wounds, Zuby looked utterly spent. His face had gone pale, his eyes dull and distant. He rubbed his forearms absently as he shuffled toward his bed. I'm done for the night. Wrap things up here, will you? He murmured. Within moments, Zuby collapsed onto his cot and fell into a deep, restless sleep, his mind drifting toward memories he thought long buried. Chapter 10. Remnants of the Past. The sun bathed the monastery in golden light, its warmth dancing across the arched walkways. Birds chirped merrily from the treetops and stone perches, their songs mingling with the laughter of children playing on the manicured lawn. A dozen boys and girls chased a ball of stitched deer hide across the grass, their joy echoing in the still morning air. One boy, barefoot and wearing patched trousers and a threadbare shirt, darted after the runaway ball as it bounced onto the terrace. It came to a stop at the feet of a robed man who halted its path with the end of his carved cane. I'm sorry, sir, the boy said, catching his breath. It got away from us. The old man smiled gently and leaned on his cane. A lively game, but perhaps you and your friends should play within the courtyard today. There's important business afoot, and we'll need the walkways clear. Yes, sir, the boy nodded. I'll tell the others. The man gave a quiet nod and continued on, passing through the monastery's towering doors. The peace within was quickly drowned by the din outside, metal clashing, hurried footsteps, shouts of preparation. In the streets beyond the walls, soldiers scrambled to and fro, arms loaded with weapons, arrows, and shields. A young officer in the red-stained armor of the Fire Kingdom approached at a brisk pace. Commander, they've begun forming battlement lines. I believe they'll strike before nightfall. Orders? The old man Zuby eyed the soldier's armor. Zeke, my friend, the first thing you should do is cover that armor. We don't need you mistaken for the enemy. Have the blacksmith sear off their insignia. As for the catapults, pull them back 100 feet. They have the range, and I won't risk a lucky strike from those crude siege machines taking them out. He paused, his voice firm. We're behind strong walls. Keep our forces close. Suddenly, the sharp call of a trumpet rang out from the southern edge of town. A signal. Someone was approaching. Zuby and Zeke made their way up the inner stairs to the battlements, passing rows of archers and foot soldiers hastily readying for the assault. Drakholm's fortifications loomed high. Walls of stone 8 feet thick and 40 feet tall, formed from massive square-hewn boulders. 6 archer towers ringed the perimeter, each 30 feet wide. Beyond the gates stretched a low cornfield, and farther still the edge of the dark forest. From those woods emerged the army of the Fire Kingdom, an imposing force flying banners dyed a deep crimson red. Entire divisions moved in synchronized ranks, thousands strong, their cruel weapons glinting in the sunlight. Siege crews began positioning their catapults, anchoring them with heavy ropes and iron stakes. Zuby scanned the enemy lines. His own defenders were a mix, seasoned warriors and local townsfolk conscripted into duty. He stepped forward, raising his voice above the murmur. "Hold fast, brothers. Their numbers are many, but these walls are thick and will not fall easily. You fight not just for this fortress, but for your homes, your kin, and the innocents in Japata who would suffer if we fail. Let them break themselves on these stones, for here on the walls of Drakholm we will stop them." But even as he spoke, Zuba felt his confidence waver. Movement in the woods brought fresh dread. Emerging from both flanks of the forest came the wolfkin. On the left, the Black Paw tribe charged forward on all fours, snarling beasts wrapped in shaggy, dark fur. They moved with feral grace, lining up beside the Fire Kingdom's troops in perfect formation. Foaming maws parted in guttural howls, their claws flexing in anticipation. To the right, the Grey Paw tribe marched in eerie silence. Upright and armored, these wolfkin carried shields and bore the discipline of seasoned warriors. They did not snarl or bristle, but their stony composure spoke of terrifying resolve. Zub's jaw tightened. The wolfkin made walls nearly meaningless. They could leap halfway up and claw their way over like beasts ambushing prey. The defense just became infinitely more complicated. As he turned to leave the battlement, Zeke followed at his side. "Zeke," Zuby said quietly, "I must ask something of you." "Anything, Commander." "You know the tunnels. If the walls fall, I need you to take the children and their guardians through the northern passage. Get them beyond the Great River into the Eriki Forest. You know the path. I'm entrusting you with our greatest treasure, our future. Keep them safe." Zeke offered a solemn nod and clasped the old man's hand. Without another word, he turned toward the blacksmith's forge to obscure his armor. Moments later, 2 guards escorted a young Fire Kingdom officer to Zuby. The man was no older than 25, clean-shaven and clearly nervous. "Commander," one of the guards said, "the messenger's been searched. He's unarmed." The officer bowed formally. "Lieutenant came, bearing message from General Falkhurst." He paused to steady his voice. "The general demands your surrender. Raise the white banner and lay down your weapons. He is aware this outpost shelters orphans and does not wish harm to them. He will await your answer until morning." Zuby met his gaze with a calm that masked the storm in his mind. "Very well, Lieutenant. You will have your answer at first light." The boy from the courtyard still played somewhere within the monastery, and Zuby prayed it would not be the last day the child ever saw peace. With his hands folded calmly behind his back, Zube watched a line of small figures moving in single file toward the wall. At first glance, they looked like children, but he knew better. "There's no need to wait for an answer," he said, his voice steady and resolute. "This wall will hold, and if your army breaks through or if your wolf can scramble over it like vermin, we will fight to the last. We are the sentinels of Japata, and your general will find that these so-called children are more than a match for his finest." Lieutenant Kame's face twisted in frustration. Without another word, he spun on his heel and stormed back toward enemy lines. As the lieutenant vanished into the distance, a small hooded figure approached the commander. From afar, he might have passed for a boy, but once he pulled back his hood, his true age was apparent. His hair was gray, his beard neatly trimmed, and his mustache sat short beneath a wide, bumpy nose. "Commander," he said, his voice gravely, "the younglings have been moved to the tunnels. Zeke's with them. They'll begin their escape once the battle starts. My unit is moving to the walls. We'll meet the wolfkin there." "Thank you, Gruen," Zuba replied with a nod. "I'm grateful Japata could spare some of the king's guard. We'll need every blade today." Gruen bowed and disappeared toward the battlements, rallying his warriors with crisp efficiency. Soon after, Zuby followed, inspecting defenses and offering quiet words to his soldiers. The silence before the storm was thick and unnatural. Across the fields, the Fire Kingdom's lines held still, their catapults poised. The cold of early winter had settled in. Men rubbed their hands together to stay warm, steel gauntlets clinking softly. The gnomes stood side by side with human soldiers. Small in stature, they might have been mistaken for boys, but every man on that wall knew their reputation. Even the weakest among them could best 10 ordinary soldiers. Their presence was like flint to fire, igniting the courage of those nearby. Then came the creaking groan of tensioned ropes. Enemy catapults fired with thunderous cracks. Stones crashed against the outer wall, sending shards of rock flying, though most attacks failed to make a dent. One enemy siege engine crept closer, testing range. Zuba's artillery officer seized the chance. 12 rounds! Fire! Drakholm's mighty basilisks loosed their payloads. Boulders soared through the sky. Most missed, landing wide. But one struck true, shattering a makeshift catapult in a cloud of splinters. Cheers erupted from the defenders. "Prepare for ladders," came the next cry. At the enemy's front, a line of ladder-tiers stepped into view, ladder carriers armored and disciplined. A red flag snapped in the wind, and the Fire Kingdom's charge began. Shouts, roars, and the clash of steel filled the air. Arrows rained down from the towers, piercing armor and flesh, but still they advanced. Ladders slammed against the walls. Some buckled under the weight of their own men. Others held firm as soldiers scrambled upward. But the real terror wasn't the men, it was the wolfkin. They came bounding behind, wild and graceful. The Black Paw were first, leaping halfway up the walls in a single pounce, sometimes crushing soldiers beneath them as they landed. A moment later, they cleared the battlements and descended in a blur of teeth and claws. The defenders struggled to hold. The wolfkin's sheer power overwhelmed the wall's edge. With every swing, their claws tore through flesh and armor. 2 men fell for every blow. But then the gnomes joined the fight. Where the wolfkin were powerful, the gnomes were swift, darting, rolling, leaping past snarling jaws and flailing claws. Their precision was lethal. A single strike to the heart dropped even the fiercest of the beasts. They moved like dancers among monsters, blades flashing silver in the light. Finally, the ladders were thrown down. What remained of the first assault retreated, leaving the ground below littered with bodies. Zubi, limping and bloodied, braced himself on a staff, a deep gash across his thigh from a Black Paw's talon. "How did your unit fare, Gruen?" he asked through clenched teeth. Gruen wiped blood from his blade and slid it into its sheath. 4 dead, 12 wounded. It could have been worse, but that was just a taste. They're holding back most of their wolfkin. Zub nodded grimly. "A test, nothing more. That first wave was green, some barely soldiers. The real attack is still coming. We need a way to keep those ladders off the walls. The wolfkin barely need them as it is." Minutes dragged on. Across the field, the enemy reformed, shifting into tighter formations. The lull in battle gave little comfort. Half an hour passed. The tension returned. Then the trumpet sounded again. Riding under a white banner, Kame returned, his expression more smug than before. He stopped a few paces from Zube and tossed a bloodied sack onto the ground. "That," he said coldly, "is what's left of your guard and the caretakers of your little ones. The children are alive, barely. But it's hard to stop the wolfkin from tearing apart their prey. They consider them a delicacy." Gruen stepped forward, kneeling beside the sack. From within, he pulled out a severed leg, the blackened edge of the armor marking it unmistakably. Zeke's. The silence that followed was thick with rage and sorrow. Zuba's grip on his staff tightened. His eyes remained locked on Kam, not with panic, but with a calm born of iron resolve. "You've made your choice," Zub said softly. Zubi's face flushed red with fury. His fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white, as his breath came in sharp, uneven bursts. "I have a message for your general," he growled. Without warning, a brilliant flash of light exploded between them. Kama cried out and collapsed, clutching his face and arm. A blackened, smoking gash now ran the length of his body, seared deep into flesh and cloth. "Tell him to bring his entire horde," Zubi said coldly. "It'll save me the trouble of hunting each one of you down." He turned and walked back toward the battlements, his steps slow, dazed. The weight of what had just occurred, what had been lost, refused to settle in his mind. The children. Zeke, gone. Gruen's voice reached him faintly, asking questions, practical, urgent, but Zuba barely heard them. The roar of the advancing army rolled like distant thunder. Ladders struck the stone with hollow thuds, but they felt distant, unreal. His hands started to burn, his skin prickled with heat, his vision swam and the world lost its clarity. Then came the screams, shattering, endless, and they were all that remained. Zubi awoke drenched in sweat, his breath ragged. Above him sat Kale, a damp cloth in one hand and concern etched across his face. "You're awake?" Kale exhaled, relieved. You've had a high fever for days. I thought we'd lost you. Zuby lay in his bed, stripped down to only his canvas breeches. His frame was lean, his muscles still firm beneath skin that now hung a bit too loosely from his bones. Wrapped around his arms and extending to his shoulders were thin bands of agonite, all leading to a cylindrical disc affixed to the center of his back. I see you found my little secret, Zub said quietly. Kale nodded, eyes narrowing. I'd suspected something for a while. You know far too much about bending for someone who claims no experience. What is that thing, really? They're my shackles, Zub answered. He swung his legs off the bed and stood. The weakness that had plagued him just moments earlier seemed to vanish as he pulled on his robe and crossed the room with ease. It keeps me from bending. Without missing another word, he strode into the adjacent room to check on his patient. Kale followed, still processing the admission. Kane hasn't changed much. I've cleaned him, changed his sheets. His skin's not as yellow as before. That's something, I suppose. Zuby leaned over Kane, studying him with a trained eye. The man's features were still pale and still, but the bear, chained beside him, was another matter entirely. It didn't paw at visitors like it once had. It simply watched. Its deep eyes tracked both Zub and Kale, following them silently as they moved about the room. Remarkable, Zuby murmured. Its awareness is growing. Intelligence, maybe even consciousness. The link is forming. Just then, a soft grunt came from Kane. His brow furrowed. Sweat broke out along his forehead. Zuba smiled. He's taken to a fever. Good. That means his body is waking. Kale blinked. You call that good? In this case, Zuba said, it's very good. Despite his doubts, Kale had learned enough not to question Zub's instincts. The fever passed by nightfall, and as the two sat drinking tea the next afternoon, a hoarse voice called from Kane's room. Hello, where am I? I'm so thirsty. They rushed in. Kane lay weakly on the bed, his eyes open for the first time. Zuby quickly checked his pulse, then nodded. It worked. Welcome back. How do you feel? Thirsty. My head feels like it's been split in two. I can't move my arms. That's atrophy, Zub explained. You've been unconscious for 12 years. It will be months before you can feed yourself, years before you walk without aid. But rest easy. We'll start slowly. Water, then soft food. Kane's gaze darted around the room, panic flashing in his eyes. Riggs? He was with me. Did he make it? Was he hurt? Kale stepped in, offering a calm answer. He's safe. His horse didn't spook, and he did his best to help you. Last we heard, he was somewhere in the Water Kingdom. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the full truth either. Kale saw Kane's expression tighten. Even in his fragile state, the color drained from his face. Something in Kale's words had struck a nerve. They didn't know what. Weeks passed as Kane slowly regained the ability to eat. But with his strength, a sense of entitlement resurfaced. Kale began to recognize that the man was used to nobility. Every small task had to be done for him. Despite obvious progress, Kane insisted on being hand-fed, bathed, and waited on. I'm telling you, Zube, Kale said one morning, exasperated. He could lift that mug on his own if he just tried. That day, Zube intervened. No more coddling, he told Kane. From now on, you will do everything for yourself, except walk. Kane's pride bristled at the demand, but he complied. Strangely, for a man who'd spent 12 years asleep, Kane still slept often. And when he did, his ever-present bear remained awake, silent and alert. It rarely rested, eyes constantly scanning its surroundings, watching, learning. But something else began to unsettle Kale. Kane smiled often, joked freely, and carried himself with the charm of a nobleman. Yet Kale had learned to judge a man not by his words, but by his eyes. Kane's smile never reached them. Behind the jokes was something colder, calculating. Whenever Zuby entered the room, Kane sat straighter, more guarded. There was something he was hiding, and Kale could feel it in his bones. While Kane slept, Zub and Kale found precious time for study. Kale immersed himself in texts on geography, history, and bending. Nearly a year passed under Zuby's mentorship, and Kale had devoured most of the books in the collection. He was especially fascinated by the gnomes. He had once assumed their rarity was due to size or secrecy, but the truth was far more tragic. The survival of their kind depended on the rare birth of females, stronger, wiser, more agile and noble than the males. But female gnomes often died in childbirth, and those who survived could only bear children once every decade. Even then, most of the offspring were male. If not for their near immortality, the race would have vanished long ago. The deeper Kale studied, the more he realized that in a world of crumbling kingdoms and rising threats, knowledge was as valuable a weapon as any blade. And beside him, Zub, who bore his own chains, was arming him well. Kale's studies eventually led him to the Wolfkin, a fearsome race native to the dense Eriki forest which bordered the ancient gnome city of Japata and stretched into the territories of the Earth Kingdom. Born of an ancient blood pact with wolves, the Wolfkin were primal, nomadic beings who roamed the forest depths and borderlands, leaving ruin in their wake. Anything, beast, man, or settlement, that crossed their path was either destroyed or devoured. The Wolfkin were divided into two distinct clans. The Blackpaw clan, cloaked in thick dark fur, were savage and relentless. Known for their legendary ferocity, they fought with wild abandon, overwhelming enemies through sheer brutality. Their presence on the battlefield was like a living storm, chaotic, violent, and nearly unstoppable. The Grey Paw, by contrast, bore a closer resemblance to man. Clad in sleek gray fur and often armored, they wielded strategy like a weapon. Calculating and intelligent, they were masters of tactics and precision. What they lacked in raw aggression, they more than made up for in cunning. Though different in form and function, both clans shared one truth. In battle, each was as formidable as a gnome, if not more so. Late one night, as Kale sat reading beneath the flickering glow of candlelight, a small white mouse crept onto the table. Its fur was pristine, its eyes a soft, icy blue, and it moved with curious determination. Kale had seen plenty of rats since his confinement, but never a mouse. Intrigued, he reached slowly for a nearby glass, positioning himself for a quick capture. The idea of having a companion, even a rodent, was appealing. But just as he prepared to pounce, a faint rustling caught his ear. It came from high above, somewhere along the third level of the towering bookcases. Dust and cobwebs drifted down, momentarily dancing in the candlelight. Kale had grown used to such sounds, usually just rats scampering across the old beams. Returning his focus to the mouse, Kale rose quietly from his chair, careful not to startle it. But as he moved, he realized he wasn't the only one hunting. From the foot of Kane's bed, the great mountain bear, Olin, stood low and ready, its powerful legs coiled like springs. "Don't even think about it, Olin," Kale warned in a whisper. "You've had your share of rats. This one's mine, at least until Zuby takes it away." Olin wasn't persuaded. With perfect synchronicity, man and bear launched at the same time. Kale with his glass, Olin with raw muscle and instinct. But the mouse darted with startling speed toward the bookshelf. Then the air shattered. A shrieking roar erupted from above, freezing both Kale and Olin in place. From the darkness descended a blur of motion. A light brown mass dropped like a stone from the rafters and collided with Olin, slamming the bear onto its side with bone-rattling force. Kale stumbled back, heart racing, eyes wide. Whatever had fallen wasn't after him, or the mouse. It turned to face the bear, hissing and snapping. The creature paid no mind to Kale, instead planting itself protectively between him and Olin. For a few precious seconds, Kale took in the beast. It stood nearly 4 feet tall at the shoulder, the length of a large dog, but its movements were more feline than canine. Smooth, deliberate, but with a noticeable hobble, likely from the impact. Its back sported 2 massive light brown wings, folded into overlapping shields like armored plates. Its head, from what little Kale could see, resembled that of a great eagle, though its body was nothing like any bird he'd known. 4 limbs, strong, talon-tipped, held it steady on the stone floor. The 2 creatures squared off. Olin, already rising to his feet, puffed out his thick fur and bared his teeth. The display was primal, instinctive. Though he had never set foot in a wild forest, the bear looked every bit the untamed king of the mountains. But before the inevitable clash could unfold, something unexpected happened. From beneath the bookshelf, the forgotten mouse emerged and stood tall on its hind legs. It began to squeak, high-pitched, rhythmic, almost musical. Kale had never heard anything like it. The winged beast didn't flinch, didn't break its gaze from the bear. But Olin did. His ears twitched and his posture shifted. The tension drained from his limbs as curiosity replaced aggression. The mighty bear, ferocious and formidable, suddenly seemed more like a puzzled child than a warrior. Because if there was one truth about mountain bears, It wasn't just their strength that defined them. It was their endless, all-consuming curiosity. In a blink, Olin shifted from territorial beast to focused predator, his instincts reignited. He prepared to lunge once more at the tiny white mouse, but was stopped short. The sharp jerk of his chain reminded him of his limits. The mouse had crept just beyond reach, safely outside the bear's restricted perimeter, tethered securely beside Kane's bed. Meanwhile, the bird-like creature, having determined the bear was no longer a threat, turned its attention to Kale. Only then did Kale realize he had made a critical mistake. He had forgotten himself in the excitement. Slowly, cautiously, he backed toward the table, heart pounding. The creature's amber eye fixed on him, and in that moment Kale was certain he would be torn apart in seconds. But the fear that surged through him melted as quickly as it had come, replaced by something deeper. Awe, recognition, joy. The creature's gaze held no hostility, only calm intelligence, almost happiness. A long scar curved down the side of its feathered face and across a deformed forelimb. Its rear legs were unmistakably avian, powerful and taloned, but its lone functional forelimb resembled that of a desert cat, nimble and muscular, much like the sandcats of the southern dunes. Kale's breath caught in his throat. "Mako?" he whispered. It was him, bigger, wilder, changed, but unmistakably the same. Kale leaned down and gently brushed his fingers over the creature's head. "Mako, my friend, you've grown. I've missed you, but what in the world have you become?" A voice spoke from behind, startling him. "I think I can answer that," came Zuby's calm reply. Kale turned to find the old man standing in his robe, leaning against the doorframe. Perched on his shoulder, of all things, was the mouse. "You know what he is?" Kale asked, still stroking Mako's head, part feathers, part fur. Zuby gave a knowing nod. "Of course I do. I'm surprised you don't. You read the book last month. Second floor, fourth bookcase from the right, second shelf, third book in. A griffin, myth or fiction? Ring a bell?" "A griffin?" Kale breathed. "I never thought they were real." Zuby chuckled softly. "You also didn't believe in gnomes, Wolfkin, or the diseased outcasts of the Water Kingdom's underworld. Yet here we are." "I didn't know there were diseased outcasts in the Water Kingdom," Kale said. "So how could I think they weren't real?" Zub waved a hand. "Irrelevant. The point is, your assumptions about reality have been consistently off. Try approaching the world with this mindset. Presume something is possible until proven otherwise." With that, Zuby stepped forward and began inspecting Mako, who didn't flinch. "Fascinating. Highly intelligent. I've never heard of one bonding with a human before. Highly irregular." "He didn't at first," Kale said with a grin. "He bit me, several times. This is the same bird I rescued before prison, the one that used to bring me scraps." Zub lowered himself into a chair, his pipe already lit and smoke curling lazily in the air. The white mouse curled up contentedly on his shoulder. "A fine creature indeed," Zub said, eyes studying Mako with interest. "His blind eye and mangled limb clearly haven't hindered his ability to survive. Remarkable resilience." Mako settled beside Kale, resting his head in the man's lap like a loyal hound. Kale stroked the feathers along his head and neck, then down to the soft fur at his back, as if the transformation in size and form had always been this way, as if this was simply how things were meant to be. "How did he even get here?" Kale asked. "A griffin, an actual griffin, something this unusual, this large, someone would have noticed." Zuby exhaled a puff of smoke. "Not necessarily. The book you read left out a few important details. Like many animals, griffins are born with a natural camouflage, an evolutionary defense. Just as insects mimic sticks or bark, griffins are born looking like hawks. From a distance, even up close, no one suspects otherwise." He paused. "But it doesn't last. As they grow and their front legs begin to form, they must be cut free from the chest sac where they're hidden. Most never survive the process. That's why so few are ever seen." "I do remember," Kale said thoughtfully. "Mako always had a disproportionately large chest. It's balanced out now." Zuby nodded. "Indeed. He's matured, and apparently, he found his way back to you." Mako gave a low, satisfied chirr in his throat, as if affirming the truth, and for the first time in a long time, Kale felt whole again. Yes, of course," Zuba said, waving a hand as if brushing away an obvious truth. He kept his forelegs tucked into his chest, part of the natural camouflage. Many young griffins are killed before they even reach adolescence. It's a cruel irony for a species built to live for centuries. He turned toward Kale with a glint in his eye. You see, hawks, especially the mako hawk, are often hunted down as pests, and while real mako hawks are generally tame and avoid livestock, griffins, mistaken for them, are anything but. They're ravenous as fledglings and far more cunning than any farmer would expect. I recall hearing of a nuisance hawk in the region a few years back. Chicken coops mysteriously emptied, livestock vanishing night after night. The locals blamed rogue sandcats. Zuby chuckled. I think we've just found our true culprit. Kale raised an eyebrow. But how would you know about any of that? You've been locked in here the entire time. I said I had a spy, Zub replied with a grin, though I suppose I should have said a very little spy. With a flourish, he gently lifted the white mouse from his shoulder and held it in his palm. Meet Alcaz, my first experiment. Kale blinked. The mouse, of course. It had taken to Zuby far too naturally. He recalled Zub once mentioning that he'd tested his theories before trying them on Kane, but he'd never imagined the test subject still lived. I needed something harmless, Zub continued. So I chose the smallest mammal I could find. Now that the experiment's complete, Alcaz roams freely, through the castle and occasionally the farmlands. Let's just say he keeps me informed. You'd be amazed how little of importance is said in the so-called war room compared to what's whispered in chicken coops. Zuba's tone shifted back to Mako. But enough of rodents. Let's return to our feathered mystery. Kale couldn't suppress the quiet joy stirring inside him. Mako, his old friend, was alive here, and more majestic than ever. He reached down, brushing his hand along Mako's ruffled feathers, the touch soothing and familiar. Zuba, you said griffins live long. How long exactly? Some have been known to live for thousands of years, Zuba said, puffing gently on his pipe. But few survive to adulthood. They're delicate in their youth. Kale's voice turned quiet. Will he live as long as I do? Zuba hesitated, then met Kale's gaze. Mako might come close. He's one of the few creatures on this earth who could. But Kale, there's something you need to understand. Sooner or later, you'll outlive everyone you care about. Even the gnomes eventually grow old and die. Immortality is both a gift and a burden. Kale frowned. Immortal? I'm not immortal. I feel pain. I bleed. I scar. Zuba leaned forward, folding his fingers beneath his chin. I never said you were invincible. You're not a god, but you won't die from sickness, age, or hunger. Not naturally anyway. Starvation will leave you begging for death, but it won't take you. You'll endure long after others fade. Kale looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers slowly. Then how can I be killed? A blade, a well-placed strike. It's rare, but possible, Zub said. And it's not just your longevity that makes you hard to kill. Your body adapts. The more wounds you survive, the faster and more efficiently you heal. Pain isn't just something to endure. It's part of your training. It strengthens the energy flowing through you. Kale sighed, frustration clouding his face. Odd, all of it, but it hardly matters. I'm locked away in here, safe as can be. Zuba shook his head. Do you honestly think this place will last forever? This city, as we now call it, may stand for a few hundred years, if it's lucky. But the world outside is already shifting. The Stone Kingdom wasn't supposed to mount an offense, yet now they're stirring. Whispers in town speak of an attack, perhaps even on us. It may just be rumors, but I believe the day will come when your chains fall away. Just then, Mako lifted his head sharply, alert. With a low growl, he sprang toward the terrace, wings unfurling as he leapt. His talons left deep gouges in the stone floor. A moment later, he vanished into the night with a mighty flap, blotting out the moonlight through the tower's open ceiling. Somewhere beyond, a rodent squealed in alarm. Zuby watched him go with a bemused smile. The mouse, now curled in his palm, blinked sleepily. Gone as fast as he arrived, he said. But what can you expect from a creature of the wild? He's a friend, Kale, not a pet. Procedure 11, The Uprising. Several months passed before Kane was relocated to Upar, the capital of the Fire Kingdom. There, he was placed under the care of royal physicians and surrounded by an entourage of servants. For Kale, it was a profound relief. Between Kane's ceaseless arrogance and Olan's constant interference, he had begun to crave solitude more than ever. With Kane gone, life settled back into its familiar rhythm. Except now, Mako came and went freely. Sometimes he stayed for a day, other times 3. Always curious, the griffin watched intently as Zuba and Kale trained, studied, or worked. Yet beneath his observant nature, there was a melancholy Kale couldn't ignore. Mako often perched near open windows, his head tilted toward the wind, eyes scanning the skies. More than once, Kale heard him emit soft, mournful sounds, like a creature searching for something long lost. Meanwhile, Outcast continued to serve as their window to the world beyond. Through the little mouse's espionage, Kale and Zuby learned that the Fire King had died in battle a few years after Kane's departure. With no heir, the throne passed to Hakot, Kane's father, who promptly named Kane his successor. The war between the Fire and Stone Kingdoms intensified. Soldiers were pulled from towns like theirs to reinforce the front lines. The once bustling garrison now stood nearly empty, guarded only by a skeleton crew. Businesses shuttered, and those who remained struggled to scrape by. Nearly 7 years had passed since Kane's departure when Kale awoke to the sound of hurried shuffling. Blinking away sleep, he found Zuba hunched over his desk, frantically packing 2 backpacks. His pipe set, a few worn books, and various tools disappeared into the bags in quick, disorganized handfuls. "What's going on, Zuba?" Kale asked, sitting up, still groggy. "We have to leave, now!" Zuby snapped, voice tight with panic. Kale blinked. "Why? What's happened? Oh dear me," Zuby muttered, half to himself. "What have I done? Kale, you must understand, I didn't know what he would become. I had no idea what kind of monster he'd grow into." Kale rose, now fully awake. "Zub, speak clearly. What's going on?" Zub stopped, looking up with wide, desperate eyes. "That wretched boy, Kane, he's coming for you." Kale stood frozen. "Alcaz was spying in the war room," Zuby explained, breathless. "He heard Fike talking to one of the palace guards. Kane's ordered your transfer to Uphar, along with all the surgical equipment from his original operation. He plans to use you, Kale. I should have let him die the moment you asked me." Kale's mind reeled. He tried to process it. Kane, now a prince, using him as what? A replacement? Zuby slammed a satchel shut. "Don't you see? He's planning to replace the bear with you. I don't know how he learned of your longevity, but it's the only explanation. He wants your lifespan. He wants immortality." Zuby stepped forward, voice shaking. "And I won't let him have it. An immortal king, Kale. That would be a disaster. Tyrants don't need eternity to cause suffering. One with eternity? That's a nightmare the world doesn't survive." Kale wandered over to the window, placing his hands on the cold iron bars. Below, thousands of laborers, many no different than he had once been, worked through the dawn in endless toil. He turned back slowly. "You must have a plan. You wouldn't be packing if you didn't." Zub nodded. "Of course I do. Your flame's strong enough now to melt through the bars. We'll go the same way your friend Riggs escaped. Cut the bars, slip through the sewer grating, and make our way down to the armory. It's crude, but it'll work." Kale frowned. "You know as well as I do that they've reinforced that route. The guards may be cruel, but they're not fools. I'd wager they built those towers just to cover the grating. Too many years have passed for it to remain a blind spot. We'd be lucky to get 2 paces before they rained down bolts from every angle." Zuby hesitated, the confidence in his expression faltering just enough to show the weight of Kale's words. They both knew the escape route might be a death sentence, but the alternative, letting Kane win, was worse. "Lucky if we could get 2 people through, you say?" Zuby echoed, stroking his beard thoughtfully as his eyes narrowed. He was quiet for a long moment, fingers weaving through the wiry strands. "I've seen you lately, standing at that window, watching the walls, counting the guards, and those looks you give the people below. Your eyes are full of pity." He tilted his head. "You're planning to take them with us, aren't you?" Kale shook his head. "Not with us. I don't even know where I'm going, but I can't just leave them, Zub, not if there's even the slightest chance they can be free." Zub sighed, the sound deep and tired. "I understand, Kale. Truly I do. The guards are stretched thinner than ever, with so many pulled to the front. If there's ever been a time, it's now. But the odds are grim. You're not just risking failure, you're risking your life." "Is that a burden you're really willing to carry?" "I am," Kale said without hesitation. "I've looked them in the eye, Zuby. I know what that kind of life feels like. I won't turn my back on them." Zub studied him for a long beat, then gave a slow, resigned nod. "Very well," he said, voice lowering. "Then listen carefully. I think I have an idea." By mid-morning, the clatter of armored boots echoed down the corridor, signaling the changing of the guard and the start of another day. Kale stood silently, his bag slung over his shoulder, ready. Behind him, Zuby wore an old soldier's uniform, convincing enough to pass at a glance. In his hands, he held a chain connected to shackles that bound Kale's wrists and ankles. Zub gave 2 sharp bangs on the cell door. "Hey, you deaf? You weren't supposed to lock me in here with him. I've been ordered to deliver this prisoner to General Fike. Immediately. Now open the door." A moment passed before the bolts scraped back and the door creaked open. A young private stood at attention, stiff and uncertain. "My apologies, sir," the guard said quickly, eyeing the insignia on Zub's shoulder. "Sergeant, I wasn't informed you'd arrived. They told me you weren't due until next week." Zub narrowed his eyes. "Clearly you were misinformed, and you can tell that half-wit who locked me in here that if it happens again, I'll be reporting his incompetence to General Fike personally." "Yes, sir," the guard snapped with a nervous salute. Without another word, Zuby marched Kale down the corridor, leading him out through the keep's front gate and into the heart of the city. Years had worn the streets thin. Many storefronts were faded or boarded shut. Some of the newer shops Kale remembered from his arrival were now decaying husks, while others had sprung up where once there was nothing. The one constant was the towering statue of Hekin, untouched by time or war, watching silently over the city. They crossed the commons and made their way toward the rear of the city. A tall man in a sand-colored turban stood guard at the quarry entrance. "What have we got here?" the man asked casually. "Another one for the pit," Zuby replied gruffly. "Now step aside." "Not so fast. Quarry assignments are under city jurisdiction now. We'll take it from here." "This one's different," Zuby said without missing a beat. "Special orders. General Fike wants him here. Specific duties." At that, the guard's demeanor shifted. "Fike? Glad it's not me. Go on through, but be sure to get him marked before tossing him in with the rest." "I'll swing by the smithy on the way," Zuby replied as they passed. The ramp leading into the quarry felt as steep and ominous as ever. Even though Kale had chosen this path, the weight of it still pressed on his chest. Whether it ended in freedom or death, he knew one thing: it would not be a long stay. "I always knew that old armor would come in handy," Kale muttered. "That was clever thinking, Zub. Looks like they're clearing stone for the Northern Gate expansion. That's where we plant the charges." "Yes, obviously," Zub replied curtly. "Now shut up before someone hears you." He smacked the back of Kale's head, not just for show, but with genuine annoyance. "Keep your head down," he ordered. "Use your eyes, not your mouth. We need to find the speaking trumpet. It's the only way to be heard over this chaos." At the bottom of the ramp, the forge still stood, larger now, with an expanded storeroom protected by a heavy lock. A barrel of water sat beside the wall, and hanging from a spike embedded in a support beam was their target, the speaking trumpet. Nearby, the blacksmith stood waiting, the branding iron, stamped with the number 9, glowing red-hot at his side. "Ah, late arrival, is he? Bring him forward. He's 90,000, the blacksmith began, but he never finished the sentence. Kale seized the branding iron and, in a single fluid motion, dragged the glowing rod across the man's throat, silencing him forever. Without pause, he followed with a crushing blow to the blacksmith's skull, sending him crumpling to the ground. "Quickly, Kale, grab the trumpet," Zube urged. "Let's hope they haven't been broken yet." Kale snatched the trumpet and mounted the barrel beside the forge. With a swift leap, he vaulted onto the rooftop. Swallowing to clear his throat, he raised the instrument and spoke with as much command as he could summon. "Brothers, today is your day. The army has marched to the wall, and we outnumber our captors 10 to 1. Rise up, seize your freedom, fight and be free again." At first, there was only silence, just a flicker of hesitation in the clamor of the laboring quarry. Then the archers in the towers responded. A barrage of arrows hissed through the air, peppering the rooftop. Kale ducked behind the barrel, heart hammering, waiting for the fatal strike. Then a voice rang out from the pit. "Torlum not be slave! Torlum be free! Torlum hungry!" Kale peeked over the edge in time to see the massive form of Torlum, once a feared opponent in the arena, sink his teeth into a guard's neck. The archers redirected their fire, but Torlum was ready, raising the dead man's body as a shield. His defiance ignited the others. A roar erupted. Thousands of slaves, hardened by years of backbreaking labor, surged forward. They were men condemned for crimes they never committed, men stolen from homelands for a kingdom they had no allegiance to. And now they struck like a flood long held back. No number of Wolfkin's soldiers could have matched the fury of those who had nothing left to lose. Meanwhile, Zuba hauled open the cellar hatch, tossing bags of black powder into a pile. "Kale," he shouted, "I'll get these to the wall. We need every last bag to break through. But you, hold the ramp. It's the only way down. If the guards get through, they'll crush us with their weapons. Funnel them. Buy us time." Kale nodded and grabbed the iron from the furnace once more. Racing to the ramp's crest, he raised it high and shouted, "To the ramp! Hold them off until the wall is down!" The battle cry brought renewed focus. The chaos of the first clash began to mold into coordinated resistance. Torlum was first to reach the ramp beside Kale, followed by dozens of men, armed with picks, hammers, shovels, and scavenged swords. A young guard in fresh armor stepped into Kale's path. "Halt, slave, or die!" He lunged. Kale had never wielded a weapon in battle before, and the iron rod was hardly ideal. But somehow the guard's movements seemed slow, predictable. Kale deflected the blade with an awkward twist and brought the searing rod down on the guard's face. As the man fell, Kale claimed his sword and charged up the ramp to meet the advancing enemy. The clash at the top was brutal. Kale made up for his lack of training with sheer speed and instinct. The ground slickened with blood as both sides suffered heavy losses. Yet Kale and Torlum stood firm. The giant ripped through enemies with terrifying ease, smashing, grabbing, even swinging bodies like weapons. His monstrous strength alone kept the soldiers from overwhelming them completely. Time dragged. Kale's limbs grew heavy, his chest tight with exhaustion. Then a figure appeared, pushing through the ranks like a shadow come to life. A masked man, barking orders, cursing both sides. Fike? Kale's eyes locked on the murderer of his parents and his friend Jenkins. As Fike neared, recognition flashed behind his mask. "You! I killed you!" "No," Kale growled, fire blazing behind his eyes. "You killed another innocent, and today you pay for it." With that, they collided, rage against rage. Fike moved with lethal grace, each stroke a blend of speed and precision. Kale was outmatched. It took everything he had just to stay alive. Then Fike opened his palm and hurled a fireball at him. Driven by fury, Kale reached deep, swatting the flame away like an afterthought, sending it crashing into a cluster of soldiers. Fike's eyes widened. "You're Gehage," he spat, disgust and hatred twisting his features. "Then we'll settle this like the mutts that rot in these pits. So be it!" And with a roar, Fike lunged once more. The first strikes were exchanged with precision. Blades clashing, each parried with effort. But Kale's speed faltered. Fike drove his sword deep into Kale's shoulder. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, but wound after wound followed. His leg, his forearm, and finally a devastating thrust to his side. The blow knocked him to the ground, his sword skittering down the ramp where a nearby slave snatched it up. Fike stepped forward, towering above him, sword raised high and steady. "Now, little sand flea," he sneered. "I'll finish what I should have years ago. The son of that traitorous fool dies today." Through blurred vision, Kale saw madness behind Fike's eyes. But then, something shifted. A shadow blotted out the sun. Fike began to swing down but froze mid-motion, arrested by a force greater than his own. With a crash, he was thrown to the ground. Mako had arrived. The massive beast clamped a paw around Fike's arm, slamming his wings against the prone figure's body. His shrieking roar rose above the din of battle, and with a single bound, he lifted a nearby guard into the sky, leaving Fike battered and disarmed on the earth. Kale staggered to his feet as Fike groaned and did the same. Both men locked eyes, drew in a long breath, and charged like bulls. But now the momentum had shifted. Kale abandoned the sword. He didn't need it. This was the form of battle he knew, hand-to-hand, fast and fluid. Every lesson from Riggs, every technique Zuby drilled into him, he called on them now. Fike struck with fury, but Kale moved with precision. Ducking a wide swing, he drove a punch into Fike's chin, shattering the mask that had hidden his face for years. The twisted, scarred features beneath it were just as Kale remembered, burned, grotesque, and filled with hate. Again and again, Kale landed blow after blow. With each strike, years of anger and loss surged through him like a cleansing fire. Fike staggered, weakened, and finally collapsed to the ground. Kale looked around for a blade to end it, but then he heard Zuba's voice. "Kale, there you are! We need your help! We've moved the powder to the weak wall, but the towers are packed with guards. We can't get close while the archers are raining arrows." "I'll handle it," Kale said through gritted teeth. But when he turned back, Fike was gone, vanished or dragged away. Either way, the moment had passed. A ladder on the ramp led up to the battlements. Kale climbed, each step a torment. Blood poured freely from his wounds, staining the rungs below. "If I don't stop this bleeding, I won't make it," he muttered. At the top, he pressed a hand to his side. With a quick breath, he summoned flame to his palm and seared the wound shut. He winced, trembling. "Hurts worse than I thought." The archer's walkway offered some cover from opposing towers, but the main threat stood ahead, 20 archers firing relentlessly from the nearest platform. Their arrows fell like rain on the slaves below. One archer spotted him. An arrow loosed, whistling through the air. Kale shifted just in time. It missed by inches. The others took aim. Their volley came fast, but instinct took over. Energy surged down Kale's arm. His hand shot out, releasing a wall of flame. Arrows met it and dissolved into ash, the tips clattering harmlessly. The very air around Kale seemed to shudder, as if something ancient stirred within him. Every nerve burned. With a scream, he flung his hand forward. A wave of flame erupted from his palm, consuming the archer platform in a single breath. Screaming, flaming bodies tumbled over the edge. The survivors rushed down the narrow walkway toward him, desperate and cornered. But Kale was no longer thinking, only acting. His steps were sure, every movement precise. The first archer lunged and was disarmed, flung off the wall. The next received his blade back, through the chest. One by one, they fell. By the time he reached the tower, the threat was gone. Kale paused, breathing hard. Below, the slaves were losing ground on the ramp. The last of the powder bags had reached the wall, and Zuby stood waiting for a signal. Kale knew there would be no time to descend. If the guards poured into the courtyard, they'd trap the slaves like cattle. The wall had to fall. Now. He backed up, exhaled slowly, then ran. At full sprint, he hurled himself from the tower. Mid-air, he turned and channeled the last of his strength into a final burst of energy. A blazing orb shot from his hand toward the pile of powder. The blast came instantly, first blinding light, then a wave of heat that punched through the air, halting his fall and flinging him backward like a rag doll. As the light faded, Kale barely registered the sharp talons clutching him from above. Mako's roar echoed through the sky as the world slipped into darkness. Kale awoke to the sound of laughter. His eyes fluttered open to a dim interior. The tent was dark, save for the warm glow spilling in from the entrance, where, beyond the canvas flap, firelight danced and men laughed, their voices rising with joy and relief. Something heavy lay across his waist. With a grunt, Kale propped himself up. Nestled against him, Mako slept soundly, his feathered head resting like a protective shield across Kale's body. The light at the doorway dimmed as a figure entered. As Kale's eyes adjusted, he recognized the shape, Zuby easing himself down beside him. "Well, you're finally awake," Zub said dryly. "That little stunt of yours, leaping off a tower with flames trailing behind, has become legend among the men. I can't decide if you're trying to be a hero or if you truly have a death wish." Kale blinked, struggling to focus. "I remember the explosion, but nothing after. How long have I been out?" Zuba leaned back, sighing. "A week. And trust me, it's a week you'd probably rather have missed. These men, many of them innocent when we freed them, have since turned into scavengers. They raided nearby towns in the Fire Kingdom before heading into the Deadlands. I suppose they saw it as payback for the years they lost. Still, I can't help but feel for the farmers and shopkeepers left behind." Kale sat up straighter, pain flaring in his ribs. "Surely the Fire Kingdom sent patrols after us?" Zuby snorted. "Recapture? No, Kale. They were spread thin before the revolt. We lost nearly 1,000 of our own, but they suffered just as badly, maybe worse. Your blast knocked down several towers. The damage was worse than we thought. No armies coming after us, not with a gaping hole in their outer wall." They'll stay put, licking their wounds. We're alone now. Free, yes, but untethered. And with 1,200 men in tow, all eyes are on you. They should go back to their families, Kale said quietly. Disperse, rebuild. Zuby shook his head. Some have, but most? Their families are either dead or trapped within the very kingdom they escaped. They won't risk returning, not now. Kale's brow furrowed. Then what do we do with them? That's your burden, Kale. You're the one they followed. You freed them. Now they look to you. I just want to keep you out of Kane's hands. These stories of your stand at the ramp, your leap from the tower, it's all they talk about. You've become a symbol, whether you asked for it or not. Zuba's tone softened as he continued. We're moving steadily toward the Japata Pass, at the border of the Leaf Kingdom's forest. With any luck, we'll find a safer path before we reach it. Kale's eyes widened. Japata? You're taking me to Japata? Where else? Zuba replied. It's the one place neither armies nor politics can touch. If Kane ever got hold of you, forced you to bond with that infernal device of mine, he'd become immortal. That must never happen. A ruler without death is a world without balance. I understand, Kale said solemnly, but the gnomes, won't they refuse entry? They're not likely to welcome us, let alone 1,200 men. Zuby gave a dry chuckle. Unofficial count is 1,233 to be exact. And let's be clear, they're following you, not us. I'm not shouldering that responsibility. My only concern is keeping you away from Kane. With effort, Kale pushed himself to his feet, steadying himself with one hand over his ribs. Very well, he muttered. He stepped outside. A large fire crackled nearby, casting light on the faces of men still savoring their freedom. Beyond them, the open plains of the Deadlands stretched to the horizon, dotted with countless smaller fires. Shadows danced in the flickering glow as men moved about. Then it hit him. The immensity of it all, the open sky, the endless space, the sheer vastness of the world, rushed into him like a flood. His heart raced, his breath quickened, his knees buckled. Gasping, Kale stumbled backward, clutching his chest. He crawled through the dirt, desperate to return to the tent's narrow comfort. As the flap fell behind him, darkness enclosed him again. The small space steadied his nerves. Slowly, his breathing evened out, his heartbeat calmed. I don't know what just happened, Kale said shakily, but I can't go back out there. It sounds ridiculous, but it frightened me. The space, it was too much. Zuby, already anticipating the reaction, handed Kale a bundle from his satchel. You've been confined to tunnels and towers most of your life. Just as you once had to adjust to captivity, now your mind needs to readjust to freedom. You're not alone. I've seen this before. He unwrapped a black cloth and a long hooded cloak. Carefully, he tied the cloth around Kale's face, leaving only a slit for his eyes, and draped the cloak over his shoulders. Pull the hood on. This will help. It limits your field of view and creates a sense of containment, even outside. It won't erase the panic entirely, but it should lessen it. Kale hesitated, then nodded. As the hood fell over his head and the world narrowed to a small strip of visibility, he felt just slightly more in control. And for now, that was enough. Well, Kale, Zub said with a grin, give it another try. Your men will want to see you on your feet. Reluctantly, Kale stepped to the tent's entrance and pushed through the flap into the firelit night. The camp glowed with scattered embers and flickering shadows, and voices carried on the wind. He paused, taking in the sight of freedom in motion. Men laughing, talking, some singing. Still, a knot twisted in his chest. I don't know if I feel elated or terrified, he murmured. Maybe both. From the edge of the firelight, a large figure emerged, slow and deliberate, arm in a makeshift sling. Torlam stepped forward, keeping to the perimeter as if unsure of his place among the others. Little one, he rumbled, you walk again. Torlam, Kale said, a smile tugging at his lips. It's good to see you survived. You fought like 50 men. How's your arm? Torlam arm, only little hurt. He glanced at it dismissively. Torlam came to see Little Warrior. But why does Little Warrior wear mask? It's nothing, Kale replied. Just adjusting to things. And you? Why aren't you celebrating? You've earned your freedom. Torlam looked away, his voice softening. Torlam fight like many men, but Torlam's still Torlam. Torlam make men afraid. You don't frighten me, Kale said firmly. I'd be honored to share a fire with you. Tell me, where are you from? Torlam moved closer and lowered himself near the fire. Its glow danced across his tan skin and bald head, lending a quiet dignity to the towering man. His eyes turned inward as he spoke. Some say Torlum slow in head, but Torlum not slow in head. Torlum slow with little men's words, Torlum fast in head. I know, Kale said. I've seen you fight. No one slow in thought could move like that. Torlum grinned, pleased. Torlum people live high in mountain lands, in stone men's country, always fight for land. Torlum was great warrior. One day Torlum kill a stone man. His father was not chief, prince, that the word prince. He paused, the memory weighing on him. Torlum leave people so stone men not hurt them, go far to fire people land. But Torlum big, little men try to hurt Torlum. Torlum fight back, kill few, then more come. Torlum kill many, then whole clan come. Torlum cannot kill all, so Torlum taken to city to be slave to fight, but now Torlum free, because little warrior fought many men like Torlum. Little warrior and Torlum, same. Kale shifted uncomfortably. My name is Kale. I'd be honored if you used it. Torlum's brow furrowed. Kale is name of sea plant. Green, stringy thing. Torlum eat kale, but he leaned in, voice low and reverent. Torlum not make fun, little warrior is fiercest of men, leader of people. Torlum call little warrior chief. I'm not a chief, Kale replied. I'm just a man who fought for freedom. These aren't my soldiers. Torlum stood, his voice heavy with meaning. Chief who wanna be chief? Bad chief. Chief who not want? Good chief. With that, the giant turned and faded back into the night. The next morning, Kale was woken by raised voices just outside the tent. The dry desert heat had turned the canvas shelter into a stifling oven. He lay still a moment, drenched in sweat, his body aching. Yet there was something familiar in it. The sticky discomfort reminded him of a time long past, before prison, before war. A memory of home. Mako lounged near the entrance, basking lazily in a shaft of morning light, unfazed by the commotion. Kale pushed himself up and reached for his hood and mask. Once covered, he ducked through the tent flap and stepped into the sun. At once the crowd of voices fell silent. Dozens of eyes turned toward him. Zube stood nearby, arms crossed, watching the chaos with an amused detachment. One man stepped forward, older, with a sharp posture and the hardened face of a former soldier. Kale, sir, we're running dangerously low on food. Water will run out today. The men don't ration. Most of it's gone already. We had enough for the journey to the Earth Kingdom, but we're not even a sixth of the way there. If something doesn't change, we won't make it. Kale frowned. The man's tone, his bearing, he was likely ex-military, maybe from the Fire Kingdom's own ranks. But the urgency in his words was genuine. The truth settled hard in Kale's stomach. Without structure, this group would dissolve into chaos. He hadn't asked for command, but Zubi was right. These men followed him. For better or worse, they looked to him now. His face burned under the mask, the weight of their attention bearing down on him. But at least the cloth hid his unease. If leadership had found him, he'd have to meet it with resolve. He stepped forward. Who among you has served in an army? Hands rose across the camp. Voices answered from the back. I have. Me, sir. And in that moment, Kale began to take command, not by choice, but by necessity. Step forward, Kale ordered. About 30 men emerged from the crowd, and, unsurprisingly, the spokesperson from earlier took his place at the front. How many of you have served as scouts? Kale asked. 6 hands rose. It was time to bring order to the chaos. Kale knew that what came next could determine whether this group survived the week. A few days of freedom was easy, men still running high on adrenaline, spirits still burning. But keeping over 1,000 hungry, tired, and increasingly desperate men organized, that would take discipline. And discipline meant structure. He turned to the spokesman. You? What's your name? The man stepped forward with the automatic posture of someone long used to command. Chaos, sir. I fought with you at the ramp, though I doubt you remember me. Kale did not allow the conversation to become personal. Familiarity could breed factions, favoritism, or worse, resentment. Very well. You'll lead the scouts. Each scout will take 5 men and spread out. There's a plant, yukata, purple flowers, yellow center. Have any of you seen it? Most of the scouts nodded. Good, it grows in clusters. If you find it, harvest everything. It'll provide both food and moisture. Also, keep your eyes open for buffalo tracks. They feed on thick sandgrass. If we find them, we may just survive the next few weeks. Can you handle this, cows? A slight grin flickered across Chaos's face. "Yes, sir." Kale turned to the remaining men who had stepped forward. "The rest of you, form a line. Each of you will command 40 men. Once you've chosen your ranks, give me a list of every man under you, along with their skills. Organize them into squads, 4 men of distinction leading 9 others." He pointed to 7 of them at random. "These 7 will serve under Chaos and his scouting division." Then Kale called out, "Torlum, step forward." A deep voice answered before Kale could finish the sentence. "I am already here, little chief." Startled, Kale turned to see the giant standing near the edge of the tent. "Good. Torlum will command 8 platoons." A murmur of protest rippled through the crowd. Kale didn't hesitate. "Silence," he snapped. "Torlum may speak slowly, but he held the ramp when many of you would have fled. He is feared in the arena and respected on the battlefield. He has killed more men than most of you will ever see, and he's led warriors into battle before. If you feel he is unfit, you are welcome to challenge him to battle. But be warned, he'll split you in 2 before you can draw your blade." The murmurs died. The silence that followed was absolute. Kale quickly appointed 8 men to serve as squad leaders beneath Torlum's command. As he scanned the gathered crowd, his eyes fell on an older man who stood apart from the others. He wasn't jostling, didn't speak, didn't flinch. He simply leaned on a long stick, perhaps once a spear, and observed. His face was lined, his arms covered in faded scars. Several fingers were missing, and his beard and hair were streaked with gray. A veteran, clearly, but not one of this army. Kale approached him. "You, sir? What's your name?" The man didn't move. "My name's of little importance. Call me what you like. Been just a number for a long time now." That answer intrigued Kale. "Then what would you like to be called?" The man gave a slight nod. "Druin will do. I didn't step forward because I never served in one of the 4 Kingdoms armies, and I've no desire to." Kale studied his face, searching for resentment or defiance, but found only calm clarity in his pale blue eyes. "This group has become an army, though not by my choosing," Kale said, "and for some reason I've been called to lead it. Will you stay with us?" "We all have to belong to something," Druin replied. "If not this, then I'd just fall in with another group. I have no love for nations, but this is just men trying not to hang. I'll take my chances here. Better to live free with you than serve another banner." Kale nodded, understanding more than he let on. Druin would be one to watch. Quiet, seasoned, dangerous, and perhaps just the ally this accidental army needed. "Would you object to leading some of the men?" Kale asked quietly. Druin met his gaze. "I will do what I am called to do." Kale stepped back, nodding with a sense of certainty. This man was more than capable. He was a pillar. "Then you'll command the remaining 8 platoons," Kale announced. He took another step back and straightened, raising his voice so all could hear him. "Listen well. If we are to be an army, then we must have order. You are free men. You may leave whenever you choose. But if you stay, you will respect the structure we've put in place. You will follow your leaders, or you will not last. We are no kingdom, and we owe no allegiance to any crown. This is our choice." He let the silence stretch a moment, then continued with force. "Every man will work. Every man will carry his weight, and every man will stick to the rations given. We are free, but if we are to stay free, we must stand together. As one man, we can be shackled. As one man, we can be crushed. But as an army, we can strike back." A roar erupted from the crowd. The men already rallied by their new structure erupted into cheers. Kale stepped back into the tent, the echo of their voices still ringing in his ears. Inside, Zube was already grinning, arms crossed, laughter on his lips. "Oh, don't want to lead, do you?" he teased. "This isn't my army," you said. Then you step out and declare, "As an army, we can bite back." He shook his head, chuckling. "Kale, you fool yourself. No man of strength escapes leadership. It always finds him." Kale said nothing. Zube continued, his tone sharpening slightly. "Give your speeches if you must. Rally them with your passion. But don't fall in love with the view from the top. It gets cold up there and crowded with burdens. I'm here to get you to Japata, nothing more. As far as I'm concerned, these men are your escort. You're the one turning them into an army, so enjoy playing general." At the time, Kale brushed the words aside. But in the weeks that followed, their truth hit like stone. Leadership was not the fire of speeches. It was the grind of endless wait. He rarely slept more than an hour before being summoned for some new issue. Brawls between men, disobedience among the ranks, or another dispute between squad leaders. Many commanders proved unfit and had to be removed or corrected. Others collapsed under pressure. Food and water remained a constant struggle. Even with rationing, they often came up short. Complaints flooded in, day and night. Kale, desperate to create some sense of order, delegated what he could. Chaos took charge of supply matters, and Druin handled discipline, except in the most severe cases. Still, even with those burdens lifted, Kale's rest remained scarce. The weight of 1,200 lives pressed against him, demanding decisions, strength, and answers he didn't always have. This was no longer the aftermath of freedom. It was survival, and survival had chosen its reluctant leader. Kale sat beside his campfire, chewing slowly on a piece of buffalo meat hunted down by the scouts. Across from him, Zuby sat cross-legged, thumbing through one of his weathered books. "I don't know how much longer I can take this," Kale muttered. "I haven't stepped more than 30 paces outside of camp in over 2 months. I'm not made for administration." Zubid didn't even look up, just smirked with that maddening I-told-you-so grin. I know, Kale sighed, waving a hand. "You warned me, but what else was I supposed to do, leave them behind? Not when there was still hope." "That's just it," Zuba replied, calm as ever. "You could have left them, but you didn't. I'm not saying it was right or wrong. I'm just saying if it came down to it, I'd watch every last one of these men die before I let Kane get his hands on you." Kale's jaw tensed, his voice rising with anger. "You, of all people, talk about life like it's sacred, but now you'd trade 1,000 lives for mine? I'd rather die myself than see even one of them perish to protect me." Zub closed his book with a sigh and reached for his pipe, lighting it slowly. "I value life, Kale. I always have. But this isn't about your life. It's about what your life means. If Kane captures you, he gains something far more dangerous than a powerful warrior. He gains time. Endless time." Kale frowned. "You mean my age? My bloodline?" Zuba's expression darkened. "Yes, wind Gehage or not, your most dangerous trait isn't your power, it's your immortality. Kane already has the ambition and the armies. If he gets your life force, he becomes immortal. And if that happens, there will be no natural end to his tyranny. The world can survive a decade of conquest, but centuries of it? No." Kale stood abruptly, brushing dust from his legs. "I need air. I can't stay trapped like this." Zuba didn't flinch. "Then go. You're the one in charge, remember? You don't need my permission. Just take a weapon and a few men." "I'll join one of the scout parties," Kale said. "They're scheduled to sweep ahead of our path. That should buy me at least half a day away from these constant decisions." Scouting the Deadlands meant spreading out every 100 yards and walking in formation, scanning dips and patches of green for signs of water or food. It was repetitive work, but to Kale, it was blissful. The mindless rhythm of it dulled the stress that had plagued him for weeks. Far ahead, a raised gray shape loomed on the horizon. A town. Its clay walls were visible only as a thin line against the backdrop of dust and stone. Communication at a distance was difficult, so the scouts used cactus whistles. Kale blew a short blast to alert the others of the town. A few minutes later, the whistles returned in acknowledgement. As they drew nearer, the men closed in until they crouched behind a sand dune a few 100 yards from the town wall. Kale scanned the perimeter. No guards, no movement. That was the first warning sign. No town in the Deadlands ever relaxed their defenses. Something was wrong. A faint breeze carried across the sand, and with it came the distant echo of a woman's scream, sharp and raw. A child's cry followed, buried in the wind. Kale didn't wait. He sprang to his feet and sprinted forward, motioning the scouts to follow. As they neared the town's edge, the signs became obvious. Bodies in ditches, blood smeared along the walls, the main gate torn off its hinges. The aftermath of a siege. Sword already drawn, Kale entered the town, its empty streets haunting in their silence. His pulse thundered in his ears, but no enemy emerged. Still, his instincts screamed they were not alone. "Stay alert," he warned. "I heard screaming. There's someone still here." They advanced cautiously through the alleys. Then it came again, the woman's scream, loud and clear, cutting across the quiet. It ended abruptly. Kale turned the corner just in time to see her fall. Her body hit the ground in a lifeless heap, blood pooling beneath her. Standing over her was a figure draped in darkness, broad-shouldered, fanged, and monstrous. Black-haired and deathly pale, his armor gleamed obsidian beneath the sun. Bands of worn leather wrapped his thick arms, and a massive blade hung at his side. A wolfkin. Its fangs were stained crimson, still wet with the woman's blood. Kale froze. The nightmare had returned. The black-armored wolfkin reared its head and let out a bone-shaking howl that echoed through the ruined streets. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Kale, lips curling into a wicked grin. "I thought we'd finished off the guards," it growled. "No matter, more meat for the clan." The sound of crumbling stone drew Kale's attention. Behind him, 2 more wolfkin leapt down from rooftops, landing low on all fours before rising upright. They wore nothing but coarse fur, their claws gleaming and eyes eager for blood. The leader snarled, stepping forward. "The hooded one is mine. You two, kill the others." With a sudden burst of motion, the dark wolfkin lunged. Kale twisted to the side just in time, narrowly evading the beast's claws. The strike left deep gouges in the wall behind where his head had just been. This was no ordinary foe. The wolfkin's speed was blinding, faster than anything Kale had ever faced. The sheer power in its movements shook the ground beneath its feet. Kale spun with the momentum, striking low across its back, but the blade glanced harmlessly off the black armor. The wolfkin wheeled around in a blur, snarling. "You're no common soldier," it said, sniffing the air. "Not even a typical Gehage, something else entirely. This may be entertaining." Then it struck, claws slashing in quick, calculated bursts. Each blow aimed to kill, seeking out vital arteries. Kale ducked and twisted, his movements growing more desperate as the battle wore on. He lashed out where he could, but his strikes were mostly deflections, not killing blows. Then a momentary misstep. The wolfkin's claws tore into Kale's shoulder, rending through leather and muscle. He stumbled, clutching the wound, blood already soaking through his tunic. Another strike came for his throat, but he spun away at the last second. Through blurred vision, Kale saw his scouts. Most were already down, broken bodies strewn across the dirt. Only 2 remained, barely holding their ground against the other beasts. Kale's heart pounded, the pain sharp and blinding, but something shifted. The wolfkin's strikes, though relentless, began to feel slower, more readable. Kale's instincts surged forward. The beast lunged again, jaws snapping just inches from Kale's arm. In a single decisive movement, Kale brought his sword down in a brutal arc across the creature's skull. The blade sank deep, deflecting off bone with a sickening crack. The wolfkin staggered back, dazed. A large piece of flesh, along with its right ear, fell to the dirt at Kale's feet. Kale used the pause to glance at his men, just in time to see the final 2 scouts fall, their motionless bodies mangled. The other wolfkin, bloodied and grinning, turned toward him and charged. Now all 3 beasts were on him. They struck in rhythm, rotating, hunting him like a pack. Kale ducked, spun, parried, giving ground inch by inch as he tried to create distance. The street became his battleground, every corner a chance to maneuver, every shadow a chance to evade. But exhaustion clawed at him. His movements grew sluggish. The attacks came closer. A claw skimmed his side, another tore into his sleeve. His legs felt like stone. Then, hoofbeats. The rhythmic pounding of hooves on dry earth cut through the chaos. Through the haze of combat, Kale glimpsed a figure, a rider cloaked in crimson, charging down the narrow street. The wind tugged at the fabric of his heavy cloak as he closed the distance. A moment later, a spear flashed in the sun. With a sharp cry, one of the wolfkin howled in pain as the spearhead drove deep into its chest. The rider was already off his mount before it stopped, leaping from the saddle and landing in a dead sprint. In one fluid motion, he drew his blade and engaged the remaining 2 wolfkin. Relief surged through Kale like water in the desert. He turned back to the black-armored wolfkin. Both of them were bleeding, battered, and nearly spent. But now the odds had shifted. With their attention divided, the beast's strikes lost their deadly rhythm, and Kale was ready to end it. From behind them, the last dying howl of the wounded wolfkin echoed through the silent streets. The caped warrior stepped up beside Kale, standing firm at his side. The black-armored wolfkin scanned his 2 opponents, bloodied, yes, but now united and standing strong. He sneered, recognizing his dwindling odds. "This isn't over, Gehage," the beast growled, eyes burning with hatred. "I know your scent. I will find you again, and I will have my vengeance." With a powerful leap, he bounded to the nearest rooftop and vanished into a blur of black fur and armor, vaulting from roof to roof until he disappeared beyond the town's outer wall. Kale turned to the cloaked stranger just as the man lowered his hood. "Looks like I arrived just in time," the man said with a faint smile. "You did," Kale replied, sheathing his sword and offering his hand. "And I'm thankful you did." The man clasped his hand in return. His grip was strong, steady. He was older, his dark curls streaked with gray, his features seasoned by time and wisdom. There was something strikingly familiar about his eyes, a warmth in them that made Kale feel like he was staring into a long-forgotten past. The man tossed his cloak back over his shoulder and looked around at the fallen scouts. "Your men are hurt. We should tend to them." Kale opened his mouth to agree, but froze. His eyes landed on the man's left side, where a heavy cloak had concealed a missing arm. No, it couldn't be. Kale looked up slowly. "Lattice?" The man's brow creased. He studied Kale's face, clearly searching for recognition. "You know me, friend. But he paused. "I can't place you. Perhaps, if you'd remove your mask?" For a moment, Kale hesitated. He had grown used to the veil that protected him from the vastness of the world. But something about this man, his presence, gave Kale the strength to resist the old fear. Slowly, he pulled the hood and mask away. The stranger's eyes widened. Who is your father?" Lattice asked, stunned. "What kind of joke is this?" "This is no trick," Kale said softly. "And I'm no boy. I'm the very Kale who left you at the Great Gate all those years ago, in the back of Reagan's cart. I know it's strange, but I do not age, and I am truly glad to see you again, old friend." Lattice stared, stunned, and then, with a sharp laugh of disbelief, he stepped forward and embraced Kale tightly. "It is you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. Their reunion was cut short by the groans of the injured. At once, they moved to tend to the fallen. Together, they dressed wounds, stabilized the survivors, and laid the dead respectfully beside the street. Then Kale heard it, a faint cry, barely audible, coming from behind a barrel near the wall. He moved toward it cautiously. The barrel shuddered. Lifting the lid, Kale found a young girl, no older than 12 but small for her age, curled tightly within. Her clothes were torn, and a deep gash ran along her arm. He turned to Lattice and nodded toward the woman's body lying in the dust. "Would you cover her, my friend? I found someone." Lattice silently removed his red cloak and gently draped it over the fallen woman as Kale lifted the child into his arms. She was feather-light and trembling. "You're safe now," he whispered. The girl said nothing. She only clung to him and wept, her face buried in his chest. By dusk, Kale had buried the scouts who hadn't survived. They salvaged a small cart left abandoned outside the town and carefully loaded the wounded. With the child resting against his side and Lattice walking beside him, Kale led the party back toward camp, his burden heavier, his heart fuller, and his path ever more uncertain. Chapter 12, Enemy Alliance. Walking beside Lattice after so many years made Kale momentarily forget the dull ache in his shoulder. "Lattice," he said, his voice quiet but earnest, "you have to tell me. How is Reagan? What happened to you both after I was taken?" Lattice's face grew somber. "Ah, that terrible day. Yes, I remember it vividly. After you were captured, Reagan gathered a group of volunteers and went searching for you. They returned not long after, and Reagan, he was devastated. Said he found a charred body near a recently abandoned camp. He believed it was yours." "I've never seen a man grieve like that," Lattice continued. "He took your death hard, Kale. I think it changed him, set him on a different path." Kale turned to meet Lattice's eyes. "Changed him how?" Lattice raised a calming hand. "Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. I'll let him tell his own story when the time comes, but your sacrifice gave him purpose. Since then, he's become both honored and feared. He's dedicated himself to protecting the people of the Stone Kingdom from the Fire Kingdom. It's cost him dearly, but he's never wavered." Kale nodded slowly. "He always talked about enlisting in the Stone Kingdom army. I'm not surprised he's taken up arms, but the way you talk, he's still fighting?" Lattice's expression darkened. "Yes, the battle at the Great Wall still rages. The Fire Kingdom struck hard, and the Stone Kingdom's army foolishly retreated. Reagan refused to follow. He and his men are still holding the gate, even as his own king turns his back on him." Kale's brows furrowed. Why would the king abandon the wall? Greed, Lattice replied bluntly. He's pulling troops back to protect his mines. His gold means more to him than his people. Regan disagrees. He chose to stand and fight, and in doing so, he's branded himself a rebel. He let out a tired breath. That's why I'm here. I just returned from the Leaf Kingdom, trying to gain support. But their councils move at a snail's pace. By the time they decide to meet to consider helping, the battle will already be over. What will you do now? Kale asked. My only hope lies with rumor, Lattice admitted. They say there's a renegade army wandering the Deadlands. I intend to find them, if they even exist, and pray they can be persuaded to come to Regan's aid. Behind the mask of calm, Kale's heart swelled with quiet satisfaction. He said nothing, choosing to keep his role in that very army a surprise. They walked in silence until they crested a low hill and saw the camp stretched along the banks of a narrow stream. The sight made Lattice stop in his tracks. Kale, he said, eyes wide with realization. You sly fox, you're with them. Why didn't you say anything? Kale smiled. All in due time, my friend. I promise your plea will be heard. The wagon pulled into camp, where men were already tending to the wounded. Kale gestured for Lattice to follow. This way, the leader's tent is just ahead. They passed between two guards who stepped aside and allowed them entry. Once inside, Kale sank into a pile of furs, exhaustion finally catching up with him. Lattice sat down across from him, scanning the empty space. It seems your leader isn't here. Should we wait? Time is short. At that moment, the tent flap opened, and in walked Zuby, a worn book in one hand and his pipe in the other, trailing a faint curl of smoke behind him. Kale, Zub said with a sigh, eyeing his condition. You're back, and looking like you brought trouble with you again. Can't leave you alone for a minute, can I? Lattice rose to his feet and bowed respectfully. Good sir, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lattice, a longtime friend of Kale. Forgive my boldness, but I must plead for your aid. Will you hear my request? Zuby's bushy eyebrows rose, then he burst into a hearty laugh. Me? Surely someone's playing a joke on you. I'm no leader. If it's the commander of this camp you seek, you've only to look 3 feet in front of you. He gestured toward Kale, still seated beneath his hood and mask. Lattice turned in surprise, an embarrassed smile tugging at his lips. You? You're the leader? Kale offered a faint grin beneath his mask. Forgive me, Lattice. I didn't mean to mislead you. I just couldn't resist. Yes, these men follow me, though I claim no authority over them. They stay because they choose to. As for your request, it's not mine alone to answer. That decision belongs to all of us. Zuby, puffing his pipe, raised an eyebrow. And what request might that be? Lattice took a breath and spoke with urgency. Regan, Kale's friend, and mine, is still holding the Great Wall. The Fire Kingdom's assault continues, but Regan refuses to abandon his post, even after the Stone Kingdom withdrew its army. He's nearly out of men. I've come from the Leaf Kingdom, but their councils move too slowly to help. Now, my only hope lies here, with you. I have coin, inheritance from my father-in-law's diamond mine. I can pay your men, ensure they're fed and equipped. Please, lend your strength to this cause. Zuby set his book down and pulled over a stool. That's a matter for the men, as Kale said, but your offer may be just the answer we've been needing. He turned to Kale. Have you told him yet? Kale nodded solemnly, then turned to Lattice. I can't go with you, Lattice. I must continue my journey to Japata. If the Fire Kingdom gets their hands on me, it would be a disaster. Lattice paled. You're not coming, but Kale, you can't abandon this fight. Regan needs you. Your presence alone would bring him strength. Kale opened his mouth to reply, but the words caught in his throat. He raised his hands helplessly, then let them fall. His head dipped, frustration etched into his posture. Zuby stepped in gently. It's not that he fears the fight. In truth, I can barely keep him out of it. But Kale's more than a soldier. He carries a power the Fire Kingdom must not control. The new prince, Kane, has found a way to steal the life force of others. If he were to harness Kale's abilities... I still don't understand, Lattice said. What makes Kale so dangerous to them? Kale finally looked up, voice quiet but clear. I don't age. I heal quickly. If the Fire King were to possess my blood, he would gain that power. An immortal tyrant. Can you imagine what that would mean for the world? Lattice stared at him, speechless. I want to help Regan. I do, Kale said. but I would only endanger him more by being there. I have to stay hidden, at least for now. For his sake, for all our sakes. Lattice slowly nodded, resigned. I see. It won't make it easier to tell him, but I understand. Just promise me one thing, that you'll see him again. He's had so little joy these past years. To see you again would mean the world to him. Kale placed a hand on Lattice's shoulder. I promise. When the time is right, I'll find him. I'm not hiding forever. One day, I'll be ready to stand against the Fire Kingdom. Until then, tell Reagan I'm with him, in spirit, if not in arms. Just then, the tent flap burst open with a gust of fresh air, scattering Zuby's pipe smoke. Chaos rushed inside. Kale, sir, the girl you brought back, she's very sick, high fever. The others who were wounded, they've died. Zuby immediately rose and set his pipe aside. Bring her to me. A few minutes later, Chaos returned with 2 guards carrying the girl on a stretcher. Her body glistened with sweat, clothes clinging to her as she fought for every breath. Lay her here, Chaos instructed, pointing to the center table. Kale stepped forward, heart racing. She didn't seem this bad before. What's happening, Zuba? Zuby was already rummaging through a large trunk. It's the poison, dark paw venom. Their claws are crawling with parasites. The deeper the wound, the more likely the poison takes hold. Few survive it. Kale's stomach dropped. There must be something we can do. Zuba, please. There is something, Zub said, pulling out a pouch of dried herbs. You can wait outside. Let me work. It may already be too late. Kale hesitated, then nodded and stepped out of the tent. He paced outside like a caged animal, each groan from within gnawing at his resolve. Every time he moved to re-enter, Lattice stopped him with a firm hand. She'll be all right, Kale, he said softly. One way or another, either healed or reunited with her parents. Either way, she'll find peace. Zuby called for bucket after bucket of water, his voice growing hoarser with each request. Every time a fresh one was brought in, a guard carried out another, this one stained with dark reddish-black liquid. Kale stood nearby, guilt etched across his face. If only I'd arrived sooner, he said quietly. Maybe I could have saved her parents too. Lattice shook his head. You can't carry the weight of every tragedy, Kale. Sometimes the worst happens no matter how hard we try to stop it. Focus on what's in front of you, not what's behind. What felt like hours passed before Zuby finally emerged from the tent. His sleeves were rolled up, gauntlets missing from his arms, and his face was slick with sweat. He looked utterly drained. Water, he rasped. I need water. He dropped onto a nearby log, his shoulders sagging. She might live, but she'll need a Leaf Kingdom shaman if she's going to recover fully. The poison did heavy damage. Her organs were failing. I repaired what I could, but her body will need help healing. Their medicine can do what mine can't. Lattice looked over at Kale and frowned. You took some deep cuts from that creature too. You should let Zuby look at them before the same poison sets in. Zub managed a faint smirk. Lattice, you don't know, do you? Kale doesn't need my help. He's immune. His body doesn't process poison like ours. It breaks it down, absorbs it, turns it into energy. Lattice turned to Kale, eyebrows raised. I see why keeping you away from the new Fire King is so important. Ancient blood, rapid healing, immune to toxins. Yes, that's not the kind of power we want in the hands of a tyrant. Kale offered a small, tired smile. Lattice, I know it sounds impossible, but I'm still the same man you knew. I bleed like anyone else. I can die. I'm just harder to kill. But I agree. Until I'm strong enough to stand against the Fire Kingdom, I need to stay out of their reach. I just hope Reagan can understand that. While Zuby tended to the girl, preparing her for the journey to the Leaf Kingdom, Kale gathered his officers. Inside his tent, seated in a quiet circle, they began to discuss the choice before them, the request Lattice had brought, and what must be done next. Kale rose to his feet. Then it's settled. The army will march to support Reagan at the wall. I'm sorry I cannot go with you, but I trust you understand why. I must reach Japata and prepare for what comes next. The Fire Kingdom must be held at bay, and that begins with me. Druin stepped forward, dragging a sturdy chest to the center of the tent. Kale, we had planned to give this to you once we reached Japata, but now feels like the right time. He opened the chest and withdrew a shield and a black-dyed leather chestplate. The shield gleamed, bearing the symbol of Mako, his scarred face and limp leg etched within a triangular crest. At each point of the triangle were 3 ancient words, written in a language Kale did not recognize. Kale's voice caught slightly. "This is beautiful. Thank you, Druin. Thank all of you." He ran his fingers over the symbols. What do the words mean? "Strength, courage, wisdom," Druin said with a proud nod. "Zube helped us with the translation. It's written in the old gnome tongue." Kale glanced at Zub. "You've been busy with secrets, haven't you?" Druin next presented the armor. "We've been saving buffalo hides for months. Our armorer crafted this for you. It's the first of its kind. We wanted you to have it." Kale lifted the chest plate. The symbol of Mako was stitched in white thread over the heart. On one shoulder sat the markings of a general. On the other, where a kingdom's crest would normally be, were words in plain speech. "The Kalian army." Kale lowered his head slightly. "You honor me more than I deserve. I've only done what I could, what anyone would have done." Chaos, the lead scout, stood. "With respect, sir, that's not true. You saved us from death in that prison. You held us together in a wasteland. You taught us to survive, to fight like an army instead of scatter like thieves. You ate last, slept least, and never once complained. That's why we chose those words. You are strength, courage, and wisdom." Torlum stepped forward next. "I speak now, little chief. You give Torlum purpose. Men feared me, but now they follow me. Torlum follow you until sleep takes him for good." One by one, the officers echoed their respect. Kale was grateful his mask hid the emotion on his face. If they saw how deeply their words moved him, it might crack the image of the unwavering leader they believed him to be. When the tributes ended, Kale donned the armor. "I'll miss you all. I won't forget a single face among you. I'll do what I can to prepare for the coming war. Every man here is worth 10 from the Fire Kingdom. Thank you, truly." As the tent emptied, Kale motioned for Chaos to stay behind. "Chaos, I need a favor. The girl, she's too sick to make the journey alone. I'll travel with Zubi and her to Japata, but I need someone to ride ahead and bring back a shaman from Katella. Can you do it?" Chaos gave a small smile. "Of course, sir, I'd be honored." Then, after a pause, he added, "I have a request of my own. I'm not afraid of battle, but if you'll allow it, I'd like to accompany you. I feel my place is with you now, not the army." Kale looked at him. "I don't know when or if I'll return to them. The road ahead won't be easy. We'll be crossing Blackpaw and Greypaw territories before we even reach Japata." "I don't fear death, sir," Chaos said calmly. "My loyalty is to you." Kale sighed. "Enough of calling me sir. I'm just Kale." "Yes, sir," Chaos said with a grin. Kale raised an eyebrow. "What I meant was, never mind. Do you know the route?" "I anticipated the need. I've reviewed the maps, marked the fastest path, and made 2 copies. One for me, one for you," Chaos said confidently. "We should meet again around the edge of the Delamar." "The Delamar?" Kale asked. Before Chaos could respond, Zubi stepped in. "No time for geography lessons. Chaos, go. We'll handle things here." "Yes, sir." Chaos slipped out of the tent, the sounds of his pack being strapped on and his swift footsteps fading into the noise of the camp breaking down. Zubi turned to Kale. "We need to move. The girl won't last much longer without help. The cart is packed, but you'll have to pull it." "I'm spent." Kale nodded without hesitation. "Let's go." Night had begun to fall, and Kale moved with relentless determination, dragging the cart behind him at a furious pace. Overhead, Mako circled like a silent guardian, occasionally gliding down to run beside Kale before taking to the skies again. Zuba slept deeply for the first time in as long as Kale could remember. He always seemed weary, but this was different. He was limp with exhaustion, unmoving. Still, Kale pressed on, carving a path through the rough-cut trails with ease that surprised even him. Hour after hour, he waited for fatigue to catch up to him, but it never came. The urgency to save the girl filled him with a seemingly bottomless energy. On the 3rd day, Kale reached the edge of the dense forest, the borders of the Leaf Kingdom. According to the markers along the path, the capital was only 30 miles ahead. Stopping only briefly to feed the girl and take a few bites himself, he continued. Zube remained asleep, barely stirring, and though the road was lonely, Mako's presence overhead kept his spirits from faltering. By the next afternoon, the trees gave way to a wide, grassy plain. Far off in the distance, another forest rose from the horizon, its tall, perfectly spaced trees standing like watchful sentinels. Kale knew at once. This was the Delamar. Fueled by hope and the urgency of his mission, he increased his pace. The girl's condition was worsening, her breath shallower, her skin colder. He expected his body to fail, but it didn't. The miles fell away behind him, and instead of tiring, he felt stronger, as if every step was forging him into something new. As they neared the tree line, Kale spotted a small camp set up at the roadside. From it, a figure sprinted toward him. "Chaos! You made incredible time, sir," Chaos called out, bowing slightly. "We just arrived from the capital ourselves. Let me take the cart. You must be exhausted." "I'm fine," Kale said quickly. "Run ahead and alert them about the girl. She's fading fast. And check on Zuba. I think something may be wrong. He hasn't woken in days." "Yes, sir. I'll meet you at the camp," Chaos said, then took off at a sprint. By the time Kale reached the tents, an elderly man in green and brown robes was already hurrying toward him. "Oh, dear stars, it's true. Zub." The old man stepped forward, brushing aside formalities. "Chaos! Bring the girl and Zuby to my tent at once. Halos, fetch this man food and water. Move quickly, we're running out of time." "Will they be all right?" Kale asked, voice tight. "What's wrong with Zub?" "I don't know yet," the old man replied, already leading the way. "I'll tell you what I can, but first, let me try to save them." Once again, Kale found himself seated outside a tent, waiting, uncertain if those he cared about would emerge whole. The Delamar surrounded him, strange, beautiful, and still. To his left, rows of towering pine. To his right, evenly spaced oaks. Newer trees lined the front, while deeper in, the trunks thickened, aged, as if the forest had been planted in generations. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft, confident voice. "You must be Kale. Cal speaks very highly of you." He turned. A young woman stood before him, not in the flowing silks or ornamental garb typical of Leaf Kingdom nobles, but in well-fitted leather armor. Her stance was proud, her eyes sharp and alert. Unlike the stories he'd heard of female warriors who flaunted armor as ornament or distraction, everything she wore was functional, every piece built for war. "It is Kale, isn't it?" she asked, tilting her head. "There can't be many masked generals from the Kalian army wandering through the Delamar." Kale cleared his throat. "Yes, my apologies. It's been a long journey. My thoughts wander. May I ask who I have the honor of addressing?" "I'm Rhea. My father is the one treating the girl you brought. He's spoken of Zuby for as long as I can remember. I'm eager to finally meet the man myself." Kale's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. "Your father knows Zuba?" "He does. Zuba raised him, taught him the healing arts. My father says he owes everything to him." "Then we share the same respect for the man," Kale said quietly. "He's wise, idealistic. I just hope he's not slipping away." Before Rhea could answer, the tent flap opened, and the old man emerged, walking directly toward them. "Kale, welcome," he said with warmth. "I'm Platos, Rhea's father. I see you've met my daughter." "She introduced herself just now," Kale replied. Platos nodded. "The girl is responding to treatment, but it will be a few days before we know if she'll recover fully. As for Zuba," he sighed, "I need your help. He refuses to fight for himself. There's nothing more I can do unless he wants to heal." Kale stepped forward without hesitation. "Just tell me what to do." "Come with me," Platos said. Then turning to Rhea, his tone softened. "You'll have to wait here. I know you're curious, but control your excitement. This isn't the moment." Rhea gave a short nod of understanding, her gaze lingering on the tent flap as her father and Kale stepped inside. Kale stepped quietly into the tent. The girl lay still, her breathing faint but steady. Zuby, on the other hand, was trembling on a nearby cot, drenched in sweat, his skin pale and clammy. "What's happening to him?" Kale asked, concern tightening his voice. Platos, busy grinding herbs into a mortar, glanced up. He drew the poison out of the girl to save her. But in doing so, he weakened himself too much. His body's fighting it, but barely. If he doesn't act soon, it may be too late. "You said he could help himself," Kale pressed. From the cot, Zuby's voice came, hoarse and cracked. "Platos, we both know I can't do what you're asking. It's too dangerous." Platos moved closer, his expression gentle but firm. "It would only be for a few minutes. Just remove the shackles and the disc. Let your energy flow, Zuby. Regain your strength. Then, if you must, put them back on, but at least give yourself a chance." Zuby rolled onto his side, turning his back to them. "No, I will wear these until I die. I will never allow myself to become that again." Kale stood frozen in place, bewildered. What is he talking about? Platos looked at him, then shook his head. If he hasn't told you, it's not my place to say. No one else will speak of it either. All I can tell you is this: we need to move. The journey to Japata begins with the northern road. If he hasn't purged the poison by the time we reach the capital, he won't survive. By morning, the camp was packed. Kale, now mounted on a horse for the first time, tried to grow accustomed to the sway and rhythm. He'd only ever ridden a mule once, and that was just to return it to a trader. This was different. Rhea often rode beside him, her posture graceful, confident in the saddle. After some time in silence, Kale turned to her. "Rhea, may I ask, what exactly is the Delamar?" She blinked in surprise. "You don't know? The Delamar is our sacred forest. It's where we bury our dead. Each of the 8 families has their own section. At birth, we're given a necklace." She reached into her armor and pulled out a thin gold chain with a small glass vial at the end. Inside was a tiny seed. "When we die, we're buried with this. The glass is broken, and the tree grows from our remains, absorbing our essence so we live on through the forest." "That's a beautiful tradition," Kale said honestly. Rhea tilted her head. "What about you, Kale? How do your people bury their dead?" "I don't have a country," he replied. "I come from the Deadlands, a place of dust and stone, home to exiles, nomads, and outcasts. When someone dies, we burn the body and bury the bones under whatever rocks we can find. It's the only way to keep scavengers from digging them up." Rhea wrinkled her nose ever so slightly. "An interesting custom." Kale found himself smiling. He would have shared a dozen more grim traditions just to see her make that face again. As the day wore on, he caught himself looking for excuses to ride beside her, and noticed she seemed to do the same. That evening, they ate together near a quiet fire, away from the main encampment. Her attendants lingered nearby, always watchful, and her father kept an ever-present eye from across the camp. They sat on the fallen trunk of a birch tree, next to a young sapling sprouting beside its parent. Rhea tended to the sapling, clearing weeds from its roots. She glanced up at him. "You're different from other young men. You carry yourself like someone far older." "I am," Kale said simply. "My body may look young, but I've lived more years than most men my age. I've seen more than I'd like to admit." She studied him for a moment, then said, "Why do you hide your face, Kale? I still haven't seen it." "It's not my face I'm hiding," he replied softly. "It's the world I keep at a distance. Open spaces, they unsettle me. They remind me of things I've lost." "You frightened?" She laughed gently. "I find that hard to believe. Chaos speaks of you as if you were invincible. He tells tales of your battles as if you were a living legend." "Chaos tends to exaggerate," Kale said modestly, keeping his tone soft. "I do what I can to protect those around me. That's all any man can do, I suppose." Rhea stepped closer, her voice quieter now. "May I see you? I want to see your face." Kale hesitated. The sky above was vast and unobstructed, the trees spaced wide like silent sentinels. Open spaces always unsettled him. Too much light, too much memory. But how could he deny her? Perhaps he thought she'd wrinkle her nose again in that charming way she did. Slowly, he pulled back his hood and began unwrapping his face, keeping his eyes shut instinctively, shielding himself from the exposure. Then, gently, her fingers, cool from the night air, touched his cheek. He opened his eyes. She was staring at him with awe. "You look just like him," she whispered. "So young in body, but your eyes, they've seen lifetimes." Then she leaned in and kissed him. Kale had never felt anything like it. In the moment, the world vanished. If his rage had ever transported him to a realm of pain and shadow, this was its perfect opposite. Pure light, unfiltered joy. When they finally parted, Kale blinked and froze. A crowd stood just feet away. Rhea's father, her attendants, the guards, even Kaus. They looked as if they had rushed forward but stopped short, halted by something. Kale turned his head. Where moments ago there had been a sapling beside the fallen birch, now stood a full-grown tree in full bloom, its limbs heavy with white blossoms. Quickly, Kale wrapped his face again, breaking the silence. "Wow! Rhea, did you do that?" "I didn't," she said, her voice trembling. A sudden rush of wings tore through the quiet. Mako landed in a flare of feathers and urgency, drawing stunned stares from the entire group. He folded his wings sharply and began pacing along the tree line, snapping his beak at the shadows. Kale narrowed his eyes. "Something's wrong. Mako only behaves like this when I'm in danger." He didn't finish his sentence. From the darkness, a black figure launched into the air, fast, silent, deadly. Mako slammed into it mid-leap, knocking it to the ground. The creature rolled and sprang to its feet. It was a black paw. Without hesitation, the beast lunged for Kale again. He barely had time to draw his blade. The creature was faster than any he'd faced, slipping through the twilight like living shadow, each attack concealed in the cover of night. Kale parried once, twice, and then took a savage blow to the chest, throwing him to the ground. Winded and bleeding, he looked up just in time to see Mako spread his wings protectively over him. But Mako wasn't alone. Kaos and Rhea stepped forward, blades drawn, positioning themselves between Kale and the assassin. Kaos struck first, rushing in, only to be slashed across the shoulder and thrown back. Rhea held her ground, watching the Black Paw's movements carefully. Guards followed, attacking in waves, but the Wolfkin was ruthless. One by one, they fell, their bodies crumpled in death's grasp. Now the beast turned its full attention back to the last defenders. Kale pushed himself to his feet, though every breath was a struggle. His chest burned, the wound draining him. He could feel the poison, the same Black Paw venom Zuba had fought, coursing through him. The creature sprang, but Rhea met it head-on. Steel clashed with claw in a blur of motion. Rhea blocked, pivoted, turned. Then, in one smooth spin, she drew a second blade from her back and swept it across the beast's neck, severing its head cleanly. The body collapsed. Kale took a step forward and fell. Darkness pressed in. But before he could slip away, warmth enveloped him. The cold, the pain, the poison, they dissolved into light. He could feel it now, his body consuming the toxin, breaking it down, feeding on it, converting it into energy. Rhea's face hovered over him. "Kale, are you okay?" she whispered. He nodded weakly. "Yeah, just needed a minute. Are you okay?" "I will be," she said softly. "Father, please help him." Platos knelt beside them, but Kale was already sitting up. He wiped the blood from his chest. The wound had sealed. "No need," he said, still catching his breath. "I think my body's adapting. It's healing faster than before." Platos extended a hand and helped him stand. "The more you're wounded, the better your body learns to recover. It's a painful path, Kale, but it's shaping you." Then his tone turned serious. "We need to move. That wasn't an assassin, that was a scout. He knew Mako spotted him and acted out of desperation, which means we're being tracked." The group quickly broke camp and moved deeper into the Delamar. Each passing day in the forest brought Kale closer to Rhea. Zubi was beginning to stir more often, his strength returning slowly, but it was clear his recovery would be long and uncertain. Platos remained a steady hand, always tending to the girl and checking on Zubi. But Kale had started to notice something. Small signs. The bloody rag Platos kept hidden after coughing. The tremble in his hand he tried to conceal. Kale had studied illnesses and healing under Zube's instruction, and this was no passing sickness. This was something deeper, irreversible. Platos was dying. It wasn't a wound or a poison. No remedy could fix what Kale saw. His body was failing him, plain and simple. Kale often wondered, did Rhea know? After many long days of travel, the party finally reached the outer walls of Katella, capital of the Leaf Kingdom. The sight was breathtaking. Built into the side of a massive mountain, the city stretched high into the sky, its great terraces and stone paths forming graceful arches up the slope. Every street curved with perfect symmetry, weaving the buildings into a harmonious design that felt as if the city had grown from the mountain itself. Kale had always imagined the Leaf Kingdom to be a network of rope bridges and tree houses nestled in forest canopies, like something from an old fireside tale. But Katella was no fantasy. Its homes were grander than even the wealthiest estates in Durian. Many were carved from enormous oaks, adorned with intricate woodwork and engravings so delicate they seemed to breathe with the trees themselves. It was a marvel, majestic and serene, even from afar. Platos had gone ahead to speak with the city guard, apparently needing to secure permission for their party to enter. But when he returned, his brow was furrowed and flushed with frustration. "Kale," he said grimly, "I'm sorry. The council won't allow Zubi into the city." Kale stiffened. "What? Why?" "They've agreed to supply you with food and provisions," Platos continued, "and they'll permit you to follow the outer northern road toward Japata. But entry into the capital for Zubi is forbidden." He let his hands fall helplessly to his sides. I argued, but they would not bend. I'm sorry. Rhea stepped forward, anger rising behind her calm voice. Father, how can they do this? Zuby is a hero, a healer. What has he done to deserve exile? Platos met her gaze, his voice quiet but firm. Some wounds in our history are not spoken of, even among our own people. If Zuby has chosen to stay silent, I will not betray that choice. Then I'm going with them, Rhea said without hesitation. The Black Paw are days behind us at most. I can feel it. We cannot leave them alone to face that threat. Platos raised his hands in protest. Rhea, no. The council has spoken, and I must respect their decision. You always taught me to do what's right, she shot back. I've fought the Wolfkin before. Your guards cannot match them in open battle. You know I'm right. Platos' shoulders sagged beneath the weight of a father's fear. Even if you outrun the Black Paw, you'll have to pass through Grey Paw territory to reach Japata. That land is treacherous. I won't allow it. I'm not asking for permission, Rhea said softly but firmly. I won't leave them unguarded, not while Zuby is still too weak to defend himself. I'll stay with them, at least until he's strong enough to travel safely. Platos stared at her for a long, quiet moment, torn between his love for his daughter and the knowledge that she would never be content standing by while others were in danger. Finally, he sighed. Then go, he said quietly. May the forest watch over you. It took 2 days for the group to reach the northern edge of Catella. Each night, the haunting howls of wolves echoed across the hills, low, guttural cries answered by closer, sharper calls. The Wolfkin were closing in. Crossing into the Japata forest brought Kale a strange mix of relief and unease. The dense woodland pressed inward, limiting visibility to just a few dozen yards in any direction. Yet the thick canopy above offered comfort, shielding him from the vastness of the sky. The dim, enclosed space soothed him in a way open fields never could. 100 yards into the forest path, he finally removed his hood, breathing easier for the first time in days. Zube, too, seemed to benefit from the shelter of the woods. The effects of the poison were beginning to fade, a welcome sight for the small party that had been pulling his cart through the journey. None of Rhea's guards, nor her father, were eager to venture into what many considered a Wolfkin hunting ground, but they traveled on nonetheless. Rhea continued to argue with Platos about her decision to accompany Kale, but eventually he stopped trying to dissuade her. Not everyone was fond of the forest, though. Mako stayed by Kale's side for the first part of each day, but the confinement clearly agitated him. On the second afternoon, he licked Kale's hand, then launched himself into the trees, vanishing into the canopy with a backward glance. Moments later he was gone, soaring somewhere beyond sight, off on one of his mysterious journeys. Chaos proved to be a capable and vigilant guide, constantly scouting ahead and checking their perimeter at each stop. When they made camp, he insisted on taking first watch. That night, the group gathered around a small fire. Kale prepared a simple meal, while Zuby reclined near the flames, pipe in hand. Though his strength was returning, his silence had grown more frequent. Something weighed on his mind. Kale, Zuba said finally, his voice low, how much have I told you about the Japata Wars? Very little, Kale admitted. We've mostly studied the Gnomish legacy and the politics between the 4 kingdoms. Why? Zub exhaled slowly, letting the smoke curl into the air. Long ago, this forest was home to more than just Wolfkin. Humans, gnomes, even the lichen once lived here. But during a conflict between the Fire and Earth kingdoms over a narrow strip of land, Japata sided with the Earth kingdom. That was enough for the Fire King to declare war on Japata. He shifted slightly, grimacing. But he couldn't breach Japata alone. The forest was thick with Wolfkin and guarded by gnomish sentries, so he made a pact, an alliance with the Black Paw and Grey Paw tribes. If they helped him take Japata, he'd divide the land between them. And they agreed? Kale asked, surprised. They did. The 2 tribes had been locked in a brutal territory war for years. The promise of land, enough for both clans to survive, was tempting. But understand this, Kale. When we speak of clans, we're not talking about a handful of warriors. Each clan consisted of dozens of packs. At their height, both the Black Paw and Grey Paw had over 30,000 fighters. Now, the Grey Paw are a shadow of what they once were. The Black Paw dominate. Zuba paused to take another drag from his pipe. But before he could continue, Kaus burst from the trees, Rhea close behind. Without a word, they kicked dirt onto the fire, snuffing it out. "They're close," Rhea whispered urgently, drawing her blades. "We can't outrun them. Maybe if we stay hidden, they'll pass us by." No one believed that. The group stood silently in the dark, listening. Only the sound of their strained breathing filled the space. The forest was unnervingly quiet, no birdsong, no rustle of leaves. Kale could feel the tension mounting, a strange metallic taste filling his mouth as adrenaline surged. His senses sharpened, his body prepared. Then came the eyes. First 2, then 4, then a dozen, then dozens more. Pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the shadows, encircling the group like predators around prey. No sound, just eyes. Zuby's voice cut the silence. "Kale, I think a little light is in order." Kale raised a hand into the air, fingers curled. With a thought, a sphere of fire bloomed in his palm, casting sudden light into the forest. The black paws snarled and recoiled, their night-trained eyes momentarily blinded by the flare. Zuby stood, drawing his cane like a sword. "Form up! Stay together! They'll try to separate us! Don't break the circle!" Around them, the snarls grew louder, sharper. Movement stirred in the shadows. The attack was coming. At that moment, one of the wolfkin lunged into the group. Rhea met it, her blades a blur. With a swift, practiced motion, she sliced clean through its jaw, sending the creature sprawling with a gurgling moan. A nearby guard ended its suffering with a final thrust of his spear. But before the group could recover, a second wolfkin darted forward. One of the guards, emboldened by the earlier kill, charged out of formation. The moment he stepped beyond the ring of protection, 2 larger, faster wolfkin descended. With a sickening crunch, they snapped his arm and leg, dragging him screaming into the darkness. His cries echoed through the forest, long and agonizing. "They're baiting us," Zuby warned sharply. "Stay together, don't break the circle." Through the flickering light of Kale's flame, a familiar silhouette emerged. Kale narrowed his eyes, the slashed ear, the worn armor. He had fought this wolfkin before. The creature stared at him, unblinking, patient, calculating. Nearly an hour passed in this tense standoff. The wolfkin came in pairs, testing the group's defenses, searching for weakness, always retreating, always waiting. It was a war of attrition, and it was working. One by one, the guards fell. All but one. Rhea had nearly been taken twice, saved only by her speed and precision. Kale couldn't understand it. Why didn't they swarm? What were they waiting for? His arm ached from holding the flame aloft. He'd never sustained a fire this long, yet the air around him seemed to feed it, as if the danger itself was giving him strength. Then it happened. In the chaos of movement, the last standing guard stumbled backward and collided with Chaos, knocking him out of the protective ring. A pair of wolfkin pounced. Chaos fought hard, managing to slash one across the snout, but the others closed in fast. Without thinking, Kale hurled the flame in his hand toward the wolfkin closing in on Chaos. The ball of fire struck home, igniting the beasts in a burst of roaring flame. But in that instant, Kale realized his mistake. As the fire left his palm, so too did the light. From the darkness, something clamped onto his arm with crushing force and yanked him backward. His vision spun. Pain exploded through his shoulder as iron jaws tore into his flesh. His old adversary, the slashed-ear wolfkin, had seized his chance. Kale was being dragged into the night, his blood pooling on the ground, his strength fading. He could hear the snarls of the pack awaiting him in the shadows. This was it. He was going to die. But then light. A blinding flash filled the glade. The wolfkin scattered, howling in fury. Flames erupted in a circle around the group, forcing the beasts back into the dark. Kale blinked, dazed. Had he done this? No, the power felt foreign. Not his. Zuby appeared at his side, pulling him to his feet with surprising strength. "Move, boy! We have to reach the Grey Paw lands. They won't stay back forever." Chaos limped to Kale's side, blood seeping through his tunic, but his grip was steady. "Sir, are you all right?" "I'll live," Kale said through clenched teeth. "Just give me a second." Zuby smacked Kale's chest with the end of his cane. "Hush and keep moving." Rhea took the lead, guiding the dwindling group through the thickets. The trail was gone now, swallowed by underbrush. Every step was taken with caution. Behind them, the pursuit resumed, no longer stealthy. Branches cracked, leaves rustled, the growls of wolfkin echoing all around. They weren't stalking anymore, they were hunting. Plato stayed close to Zuba, eyes sharp in the darkness. When a loud crack rang out ahead, the group ducked into a dense thicket once used by large game for shelter. It was cramped, thorny, and damp, but it gave them cover. In the quiet that followed, Kale's heartbeat began to steady. His senses, though still on edge, sharpened as he took inventory. Kaos was wounded but alive. Zuby applied a bitter-smelling poultice to his wound. Rhea stood beside her father, blades drawn, her breath steady. Platos, frail though he was, stood ready to defend. None of the guards had made it. They were on their own now. Then a sound, a faint crunch of branches to their left. A low, familiar voice slithered through the dark. "I smell you, boy. I'll find you, and when I do, I'll savor your flesh, one limb at a time." Two more voices chuckled cruelly behind the first. The pack leader had returned, and he was close. Kale froze. A breeze that had rustled behind him moments before vanished into stillness. Someone or something was blocking the airflow. With a sudden lunge, Kale drove his blade into the thicket behind him. A blood-curdling howl erupted. The group burst from the brush and into the clearing. Kale didn't hesitate this time. He hurled another flame into the brush, illuminating the field, and freeing his hand. The light revealed the slashed-ear black paw barreling toward him, jaws wide. Kale dodged to the side, his movements sluggish from blood loss. The battle had begun again. All around him, battle erupted. Rhea and Kaos clashed with two more wolfkin. Zuby fought with grim efficiency, striking low with his cane. Platos held the rear, steady and watchful. Kale's vision blurred at the edges, but something stirred within him. A fire, raw and instinctive. The world slowed. He could see the wolfkin's muscles tense, its eyes narrow just before each movement. He anticipated the next strike, the next shift. The black paw leapt again. Kale stepped aside and with a sharp thrust drove his blade into the base of the creature's skull. The beast collapsed at his feet, dead. The fight wasn't over. But in that moment, Kale stood tall, breathing heavily, covered in blood, and knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was not the same man who had entered this forest. With the immediate threat vanquished, Kale spun to check on Rhea and the others, but what he saw tightened the grip of dread in his chest. They were surrounded. Dozens of wolfkin now encircled the camp, but these were not the black paw. Their fur was a pale silver, catching the flicker of firelight in cold, ghostly hues. Each one wore armor, cobbled together from leather, bone, and steel, and bore long blades mounted to reinforced gauntlets. Unlike their savage cousins, they moved with discipline. Several had their weapons poised at the throats of Rhea and her father. Another ring of warriors surrounded Zuby, but kept their distance, blades raised, eyes wary. That was strange. Kale's blood surged as he raised his weapon. He prepared to charge no matter the consequence. But Zuby stepped forward, steady and calm. "Hold," he said. "These are not our allies. But for now, they are not our enemies. At least, not yours." Kale froze, confused. From the ranks of the Gray Paw emerged a taller warrior, broad-shouldered, his fur streaked with age and scar, his steps deliberate. Though his gear was little different from the rest, the reverence in the eyes of those around him made it clear. This was a leader. He approached Kale slowly, his deep voice raspy and deliberate, as if each word in the human tongue had been carefully rehearsed. "Few of your kind fight like the viper," he said, gesturing to the fallen black paw at Kale's feet. "You strike like wind and vanish like shadow, but you walk with dangerous company. You trespass on land that has already been carved too thin." Kale lowered his blade but kept his stance guarded. "We're not here to take your land or fight your people. We're headed to Japata. Let my friends go." The warrior's eyes narrowed, then flicked to Zuby. "Your fate is not mine to decide, pup. That honor belongs to the chieftains, and they will not welcome the Bashert lightly." Kale furrowed his brow. The word was familiar, Bashert, but its meaning escaped him. He repeated it under his breath. The Gray Paw saw his confusion and lifted one blade towards Zube. "Bashert," he said again, this time with force. Zub said nothing, his expression unreadable. "You must come with us," the Gray Paw continued. "The Black Paw hunt these woods. We will not allow you to cross our lands without the chieftain's consent." There was no room for argument. The group was led deeper into the woods, flanked on all sides. A few of the Gray Paws carried torches, though Kale quickly realized it wasn't for their own benefit. They saw perfectly well in the dark. The light was for the humans. They walked in silence. Kale kept close to Zuby, his mind racing, trying to recall the word, Bashert. He'd seen it once in Zuby's old journals, in the section written in the tongue of the wolfkin and the mountain giants. Rare, yes, but important. What was it? The meaning hovered at the edge of memory. Close. Too close. And then, as the forest deepened and the torchlight wavered, he began to wonder if they were walking toward an answer he truly wanted to understand. Chapter 13, The Gray Paw. After hours of silent marching, the group arrived at a large encampment nestled within the forest. It was more sophisticated than Kale had imagined. A spiked palisade ringed the camp, sharpened poles rising like skeletal fingers against the dim sky. He had pictured the Gray Paw as savage beasts living in caves or dens, but this was far from primitive. Dozens of fires crackled throughout the settlement, roasting small game. Rough-hewn shelters, crafted from wood and thatch, dotted the area. While many wolfkin wore nothing, others were clad in simple leathers or patchwork cloth. They moved with purpose, not savagery. At the camp's center stood a long wooden structure unlike the rest, larger, sturdier, its roof fashioned from thick planks, and its entrance framed by two imposing doors. As Kale stepped inside with the others, the interior surprised him even more. Rows of long tables and benches lined either side of a central fire pit. At the far end stood a high-backed chair, clearly a seat of power. Flanking it were four smaller ones, the council chamber. The Gray Paw leader, Kanov, turned to Kale and his companions. "You may remain here, pup." Then addressing Zuby, his tone hardened. "Bashert, you must give your word. Do not harm my people." Kale glanced at Zuby and felt his stomach twist. The old man's face had gone pale, his jaw clenched in barely suppressed fury. "I will not harm your people," Zuba said evenly. "Not unless I'm provoked. But know this, Kanov, if a single hair on Kale's head is touched," he lifted his hand toward the wolfkin, "you'll be the first to die." Kanov narrowed his gaze on Kale. "You are no ordinary human," he murmured, stepping close enough for Kale to feel the heat of his breath. He sniffed once, twice. "You look like a cub, but I smell age on you. Old blood. Deep blood. You are not just human." He stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened, his snarl twisting into something between alarm and disbelief. As if startled by what he had just sensed, he stepped back abruptly and turned away. "There is food on the table. Eat. Rest, but do not try to leave," he said coldly. Then, with a gesture, the great doors slammed shut behind him. The sound of a massive wooden beam sliding into place reverberated through the hall. They were locked in. Kale rushed to Zuba's side. "What is going on? Why are they acting like this? Toward you? Toward me?" Zub stared into the fire, weary. "We'll know more once the council speaks. Until then, eat, rest, the night is not done with us." Hours passed in heavy silence. The food was simple. Roots, meat, and bitter herbs. The others slumped against the walls, exhausted from the chase, their strength nearly spent, all except Zub. He sat apart, sleeves rolled up, fingers lightly tracing the bands of agonite around his arms. His face was drawn, haunted. Kale, too, was worn, but not like the others. His body, though battered, pulsed with strange energy. And in that stillness, as he watched Zube, realization dawned. Zuba hadn't just survived the last attack. He had created the Ring of Fire. It hadn't been Kale. The power had not come from within him. Zub was a Gehage, a powerful one. That's why the wolfkin feared him. That's why the Black Paw kept their distance. Why General Fike had wanted him dead. Why his name was whispered with dread but never spoken aloud. What had he done? Kale stood and crossed the hall. "Zub," the old man looked up slowly, meeting Kale's eyes. "Yes, Kale? I remember what Bashert means now," Kale said. "It's wolfkin for Widowmaker." Zub's face twisted with pain. His eyes shimmered. "Yes, that is one meaning, but it's not the original. In the gnomish tongue, it means destined one. It's my birth name. But to the wolfkin, it has come to mean something far darker." "Why?" Kale asked softly. "Why do they call you that?" Before Zub could answer, another voice cut through the hall, rough and weathered. "You mean he hasn't told you?" Kale turned. A figure stepped from the shadows. A black paw, but draped in the garb of the Gray Paw. His body was ravaged. Deep burns marred one entire side, his left arm lashed to his belt, long useless. He walked with a limp, but his presence radiated power, authority, age. Despite his injuries, there was no mistaking the strength still in him. You brought this boy into our land, and yet you kept your past hidden from him? The Black Paw said, sneering. You didn't tell him what danger you carry in your shadow. Oh, Bashert, so full of secrets. Or is it Zuba now? Another gnomish name to hide the truth? Another mask behind which you bury your shame? Kale stepped forward, every muscle in his body tense. But the Black Paw didn't flinch. He simply stared at Zuba, at Bashert, with something colder than hatred. It was memory. Zub rose slowly from the table. His face had darkened, veins bulging beneath his skin. Kale had seen him angry before, once with the Fire General, but never like this. His muscles coiled under his robe, and the very air in the chamber turned heavy. A wave of static rolled through the room, raising the hairs on Kale's neck. Zub's voice cracked like thunder. You! He stepped forward, hand moving toward the Agonite band on his arm, ready to rip it free. Before he could, a dozen Greypaw guards poured in, crossbows drawn, bolts aimed at the heart of every member of their party. The burned wolfkin Pravis grinned darkly. I wouldn't, Bashert. The moment those cuffs come off, your friends die. Zuba froze, hands trembling with fury, then slowly lowered them. You half-blood traitor, he seethed. I swear on all that's sacred, Pravis, I will not rest until your rotting corpse feeds the worms. Pravis chuckled and stepped leisurely toward Kale, ignoring the storm behind Zub's eyes. With his one good arm, he reached out and tilted Kale's chin, examining him as if inspecting a strange artifact. Interesting, Pravis muttered. Now I see, so that's why the old man favors you. He turned slightly. Tell me, cub, has the Bashert trained you well? Kale straightened, ignoring the burn of fear in his chest. He has, he said firmly. In all things, he's a great man, wise, loyal, and far more dangerous than you realize. If this ends in blood, your people will lose more than we will. Pravis sneered. Oh, I don't doubt that, pup, but unlike you, we are ready to die. Our women and cubs are gone. What remains are warriors, warriors who have buried enough kin to know that death is not defeat. He looked back at Zuby. Isn't that right, Bashert? Pravis turned his attention to Kale again. His eyes flicked across his body, calculating, hungering. It wasn't the chaotic hate Kale had seen in General Fike, the man who had destroyed his family. No, this was colder, controlled, ancient. It made Kale's skin crawl. And what of Drakholm, boy? Pravis said, the name like venom. Has your teacher told you about that battle? He watched Kale's puzzled expression and smirked wider. Ah, no, I see he hasn't. Well then, we've got time. The chiefs won't gather till morning. Why don't we take a little stroll down memory lane? He turned to the guards. If I'm not back in 3 hours, kill the prisoners. Rhea laid a hand on her father's shoulder. Is it all right, father? Platos gave a small shake of the head. Kanov gave no such order. They'll be safe, I hope. But Zuby, I fear for him. I only pray he can control what's inside. Zuby and Kale were marched out of the gates and deeper into the heart of the Japata Pass. An hour passed in eerie silence, moonlight spilling through cracks in the canopy above. Then the trees fell away. Kale flinched, instinctively pulling up his hood against the open expanse. The brightness of the full moon struck him like a physical force. When his vision adjusted, his breath caught. They stood at the edge of a massive clearing, blackened, lifeless, and dead. The ground was scorched. Not a blade of grass grew. The soil had turned to charcoal, rising in thin gray wisps beneath their steps. Ahead, the skeletal remains of stone towers and broken walls jutted up from the earth, burned and forgotten. This had once been a city, now it was a grave. As they drew closer, Kale saw rows upon rows of headstones stretching into the distance. A field of the dead. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands. Each stone worn by time, each name nearly lost to history. They reached what remained of a scorched wall, except for one piece. One smooth pillar of stone remained untouched, standing at the center of the graves. An inscription etched into it glowed faintly in the moonlight, its language foreign but deliberate. Pravis turned to face them, his eyes hard. Welcome, he said coldly. This cub is Drakholm. He gestured around them with his mangled arm. Once a great outpost, home to humans, gnomes, and even lichen. Now ash. Every grave here holds a warrior, a mother, a child, a chieftain. Burned in one night. He stepped closer, voice low. He did this. Kale turned slowly to Zuby. The old man said nothing. Pravis continued, and that's why we call him Bashert, the destined one to some, but to us, Widowmaker. He bared his teeth. Let's begin the lesson. Many years ago, Pravus began, his voice thick with age and bitterness. The Fire Kingdom made a pact with both Wolfkin tribes. Our lands were shrinking, our people growing. They promised us territory, Japata, in exchange for our strength. We agreed, eager for a future we believed we were owed. The Greypaw answered in full. Every male over the age of 12 took up arms. We were proud, noble, honorable. The Blackpaws, by contrast, sent only their seasoned fighters, leaving the young behind to guard the borders and hunt. But we marched, every last one of us, to Drakholm, the first true defense of Japata. We expected a swift conquest. Instead, we found him, Bashert, waiting with his gnomish warriors. They were brave, yes, but foolish. They kept their women and children within the fortress, believing it safe. That mistake they paid for in blood. When the battle began to turn, they tried to evacuate the children through what they thought was a hidden tunnel. But I, diplomat, half-blood, trusted by all, had been there before. I knew the passage. I had guards waiting. We struck swiftly, killed the woman and the single Fire Kingdom traitor who stood with her, took the children. They were to be leverage, bargaining chips. But Bashert refused our demands. So we stormed the keep. We came in full force, every Wolfkin and Fire soldier left alive. We had the numbers. We should have won. But then we saw what happens when a man of peace is broken. He lost someone that day. A child, perhaps. A friend. Whatever it was, it unraveled him. The earth screamed as he unleashed his fury. Heat, fire, an eruption of power so immense it leveled the battlefield in seconds. I remember the flash. I remember my body catching fire. I rolled, screamed, clawed at the dirt until the flames died. When I woke, weeks had passed. Only a handful survived. Cowards who'd stayed at the back. One gnome who'd stood at his side. And me. Women, children, all gone. His fury spared no one. Not his people, not ours. Drakholm was gone, reduced to ash and tombstones. The Fire Kingdom withdrew their forces, having lost too many. And the Wolfkin, we saw what one Gehage was capable of. We knew then, we'd stepped too far. But our losses weren't just measured in corpses that day. Every Greypaw male, all of them, perished. There were none left to protect our borders. The Blackpaws took our lands year by year. Now we're cornered, pressed against Japata with our enemies on every side. All because of one man, Bashert, the Widowmaker. Pravus paused, then gestured toward the standing stone among the graves. Shall we read it for the cub? Kale stood frozen, the graveyard stretching around him like a sea of death. He could hear it, ghostly echoes of flame, screams carried on the wind. He looked back at Zuby, whose face was now a mask of silent anguish. The old man didn't meet his eyes. Instead, his voice came low and hollow. Here stood Bashert, the embodiment of wrath, destroyer of Wolfkin, man, gnome, and child. Here stood death in its purest form. Here stood the Widowmaker. Pravus smiled, cruel and satisfied. You see now, cub? After that day, Japata cast him out. His own kin feared him, feared what he had become. The Fire Kingdom imprisoned him in the very tower he had used as a place of study. Around that tower, they built a prison, a monument to their fear. And around that prison, they built their city. They didn't dare kill him. They couldn't face what he might become again. So they buried him, alive, in isolation. And now, here you are, following him. The walk back to camp was slow. Zuby's head hung low, tears still streaming quietly down his cheeks. Kale, he murmured, voice hoarse, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It's not something I choose to remember. Kale placed a steady hand on his shoulder. I can't imagine the weight of what you carry, but I understand now. The bands, the way you isolate yourself, it all makes sense. As they entered the Greypaw camp, they were once again escorted into the large central hall. But the atmosphere had changed drastically. Dozens of Wolfkin lined the walls, tension sharp in the air. Rhea, Kaus, and Platus sat before a row of wooden chairs, an inquisition in full form. 2 seats remained vacant. Kanov sat tall in the chieftain's throne. At least Kale thought that question was answered. He was relieved to see Pravus didn't hold the authority to decide their fate. Pravus took the seat to Kanov's right. Though older than the other chieftains, they all bore faces lined with hardship and experience. Some eyed the party with open hostility, others with quiet curiosity. None looked pleased. Kanov's voice cut through the room. I gave no order for them to be taken to Drakholm. What say you, Pravus? Pravus bowed slightly, lips twitching. My lord, what better trial than to face the ruin of one's past? the place where his legend was forged. Kanov dismissed the excuse with a flick of his wrist and turned back to the group. I won't conceal the danger your arrival has placed us in, Bashert. There are many among us who demand your death, and if it comes to that, so be it. But others, myself included, see another path. Do you wish to hear our terms? Zuby raised his eyes, tired and shadowed. Speak them. But understand this. I'll keep my life only for the sake of those I protect. Threaten them, and this camp will burn before I fall. Snarls rippled through the room. Kanov gave a weary exhale. There's no need for threats, Bashert. We understand what we're dealing with, but we do not fear death. Remember, we killed only 2 of your people in malice. You burned our entire nation. You killed my father, the fathers of every chieftain here, and all 3 of Provis's sons. Still, we seek peace. Can you do the same? Zuba looked away. Say what you came to say. Kanov nodded grimly. Our land is dying, our numbers shrink with every year. The Black Paw press us on one side, and the Fire Kingdom rises again with them as allies. Their new general, Fike, has raised an army to take Japata. Come spring, we will be overrun. At the mention of Fike, Kale tensed. Even here, even now, he could not escape that name. We are still warriors, Kanov continued, but we cannot hold back 2 enemies alone. We seek to make an alliance with Japata. If they allow us into their territory, if we're granted safe land, we will fight beside them. Zuby offered only a faint, bitter smile. You know I cannot go back to Japata. I am here only to see Kale to the gate. I will not enter. Kanov turned to Kale. Provis tells me you are the one we must trust. You must go in our place. You must speak for us. Kale blinked. Me? I've never set foot in Japata. Why would they listen to me? Provis chuckled, dragging his tongue across his teeth. Oh, so he hasn't told you. How interesting. Before he could continue, Kanov shot him a silencing glare. Provis snapped his jaw shut and stared forward. Kale noted the tension. For all his menace, even Provis dared not cross Kanov. The reasons are Zuby's to share, Kanov said. But know this, we believe in you. We believe you can convince them. He motioned, and the other chieftains stood and quietly left the hall. Kanov stepped down from his chair and approached Kale. Let me be honest. It's unlikely the gnomes will agree, but it's the only chance we have. The main road to Japata is too long. You'll have to cross the northern mountain pass. With winter upon us, the path will soon be buried in snow. If you don't reach them in time, our people, what's left of us, will die when spring comes. Kale stood still, heart pounding. It was too much to process at once. A peace summit, an ancient hatred, a coming war, and now he was to be their envoy? Behind him, Zuby said nothing, and that silence was perhaps the heaviest answer of all. Every mile they advance will drive us closer to the gates of Japata, Kanov said gravely, and when we reach them, we'll be flanked. Fire Kingdom and Black Paw to our right, gnomish blades to our left. If we cannot change our course before then, we will be caught between 3 armies and slaughtered. But if you agree to help, if you'll go with us over the pass and negotiate peace, we'll begin moving our clans toward Japata immediately. They'll arrive a month after we do. That should give us just enough time to convince the gnomes. He motioned for Kale to follow and walked to a large shuttered window. With a knock, the outside panel was lifted away, revealing a view of several smaller camps beyond. Directly ahead, a modest hut sat at the edge of the clearing. This is my favorite spot in all our land, Kanov said. Do you know why? Kale shook his head. No, I don't. That's my home. Almost on cue, a small cub tumbled out of the doorway, followed by a young female wolfkin. Kanov's voice softened into a low, affectionate growl. My wife, my son, my only child. Kale watched the cub toddle through the dirt, wobbling with each unsure step. The little creature tried to sit, misjudged the distance, and fell back on the ground with a startled yelp. His mother scooped him up, gently nuzzling him. I thought the women and children were sent away? Kale asked. They were, Kanov replied. Most of them. But I've seen too many false promises of safety. If this camp falls, it won't matter where they run. We are the last wall standing between them and the fangs of the Black Paw, or the blades of the Fire Kingdom. He paused, his voice turning colder. You may see us as monsters, but we're not. At least, not all of us. If someone judged you for the sins of your forefathers, just because you shared their blood, wouldn't you call that unjust? Kale nodded slowly. I understand, Kanov, but convincing the gnomes won't be easy. Their hatred runs deep. I know, Kanav said, but we must try. The Fire Kingdom is building a force greater than ever before. They're drawing soldiers from desert towns, mountain holds, and distant provinces. And the Black Paw are many. If the gnomes stand alone, they will fall. Kale sat in silence, eyes fixed on the cub playing in the grass. I'll help you. I'll do what I can, but I have conditions. Kanav turned. Name them, cub. My friends are to be freed, Zuba, Rhea, her father, and any who wish to return to the Leaf Kingdom, and I want them escorted safely to within a mile of the border. That's non-negotiable. Kanav nodded. Finding volunteers to escort Zuba may be challenging, but I'll see it done. None of your companions will be harmed. And one more thing, Kale added. I need information. Kanav's brow lifted slightly. I assume not about Bashert? No, Kale said, holding up a hand. Zubi will tell me what he wants to in his time. What I need is military intelligence, your numbers, the condition of your warriors, how many civilians need shelter, and everything you know about the Fire Kingdom forces, the Black Paw, and General Fike. For a moment, Kanav studied him in silence, a curious glint in his eyes. You remind me of someone from a story my father once told, a young warrior, born not of privilege but of instinct, a leader drawn to duty, not glory. You ask the question a commander should ask first, not for yourself but for your people. It's a shame you weren't born a wolfkin. Kale looked down, uncomfortable under the praise. You give me too much credit, Kanav. I'm just trying to survive. If I can keep those around me alive a little longer, I'll count that as enough. I haven't known peace in a long time, and I've taken more lives than I care to remember. Even when I knew I had no choice, I still hate myself for it. He turned to face the chieftain directly. But this isn't about me. Can you give me what I need? Kanav placed a hand on his shoulder. Yes, Kale. I'll have the war table brought out. You and I will go over every detail, our numbers, our position, and our winter strategy, whatever you need to make them listen. Kale sat beside Zubi at a large, ornate table. Its edges shimmered with gold, and in the center, expertly carved into the polished wood, was a sprawling map of Telekar. The craftsmanship was astonishing, far more detailed than any map Kale had seen, even after long hours studying with Zubi in the archives. One by one, the Wolfkin chieftains took their seats as Kanav stood at the table's head. In his hand was a long carved pointer. He tapped the map at a familiar mark. Durian, he said. It's no longer just a city. For years now it's been under development, and today it stands as the military capital of the Fire Kingdom. He paced slowly as he spoke. With the river at its flank and mountains to its back, Durian is the ideal stronghold, strategically wedged between the coast and the Stone Kingdom. It's the perfect base of operations. Kanav moved the pointer southeast. The Fire Kingdom has been recruiting heavily for over a year and a half. They've already gone to war with the Stone Kingdom. Though they failed to take the Great Gate, they seized the southeastern quadrant of its territory with little resistance. That region was critical. It provides a launch point for the invasion of Japada and a staging ground for resupply. He paused, letting the gravity of his words settle in the room. Our scouts confirm Fire Kingdom troops are now amassing at the forest's edge. They've begun final negotiations with the Black Paw, but the forest will not sustain them for long. There's little food, and moving siege equipment through the woods is nearly impossible. They'll have to wait for spring. Kanav's pointer circled a region on the map. By our estimates, the assault will come midsummer. 2 months to build the machines they need. They won't attempt a siege. They know the gnomes can't be starved out. Japada has withstood centuries behind its walls. They'll need to breach them, fast. He glanced around the room. We estimate Japada's standing army at no more than 20,000. The Black Paw alone will bring 35,000 to bear. The Fire Kingdom? At least 40,000 more, even accounting for attrition on the road. If the gnomes accept our offer and we fight by their side, we add only 8,000. That's every Grey Paw male over 12. The Black Paw will leave their young behind, but even so, we'll be outnumbered nearly 3 to 1. Kale looked to Zub. The old man's gaze was distant, his brow heavy with thought. Wisps of gray hair had fallen forward, but he made no effort to brush them aside. Kanav turned his attention to him. You see now, Zub? This war won't just devour my people, it will claim yours as well. Zube slowly pushed his hair back, eyes hardening with purpose. Then I must go to the Leaf Kingdom. Their alliance with Japata has held for generations. They cannot ignore this. Kanov was quiet for a moment, then replied cautiously, Zube, much has changed while you were gone. The Leaf Kingdom lost many at Drakholm. They fear Japata's fire as much as we do. You know how slow their council moves. It could take months just to reach a decision, and longer still to act. Still, Zube stood, gripping his cane. A flicker of energy returned to his posture. I know their system all too well. It may be slow, but it's our best hope. I leave Kale in your care. Get him to Japata. I'll do what I can to bring the Leaf Kingdom to their aid. And if not them, then someone else. Kanov nodded, signaling to the guards. With surprising ease, they lifted the war table and carried it from the hall. Kale watched, again reminded of the Wolfkin's raw power, strength tempered not just by muscle, but by unity. I'll take Kale to Japata myself, Kanov said. Just the two of us, and Pravus. Any more Wolfkin might be perceived as a threat. Pravus knows the pass well, and I must be there to negotiate directly. Sending messengers back and forth would waste precious time. I'll take Kaus, Rhea, and her father to the Leaf Kingdom, Zuba said. Kaus stepped forward from the shadows. With all due respect, my lord, I'm going with Kale. Zuba turned to face him, caught off guard by the scout's unwavering resolve. Kaus's eyes burned with quiet loyalty. Zub gave a tired but proud smile. Very well, Kaus, then go with him. He will need you. The room slowly emptied, leaving only Zub and Kale. The old man sank into a nearby chair, the weight of years visible in the slow curve of his back and the long exhale from his lungs. Kale, he said, voice softer now, this might be the last lesson I have left to give. So listen closely. The battle ahead isn't just one of steel and fire. It's one of perception, of memory. My people, they hold on to grudges for generations. What you'll face in Japata isn't just resistance. It's bias, tradition, trauma. You won't be fighting an enemy. You'll be fighting an idea. It's important you understand something, Kale, Zubi said gently. It's easier to fight a man than an idea. A man dies with his last breath. But an idea? It lingers. It spreads. It grows. It infects the minds of others like a sickness, especially the weak-willed. You can't kill it with a sword or silence it with force. He leaned forward, voice heavy with conviction. The only way to defeat hatred, to overcome bias, is to plant a new idea, one that is stronger, more compelling than the one it replaces. The people of Japata must come to want peace with the Wolfkin more than they cling to the memory of war. Zuba looked away. I don't know how that's done, Kale. Even I struggle. I still carry anger toward the Wolfkin, but I've buried most of it, for the sake of my people, and perhaps because I'm only half gnome and thus only half as stubborn. Kale gave a weary smile at the attempted levity. Tell me something, Zub. Why is Japata so important to the Fire Kingdom? They don't seem interested in occupying it. Not truly. Otherwise, why agree to let the Wolfkin settle there years ago? Zub's expression darkened. They don't want the land, Kale. They want what's in it. Japata holds the richest deposit of agonite in all Telekar, more than any mine ever discovered. Its forests grow the tallest, strongest trees, ideal for shipbuilding. Its soil conceals diamonds and gold in deep, ancient veins. It is, without question, the most valuable land on the continent. That's why the first king of Japata chose it. He leaned closer. With agonite, the Fire Kingdom can equip a near-unbreakable army. With gold and diamonds, they can buy loyalty, or mercenaries. And with lumber, they can construct a fleet to challenge the Water Kingdom. Japata isn't just a conquest. It's the key to controlling all of Telekar. Kale sat back, absorbing the enormity of what he'd just heard. So, if I fail, if I can't unite the Wolfkin and the gnomes, if I can't protect Japata, then all of Telekar falls? That's what you're saying? His voice grew hoarse. If that happens, then the blood of thousands of everyone is on my hands? Zubi reached out and placed a hand on Kale's knee. The contact calmed him almost instantly. No, Kale. You can't carry the weight of an entire world on your shoulders. What will happen will happen. You're only responsible for what you choose to do. That's all any of us can be held to. He paused, then added quietly, and there's something else I need to tell you, before you find out from someone else. It's better if it comes from me. Zubi's voice grew distant, filled with sorrow. During the battle at Drakholm, I had my child with me. She was just 19. I ordered all the children, including my own, to be taken to safety. But then I received a report that they'd been found and killed. That a Fire Kingdom soldier had been slain and his leg bitten off, proof of their demise. His hands trembled. Something in me snapped. I couldn't contain the rage. You've seen what came of that day. But then you came into my life, and I realized something. My child didn't die. Kale's mind spun as pieces began falling into place. The missing leg, the Fire Kingdom soldier, his mother and father's silence, his father's scars, the whispers, the evasions. His heart thudded. "You," he started. "You're saying—" "Yes," Zuby said, voice cracking. "I'm your grandfather." Kale stared, reeling. "But, my father—" "No," Zub interrupted. "Not your father. My child was your mother, Kale." "My mother?" he whispered. "She was a wind Gehage, like me, a woman of peace until she was forced to fight. She cared for orphans. She must have believed I had died, or else she would have found me. I don't know how they survived, but like you, she would have been nearly impossible to kill." He smiled faintly through the tears. "Your father was a great warrior, one of the finest Fire Gehage I ever trained, but he wasn't wind. You are both, and so much more. You are their legacy. My Ellie, and oh, how I miss her." Kale sat in stunned silence, then the sorrow turned to anger. "Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't they tell me? I thought I was alone." Zuba's voice was gentle. "They must have chosen to hide, Kale, and I didn't want to complicate your life more than it already was. You've carried so much. I only wanted to help where I could, but you and we share the same burden. The rage, the loss, the fire that boils up in despair." He gripped Kale's hand tightly. "You must learn to control it, Kale. I didn't. I unleashed a fury that left thousands dead, men, women, children. You've seen the ruins. Don't let your anger take from you what you can't get back." Kale nodded slowly. "I understand, and, in a way, I think I always knew. You always seemed to know more about me than I knew about myself. It was like you were just waiting to confirm what you already suspected." Zuby chuckled softly. "You remind me of my grandfather, the first king, a warrior through and through. But unlike him, you've inherited your mother's heart, the compassion, the love. That's a rare blend, Kale, and it just might be what saves us." Kale laughed bitterly. "Served me well? I've spent years in chains. I bear more scars than memories. I've buried friends and loved ones, and I've been exiled, not from nations, but from people. I can't be open with anyone. I'm either treated like a prince in a fairy tale or a monster no one dares to approach. You're the only one who sees me. Just me." Zuby looked at him with pride. "Then never stop being you, Kale, because in all this chaos, you might be the one true thing that can change the course of history." "That's the burden of leadership. Kale," Zuby said, his voice low. "It never gets lighter, but you do get stronger, making it easier to bear." He stood slowly, the years of war and sorrow evident in his posture. "Before we part ways, there's something else you must know. Kanav means well, but don't let that fool you. His chieftains are not as loyal as they appear, and Pravus, he's dangerous." Zub's eyes narrowed. "He'll harm you if given the chance. I'm certain he's playing both sides. He sees which way the wind blows, and he'll follow it. His hatred for the gnomes, and for me, runs deep. Watch him closely. If you fall, so does any hope the Greypaw have left. And more than that, the gnomes will lose their last chance too." He reached into his coat and pulled out the small mouse Alcaz, cradling it gently in his palm. "Take him with you. At least I'll have some sense of how you're doing. He's small, smart, and loyal, and he's especially fond of bread crusts." Kale took the mouse with care, giving a quiet nod. "I'll look after him. We should move quickly. Every moment counts now." As he turned, Rhea approached, her father busying himself with their packs behind her. She looked at Kale with an expression both fierce and vulnerable. "I won't see you again for some time," she said. "But if you survive this year, come to my home in the fall." Kale took her hand, savoring the rare softness in her touch. "Why the fall?" "Because that's when the courtship trials begin. If you're there, I'll announce that I'm ready to wed. Then it will be up to you to earn my hand." Kale managed a wry smile. "You have some strange customs." "Maybe, but it will give us both something to look forward to." Kale's voice turned somber. "The odds aren't good, Rhea. I may not make it that far." "Are you sure you want to wait for someone who may not return?" The words felt harsh the moment he said them, and he instantly regretted them. Rhea smirked gently, unshaken. "You're such a fool, but I think that's part of what draws me to you. Even now, you're trying to spare me disappointment, guarding my heart when it's already in your hands." She leaned in slightly. "I'm not fragile, Kale. I've fought battles, buried friends, seen things I'll never forget. I don't fear death, and I don't fear heartbreak either. I know you face something terrible, but I believe in you. You have to succeed. It's who you are." Kale's voice caught. "How can you be so sure? You barely know me." She stepped back, eyes bright with conviction. "Anyone who can inspire people to follow them into fire doesn't need years to prove who they are. Even one man," she glanced at Chaos, "willing to walk into death at your side says everything I need to know." Then, without another word, she stood on her toes, kissed him, and turned sharply away, joining her father without so much as a glance back. Kale stared after her, stunned and oddly lightheaded. Before he could process what had just happened, Kenov's voice came from beside him. "You've claimed a mate," he said dryly. "Though I'd think twice before crossing that one. She'd probably gut you in your sleep if you forgot her birthday." Kale chuckled softly, shaking off the last of the days. "Then I better stay alive to find out." "Are you ready?" Kenov asked. Kale looked toward the mountains, toward Japata, toward a future uncertain. "Yes, let's move." Chapter 14, The Japata Pass. Parting with Zube proved harder than Kale expected. Their time together had left a deeper mark than he realized. For the first time in years, he didn't feel entirely alone. He had a grandfather. The weight of that thought lingered until Chaos draped a blanket over his shoulders. "Here, sir. We don't want you catching cold. Gotta keep your strength up if we're to face those black paws." "Thank you, Chaos," Kale replied, adjusting the blanket. "But you don't need to call me sir. We're not in the army anymore." "Of course, sir," Chaos said with a grin. "Really, Chaos?" Kale started to protest but stopped short. One look at the scout's face told him it was pointless. Another soul who placed his trust in Kale, unearned as far as Kale was concerned. What had he done to deserve such faith? He was no legend, no savior. Maybe he was a wind Gehage, but that didn't make him invincible. He could be defeated, especially by the elite Wolfkin. In the end, he was still just one man. Pravos walked ahead, glancing back often to track Kale's position. Zuby had been right to warn him. Every glance, every movement, even the way Pravos inhaled as Kale passed, made his skin crawl. There was something predatory in his gaze, a hunger for something more than blood. Kanov, on the other hand, seemed genuine. Kale found himself respecting the old Wolfkin. With each passing day as they made their way toward the mountains, Chaos proved invaluable. He tended to Kale like a nursemaid, making sure he ate, stayed dry, kept warm. He scouted ahead, foraged, handled a dozen small tasks without complaint. Chaos had always been loyal, but since learning of the treaty and Kale's role in it, he treated him as if he were something fragile, something precious. Kale sat by the fire beside him, letting Outcast, the small mouse, scamper up and down his arm for a bit of exercise. He noticed Chaos staring into the fire, his expression troubled. "Something on your mind, Chaos?" Kale asked. Chaos hesitated. "It's nothing, sir. Just thinking." Kale waited. Eventually, Chaos spoke again. "What if we fail? Then we die," Kale answered plainly. "And it won't matter much after that." "I wish I had your courage," Chaos admitted. "You don't seem to fear anything, not even death." Kale pulled his cloak tighter. "I do fear it, but fear doesn't change what happens next. Once we're gone, regret is meaningless. You, though, you're braver than you give yourself credit for. You came with me, knowing the odds. 2 men marching beside 2 Wolfkin to a city of gnomes that might kill us on sight, to rally a hopeless army against a force 3 times its size. That takes more courage than you realize. You're a good warrior and a better friend." Chaos blinked, clearly surprised. "Friend, sir? I didn't think you saw me that way. You've always seemed distant. No disrespect, sir. I just figured you had more important things to worry about than a scout." "I'm no real general, Chaos," Kale said, a small smile tugging at his mouth. "Whatever stories you've heard, they're just that, stories." "But I heard you were," Chaos said, clearly fishing for more. Kale chuckled, then laughed fully, the sound surprising even himself. The ache in his ribs made it hurt, but he laughed anyway. Chaos stared, bewildered, before breaking into a chuckle of his own. Soon both men were doubled over, their shared laughter echoing into the trees. After the moment passed, Kale grew quiet. "Do you want to know what I really did before all this?" "Yes, sir," Chaos said, still wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. "I was a sand runner." "A messenger?" Chaos asked, unsure. Kale nodded. "I carried messages between the sand-locked towns of the Deadlands." Out of the shadows, Kanov appeared and sat beside them. "Well, pup," he said with a smirk, "that explains why you're so fast on your feet." The laughter began again, this time joined by Kanov's raspy cackle. Kale hadn't expected to laugh so freely again. Stress had worn each of them thin, whether scout, warrior, chief, or Gehage, and laughter was a rare release. It made him think of Reagan, the friend he rarely allowed himself to remember. Times long gone, nights spent in mischief, wrestling outside the inn, sharing dreams of a future that now seemed unreachable. But Chaos's question echoed in his mind. What if we fail? If the Fire Kingdom succeeded, Japata would fall. Its vast resources would feed a long and brutal war. Tens of thousands would die within months. Millions more could perish in the years to follow. Kale tried to shove the thought aside. He couldn't afford to dwell on what he might not be able to stop. He had a task, and for now, that had to be enough. What remained within Kale's control now rested more with the wolfkin sitting across from him than the friends seated beside him. If he failed to convince the gnomes to form an alliance with the Grey Paws, their entire race would be doomed. Even now, his people were marching through the Japata Pass, inching closer to the gates of the gnomish nation. If Kale failed, they would be trapped, caught between the advancing Fire Kingdom and the closed gates ahead. Their only fallback would be the long-forgotten port city to the north, abandoned and crumbling. But even if they made it there, what would it gain them? They had no ships, they could not swim, and even if they managed to find some vessel, where would they go? There would be no safe haven among men. It was a bitter truth, but Kale knew it. If diplomacy failed, the Fire Kingdom would slaughter them, or worse, the gnomes themselves would strike them down as beasts. And still those around him carried such hope. Kale felt none. The weight of their faith pressed on him like armor too heavy to bear. He gently placed Outcast back in his pocket and stood, brushing off the cold numbness settling over him. He added a log to the fire, its crackle a temporary comfort, and sat down beside Kanov. "Kanov, may I ask you something? I hope it's not too forward." "Of course," the Wolfkin chieftain replied. "Ask what you will." Kale hesitated, then leaned in slightly. "What's the story with Pravis? He doesn't seem like your kind, more Blackpaw than Gray, and he clearly disagrees with your plan, yet you still trust him enough to bring him along." Kanov showed no offense. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully before responding. "Pravis has grown bitter toward the gnomes over the years. He lost his sons at Drakholm. When he returned, he was the only adult male survivor. He had no choice but to lead until I and the other chiefs came of age. It was a heavy burden." He paused, staring into the flames. "He's tried to have more children, but either age or battle wounds have denied him that. I pity him. His bloodline ends with him. And as that reality sinks in, his anger grows. Still, he taught us the warrior's path, fought to preserve what land we have left. That cost him dearly. You see, he is half Blackpaw himself. I suspect some part of him still clings to them." Kanov's voice softened, yet he stood by the Grey Paws when others would not. He was the only father figure many of us had. But no, he doesn't support this alliance. He believes we should surrender our identity and merge with the Black Paw, become one clan again. I cannot allow that. We are not the same. Despite our shared blood, we are a different people. Kanov looked toward the darkness beyond the firelight. Speaking of Pravis, he should have returned by now. Hours passed. Still no sign of Pravis. No one said anything, but the silence grew heavier with unease. Even Kanov seemed troubled. Eventually, he stood and slung his pack over his shoulder. "We have to move on. We can't wait for him. Perhaps he's chosen to leave us, unwilling to follow a plan he cannot accept. If so, I'll deal with that betrayal later." Chaos asked hesitantly, "Could something have killed him? In the forest?" Kanov gave a low growl. "There's nothing in these woods that could kill that one. Even I would struggle to best him, and if he'd fallen in battle, we'd have heard his howl. I've been scenting the air for miles. Nothing. He's long gone. We must make our own way. We'll reach the mountain pass in a few hours. After that, there'll be no more firewood. No time to linger. If we're lucky, we'll find a cave to shelter in for the night. The climb the next day was brutal. With every mile, the land grew steeper and colder. By the time they passed the tree line, the wind struck them in bone-deep gusts. Chaos bore it better than Kale, whose energy drained with every step. Chaos kept checking on him, occasionally slowing down to walk beside him. By the second evening, Kale felt his body beginning to fail under the harsh terrain and icy air. Chaos noticed and approached quietly. "Take my cloak, sir. I'm not very cold," he offered. Kale shook his head. "No, Chaos, keep it. You need it as much as I do. We'll be at the summit by tomorrow. After that, the path will take us down into the forests again. We'll be warm soon." "As you say, sir," Chaos replied, though Kale could see through his calm demeanor. The scout's lips were pale, and his steps slower than before. He was suffering just as much, but refused to show it. Kanov continued ahead in silence, occasionally pausing to sniff the air, his gaze distant and wary. Something gnawed at him, but he said nothing. That night, they found a small cave and huddled inside. There was nothing to burn, so they went without fire. Chaos curled beside a large rock. At first, Kale thought he was asleep, but a closer look revealed his eyes barely open, his body shivering. Kanov sat down beside Kale. After a long pause, Kale voiced the question that had been clawing at his mind for days. "Do you think Pravis just left us?" "No, I don't believe he simply left," Kanov said quietly. "Something about his disappearance troubles me deeply." He glanced toward Chaos, clearly making an effort to shift the subject. "Your friend won't last much longer if we can't get him warm. We still have several miles before the descent begins, and the winter snow is near. I can smell it on the wind." "I know," Kale admitted, "but I don't know what else to do. I could use my fire bending to warm him for a bit, but it won't last. I don't have the strength to maintain it long. I'm barely staying upright myself." Kanov nodded thoughtfully. "When the cold sets in, my people heat flat stones and press them against the body, especially the back. It keeps the core warm through long winter nights. Perhaps it could help your friend. Maybe even help you." "That's a brilliant idea, thank you." Kale gathered a few stones and placed them in his palm, channeling a gentle heat until they were warm enough to comfort but not burn. He handed them to Chaos. "Here, tuck these under your shirt. They might help." Chaos groaned with relief as he pressed one to his stomach. "Oh, sir, that feels incredible. What a brilliant trick." He quickly tucked the others under his arms and between his legs. "I thought I was going to freeze to death, honestly." "Don't thank me, it was Kanov's idea. I just provided the flame," Kale replied. "I'll reheat them every hour or so. You can even carry a few as we walk. I won't even notice the weight if it means I'm warm again." Chaos shut his eyes, rubbing his hands together against the warmth. After a moment he added, "You know, sir, they're not so bad, the Wolfkin. Not all of them, anyway. I don't like Pravis much, but Kanov, he reminds me a lot of you." Kale smiled faintly. "I like him too. They're nothing like the monsters I imagined." That night, a heavy snowstorm rolled in. Chaos woke Kale several times to have his stones reheated. On the last wake-up, Kale noticed Chaos was trembling violently, snow covering his blanket like a second layer of skin. "Why are you covered in snow, Chaos?" Kale asked, concerned. "I had to step outside for a minute. I know, it was stupid. Could you heat these stones extra hot this time?" "Of course, and for the love of all things, stay in the cave tonight," Kale scolded gently. "Use the back wall if you need to relieve yourself." "Yes, sir," Chaos mumbled, clearly embarrassed but grateful. Kale reheated both their stones, then lay back down, hoping for a bit more sleep before dawn. When morning came, the world outside was buried beneath 1.5 feet of snow, with more falling thick and fast. The day's march left them exhausted, but they finally reached the mountain's crest and began the descent. Chaos moved more slowly now. His stride had lost its urgency. Each step was deliberate, and though he didn't complain, the toll of the journey was written in the tension of his muscles and the sluggishness of his movements. As the snowfall briefly lightened and the clouds parted, the landscape beyond was revealed, and it stole Kale's breath. Stretching out before them was the vast peninsula of Japata, fertile and rich, surrounded on 3 sides by the sea. At its entrance loomed a wall unlike anything Kale had ever seen, taller than any structure from his studies, a marvel of both architecture and defense. It spanned miles, anchoring into towering mountains that vanished above the clouds and descended into cliffs that formed a natural sea barrier. At the base of the northern peak lay the remnants of the abandoned port city, a tangle of white and gray clustered around a massive bay. Even from this distance, its design was clearly defensive, capable of harboring an entire naval fleet. Beyond the wall, small circular patterns dotted the land, gnomish towns, no doubt, and further still, toward the heart of the peninsula, a magnificent city stood like a jewel. Its structures rose high enough that even from miles away, Kale could see them piercing the sky. The beauty of it overwhelmed him, but not in awe. His heartbeat quickened, his chest tightened. Sweat beaded on his brow despite the cold. His legs grew heavy, unresponsive. Panic. Why now, he thought. Of all things, why this? His mind knew there was no threat, but his body screamed otherwise. A flood of anxiety surged through him, irrational and paralyzing. The stunning vision before him became too much. Then, as quickly as the moment came, it passed. The clouds rolled back in, veiling the view in snow and mist once more. The fear lifted with the scenery, leaving Kale shaken and silent. The descent down the mountain was slow and tense. Selleck led the group, scouting ahead, while Kanov trailed behind, pausing every few hundred yards to lift his nose to the wind, lost in thought. With each stop, the worry etched deeper into his face, his voice laced with growing unease. Eventually, he approached Kale. "We need to move faster," he said. "I believe we're being hunted, Darkpaw." "You think Pravis is leading them?" Kale asked. Kanov nodded grimly. "I can smell him clearly. He's not alone. 7 others, maybe more. Likely Darkpaw hunters. I could face Pravis, but can you and your friend handle 6 or more of their best?" Kale shook his head. "I struggled with just 1. How much time do we have?" 2 hours at most." Kanov hesitated, then added, "I know you won't want to hear this, but we could move faster without chaos. He's slowing us down. Reaching the wall is critical." Kale's anger flared at the suggestion, but faded as he met Kanov's eyes. There was no cruelty there, only desperation. He wasn't choosing between friends. He was choosing between survival and extinction. "Let me be clear," Kale said firmly. "I'm not leaving Chaos. If you want to go ahead, that's your choice. But I won't abandon a friend just to save myself. If they catch us, we fight. We'll take down as many as we can." Kanov exhaled, his gaze distant. "I'm not afraid to die, pup. But I am afraid for my people. I have to try everything, anything, to protect them." "I get it," Kale replied. "Now let's move." They soon caught up to Chaos, who was seated on a rock, catching his breath. Kale crouched beside him. "Chaos, we need to talk. We're being tracked. Pravis and at least 6 Darkpaw. We need to pick up the pace." "I know," Chaos said, his face pale. "I heard you. I slipped away last night while you slept and spotted them at dawn. There are 8, not 6. And they're different. Armored, like the one we fought in the forest." Kale cursed under his breath. "Then we really need to move." "Sir, Kanov is right," Chaos said quietly. "You'll be faster without me. I can keep going, but not at that speed. Something's wrong. This cold won't leave me." Before Kale could protest, Chaos removed his boot. His foot was soaked in blood, blistered and split open. "I don't know how you two push on like this, but I'm not built the same. I'm no Wolfkin, no Gehage. I'm just a man. Let me hide. Maybe I'll survive. You were a sand runner once. Surely you can make it." That last remark came with a weak smile, a glimmer of pride in knowing Kale's secret. Both Kanov and Chaos watched Kale silently, waiting for his decision. Kale bowed his head, the hood falling over his face. "Drop your pack," Kale said at last. "What?" Chaos asked, confused. "You heard me. Drop it." Chaos did so, glancing to Kanov for explanation, but Kanov only watched. Kale slung off his own pack, grabbed Chaos by the arm, and pulled him to his feet. "I'm not leaving you," Kale said. "I'll carry you." "No, sir." "That's an order," Kale barked, then turned to Kanov. "If you want to go ahead, I won't stop you." He hoisted Chaos onto his shoulder and took off at a loping pace, each step carefully measured against the steep descent. Chaos grunted with each jolt, sometimes trying to argue, but Kale silenced him with a well-timed bounce that knocked the air from his lungs. To Kale's surprise, Kanov didn't leave. He kept to the rear, 100 yards back, his eyes constantly scanning the ridgeline. The journey grew harder with every mile. Kale's muscles burned, his breath ragged. More than once, he was sure he couldn't go on. But every time he hit his limit, he found something more, a scrap of strength buried deep. The base of the mountain was still hours away. Eventually, Kanov appeared at his side, his voice low and urgent. "They're close now. I can see them." Kale came to a halt and gently lowered Kaos onto a nearby boulder. His own breath came in heavy bursts, but the brief pause offered a sliver of relief. He glanced down the path. Finally, the steep incline was giving way to a gentler slope. "Kanov," Kale said, eyes fixed ahead, "take Kaos as far as you can. I'll stay behind and hold them off." Before Kanov could move, Kaos pushed himself to his feet and drew his sword, his stance unsteady but resolute. "Don't lay a hand on me, Kanov, or I'll strike you down where you stand." He turned to Kale, his voice firm. "With all due respect, sir, you can give all the orders you want, but I'm not leaving you behind to fight alone. If we fall together. And if that doesn't sit well with you," he shrugged, "too bad, that's how it's going to be." Kale couldn't help but admire Kaos. The man could barely stay on his feet, and in a fight he'd be no match even for the weakest of the Darkpaw elites. But who was Kale to tell him how to spend his life? "Very well, Kaos," he said with quiet respect. "I can't fault you for feeling that way. It's been an honor to serve beside you." Below them, 8 wolfkin charged down the mountainside in a frenzied pursuit. Their target was close. Leading the pack, Pravus sprinted ahead, not upright like the Greypaw, but on all fours, like the Darkpaw he seemed to emulate more each day. Kanov sniffed the wind again. "Something else is coming, pup." Kale scanned the slopes below, sparse trees, scattered boulders, patches of moss. Nothing moved. "I don't see anything." But then he did. The Blackpaw were within 200 yards, closing fast. Their limbs moved in powerful rhythm as they bounded toward Kale's group. Each one drew a blade as they advanced. Pravus had already pulled ahead by 50 yards when Kanov suddenly growled and launched into a sprint, charging at his old rival like a beast unleashed. Kale followed, heart pounding, hoping to reach Kanov before the others did. And then, cutting through the chaos, came another sound. A deep, rhythmic whoosh that made Kale's heart leap. It was Mako. The great winged beast soared above the battlefield, screeching as he dove. In his talons, he carried a small armored figure, draped in steel, a massive sword strapped across his back, and 2 smaller blades at his hips. Kale barely had time to track Mako's flight before Kanov and Pravus collided with a violent crash, barking and snarling like feral wolves in a deadly struggle. Mako dropped the armored figure behind Kanov, directly in the path of the charging Blackpaw. The stranger hit the ground with practiced grace, and then all Hades broke loose. The gnome warrior drew his twin side swords in a flash, slicing through 2 wolfkin in a deadly fluid motion. It looked more like a dance than a fight, precise, graceful, devastating. The remaining 6 closed in on him. He leapt onto one's back, vaulted high into the air, and spun mid-flight. As he descended, his blade carved through the tallest wolfkin's neck. Kale stood stunned. The gnome's movements were familiar, almost haunting. Mako wasn't idle either. The massive bird dove again, grabbing a wolfkin and pinning it down. One clamped its jaws onto Mako's injured leg, causing a sharp yelp of pain. But the great raptor responded with fury, driving his beak into the beast's throat, tearing it open. Mako then ascended, blood trailing from his talons. By the time Kale reached Kanov, he saw that the chieftain had subdued Pravus. Both were bloodied, clawed, and bitten, but Kanov had the upper hand. Pravus lay pinned beneath him, defeated. Kale turned his attention to the gnome and the last of the Blackpaw. One lunged, jaws wide. The gnome twisted, dodged, and brought his elbow spike down with a sickening crack onto the wolfkin's skull. Another charged, only to be impaled as the gnome drove his knee spike upward in a brutal counter. 3 remained. The first ran straight into a blade, cleaved down the middle. The second missed entirely, stumbling past. The third caught the gnome's helmet in its jaws. In one swift motion, the gnome slipped free of the strap and spun, ramming his elbow into the side of the helmet. The blade mounted on his arm drove deep into the creature's jaw. A final wolfkin broke from the others and rushed toward Kale. Gripping his sword tightly, Kale braced himself. This one would be his. He roared a battle cry, but before he finished the shout, a whistling sound sliced through the air. A sword embedded itself in the creature's chest. The wolfkin collapsed mid-charge. Kale turned. The gnome jogged up and calmly pulled the blade from the body. He was smaller than Zuby, with darker white hair, wild and unkempt. Kale caught a strong scent of alcohol wafting off the warrior. The gnome muttered to himself, "Just two left." The smell triggered something deep in Kale's memory. His father. He'd smelled like that on the last day Kale ever saw him. And with that memory came realization. The fighting style, the unrelenting agility, it was his father's. Kale had seen it once before on the day of his death. The gnome was swaying slightly, drunk. He began advancing at a staggering gait on the two remaining wolfkin, Kanov among them. "Wait!" Kale shouted, reaching out. "The Grey Paw is an ally." But before he knew what had happened, he was on his back. A blade hovered inches from his throat, and the gnome loomed over him, eyes wild and unfocused. The gnome didn't seem to see him at first, lost in the haze of battle and instinct. Then his gaze settled. "Don't sneak up on me like that," he muttered, followed by a low, rumbling burp that made Kale recoil. "They're wolfkin, aren't they?" he slurred. "You sure about this?" "He's my friend," Kale said evenly. "An ally." "I've heard that before," he grumbled, his eyes narrowing. "Blast it! Fine, at least I can kill one more." He rose, blade in hand, and began stalking toward Pravis. But this time, it was Kanov who stepped forward. "Do not kill him." The gnome's face turned a deep red. "What do you mean, don't kill him? Zuba didn't send me to exchange pleasantries with the likes of him. He's a dark paw, isn't he? Or is he an ally too?" Frustrated, the gnome staggered away and spat on the nearest wolfkin corpse. Reaching behind his back, he uncorked a hidden bottle with a sharp pop and took a long drink. "Bah! Only 8 of them. Barely worth the trouble of the ride." He glanced at Kale, but spoke as if addressing someone far away. "And Zub, next time I see you, we're gonna have words about that flying beast. If gnomes were meant to fly, we'd have wings, wouldn't we?" Turning, he slumped onto a fallen body and used it as a makeshift stool. Kale approached and knelt, lowering himself to the gnome's eye level. One look told him the gnome was deep in his cups, far past drunk. "Don't you think you've had enough?" "Enough?" The gnome barked with mock offense. "Look here, boy, I'll decide when I've had enough, now bugger off." "I didn't mean to offend you," Kale said calmly. "My name is Kale, who are you?" The gnome gave a short, bitter laugh. "I know who you are, boy. I know what you're trying to do." He waved his hand dismissively. "It's a fool's errand." He cupped his hands and shouted toward the sky, "Do you hear me, Zub? A bloody waste of time." Then he grumbled, "Name's Gruen." The name tugged at Kale's memory, though he couldn't place it. "You said Zub sent you. When did you meet him?" "Last we knew, he was heading to the Leaf Kingdom to ask for help." Gruen took another swig, then tucked the bottle back into its pouch. "He is, and he sent me the moment he realized you were being tracked. Lucky for you, he had that griffin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it in time. Magnificent creature, except for the flying part." He leaned forward, eyeing Kale critically. "Though I still don't understand how Zuby's own kin could be pushed this far by a handful of wolfkin. Honestly, it's disgraceful. You ought to be ashamed." Kale's temper flared. "Ashamed? Who do you think you are? I may not be a gnome warrior, but I've held my own." "Oh, save your pride," Gruen snorted. "You definitely inherited Zub's lack of self-control." Kale bit his tongue. He was seconds from escalating things, but he needed answers more than an argument. "Gruen," he asked, "how did Zuba know we were in danger? I only realized something was wrong recently." Gruen raised an eyebrow. "He gave you Outcast, didn't he? What did you think? That was just a farewell gift? A novelty?" Kale reached into his pocket and lifted the tiny mouse. Outcast blinked up at him with unblinking red eyes. "You little spy," Kale murmured. "I should have known. I forget how clever that old man is." With great effort, Gruen stood, swaying slightly as he gained his footing. "Well then, what do we do with the Dark Paw if we're not killing him?" Kale turned to Kanov. "Your call." Kanov looked down at Pravis, still pinned, still defiant. "For the many years you served our people faithfully," Kanov said, voice heavy with both anger and sorrow, "I'll spare your life. But you are banished from the Grey Paw. Your name will be spoken only with shame. Go back to your Dark Paw kin. Tell them this. We will fight to the last Grey Paw. We will not repeat the mistakes of our fathers. We will not stand against the gnomes again." Pravis bared his teeth. You're a fool, Kanov. Kill me now, or your people will join the Dark Paw, by blade or by blood. You'll be crushed if you don't stand with us. Kanov's voice was low and steady. It was our arrogance that brought ruin at Drakholm. If we had shown mercy, let those children go, Zuby's wrath might never have fallen. We destroyed ourselves, not the gnomes. I won't carry my father's mistake any further. We'll stand against the Fire Kingdom and against the Black Paw if we must, but we'll do it with honor. Pravis sneered. Then I'll see you on the battlefield. He rose to his feet and turned, retreating without another word. Kanov's eyes followed him, lip curling slightly. If we meet again, old friend, he growled, I will kill you. Gruen stood silent for a long moment. His disapproval was written plainly across his face. You're just going to let him walk away? He muttered. Madness. You might as well run yourself through and spare the Black Paw the trouble. And Pravis no less, the worst of them, the dirtiest, most treacherous beast they've got. Kanov stepped toward him slowly. I don't expect you to understand, he said, but honor is all I have left. If we're to have any hope of a future, we need a treaty with the gnomes. I know how unlikely that is. In truth, I believe my people will die at your great gate, but we'll die trying. We'll die without the stain of betrayal. Gruen stared hard at him, bottle in hand. He didn't say anything more, but the look in his eyes said everything. Gruen rubbed his chin, his tangled beard and matted hair showing signs of months without care. An honorable wolfkin? Never thought I'd live to see one. Very well, we'll make for the gate. I'll walk ahead. If they don't see a gnome first, they'll loose an arrow through you, boy. One through your friend, and the rest would turn that wolfkin into a cactus. Kale nodded. Understood. We'll keep our distance. Gruen staggered forward, his steps uneven, bottle in hand more often than not. Every few minutes he reached behind his back, pulled it out and took another long drink. With the tension fading, Kale took a moment to tend to Mako. The griffin's injured legs still bled from the earlier fight. Kale gently wrapped it in cloth, pressing his forehead to the creature's. How do you always know when I need you? You're always there to save me, old friend. Their pace slowed to match Kaus's weakened stride. Gruen paid them no mind, wandering ahead, muttering to himself and pausing now and again to drink. Kanov now walked beside Kale instead of trailing behind, his eyes locked on Gruen, not with suspicion, but awe. Kanov, Kale said softly, I know I've heard of Gruen before, but I can't place him. He's the best swordsman I've ever seen. But why would Zub send someone who's clearly, well, drunk? Kanov's voice was low, reverent. Pup, he's not just a swordsman. He's the greatest to ever live. And if you'd seen the things he has, you'd need the drink to forget them too. What did he see? Kale asked. He's the last surviving gnome from Drakholm, besides Zuby, Kanov explained. They say Gruen stood right beside him when Zuby lost control. He watched the entire thing, men, women, and children, all turned to ash in an instant. He remembers everything. Zub's mind shielded itself from the worst of it, but Gruen, he carries it all. That's why Zub sent him. He knew the gnomes would listen to only one man, the captain of the King's Guard. What you see now is only a shadow of who he once was, but make no mistake, Kale, he's still the most dangerous warrior alive. Kale's memory sparked. He was Zuby's captain at the battle. That's why I know his name. Zuby mumbled it in his sleep not long after we met. He must still dream about it. Kaus glanced over wide-eyed. Wouldn't you, sir? Kale didn't answer at first. He was deep in thought. My father was there too. I think I understand now why he drank so much. He must have seen it happen. Kanov placed a heavy hand on Kale's shoulder, a simple gesture, but firm with strength. Your father was known to my people, the only human ever trained by the gnomes in the sword arts. The King's Guard never take on outsiders, not unless Zuby himself asks it. But his daughter loved your father, and Zube made sure the man could protect her. I never saw him draw his blade until the day he died, Kale whispered. It feels like a lifetime ago. They continued through a thinning patch of forest until it gave way to a broad field of tall grass, waist-high and golden. It stretched for miles until it met the towering wall of the gnome's stronghold. Far to the north, Kale could make out the edge of a massive gate. Gruen stopped and squinted ahead. Come out of the grass. I see you. It's Gruen, and Kale, grandson of Zuby. The grass rustled. 6 armored gnomes emerged, kneeling with heads bowed. Sir, We were sent to investigate the intruders. Well, you found us, Gruen said dryly. Now escort us to the gate. The wolfkin and the humans are under my protection. This is a political parley. Yes, sir. Right away, one of them replied. Gruen waved for the others to follow. As they continued through the field, more gnomes emerged from the tall grass. Kale scanned the horizon. At least 50 more were silently forming ranks around them. I never even saw them, Kale said, marveling. Kenav's jaw tightened. And I never smelled them. They must be King's Guard. A few miles later, they stepped onto an old, weathered road. Though cracked and overgrown, its structure showed signs of once being a fine path. It wound westward, nestled between two imposing mountains. That's the Japata Pass, Kenav said, pointing ahead. My people will be coming through there. I suspect we'll see them in a few weeks. It's winding, but navigable. The snow shouldn't close it off for some time. As they reached the road, Gruen turned. Kanov, listen carefully. North of here lies the abandoned town of Tritos. It's old, but it might offer shelter, or at least supplies. A river flows in from the west. There'll be fish, wild vegetables, and plenty of vermin. Let your people eat as many of them as they can. They're pests to us. When your tribe arrives, settle them there. But hear me well. If any of them, child or adult, comes within 100 yards of that wall, they will be killed. No exceptions. Do you understand? I understand, Kenav said solemnly. May we use the nearby trees to begin fortifying the town? If the treaty fails, that may be our last stand. Gruen nodded. We don't care what happens beyond that perimeter. Any tree outside the 100-yard mark is yours. Then he turned to Kale. Stay with Kenav. I need to speak with the magistrate. He'll want words with you soon. Kale nodded, watching the gnome shuffle off toward the gates. Still powerful despite his staggering steps, a relic of history, battle-scarred and soaked in memory, walking once again toward the heart of a nation. Tritos was little more than a skeleton of a town. Most of the buildings were collapsing in on themselves, the wood so rotted it crumbled at the touch. Barely fit for kindling, let alone reconstruction. Still, a handful of stone structures remained, weathered but standing. With minimal repair, they would be enough to shelter the women and children when the Grey Paw arrived. Gruen hadn't exaggerated about the wildlife. Rabbits and small mammals overran the area by the thousands, scurrying through fields and underbrush without fear. By the end of their first day, they'd secured enough game to feed themselves for weeks, even managing to trap dozens in an old chicken coop. Kale stood near the fire that evening, roasting a skinned rabbit on a spit. He stared out over the land, perplexed. This place is overflowing with life. How can so many survive here? How does the land sustain them all? Kanov, seated beside him, responded while tearing into a strip of roasted meat. They don't, not really. The gnomes drive them out by the hundreds every day. They're a plague, and since the gnomes can't eat them, they serve no purpose other than to annoy. Kale raised a brow. Can't eat them? I find that hard to believe. I've seen how vicious they can be in battle. They're not squeamish, Kanov said with a grin. They're herbivores. Meat makes them sick. Their bodies can't process it. Same goes for us, in a way. Wolf can have trouble with certain vegetables. Some make us ill, others we can barely digest. But when it's a choice between starving and chewing through a turnip, we learn to suffer through it. Gruen had dispatched one of the gnomes to deliver a letter to the magistrate shortly after they arrived. The others were ordered to encircle the town's perimeter as sentries. Gruen himself claimed an old dock post as his perch, staring out at the bay with his usual bottle in hand. Kale joined him at the water's edge, both men silently watching the harbor. The sunlight played on the waves in flashes of gold and blue. Gruen tipped his bottle and gave it a shake, empty. He studied it for a moment, then hurled it into the water with a flick of his wrist. "Bugger it all," he muttered. Chapter 15, Fall of the Prince. Kale and Kaos were working near the town's entrance, reinforcing the first section of the outer wall, when Kale spotted movement near the great gate in the distance. A smaller doorway within one of the massive gate doors creaked open, and a small group of figures emerged. Kale nudged Kaos and pointed. Kaos gave a low whistle. "A gate within a gate? That's incredible, sir." "It is," Kale agreed, eyes fixed on the approaching figures. It took nearly an hour for the group to reach the edge of Tritos. They were flanked by a handful of gnome warriors, 4 of whom carried a small cart on their shoulders. Sitting atop it was the oldest living being Kale had ever seen. The gnome, likely no taller than 4 feet if standing straight, appeared closer to 3 feet due to his hunched frame. His long, silver-white hair was intricately braided and draped over his shoulders, nearly reaching his lower back. Despite his age-spotted skin, his eyes gleamed with a sharp, almost unnatural gray. At his side hung a dagger. In one hand he held an ornately carved cane. When the cart stopped, the elder stepped down on his own. His walk was slow but deliberate. Kale initially thought the gnome was heading toward him, until he realized the man's eyes were fixed just behind him. Turning, Kale saw Gruen standing at the edge of camp, having made his way there from his usual place by the dock. He knelt and bowed his head low. "Magistrate, sir," Gruen said with quiet reverence, "this is Kale, grandson of Zubi." The elder said nothing in response, his gaze unwavering as he approached. He passed Kale without acknowledgement, walking straight to Gruen. "It has been many years, Gruen," the old gnome said, his voice clear, commanding, and yet strangely comforting. "Yes, sir," Gruen replied, still kneeling. "Many years." "Stand," the magistrate ordered. Gruen obeyed, though he kept his head lowered. Shame weighed heavy on his face. Without a word, the magistrate drew his dagger. He reached behind his head, grasped the long braid, and brought it forward. With a swift motion, he sliced it off at the base. The dagger and braid fell to the ground as the old gnome stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Gruen. "My son has come home," he said softly. Gruen's composure broke. He wept, not with sorrow or drunken grief, but with relief. "Father, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I should have protected them. If I'd been there, they would have been safe." The magistrate placed a hand on his cheek and looked him in the eyes. "No, my son, it was no more your fault than it was Zuba's. What's done is done. I sent scouts looking for you for years. Where have you been hiding?" "I lived among the giants of the Stone Kingdom. Zuba found me and told me of the war to come. He sent me to protect Kale." Kale and Kanov exchanged a glance at that revelation. Zubi was supposed to be negotiating with the Leaf Kingdom. Instead, he had been in the Stone Kingdom all along. As Kale looked around, he realized the gnomes had surrounded them. Dozens more had quietly emerged from their posts, over 100, forming a wide ring around the meeting place. The magistrate reached for the hilt of the large sword slung across Gruen's back. "I see you still carry your burden. Am I to assume Zuba did not want it returned?" Gruen shook his head. "No, sir. He said he would not return to Japata. He's given all his rights to Kale." The magistrate turned and looked at Kale for the first time. His gaze was sharp, calculating, neither friendly nor hostile. Kale felt as though he were being measured, examined inch by inch. "Yes, Zuba's protege," the old gnome murmured. "He seems to be as I've heard." He turned more formally now and addressed Kale directly. "I am Magistrate Balich. As you've just learned, Gruen is my son. I cannot force you to stay outside Japata's walls, but I also cannot allow the Wolfkin to enter. The people do not trust them, nor do I. There is fear that when the fighting begins, the Grey Paw will turn on us and join their Dark Paw kin. With them already inside the walls, it would be all too easy for Japata to fall." Kanov took a step forward. "That is not." But Gruen moved swiftly, his blade suddenly at the Wolfkin's throat. "This conversation does not involve you, Wolfkin. Hold your tongue," he snapped. Kale remained calm. "Magistrate, you say you cannot force me to stay outside. Does that mean you and your people want me to stay away?" Balich didn't blink. "Kale, the people fear you. They fear you will lose control, as your grandfather once did. We loved Zubi, yes, but we also fear him. We fear you. The power you carry may do more harm than good. So you'll judge me for the mistakes of my grandfather? You'll punish the Grey Paw for the sins of their fathers?" Kale asked, voice steady but firm. "Shouldn't we be allowed to earn or lose our own honor?" "You speak like a youth," Balich said, his tone even. "This is more complicated than you understand. If you go now and speak to the Grey Paw, they may still have time to retreat. Avoid the path of the Fire Kingdom's army. If they prove loyal after the battle, then we can speak of diplomacy. Until then, we must protect Japata. We are confident we can hold the wall." Kale stood silent for a moment, absorbing the weight of the judgment in the magistrate's words. Behind him, Kanov bristled, barely holding back his protest. And all around them, gnomes stood ready, silent, watchful, waiting. After the battle, Kanov's voice cut like a blade. You don't seem to understand. There will be no Grey Paw left after the battle. Even if we turn back now, we can't risk moving women and children straight into the arms of an advancing army. And if by some miracle we did escape the pass in time, where would we go? The Leaf Kingdom would never offer us asylum. He paced, fury boiling beneath the surface. This isn't some half-formed plan. The Fire Kingdom has been preparing for this for years, stockpiling weapons, building alliances, positioning troops. They've made their move, and we are out of time. Balak crossed his arms and turned toward Gruen. We, he says, like he's one of them, like he's half Wolfkin too. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to any alliance until we know the Grey Paw's true intentions. At that moment, a gnome scout burst into the gathering, chest heaving from a hard run. Gruen, sir. Fire Kingdom ships have landed where the Japata Pass meets the sea. Thousands of soldiers are disembarking, red flags flying. Kanov's expression sharpened. Are there Wolfkin ahead of them? The scout nodded, glancing to Gruen for permission to speak. Yes, sir. A large force of Wolfkin is moving ahead of the Fire Kingdom troops. They're moving quickly. How far out? Kanov asked, tension tightening every syllable. At this pace, the Wolfkin reach us by morning. The Fire Kingdom will be just hours behind them. Kanov exhaled, a brief sigh of relief. The Fire Kingdom moved much quicker than we expected, but at least the clan made it through. Before the words had settled, another scout raced in from the northern bluff. Sir, more ships in the harbor, heavily armed. We're being sieged from both fronts. Kale sprinted to the edge of the docks. 8 massive ships were cutting into the bay, their decks crowded with soldiers. They flew the Fire Kingdom flag, but something wasn't right. As the lead ship approached, its banner dropped, replaced by another Kale hadn't expected to see. No, he breathed. Then louder. No, we're saved. They're flying false colors. That's the Kalian army symbol. Let them through. Cheers erupted. The first ship docked, and through the crowd Kale spotted familiar faces. Men he'd once fought beside, men he'd once led. Towering above the rest stood Torlam, impossible to miss. At the gangplank, a tall man in chainmail stepped forward, Gruen. Kale, sir? He greeted with a sharp nod. We made it. You certainly did. Kale clapped him on the shoulder. How in the world did you find us at exactly the right time? After the battle at the Stone Kingdom Wall, we heard the Fire Kingdom was headed for Japata. We knew you were here. We petitioned the Stone King for ships, and by luck, a Water Kingdom fleet was already at port negotiating for their own cause. Gruen smiled. Didn't take much convincing once their captain heard who we served. And who's this captain I owe my life to? Instead of answering, Gruen simply gestured behind him. A man in a tailored coat emerged from the throng, stern-faced, steady. Kale's breath caught as recognition struck. Riggs. They closed the distance and embraced, years melting away in a moment. You made it out of that prison, Riggs said with a grin. Didn't believe the stories until I saw the men who swore you were the one who led them. My old student, the one who could barely swing at a stonecutter. Looks like my training didn't go to waste after all. Kale laughed, the sound raw but real. There's no doubt about that. Mako swooped down then, drawing awe from everyone as he landed beside them. Riggs crouched to examine the majestic creature. So this is the infamous Mako. I owe him more than a few dinners. It's good to finally see him outside a cage. Riggs, we have trouble. A large Fire Kingdom force landed to the west. We'll need to fight on the plains. I know, Riggs said calmly. We sailed in alongside them. What? They were part of the ruse. It was the idea of a young Stone Kingdom officer. You should meet him. He's commanding their forces. Kale narrowed his eyes. Where is he? Over there. Riggs pointed toward a nearby crowd forming on the docks. Kale's heart skipped. He could see the man's back. Broad shoulders, powerful frame. It was impossible. No, it can't be. He started toward him at a brisk walk. Reagan! The man turned. His face was youthful and unscarred, too young, yet the resemblance was undeniable. I'm sorry, Kale said, slowing his steps. I thought you were someone else. My name is Cicero Darkwater, the man replied. Are you Kale? I am. Darkwater? Kale asked, narrowing his eyes. Then you're related to Reagan? Cicero nodded, and Kale could see a sadness wash over his face. He was my father. Cicero's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "My father spoke of you often. He would have given anything to stand beside you again. You were the hero of every story he told me at bedtime. It's an honor to finally meet the man who shaped so much of who he was." Kale felt a painful swell in his chest at the mention of Regan. The weight of loss tugged at him, even now. "We'll speak more of him after the battle. Are your men prepared? Even with the Wolfkin's support, we'll be sorely outnumbered." Cicero's brow furrowed. "Wolfkin, they're fighting with us?" "Some of them," Kale nodded. Then he turned, voice sharp. "Chaos, gather the leaders. Bring them to the monastery's main hall. We have no time to waste. This plan must come together now." "Yes, sir," Chaos replied, already moving. Minutes later, Kale sat at the head of a long table surrounded by commanders from every corner of Telekar. Riggs, ever composed, bore the full weight of his new role as captain of the harbor fleet. Kanov, the fierce chieftain of the Grey Paw, towered at the table's edge. Druin, grizzled and battle-worn, commanded the Kalian army. Beside him stood Torlam, massive and imposing, representing the mountain giants. Gruin, armored and upright, served as Japada's reluctant liaison. Chaos, ever watchful, had earned his seat at the table through loyalty and battlefield valor. Cicero, son of Regan, commanded the Stone Kingdom forces, his story yet to be fully told. And Mako, majestic and ever loyal, perched quietly near Kale, a symbol of the bond between worlds. Kale surveyed them, the flicker of torchlight dancing across their faces. "The Fire Kingdom will strike by dawn, midday at the latest. The last of the Grey Paw are pushing through the pass as we speak. Most are non-combatants, but among them are warriors we'll desperately need." He turned to Druin. "How many do we have in the Kalian army?" Druin answered firmly. "Roughly 4,000, sir. Many volunteers, giants included, now serve under Torlam." Kale nodded. "Cicero?" 2,000 from the Stone Kingdom," Cicero replied, "and nearly 100 trained stone Gehage." Kale folded his hands. "With the Grey Paw's 8,000, we stand at 14,000 in total." Gruin cleared his throat. "Don't overlook my forces, Kale." "I thought Japada wasn't lending aid," Kale replied, narrowing his eyes. "The army isn't," Gruin corrected, "but I was ordered by Zuba to protect you. I've brought 400 of Japada's finest, the king's personal guard. Elite warriors. Each one is worth 10 of the Fire Kingdom's best. You'll find no sharper blade or steadier hand." A rare smile crept to Kale's face. "They are more than welcome. Still, we're facing a force nearly 4 times our size. Cicero, how quickly can your Gehage raise a wall?" "If the wall's modest in scale, we can shape it by dawn. But they'll be drained for the battle," Cicero warned. Kale considered that. "We'll take the trade. We'll form a curved barricade at the pass's mouth, channel the enemy into a bottleneck. Their numbers won't matter if they can't spread. We did the same at Durian. It bought us a precious advantage." Kanov leaned forward. "It may slow their foot soldiers, but not the Dark Paw. They'll scale anything under 100 feet like it's a hillock." "Then we buy time," Kale replied. "Give our archers better range. And Kanov, we'll need your women and children. Arm them with bows. If they don't fight, they won't survive." The Wolfkin chieftain gave a solemn nod. "We'll do what must be done." Kale looked around the table, each face weathered, each soul scarred by war and loss. And yet here they were, gnomes, men, giants, Wolfkin, and even a griffin. A patchwork army born of desperation and bound by purpose. Then let's get to work. What followed was unlike anything Kale had ever witnessed. The stone Gehage moved with rhythmic precision, planting their hands into the earth. Towering columns of stone erupted with each effort. 36 feet tall, 4 feet thick, spaced to interlock and form a barrier. It drained them, visibly, yet they pressed on, rotating in shifts. It would take all night, but the wall would stand. Kale watched in silence. He had staked everything on this gamble, and by morning the fate of Telekar would hang on whether it was enough. "Kanov," Kale asked, eyes fixed on the horizon, "can you smell your people yet?" The Grey Paw chieftain shook his head, ears twitching. "No, young pup, the wind has turned. It carries from the east now. I can smell only smoke and fear." Kale nodded grimly. "At least the stone Gehage completed the wall last night. It'll buy us time." "Aye," Kanov rumbled. "It will hold against the fire soldiers for a while. But I won't rest easy until my people arrive, until I know our young ones are safe." "Nor will I," Kale replied. From the wall's crest, he scanned the narrow pass ahead. The morning sun broke through the clouds just enough to light the curve where the road turned west. A dark, rippling mass emerged from around the bend, ranks of wolfkin in tight formation. Kale's stomach dropped. "Their dark paw!" he shouted, voice echoing down the stone defenses. "All soldiers, prepare for battle." Within moments, Gruen joined him atop the wall, eyes narrowing as he took in the sight. His hand twitched toward his belt before remembering. He'd flung his flask into the sea. "Curse it all," he muttered. "Picked the worst possible day to quit drinking." Then, barking to the men behind, "Guardsmen, on the wall!" With near-perfect precision, 400 gnomes scaled the fortifications, using every handhold and ledge until they lined the wall, sword and shield in hand, shoulder to shoulder. Gruen surveyed his warriors and raised his blade. "Hold the line, brothers. Let's show these mutts what a true warrior looks like." A thunderous "Whurrah!" rang out as steel hit the sky. Below, Kale leaned over the battlement. "Cicero, you and the Callian troops will hold the mouth of the funnel. We're sending every one of them your way." "You can count on us," Cicero called up, already issuing orders. Kale's eyes darted back to the advancing tide of fur and fangs. "Why wouldn't they wait for the Fire Kingdom? Why rush this alone?" Gruen shrugged, scratching his beard. "Likely cut off the Grey Paw reinforcements and thought they could overrun us before help arrived. Besides, they know Japata won't join the alliance easily, and if they've caught wind of the armies gathering to our aid," he smirked, "their impatience may just be our advantage." "Let's hope so," Kale murmured. Chaos climbed the ladder and settled beside him, sword drawn. He didn't wait for orders. "Chaos, it may be wiser for you to fight with the men at the base. Up here, it's going to get bloody." Chaos grinned. "Oh, sir, you think I've spent all this time keeping you alive just to let a bunch of mangy dogs get to you now?" He gave Kanov a sideways glance. Present company excluded, of course. Kale managed a small smile. Down the pass, the Darkpaw tightened formation. Tower shields at the front to absorb arrow fire. Lines behind them disciplined and staggered. "They're well trained," Kale muttered. "I was hoping for chaos." "We'll make do," Chaos said. He tested the wall beneath his boots. "Solid work. Those stone soldiers earned their sleep tonight. Shame we didn't have them back in Durham." Kale chuckled. "Would have saved us a world of trouble." From the cliffs above, boulders began tumbling down the slope, dislodged by giant hands. Torlum and his kin pushed the massive stones with grunts and roars. The impact scattered several dark paw units, shattering bones and formations alike. "A fine idea, Chaos. I thought you might appreciate it, sir." Then Gruen unslung a large wrapped bundle from his back and handed it to Kale. "Might as well use this today. But mind you, it belongs to Zuby, and until that old bugger's in the ground, it's his." Kale slowly unwrapped the cloth, revealing a weapon of undeniable craftsmanship, elegant yet formidable. The weight of it wasn't just physical. It radiated authority. The High Blade, the King's Blade. "I'll return it," Kale murmured reverently, "after the battle." Then a realization struck him like a bolt. His gaze snapped to Gruen, eyes wide. "This is the King's Blade, which means Zube is—" "The King," Gruen said with a grin, "which makes you the Prince of Japata. Now stop gawking, we've got mutts to put down." Below, the enemy surged forward, now under a hail of fire from above. Arrows screamed through the air as the Darkpaw pressed the assault. Kale raised his voice over the chaos. "Shields up!" The gnome warriors held firm, arrows thudded harmlessly into wood and stone. Behind them, only a few men fell, most shielded by the wall's protective bulk. Then came the wave. Darkpaw leapt for the battlements, snarling, blades flashing. The gnomes met them steel for steel, cutting down each climber with brutal efficiency. "Archers!" Kale called. "Fire!" A volley from the rear rained down, striking into the ranks below. Bodies fell, but more surged forward, tripping over the dead, snarling, biting, hacking their way up. Kale glanced down. Cicero and the Kalian line held strong, but barely. Already the pressure at the funnel's mouth was immense. They were being tested with each breath. "Left flank is weakening," Gruen shouted. Without hesitation, the gnome captain leapt from the wall into the fray below, blade first, a war cry ripping from his throat. Kale's heart pounded. The time for waiting had passed. "All right," he muttered to himself. "Let's remind them who we are." He gripped the high blade, and fire surged through his veins. Kanov leaned over the edge of the wall, his jaw clenched tight, a feral snarl curling his lips. "Pravus, today you die!" Down below, the old dark paw forced his way through his own ranks, eyes locked on the chieftain. With a roar, Kanov vaulted the battlements and joined Gruen at the front line, prepared for their long-awaited reckoning. Kale turned back to the chaos just in time to knock another wolfkin off the wall with a sharp downward strike. But as he exhaled, his focus drifted. A moment too long. A glint of steel, then pain. The wolfkin's blade slashed down his side, carving from shoulder to ribs. A savage backhand sent Kale flying. He landed in the crush of bodies below, knocked breathless as trampling paws and boots pressed against him. The air was thick with blood and roars. Kale gasped for space, clawing upward until a hand seized his arm. Chaos! The scout hauled Kale to his feet with one hand while swinging his blade with the other. "Move!" Kale shouted, blood seeping through his armor. Back to back, they fought their way toward the wall's opening, blades flashing. The enemy came from every side, each step a battle, each breath a prayer. Then, a blur moved from the corner of Kale's eye, a dark paw Pravus closing in, fast and silent. Chaos threw himself between Kale and the blade. The steel struck deep. His groan was guttural. Kale turned in time to catch the follow-up strike with his own blade. But there would be no third. Kanov crashed into the attacker from behind, jaws locking around Pravus's throat. The old wolfkin thrashed and fell limp. Gruen leapt the pile, planting his feet beside Kale and holding the line. Kale dropped to his knees beside Chaos, slinging his friend over one shoulder and sprinting toward the wall's gap. Inside the defensive ring, he gently laid Chaos down. "You all right?" Kale asked, panic bleeding into his voice. "I'll manage." Chaos coughed blood and forced a grin. "Get back in there, sir. It's been an honor." His eyes fluttered shut. Kale rose to his feet, heart pounding like war drums, fury coursing hot through his veins. Too many lives lost, too many friends, too many loved ones gone. The weight of it all crashed over him, grief and rage surging together like a tide too long held back. Every hardship, every scar, every buried scream led to this moment. The world around him dulled, colors draining, sound fading into static. His mind turned inward, a storm of memories and pain. Somewhere distant, voices called out, "They're breaking through." "Kale, you're bleeding!" "Sir, where are you going?" But it all melted into noise, a blur. Nothing could reach him now. Wolfkin moved in slow motion. He moved faster. His blade danced, a storm of fire and death. His scream tore from his chest, primal and deafening. The high blade carved through bodies like parchment. He could feel it, something rising inside him. The pressure, the storm, the world spun, light bursting behind his eyes. He was becoming what Zuby had once been, what he had feared. This time he fought to contain it, focus it forward, to control it. But the power was overwhelming. He couldn't hold it back any longer. Then, blinding white, a flash of pure brilliance. A wave of heat erupted from him like a sunburst unleashed. When Kale came to, he was on his knees. The earth beneath him was scorched, cracked, lifeless. Ash drifted through the air like snow from Hades. Before him, the mountain pass was littered with tens of thousands of charred remains, Darkpaw soldiers reduced to smoldering husks. He turned, heart pounding, fear tightening in his chest. Did I kill them too? His eyes opened, and the dread lifted. The wall still stood, untouched. His men were alive. Relief hit him like a second wind, but the cost of what he'd just done clung to the air like smoke. Gnome warriors moved along the top, recovering positions. The funnel had been sealed in time. His limbs trembled. Blood ran freely from his side. He pressed a hand to the ground. It vibrated. A rhythm. A steady march. Kale looked up. From the bend in the mountain pass, an army emerged, row upon row of soldiers, shadows against the haze. At the front rode a figure he knew too well. Fyke, mounted, armored, his presence radiating menace. And beside him a towering beast. Olan, Kane's monstrous bear, unchained and focused, its eyes locked on the battlefield like it already smelled blood. Kale forced himself upright. Every muscle protested. His body trembled, barely holding together. But he stood. Above, flaming projectiles streaked through the sky and crashed into the wall, erupting in fire and stone. Mako descended with a cry like thunder, wings wide as he landed at Kale's side, a winged banner of defiance. A horn pierced the chaos. The Fire Kingdom had begun its charge. Fyke broke from the ranks, galloping hard, too fast, too eager. Olan pounded beside him, a living avalanche. Steel screamed as Kale raised the high blade and met Fike's strike head-on. Sparks exploded in the air. Mako leapt into the fray, colliding with the bear in a storm of claws, feathers, and roaring fury. The second wave had begun. 21 years earlier, Reagan stood frozen, heart pounding as he watched Kale sprint across the sun-baked plain. In the distance, hooves thundered, Fire Kingdom riders closing in fast from behind. His grip tightened on the cart handle until his knuckles turned white. Beside him, Lottis lay flat on his back, gasping in short, ragged breaths. The journey had pushed him to the edge, his recently amputated arm leaving him weak and disoriented. Kale had nearly reached the Earth Kingdom's archers. Just a few more strides and he'd be behind their line, safe. "Come on, Kale!" Reagan shouted, desperate. "You're almost there! Keep going!" But then, from the lead rider, a masked man raised his crossbow. The twang of the string cut through the air. The bolt struck home. Kale's leg buckled beneath him as the arrow buried deep, sending him sprawling into the dirt. The horseman slowed. The lead rider coiled a rope around his saddle and, with a sharp tug, began dragging Kale back across the sand, out of reach, out of protection. "No!" Reagan roared. He lunged forward, but a wall of soldiers held him back. "Let me go! He's still alive! I can get to him!" A guard stepped in front of him, firm but not unkind. "If you go out there, they'll hang you too. You know the rules. We can't cross into the Deadlands, not for anyone." Reagan struggled, fury in his chest, his vision blurring. "I saw what he did for you," the guard said softly. "You're lucky to have had a friend like that," he whispered, the name barely escaping his throat. "Kale." We hope you have enjoyed A Sandrunner's Fate, Book 1 in Outcast series. Subscribe to our channel and check out our other free audiobooks.